Like, subscribe and share Tree Fanfiction audiobook channel for more. Next part. Chapter 1. San Francisco. Dane trudged onto the subway home. He carefully avoided the urine stains in the corner, and complained about the quality of the beautiful people again in his heart. After finding a clean place, Dane slumped on it and didn't want to get up. In order to adapt to the national conditions of the beautiful country, he applied to join the school football team shortly after enrolling. He heard that this school attaches great importance to the rugby league. If they can lead the team to the school league championship, they can get a large scholarship. This money is very important to an orphan like him who has no father or mother. Fortunately, after being reincarnated as a white man, he lacked money, love, father and mother, but strength and physical fitness. The coach decided to accept him just by looking at his height and body shape. He guessed that no matter how hard he tried recently, he might not be able to compete for the quarterback position. Thinking about it, Dane's eyelids began to fight. He trained so late every day, and his physical strength was exhausted. But he quickly pulled himself together. This place is not safe, he has to be wary of being touched. But when he looked around, he suddenly felt something was wrong. Well, why is there no one? Dane grabbed his school bag tightly and walked into other cars, only to find that all the cars were empty. It's only less than 8 o'clock, it's impossible. In such doubts, Dane suddenly found something wrong with the scenery outside the car window. Wisps of light flashed past his eyes, and finally even passed through the car window and past his nose. What the hell? Dane took a step back in shock, but he was not as fast as the light, and saw the light go directly through his body and out from behind. What the hell? The speed of the subway suddenly began to accelerate, and the light outside the window quickly merged into one piece, which made his eyes hurt. Dane looked up and found a line of incomprehensible cuneiform script on the door frame, and the windows were covered with snowflakes. For a moment, Dane felt that this thing looked familiar, but before he could figure out where he had seen it. Then he found that the car came to a sudden stop. Huge amounts of inertia threw him flying, and he fell into a mess. Fortunately, he was physically strong, and he recovered in a short time, when the car door opened. Dane got up from the ground and walked out of the car door carefully. He found that there was not any known station in front of him, but a deep-looking rocky path that seemed to be formed naturally. The sense of sight is getting heavier and heavier. Dane looked left and right, and there was no other way for him to go in front of him except this one, so he could only know the current affairs. When he walked to the end, he saw a man, an old man in a red robe, with messy hair and dark skin. Others are numb. No, big brother, I have lived here for more than 10 years, and now that I have just started to rush, you told me that this world is so dangerous. Dane Davis. Dane remained expressionless, subconsciously replied, I'm here. You shall inherit my ability and become the new Asgardian of the Rock of Eternity. Here, grab this scepter and call my name, Shazam. Wait a minute, isn't this process over yet? Dane didn't feel right, didn't he have to test it before giving ability? Like a pure heart or something. He glanced behind the old man. The statue of the 7 deadly sins is still there, so the bald villain Dr. Sivana hasn't come yet. Shouldn't this test the young man? Dane has always believed that there is no such thing as a pie in the sky, especially the power of Shazam. This thing is essentially a power based on contract magic. Contracts are too easy to manipulate. If you don't believe me, ask Ghost Rider on the set next door. Jebediah Necromancer looked at the young face in front of him, feeling a little helpless. Dane Davis, what are you still hesitation? Mr. Necromancer, before I inherit your power, why don't you come to a test or something? Dane tentatively asked. The Necromancer was silent for a moment, and then muttered in a low voice, no matter which world you are in, why are you so difficult to deal with? What did you say? Jebediah suddenly stopped the scepter, and Dane stuck his right hand to the scepter uncontrollably. He tried to pull back, but he couldn't pull it away. No, are you going to force yourself? Dane was dumbfounded. The necromancer snorted softly, Dane, I know what you are doubting, but please believe me, I know more about you than yourself. Now, read it to me, Shazam. Well, it looks like the heir has to be himself, and Dane can only do as he pleases. Shazam! A thunderbolt fell from the sky, hitting Dane directly. His whole body was shaken, an electric shock-like itch spread all over his body, and then a surge of power flooded every cell in his body. The already tall body was raised again, and it didn't stop until it grew to a full 6 feet 5 inches, about 196. The jacket on his body turned into a red tights, and he wore golden artifacts on his wrists and waist, and the boots under his feet were also replaced with gold castings. Fortunately, he didn't hurt his feet when he stepped on them. The most conspicuous thing is the lightning on the chest. Dane quickly looked down, but luckily it wasn't the LED light in the movie, but it was similar to the one on Black Adam's chest. In the movie, he has long been unhappy watching that, like a fake. That's right, so you have the power of the gods. The wisdom of Solomon, S, the strength of Hercules, H, the stamina of Atlas, A, the power of Zeus, Z, the courage of Achilles, A, and the speed of Mercury, M. From now on, you must shoulder the responsibility that Shazam should shoulder. The Rock of Eternity is the holy land of all magic, and you must not lose it. I leave it to you here. Remember, the power of magic comes from within. After speaking, the necromancer's face suddenly shattered and scattered like sand, turning into a pile of scum in the blink of an eye. Ah, this. Don't you necromancer councils never give induction training to newcomers? Go straight to work? Dane had a question mark on his head. This handshake was too clean, so how many years are necromancer still left? Don't you still have a role in Shazam too? Dane, come here. At the moment, Dane, who was alone, suddenly heard the sound of broken thoughts around him. He turned his head to look, and saw the eyes of the 7 dead species glowing dim red. Obviously they were talking. The 7 deadly sins. That's right, it's us. Come on, tell us your desires, we can help you realize them. Whether it's money, still beautiful, or power, even power. As long as you ask, we will respond, accept us. Not even the gods can restrain their desires. Don't be shy, kid, tell me what you want, tell me what you want. Dane lowered his head, arcs of lightning danced in his eyes, and the divine power of Zeus formed fiery thunder around him. Wait, what are you doing? Dane raised his head and smiled. He raised his fingertips, and a bolt of lightning struck the blue magic pupil in the center of the stone statue with a boom. Ah! No! Stop! Damn BD, ah! This magic pupil emitting blue light is the one that the bald villain puts in his right eye in the movie. It is the medium through which the 7 deadly sins lodge, and the body that connects their spirit bodies. At the moment, when the magic pupils were bombarded by divine power, it was like an electric shock on them, making them miserable. After punishing the 7 deadly sins, Dane feels refreshed. I am such a promising new god, what do you want 7 crooked melons to do? Shazam possesses the body, power, weapon, and knowledge of the gods, so there is no problem saying that he is the god of the Greek gods. In the time period when the old gods are hidden and Wonder Woman is out, there is nothing wrong with Dane saying that he is the only god. How could it be possible to get involved in such stinky shit as the 7 deadly sins? Besides, now the entire Rock of Eternity is mine. I want to do something to you broken stone statues, can you still resist? Dane opened his palm, and the necromancer's scepter automatically flew to his palm. After the necromancer disappeared, the ownership of the scepter automatically transferred to him. The moment Dane got the scepter, it was equivalent to getting the ownership of the Rock of Eternity at the same time. The first thing he will do next is to change the door lock code here. In the future, No one can come in unless he gives his permission. Big bald head, you shit. Chapter 2. Dane first removes the magic that was originally attached to the cuneiform by the necromancer. It is because of this summoning magic that even Sivana, an ordinary person, can reach the Rock of Eternity through a spell written in chalk. This is what Dane's Wisdom of Solomon told him. Then, he directly closed all the magical entrances to the Rock of Eternity in the real world, setting himself as the only person who can freely enter and exit this place. He definitely still remembered that besides himself, there was another person who could enter this place through magic, and that was Black Adam. Now that he knew this loophole, he had to make up for it decisively. He used his authority to block Black Adam directly. He thought about it, and added the patch that allowed him to enter this place when he was a human. Then the second thing he has to do is to add insurance to the word Shazam. What kind of stupid idea is it to undo the transformation just by shouting? Does it count if I accidentally yell? What should I do if I get a homonym? No matter how careful I am, I might be caught by Wonder Woman's mantra. The Shazam family in the animated movie Flashpoint Paradox is dead, and Dane can't help it. Starting today, the spell Shazam will only work if Dane wishes to transform out of free will and sincerity. And there is no need to shout anymore, just recite silently in your heart. Billy Batson, have you learned yet? The Wisdom of Solomon must be used in this way. From now on, the Rock of Eternity will be his own home, and he doesn't need to buy any house in the beautiful country, he will live here from now on. After transforming into Shazam, he doesn't need to eat, drink, go to the bathroom, or even sleep. The body of God guarantees that he will always be full of energy. With such an ability, is it necessary for him to continue to go to school? Dane thought about it carefully, and felt that it is not necessary to study, but the study still has to continue. If the power of Shazam is gone, he will not be unable to move an inch in human society. The power of Shazam is not his own power after all. If the gods can lend him their power, they will naturally have a way to take it back. Dane remembers this plot in the comics. He is not sure which world he is in now, but he is used to thinking of the worst in everything. And even in the movie world, Shazam 2 clearly shows that the necromancer's scepter is an artifact that can steal divine power. You have to be vigilant, the scepter cannot be destroyed, otherwise it will trigger the event of Shazam 2, causing the sealed goddess to escape. It can't fall into the hands of other people, otherwise it will pose a threat to yourself. But it can be used as a killer. Dane feels very strange. The necromancer has this scepter in his hand. It is said that Black Adam, if he just took his divine power, it would be over. Why bother to seal him? Let's save this matter for later. There is still a long time before Black Adam undoes the seal, which is enough for him to prepare. Now he wants to see what Superman is like first. Coming to DC without going to see Superman, it feels like arriving at a scenic spot but not checking in at an internet celebrity attraction. It's a shame. Just do it, Dane had a thought. The surrounding scenery changed instantly, and he returned to the subway station in San Francisco. At the moment the subway is closed and no one is there. Dane put on the white hood, rose from the ground with a boom, and flew into the sky. Unlike Billy Batson, he was pretty sure he could fly. So flight became a very simple matter, and he quickly adapted to his strength. During flight, he unintentionally activated Mercury's speed, and the surrounding scenery was stretched into a line in his eyes. His speed is so fast, but the air resistance he feels is not strong. This is the wonderful use of divine power. To a certain extent, it is contrary to the science that normal people understand. Dane kept going up until he was out of the atmosphere and saw a little bit of sunlight in the silhouette of the edge of the earth. The divine body does not need to breathe, and he can move normally without any influence. Dane closed his eyes and used Solomon's wisdom to find the tracing spell from King Solomon's many magics. He calls out Superman's name. Clark Kent, adopted son of Jonathan Kent. Kall, son of Jor-El, last son of Krypton. With such clear information, magic guided him exactly in Clark's direction. "Got you!" Dane whispered and flew towards the ocean. Offshore drilling platforms are now burning with raging fire. The bearded Clark jumped into the sea from the fishing boat and swam towards the platform with terrifying speed. He searched for survivors with super hearing, and finally found the last few survivors in a sealed cabin. Everyone present was shocked when they saw the man with flames on his body. Clark took them to the tarmac, and when he sent everyone to the helicopter, he found that the oil rig began to collapse. In order to ensure that the rest of the people could leave safely, he decided to stay. In the shocked eyes of the search and rescue team members, they saw the man with his bare upper body supporting the thousands of tons of platform with his hands, buying time for them to leave. Jesus! The potential of the future Superman at the moment has not been fully stimulated. Within a few minutes, the support under the platform deformed, and thousands of tons of steel bent his waist like a mountain. Ah! Clark struggled to hold himself up, but the tarmac beneath him gave up. At the moment, there was an abnormal sound in the sky, which was the sonic boom after the speed broke through the sound barrier. Clark heard it, he looked up, and supervision allowed him to see the thing. It was a red figure, wearing a white cloak, and he was flying. Dane saw the scene and helped Clark support the steel bracket with both hands. "You look like you need help." He smiled at Clark. The power of Hercules endowed him with the same strength as Superman, pushing the steel creation weighing thousands of tons directly up. "My God, another one!" The search and rescue team and survivors on the at the moment helicopter felt that today was an eye-opener. Clark was agitated, which Dane could understand, remembering that the purpose of Superman at the moment's travels was to find someone like him. "You. This is not a place to talk, let's leave first." "Good." But he looked at Dane in mid-air, and then at himself, a little embarrassed. "Oh, by the way, Superman from at the moment hasn't learned flight yet." He had to wait until he found the Kryptonian's ancient spaceship and drank a bowl of chicken soup for the soul from his father, Jor-El. Dane smiled and held out his hand to Clark, who held it sheepishly, and they shot into the sky at the speed of sound. Before leaving, Dane glanced back at the ocean, and he felt someone watching them from the depths of the ocean. Clark looked at the surrounding scenery and was amazed. He had never been to such a high place, and he had reached such a height in his physical body. When he reached the stratosphere, Clark began to breathe a little less smoothly, and he couldn't help asking, "Where are we going?" "Go to my house." "Ah." Clark looked up and wondered, "Your family lives in space?" But soon, Clark felt that some barrier had been broken, and the scene changed, and he suddenly came to a place surrounded by rocks. "Where is this place?" "Welcome to the Rock of Eternity." Clark looked at this place in amazement. There was a high platform at the end of the 7 stone statues of various shapes, and 7 huge amounts of stone chairs were arranged in an arched shape on the platform. "Just find a place to sit, I just took over here not long ago, so I don't know many places. Don't run around, it's easy to fall into other worlds." Dane knows that there are many doors connecting other worlds here, so he reminds him. He disappeared as if moving in an instant, and when Clark was confused, he suddenly appeared again, but with an extra set of clothes and 2 cups of coffee in his hands. "Put it on." Dane handed him the clothes, which had been destroyed in the fire. Clark took the clothes, and he changed quickly, almost in the blink of an eye. Dane handed him the coffee in his hand, which he bought while picking up his clothes. "Don't ask, just ask super speed." Are you the same as me?" Clark drank a little, and then asked hesitantly. "It depends on how you define it. If you are compared with ordinary people, you and I are the same and belong to the Superman category, but this is only a broad term. In a narrow sense, there is still a difference between you and me, Clark. You are not from Earth, are you?" Dane chooses the straight ball. Clark was taken aback, but he didn't react badly, the person in front of him didn't look like a bad guy. This is due to Dane's excellent appearance, which looks sunny and positive, which is much better than Billy Batson's funny appearance after transformation. Clark nodded, acquiescing. Dane at the moment sat up straight. Let me introduce myself. My real name is Dane. My surname cannot be disclosed. You can call me Shazam in front of outsiders. My identity, from the perspective of human definition, can be regarded as a half-god. Chapter 3. God. Clark was surprised. Dane nodded, he didn't explain more. It's best to avoid shallow words when you just make friends, even though Da Chow is really a good person usually. I've been following you for a while, Clark Kent. This is definitely to fool him, even Dane himself just found out that this is the DC world, how could he pay attention to him in advance? But who made Da Chow simple? He really believed it when the information was not equal. Then do you know where I come from? He originally only asked this question with 1 out of 10,000 hopes, and didn't expect much, but who knows that Dane nodded. The planet you were born on is called Krypton, a celestial body located in the southern constellation Corvus, about 27.1 light-years away from Earth. The planet once orbited a red dwarf star called Rao. This red dwarf star can be observed by the Earth's astronomical telescope. Its number is LHS 2520. If you are interested, you can look for it. Clark was so excited that he even wanted to see his hometown right away. But he quickly suppressed his excitement, expecting more from Dane. But what Dane said next dragged him from heaven to hell. Clark, I regret to tell you that your home planet Krypton has been destroyed. It died of resource depletion, and now you can only see the shadow of it 27 years ago. Clark's mood fell instantly, but he actually had a vague premonition of this. After all, if he hadn't encountered such a big disaster, how could he have been sent to the Earth in a baby state? Dane patted Clark on the shoulder lightly to show comfort, the reason why he said so much was to get closer. What's more, even if he didn't say this information, Clark would know it when he found the spaceship frozen near the Arctic Circle. The reason why I tell you this is because I can't bear to see you wandering around, but it's always in vain. Go home and have a look, Martha has always missed you. Dane's words reminded Clark of his mother who was alone at home, and he felt guilty for it. Also, cherish the present time, I am afraid that such peaceful days will be rare in the future. Clark suddenly raised his head, what does this mean? Dane continued to fool around, I have a kind of magic that can roughly predict certain fragments of the future. Clark, I have to say, things are not looking good for the future. Clark became nervous. Although he is an alien by blood, he already regards himself as a human from the bottom of his heart. How could he not be worried when he heard such news at the moment? And Dane didn't make alarmist remarks, he just said that Zed's invasion of the Earth was an inescapable disaster. The Flash has already proved in his solo movie that General Zed is almost invincible without the superpower. Not to mention Doomsday, Steppenwolf, and Darkseid later, they are lining up to come to the Earth to catch the set. So when I found you this time, it can be regarded as giving you an inoculation in advance, letting you know what you may encounter in the future. So the first question we have to face is my people. Clark's face was a little ugly, he didn't expect to face such a problem. He neither wants to fight with his own people, nor does he want the Earth to be robbed because of this. Yes, although I don't know when Zed will come, but he can't give up the Earth because he wants to restore Krypton. And, he's coming for you. Dane pointed to his chest. In Man of Steel, Superman activated the scientific research spacecraft at the North Pole, and Zed also received the signal sent by the ship, so he came to Earth. But in the Flash solo movie, Superman was captured by Zed unknowingly before he even had time to grow up, revealing that he may have other ways of obtaining Earth's location. So from the worst point of view, even if nothing is done, there is a great possibility that Zed will invade the Earth. Because he is looking for the Codex all over the universe, and he will soon realize the connection between the Codex and Kall. After all, he was watching Carl's lifeboat take off. Hearing that it was his own fault that caused the Earth to suffer this disaster, Clark looked remorseful. Dane knew that this was an inevitable disaster for the Earth, so he didn't blame Clark. With this time, you should think about how to better solve this problem. While he knows some of the storyline, it was before the Flash created the Flashpoint paradox. If Barry had already begun to change history, then the present space-time continuum would have been destroyed. Time and space are intertwined with each other, and there will be countless possibilities. No one can guarantee that Superman can still handle Zed's group alone this time, which is still a group of Kryptonians. While Zed's world dominance is fine with Dane, he doesn't like the General's style. So it's playing Zed's copy that he definitely has to be actively involved in. Don't think so much now, it will take some time before Zed arrives on Earth, you can use this time to strengthen your ability. Clark looked at him, then at himself, scratching his head. How can his ability be strengthened? The Earth is already very fragile to him now. Dane stood up and patted the non-existent ashes on his body. Before that, let's take a look at how strong you are, don't you mind competing? Discussion. Clark looked surprised. Yes, I think you have been careful for so many years, for fear of accidentally destroying this paper world, this should feel very uncomfortable. He pointed to himself again. Just right, I haven't shot with all my strength since I became a god, I think I should be qualified to be your opponent. At the moment, he wanted to know which niche his strength was in DC. Shazam's strength is as erratic as other superheroes. When he is a superhero, he matches Dacheo's strength. He and Dacheo are positioned as the two unsolvable forces of magic and reality. But when he was a super ghost, Shazam actually fought back and forth with third-rate villains, although there are also reasons why Billy Batson himself is immature. But it also shows that Shazam originally's combat power is not stable. Clark listened to Dane's proposal, thought about it carefully, and agreed. In fact, he has always been curious about where his limit is. Are we going to fight here? He looked at the Rock of Eternity, and it didn't feel very suitable here. He was afraid that if he let go of his hands and feet a little, the place would collapse. Come with me. Dane greeted him, walked through the long corridor, and came to the secret room with countless doors suspended. He randomly selected a door and walked in, and Clark followed after seeing it. Through the door, the two came to an empty valley. Clark was amazed. He looked back at the door, and there were two worlds inside and outside the door. So that's the meaning of your reminder just now. He couldn't help but exclaim. Not bad, I plan to set up portals in various natural scenic spots in the world, and I can live wherever I want in the future. Dane felt the surroundings carefully, and was relieved only after making sure that there were no human beings here. Then shall we begin? When Dane said this, he felt his blood boil. This is Achilles' courage at work. Always maintain a strong fighting spirit and an optimistic attitude towards the battle. Hey? Is the compatibility between him and Shazam's power so good? I am coming. Hearing Clark's reminder, he rushed over at super-fast speed. Dane didn't bully him with air superiority, but also landed on the ground to fight him fairly. Both of them have super speed, and also have super speed thinking and super reflexes. Dane can clearly see the trajectory of Clark's fist. Even if this fist is supersonic. Dane raised his right fist, the power of Hercules endowed him with strength strong enough to rival Superman, and the courage of Achilles endowed him with an indestructible body of steel. The two fists collide, and the shockwave spreads in all directions, destroying everything in its path. Clark couldn't bear the strength and flew out. Clark, don't hold back. I am a god, I will not die. At least not now. Clark also discovered this after the temptation just now, and he finally no longer restrained himself. I saw his eyes glowing red, it's thermal vision. Dane knew him better than himself, but he deliberately tested his ability, so he didn't avoid it. He gathers the divine power of his whole body, the lightning of Zeus, that is the divine thunder that can directly blast away the unity of the mother box. Influenced by Dane's strong will, Zeus' divine power also gave a powerful response. Thunder and lightning enveloped his whole body like a battle suit, and Dane's eyes glowed with blazing white lightning. At the same time that Clark released red rays, Dane's hands also released blazing white lightning. The two energies collided in the air, causing huge amounts of explosions, scorching the earth with high heat, and shockwave tore the clouds. Dane and Clark flew upside down at the same time, and stopped at the same time. Dane's feet plowed two deep furrows in the ground. He looked up and saw that the clothes Clark had just changed were all tattered again in a blink of an eye. Come again. Clark was full of fighting spirit. Okay. The two faced each other, and stretched out their fists again. The valley is broken and the river is flowing backwards. Chapter 4. Clark flew backwards, and the man of steel shattered the distant hill, passing the other way. He was in mid-air, head down, but his good eyesight quickly saw Dane rushing from a distance. Watching Dane's fist approach, he has no foothold and can't move at all. At this moment, he felt anxious, and his body stopped the downward trend in mid-air. This caused Dane's pre-calculated fist to miss. Oh! Dane fell back to the ground and looked up at Clark, who was suspended in mid-air. His body shook, and he also flew into the sky to be level with Clark. It looks like you have also learned to fly. In fact, the Superman of at the moment already has the ability of flight, but he has never thought about it, and naturally he has never used it. But seeing that Dane's flight is so smooth and natural, he seemed to understand it all at once, and directly applied it in actual combat. Dane couldn't help but smile seeing him flying around excitedly. If you want to fly well, you have to practice more. Let me help you. The fight is not over yet. After Dane finished speaking, he leaned over and rushed forward. I used to love the movie Man of Steel. Have you seen Space Punch? This is still learned from you. Taking advantage of the forward momentum of the flight, Dane punched Clark in the face, sending him flying again. But the rough-skinned and thick-skinned Kryptonian was not injured at all, at most it hurt a little, and he was resurrected immediately with full blood. Dane said with emotion, when Zed and his gang come, it is estimated that this battle will be difficult to fight. Clark adjusted his body, and he seemed to have grasped the neck, flying more and more easily, and he gave Dane a hard blow with the same fist. Boom! If a meteor hits the earth, Dane hits the earth, leaving a huge amounts of crater. Dane stood up from the center of the crater, shaking his head to shake the dizziness out of his head. At the moment, the wisdom of Solomon warned him. He retreated instinctively, and Clark's fist broke the sound barrier and slid across the tip of his nose. Oh, I didn't expect you to sneak attack too. Dane ignored the rush of air, and without thinking, he raised his leg and kicked Superman hard in the stomach. Huge amounts of kicked Clark's back and flew straight into the sky. The ground sank again, and Dane buried one foot in the ground, and he pulled it out forcefully. Looking up at Clark in the sky, he didn't seem to come back to his senses. How could Dane miss such a good opportunity? So he flew up quickly, and punched Clark's chin with a rising dragon punch, adding strength to his height. Clark's high head suddenly lowered, his eyes were red, and heat vision rays were emitted from his pupils again. Dane didn't take it hard this time, he sideways and passed the ray. Immediately, he pointed with his left hand, and a bolt of lightning struck Clark instantly. After Clark was hit, he didn't care as much as he did when he was hit by a fist before. He went straight into rigidity, then fell head first, and fell to the ground with a loud bang. Hey! Dane landed quickly and walked towards Clark. It hurt so much just now. Clark took Dane's hand and stood up again. Dane thought about it, it seems that Clark's resistance to magic lightning is not very strong. Shazam's lightning comes from Zeus' thunder and lightning power, which is a very high-level energy and is the foundation of the old gods. And Zeus is the king of gods. In the legend of DCEU, Zeus is not only the king of God, but also the creator of human beings. Therefore, the personality is extremely high, which is completely different from that of Marvel. Dechao's resistance to magic is actually not weak, but compared to his physical resistance, magic resistance is not satisfactory. But even so, his body cannot be harmed by ordinary magic power, but Zeus's lightning can injure him, which is equivalent to Shazam having a trump card against the Kryptonians. But this is not enough. Zed is a group of Kryptonians, he must have more cards. Let's stop here for the sparring. In the end, the sparring between the two was suspended like this, and if the fight continued, it would be easy to get real fire. That would defeat the original intention. He roughly figured out his current strength position, which was about the same level as Dechao Gang when he came into contact with the Krypton survivors. His basic attributes were off the charts, but his means of dealing with the enemy were poor. He and Clark are not the same, neither of them will give in to the other when they swing the BD fist, but he should be slightly better in terms of energy release. Who made the Kryptonians weak? It's a pity that there is no kryptonite now. According to the development of DCEU, the substance kryptonite will not be produced on the Earth until it starts the world engine and starts to transform the Earth. He has no choice if he wants to collect it now, unless he can go to the kryptonite ruins, where there are endless kryptonites. But his magic has not reached the level of interstellar travel, which can only be imagined. Back at the Rock of Eternity, Dane found a new set of clothes for Clark. He didn't even know how to protect his clothes from a biological standpoint. Dane thought for a while and asked, "Clark, when were you born?" He only knows that Superman landed on Earth about 8 years ago, but according to the technology of Kryptonians, it is estimated that it will only take a few months from Krypton to Earth. Clark shook his head, "All I know is that Jonathan and Martha picked me up in October 1980. Dane nodded. So Clark was basically born around 1980, and now it is 2005, so he is only 25 years old, no wonder he is so immature. Dane felt like no matter how hard he tried, he could overwhelm him. You must know that it was already 2013 when Zed invaded the Earth. At that time, Superman was in his 30s when he first debuted, and his physical condition was basically at its peak. If it weren't for the serious lack of combat experience and the intention to keep fighting, a fighter like Aphila should be able to explode the hammer. In the movie, although Superman was beaten by the Kryptonian female warrior without a temper, there is one thing to say, not to mention the broken skin on his body, and even his hair is not messed up. Aphila probably also knew that her attack could not break the defense at all, so she would chatter with him in the battle, trying to defeat him psychologically. "Do you want to see your father? I mean the dear one?" Dane thought for a moment and asked. Clark froze for a moment, then looked at him suspiciously. "You should have the key to the spaceship that brought you to Earth." Clark nodded, suddenly reacting. "How do you know?" Dane nodded his temple. "That key will be an important tool for dealing with Zed in the future." Clark knew that he really believed the nonsense that Dane could predict the future. Dane felt guilty for a second, and continued. "That key is still a storage like a USB flash drive, which stores your father's digital consciousness. So with just the right socket, he can show up and talk to you. And it just so happens that I know there is a Kryptonian spacecraft hidden on Earth." Clark was silent for a while, then suddenly asked, "Why are you helping me like this?" "Because I want you to be on Earth's side when Zed invades." Dane tells the truth. "I don't know if I can do it." Clark at the moment shows the confusion that a young man would normally have. He has not yet been able to resolutely choose the Earth and human beings like the big super in the movie. Dane understood, so he just patted Clark on the shoulder. "I don't need to say much, I can understand, anyway, there is still time, it's not a bad thing to see more and think about it. So, do you want to go and see? Remember to bring the key, the spaceship needs a key to start." "Definitely, but I left the key at home, I have to go back to get it first. By the way, or you can come to my house for a while. Being able to invite him like this shows that Clark really regards him as a friend now. Is this convenient? Definitely convenient. Martha is very hospitable, you will know it when you see it. Excuse me then, by the way, where do you live? Smallville, Kansas. Dane's magical power moved, and the environment around him and Clark changed instantly. Clark could tell at a glance that this was his hometown of Kansas. He said with emotion, "You know what? I'm suddenly envious of your ability, so I won't have to worry about it when I go home." When he hadn't learned how to fly, he would often rush to find no man's land in order to go home quickly. In this way, it was often photographed and became an urban legend. "It's okay, can't you fly now? That's not a problem anymore." Clark also smiled when he heard the words, "That's true." The two chatted and laughed as they flew into the air, and there was no one nearby, so they definitely flew over directly. Chapter 5. The Kents are a pair of very ordinary farmers in Kansas. Farmers like this, no matter how well they do, can only maintain a middle-class income level. Therefore, it is normal to take out loans to farm before the harvest. In the movie, after Martha lost her husband and son one after another, the farm's crops were reduced due to lack of labor. Later, because the income from the farm was not enough to repay the bank loan, it could only apply for bankruptcy protection. The farm eventually had to be repossessed by the bank to pay off the debt. Don't think that the highly mechanized agriculture in the beautiful country can make money easily. In fact, because of the high degree of mechanization, one person needs to take care of a lot of arable land. It's so big that Martha can't keep busy by herself, and the labor cost is expensive. The harvester needs to be rented, and she has to be in a hurry. When the price changes, she can't even afford to fill up the gas. In this way, if Martha can keep the farm, then she must have Kryptonian blood. But now that Clark is still there, their family's farm work is not a problem at all, and it can be done for you in the blink of an eye, so Martha still lives quite comfortably. It makes her look like she's doing fine. "Hello, Mrs. Kent, my name is Dane, and I'm Clark's friend. It's the first time I come to the door, so it's not a respect." After speaking politely, Dane handed over a bottle of red wine with both hands. The brand is not bad, the price is neither high nor low, and it is suitable for door-to-door gifts. He has now changed into a red tights, very simple, a little dressing magic will do. Originally, Clark said he didn't need to give gifts, but Dane insisted on buying them. It is not surprising that there are many people who are polite, and this sentence is the same in the beautiful country. Martha, who already had a good impression of Dane because of his appearance, liked this young man even more after seeing the red wine. He was polite and measured. "It doesn't need to be so formal, just call me Martha, come in quickly." "Really, Clark, you should have reminded me earlier that I have guests coming, so I could be a little bit prepared." Martha pretended to complain, but he could tell he was happy that his son was able to bring his friends home. In her impression, Clark had very few friends, and even Lana, who had played with him since childhood, rarely invited him to play at home. Clark clasped Martha's hand. "Mom, I met Dane during my travels, he helped me, and he is just like me." Martha quickly understood what Clark meant by saying the same, and she looked at Dane with curiosity in her eyes. Dane willingly satisfied her curiosity as he looked around. Then he stretched out his finger, and an electric arc pierced through the air and hit the charging port of the mobile phone on the table. Originally only 12% of the power left was fully charged in an instant. "Oh! My God!" Martha covered her mouth with her hands, looking shocked. What a simple person, such a little trick has won her over. Dane laments the innocence of people nowadays, and in a few years, they will get used to this kind of thing. Clark had black lines on his face, but he knew that the lightning that struck him earlier was the same thing. Can it still be used to charge a phone? Wouldn't that be a little disrespectful? Martha felt more at ease knowing that Dane was as special as her son. She was very happy and said that Dane must stay and try her craft. Regardless of Clark's stop, he got on the pickup truck at the door and went to the supermarket to do some shopping. Okay, why are you in a hurry? That spaceship has been under the Arctic ice for 20,000 years, and it's not bad for a day or two. Hearing what he said, Clark calmed down his anxiety. But you have to say something before you go. The first time you put the key in, you'd better let the AI block the signal of the spaceship first, so as to prevent it from knowing the news in advance. This is what it should mean, Clark nodded. He curiously said. What are you going to do after this? Keep it hidden. Clark didn't know that Dane's actual age was only 15 years old, and his physical age had been increased by the power of Shazam. He saw that Dane had a mature face and a sense of sophistication in his words and deeds. Plus Dane said he was a god, thought he lived a long time. As for what Dane said earlier about becoming a god soon, he also automatically understood it as the long-lived species' vague sense of time. So he subconsciously thought that Dane had been hiding in human society just like him. Dane nodded, then shook his head again. It's not yet time for me to go on stage, so I'll probably continue to hide, but I think there's something to do. Dane just figured out one thing, since Zed's invasion of the Earth is a global disaster, why did he choose to fight Superman alone? No one stipulated that the Justice League had to wait until Steppenwolf came to form, he could have set up the platform first. But in terms of candidates, we have to choose carefully. First of all, Wonder Woman has to be brought in. Her combat power should not be underestimated. The most important thing is that Wonder Woman doesn't know the benevolence of women, and she is very quick to kill when it is time to kill. Then there is Batman, who is 8 years older than Superman, and at the moment should be the prime of life. But this guy is suspicious by nature, so I'm afraid it won't be easy to invite him. Aquaman Arthur Curry, if he remembers correctly, at the moment Aquaman is only 19 years old, younger than Clark. Although Zed only arrived in 2013, to be honest, Arthur's ability is probably only a trick in the matter of Zed, to be determined. The Flash, Barry Allen, is too young now, and his ability will not be acquired until 2013, and he has not even had time to adapt to push the human child into the battlefield. Even Dane can't do it, it's still to be determined. Cyborg Victor Stone, the situation is similar to the Flash, to be determined first. Martian Manhunter, this Martian is a bit confused, you can try to invite him, anyway, he won't lose his meat. Green Lantern Hal Jordan, well. Although the DCEU has kicked him out of this circle, considering that this is the real world, Dane has to consider the possibility of playing with Green Lantern. As long as more than 3 Green Lantern Corps are not allowed to get together, they are quite reliable. And if Green Lantern does appear, then it is said that he is facing the first global disaster in the true sense of the Earth. Finally, there is Superman. Dane doesn't even need to ask, if Clark is still the person he remembers, he will definitely say yes. So Dane didn't play those empty heads, he directly invited Superman. Clark, there are actually many people like us in the world. I thought about whether it is possible to gather them all, and when faced with some major disasters that cannot be solved by individual strength, they can unite and cooperate to solve problems together. That's a great idea. Clark immediately agreed, and the first thing he thought of was Zed's question. After hearing Dane's explanation, he knew that Zed had a group of elite Kryptonians. Even if he and Dane could solve the problem in the end, how many innocent civilians would die? So would you like to join? Dane asked. What are you talking about? I definitely want to be the first to join. Okay, first member gets it done. Do you have any other options? Yes, but it will be a bit troublesome to find out, and they may not agree. Clark nodded understandingly, he knew very well that not everyone is willing to use their own strength to do good things. Dane told him about the general situation of several members of the Justice League in the future, and Clark fell into thinking after listening. Let's forget Barry Allen and Victor Stone first, they are still children, and having super abilities is not necessarily a good thing for them. Clark definitely has a say on this point, knowing that in order to conceal his ability, his adoptive father Jonathan didn't even let him save himself. Dane nodded understandingly, I think so too, so I think the first target should be on Diana. As the world's first superhero, she should understand our philosophy. Diana has been active in human society since World War I, and doing chivalry is a daily routine. She even participated in World War II and is a veritable war hero. She should be the earliest superhero on Earth, but after entering the new millennium, Wonder Woman activities became less. In addition, she is low-key, so she is quickly forgotten. Clark heard Dane say something about Diana, and he agreed to invite the lady. Gotham's Batman, I think I've heard of this guy. Clark has traveled all over the world during this time. Although he hasn't been to Gotham yet, he has heard some rumors. Before meeting Dane, he originally planned to find time to visit Gotham. After all, Batman's deeds sound very Superman-like. He can wait on his side first. Batman is suspicious by nature. If you come to the door so blatantly, I'm afraid he will be planning what to do with you the next day. Dane shook his head, pressing Clark's urge to move. While the two were discussing the organizational structure of the future Justice League, Martha came back from shopping. Dane and Clark stopped the conversation just in time, and got up to help Martha. Martha originally planned to let Dane, the guest, sit, but he and Clark are men with super speed, and the work of washing and picking vegetables is done in the blink of an eye, so she doesn't say anything. But Martha's impression of Dane has changed for the better. The three chatted for a while after drinking and eating. Dane tried his best to avoid revealing his real information, and it was necessary to be safe. Finally, Dane slept in the guest room. Chapter 6. Early the next morning, after taking the keys, Dane and Clark said goodbye to Martha and flew to the North Pole. Dane only knows that the spacecraft is near the Arctic Circle, but he doesn't know the exact location. But this is not a big problem. Clark has clairvoyance, and the obstruction of the ice layer is just a decoration for him. Definitely Dane didn't touch fish either. He used the tracing spell to roughly delineate a range, which was actually in Canada. In less than an hour, they located the spacecraft about 300 meters below the ice. Clark was very excited. When he saw the spaceship, he had a strong feeling in his heart that it belonged to his family. Dane would agree with his gut if he knew what he was thinking. According to the setting of DCEU, this scientific research ship belongs to the ancestor of the Al family, Kayla Zoal, not Supergirl. It was the first Vanguard spacecraft sent out when Krypton was just exploring space 20,000 years ago. Although it sounds ancient, the above level of technology is still beyond the reach of the Earth. Before reaching Earth, the ship had explored at least 100,000 worlds, gathering and recording knowledge of them. Dane at the moment had an idea. He wanted to learn about this ship. Solomon's wisdom endowed him with intelligence and learning ability far superior to ordinary people, so there is no need to regret it. Don't you mean Billy Batson? Although he is a god on the magic side, it does not prevent him from learning technology. The upper limit of dual cultivation of science and magic is even higher, and Dr. Doom from Marvel Next Door has even reached the multi-universe level. It can be seen that the prospect of this road is very broad. Clark's thermal vision cleared the way, and soon they passed through the ice and saw a spaceship that looked like a beetle. Its top and bottom are frozen in ice, but the hatch is wide open. Perhaps it sensed someone approaching, and a half-person high operating platform floated out from the door. It is small and exquisite, with a small hole in the center of a diamond triangle. Clark looked at this thing thoughtfully, unaware that something like an armored chrysalis floated behind him. But Dane was not dazed. He raised his finger, and the white lightning flashed away, piercing through the armored chrysalis in an instant. Only then did Clark turn his head and saw the mechanical creation that had been pierced with a hole. He turned his head and looked at Dane gratefully. Be careful to protect yourself, you are not the owner of this ship yet. Clark took out the key, inserted it into the jack without hesitation, and pressed it again. Immediately, the two felt that the entire spaceship lit up. Clark lost his mind, and Dane coughed in due course. Clark? Oh yes. Clark immediately came back to his senses, and hurriedly said to the operating platform, "Don't send any signals, keep silent." The breathing light on the platform flickered on, then went off again. Clark looked at Dane with a questioning expression. Dane gave a thumbs up. At this time, a third person suddenly appeared in the field of vision of the two of them, and he stood there, watching them quietly. Did you see it? Clark pointed there, his tone incredulous. Definitely, my eyesight is fine. Dane nodded, he knew that man was Superman's real dad. The man stood there for a while, then suddenly walked towards the interior of the spaceship. Please wait. Clark ran after him without saying a word, and Dane followed suit. That person seemed to be guiding them until they were led to the cockpit, where there was a one-seater driver's seat. Clark searched for a while but couldn't find anyone, and then saw the driver's seat go up, and the cabin suddenly became empty. The man who had just guided them here was standing in the middle, as if he had been there the whole time. He glanced at Clark, with unconcealable love and tenderness in his eyes. He glanced at Dane again, as if to judge whether he was a threat, but quickly let his guard down. Because Clark took the initiative to introduce Dane, "He is my friend, Dane, you are." Clark was a little afraid to say it, but the man said his unfinished words very gently. "I'm your father, Carl. It's a relief to see you grown up, and if only Laura could see it with her own eyes." Although he already knew it from Dane, Clark was still very excited, and he couldn't help asking. "Me, who am I?" "Your name is Kall. I am the shadow of your father, Jor-El. You can also say his consciousness, his memory. I have a lot of questions to ask. Definitely, I will answer you one by one." As Jor-El said, the nanomaterials behind it began to combine, synthesizing to look like a planet. "First, let me introduce you to your hometown, Krypton." Clark's eyes widened, like elementary school students in class. Dane knew it was one of the most important moments in Clark's life, and it was quiet, unintrusive. Krypton is a much harsher environment than Earth. A long time ago, in the Age of Expansion, our race traveled across the stars, looking for new habitable planets. Countless spacecraft have been launched into space, and the one under our feet is one of them. We set up outposts on other planets, designing massive machines to modify the environment to our needs. The nanomaterial group synthesizes a large three-legged machine, which is the engine of the world. It is probably transforming this thing in those outposts now. Our civilization continued to prosper and perform many miracles for a long time until... Until what? Clark asked impatiently. Until we instituted a reform and started population control, countless outposts were abandoned. Joe is cryptic here, but Dane is very clear that the so-called reform is actually a massive civil war. At that time, the Kryptonians had almost no opponents in the known universe, and even powerful forces such as Apocalypse and the Green Lantern Corps could only avoid their edge. The invincible Kryptonians started a civil war for some unknown reason. This war took a very long time, and countless Kryptonians died in the war. Finally one day, the Kryptonians had enough of dying, began to reflect, and reenacted their laws. They pre-designed the social division of labor for each newborn Kryptonian baby, and determined their future social roles from birth. The full implementation of this law is the foreshadowing of what Krypton will look like later. Joe went on talking. We ran out of natural resources, and the core of the planet started to become unstable. Finally, our military leader, General Zod, attempted to change this situation through a coup. There is one thing to say, although Dane doesn't like Zod's domineering, he thinks Zod's actions at the time are okay. The Kryptonian Parliament is obviously unable to solve the problem of Krypton's destruction, but prohibits Kryptonians from emigrating. This is to drag people all over the world to die together. Zed's wave is to save the world. Although he also covets power, there is nothing wrong with him in general. The only thing he did wrong is that he failed. Everything the loser says is wrong. Your mother and I foresaw the end, so we found a way to send you here. Saying that, Joe started to move, and he took Clark and Dane to the creation chamber. Inside are artificial wombs hanging like vines. He began to tell Clark about the fate of the Kryptonians, and began to instill in Clark the idea of free will. Free will, the old American thief loves this. The 25-year-old chicken soup had the honor of welcoming its first customer, and Clark drank it happily. Dane could tell that Clark at the moment was full of conviction. He can be sure that if Dane said he wanted to kill Zed at this time, he would definitely follow without saying a word. In terms of convincing people, you have to be a super dad. Dane deeply feels that his morality is still far behind. Finally, Joe opened the locker beside him, and a blue tights and a red cape appeared in front of his eyes. Joe explained to him the meaning of the S on the chest of the Al family, which is hope. Clark picked up the dress, and he couldn't put it down because of the cold feel. He was about to put it on when he paused and turned to look at Dane. Dane rolled his eyes before saying, "Okay, I'll go out and wait for you." After finishing speaking, the down jacket on his body suddenly flashed and turned into a red battlesuit. He raised his eyebrows and flew out directly. Battlesuit, like who doesn't have it? Clark's face twitched, and then he dressed honestly. Joe looked at this scene with a kind face, and felt even more relieved. At least Carl still had friends, so he didn't have to be alone. Chapter 7. Dane waited until Clark and Joe had finished talking before making his request. "You want to learn the knowledge in this ship?" "Yes." Dane explained, especially when it came to Zed, and he noticed that Joe's face changed. "You are Carl's friend, if he is willing to trust you, I am also willing to give his trust." Clark said at the right time, "I believe him." Joe had nothing to say. He nodded and gave Dane permission to browse the technical documents. "How do you want to learn?" "This ship can instill knowledge directly through neural circuits. But this is a 20,000-year-old ship. It's hard for you to form a long-term memory with this device. It can only be transmitted bit by bit." "No problem." He still had great confidence in the wisdom of Solomon. "Well, there is another independent intelligent AI on this ship, and she will help you receive this knowledge." Joe's digital AI is brought aboard Carl's spaceship, an ancient research ship with its own artificial intelligence. Dane nodded. "Welcome." Dane's common words were detected, and a nice female voice echoed in his ears. "The recursive program has been diagnosed and the navigation authority has been confirmed. Everything is working fine. Unknown application for transfer of access to the archive room, do you accept it?" Dane realized he was talking about himself and replied, "Accept." The Kryptonian archives contain knowledge from 100,000 different worlds. "Very good." Dane was about to go in, but he seemed to remember something, and he yelled at Clark. "Clark, I'm going to start studying, together." "Don't want." Clark has rejection written all over his face. Although he has a super brain, Dane feels that it should be called a super cerebellum. Apart from allowing him to better control his super ability, he has never seen him use this ability to do serious things. Could it be that he was poisoned by Lao Mei's happy education? Dane, who was a serious academic in his previous life, expressed his incomprehension, but he respected Clark's choice. "Then what are you going to do next? Didn't you say you want to invite people to join our organization?" "It's the Justice League." "Is the name a bit too deliberate?" "Your name will be Superman from now on, I think this is more deliberate." "I still have a name?" "What about you? What's your name?" "Shazam." "This name feels a bit out of character." Clark actually commented enthusiastically. Is there anything to say? Because I have the wisdom of Solomon, the strength of Hercules, the stamina of Atlas, the power of Zeus, the courage of Achilles and the speed of Mercury. The 6 gods take their initials, and the combination is Shazam. This is a bit cool, you will explain it to fans in the future. Dane rolled his eyes to the sky. He didn't say that Shazam used to be called Captain Marvel. After all, it was a bit of copyright infringement. And when the name is mentioned, he thinks of a boxy ant's face. If you really have nothing to do, you can go to Gotham and find a way to get in touch with Batman. Didn't you say he was suspicious? Yeah, but you should be fine. Didn't you still say he was difficult to deal with? Yeah, but you should be fine. Clark looked puzzled. No problem, no problem. Dane didn't speak. Looking at the DC world, Superman and Batman are good friends most of the time. The scheming Batman doesn't know why he can always accept the innocent Dacheo very quickly. As long as Dacheo treats him sincerely, he believes that the iceberg of Batman will melt away. And now that Zod hasn't come yet, and the Wayne building hasn't collapsed, Batman doesn't have such deep prejudices against Superman, so it's quite appropriate to let him go. Even if the current Dachao is too simple, I don't know if he can stand up to such a simple place like Gotham. Okay then, I'll just go there. What about the others? Dane thought for a while and said. Wonder Woman and General Swanwick can wait for a while, and I will find an opportunity to invite them then. This is also something to consider. If he remembers correctly, Wonder Woman should be working in Pakistan now and has not returned to the beautiful country. Martian Manhunter has now sneaked into the top ranks of the military, so he can't rush to the door. The other heroes haven't grown up yet, so it's not convenient to invite them. He had thought about inviting Justice Society's Hawkman Carter Hall and Dr. Fate's Kent Nelson. However, thinking of the performance of these two people in Black Adam, he was a little hesitant, not because of their strength. Although Hawkman doesn't look very strong, he is really durable, and has a high combat IQ and experience. As a small team leader, he also has enough leadership charisma. But he's a bit of a double standard, and he's a dead-headed one. In the movie, for the sake of so-called procedural justice, he strictly forbids Black Adam to kill people, but before the international gang committed countless blood debts in Kanduk, I have not seen him do anything. Dane labeled the man pedantic and conformist. No wonder Adriana, who released Black Adam, would rather believe in Black Adam than the Justice Society. Speaking of Dr. Fate, well, when I read the comics, I felt that this character is very hanging, but the performance in the movie gives people a feeling that there is more than enough energy, and it does not show the strength that a god should have at all. Moreover, after Kent becomes Dr. Fate, he will be possessed by the god Nabu. This god Dane doesn't like it very much, and his words are as angry as Amanda Waller. In short, both of them feel a bit unreal, but his judgment is based on the worldview of comics. If according to the upper limit of the strength of the movie universe, they feel okay, let's have a look. After discussing with Clark, Dane left him alone, went into the file room, and went to study. As for going to school, what a fart. Clark dressed up as an ordinary farm boy and walked into Gotham. At night, Clark walked into a restaurant called Polly's Diner under the slight drizzle. He was a little hungry. Hello, what do you want? Behind the table, a blonde waitress came over. Waffles with bacon and coffee. Clark smiled kindly. The waitress was very happy to see his handsome face, and started to prepare with a smile. It's a bad day, isn't it? Clark heard someone talking and looked over suspiciously, but saw a middle-aged man in a police uniform. My name is Owens, and I'm the local police officer. You're not a local, young man, are you? Is it so obvious? Clark looked at himself. Officer Owens smiled and said nothing. The young man in front of him looked like a pure and good person. This kind of person could never be from Gotham. My name is Clark. I just came to Gotham City and I want to find someone. Owens didn't delve into it too much. He said something out of professional habits, not really wanting to question anything. Then a young man walks up, who looks younger than Clark, maybe not even 20 years old. At the moment, the young man looked worried, and Owens seemed to know him. Hey, Jason, why are you out? I remember your house has a curfew, Owens teased. Jason managed to pull out a smiling face, and casually said, I have something. Owens smiled with an I understand expression on his face, who hadn't played at home when he was young. Clark glanced casually, and found that although the other party was young, he was extremely physically fit. It is conservatively estimated that there are 3 or 5 strong men who are as strong as they are. He was a little curious, wondering what the origin of this young man was. Jason looked a little restless, he looked down at his watch frequently, as if he was waiting for someone. Suddenly, his cell phone rang. Jason took out the cell phone and looked at it. His face became even uglier, and Clark couldn't help but become more curious. I'm here, where are you? Jason kept his voice low. Clark said sorry silently in his heart, and then quietly turned on the super hearing. He heard the voice on the other side of the microphone. He couldn't describe the voice, it felt crazy. Ah, my dear Jason, today I broke another finger of your mother, she was crying so loudly, I couldn't help but kill her. Stop you demon! Jason cursed, but couldn't hide his uneasiness and weakness. Come on over here Jason, oh yeah, I forgot, I just moved into a dilapidated warehouse near Arkham. You should know where it is? Do you want to use the little bat's computer to look it up? As he said that, another scream came from the other side of the microphone, and Jason knew that it was his mother's voice. Enough, enough. I know, I will come alone, please don't torture her anymore. Clark was so angry that his lungs were going to explode, he wished he could fly over now and rescue the person. But thinking that he didn't know where the opposite was at all, he could only hold his breath helplessly. But he made up his mind that he must follow this young man in a while and rescue him and his mother together. Chapter 8. Jason hung up the phone and left the restaurant with his head down. Seeing this, Clark hurriedly followed, even ignoring the waffles and bacon he ordered. Along the way, Clark found that the opponent's anti-tracking ability was very good. With his 2 super abilities of supervision and super hearing, he almost lost track of him. But he could see that the young man had been leading him around in circles, and he must have found himself. There was no way, Clark could only take advantage of the night to fly into the sky and follow him from a high altitude, and now he was finally on his way. Clark wondered, is this Gotham? Even a child under the age of 20 has such an ability, there are quite a lot of talents in this place. Soon, Jason arrived at an unusually remote place, which must be the place mentioned on the phone. Clark looked through his clairvoyant eyes and took a breath. A whirlwind rolled up in a small area in the sky, and the clouds shifted. He saw that the interior of the warehouse was like a fortress, patrolling every 5 steps, and sentrying every 10 steps. There are no less than 100 people hidden inside, all fully armed, with pistols, rifles, magazines, grenades and even RPGs. Is this a military base? Clark's face was solemn. To tell the truth, although he knew he was indestructible, as a good boy and a good citizen, he had never faced a gun in his life. At the moment, when I saw this situation, I couldn't help but feel a little uncertain. But when he thought that there was still a pair of innocent mother and child waiting for him to save in the warehouse, Clark decided to go in without hesitation. On the other side, the abandoned warehouse. Jason followed the gun-wielding Joker's members into the warehouse, where Joker in a purple suit was looking at him with a big grin. His face was as pale as a ghost, but his lips were as red as blood, and his green hair gave off an indescribable sense of evil. This man revealed incomprehensible madness and confusion all over his body. He is the Joker, the world's worst criminal and lunatic who turns heads on both sides. My dear Jason, you are finally here, I have been waiting for too long, too long. Jason turned his gaze to the other side. On the iron water pipe, a woman's hands were tied there. All the fingers of her hands had been broken off, and she looked extremely miserable. Mom! Jason's heartache couldn't be more painful. Although he separated from his mother a long time ago, seeing her today, all the resentment from the past disappeared. It's a touching goodbye, isn't it? But I have some good news for you. Joker laughed. Jason, the great Batman assistant Mr. Robin, do you know who leaked your identity to me? He pointed at the injured woman, and his words froze Jason's heart like ice. It's this woman, your favorite mother. Isn't it funny? She can tell who you are at a glance, because you are her son. You must not know, she is also from Joker's. Ha 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 ha. Joker covered his face, almost out of breath from laughing. Leave her alone, do as you please. Jason lowered his voice. Despite being betrayed, Jason still wanted to save his mother. There were tears in the corners of the injured woman's eyes, and she whispered in her already hoarse voice. Run, Jason, run. It's really a touching family affection. Joker made a look of being moved, and pulled out a blood-stained crowbar from the trash beside him. Let's see how far you can go with your love for your mother. The crowbar was raised high, then dropped hard, breaking Jason's collarbone, and he suppressed his voice, not wanting Joker to enjoy the process. Sure enough, Joker grumbled dissatisfiedly, and continued to smash down with more force. For a moment, only the sound of steel and bones being broken was left in the warehouse. Jason's mother wept silently, she could only keep whispering. Please, please, let him go, let my son go. Boom. At the moment, Clark descends from the sky in a blue battle suit, opening a hole in the warehouse's ceiling. What the hell is that? Joker was having a good time, and was very upset when he was interrupted. He yelled at the place where the smoke was billowing. It's over, sir. Clark walked out of the smoke with a serious expression. This was his first appearance, and he felt a little nervous. He was just in the sky, too shocked to hear the content of Jason's mother's betrayal, so he was a step late, and Jason suffered a little bit of flesh and blood. Jason tried to open his eyes. He saw the man in the red cape in front of him, and felt very strange. Does Gotham have such a character? But it came in time. He looked in the direction of his mother, trying to move his body to move there. Joker saw Clark's appearance clearly, and taunted, "Who are you?" "Circus Joker." Clark looked at him speechlessly. How did he have the face to say that? "False detention and willful wounding, sir, you should stay in jail." It turned out to be a Boy Scout. Shoot him. At Joker's order, the Joker's members immediately pulled the trigger, and the semi-automatic rifle fired a high-speed bullet. The copper bullet hit Clark's well-developed chest muscles and smashed into a copper cake, which fell to the ground with a plop, and Clark felt nothing but itching in his chest. Joker and his subordinates stared wide-eyed, as if they had seen a ghost. Even Jason, who was squirming beside him, widened his eyes in shock. What material is this bulletproof vest? Before he could answer his question, he saw a bullet hit the man's face, and it also smashed into a copper pie and bounced out. He shut up, and at the moment he looked at Clark as if he were looking at a god. Joker quickly regained his composure. He rolled his eyes and thought of a good idea. "Quick! Shoot those two on the ground." After speaking, he rubbed the soles of his feet with oil and ran away. His men were still faithfully carrying out his orders, and they lowered their guns one after another, aiming at Jason and his mother. Clark's expression changed, and he used his super speed to block bullets for Jason's mother and son. When the opposite side finished a wave of shooting and began to change the magazine, he decisively stepped forward and waved to interrupt all the guns, as well as the grenades and spare guns on their bodies. He has never learned joint skills, so he doesn't know how to control people's mobility, so he can only use the iron bars around him to fix everyone. After doing all this, he turned his head to look at the mother and son who were already hugging each other. But just when they all thought that the matter was over, several vents suddenly appeared on the left and right walls of the warehouse, and a puff of smoke sprayed out from them. Clark accidentally inhaled some, and he immediately held his breath, but it was too late. After holding back for a while, he suddenly burst out laughing, which seemed to turn on a switch, and the whole warehouse began to be filled with weird laughter. Everyone was terrified, but they were all laughing. "This is Joker's laughing gas. Die laughing, baby." Joker's giggles came over the radio. Clark's super hearing suddenly heard the sound of ticks coming from every corner of the warehouse. He was startled and immediately understood that it was a bomb. He wanted to save everyone, but the laughing gas took most of his energy, making it difficult for him to control his strength. If he insists on saving everyone, he will probably kill them all by mistake. After some mental struggle, he finally decided to save only 2 people, which gave him enough ability to calm the effects of laughing gas. After completing the psychological construction, Clark stopped hesitation, grabbed Jason and his mother one by one, and flew into the sky. As soon as he left the warehouse, the bomb exploded in an instant, and huge amounts of flames went all the way up, licking the soles of Clark's feet and extending to the sky, until it could no longer reach that height. Clark found an open place to put Jason's mother and child down. He took a deep breath and inhaled a lot of fresh air into his lungs to dilute the laughing gas in his body. After a while, he finally stopped laughing. But he looked at Jason and his mother, still under the influence of the laughing gas, laughing almost breathlessly, tears in their eyes. Clark's clairvoyance could see that the laughter had aggravated their physical injuries, but there was nothing he could do about it. In the end, there was no other way, and Clark called Dane's mobile phone number. "This is Dane." "Dane, it's me, Clark." "Oh? Aren't you in Gotham? Call me for something. I am in trouble. That shitty place in Gotham is troublesome every day, please be more specific." Clark briefly explained what had just happened, and Dane quickly responded. "Don't hang up your phone, wait for me." Clark didn't know why, but he was very obedient. Less than 2 minutes later, just when Clark couldn't help but want to say something, a spaceship with huge amounts of suddenly descended from the sky. Clark could see clearly that this was the one they found in Canada. The spaceship stayed in mid-air, and the rear hatch opened. Dane's voice rang again on the phone, "Why are you still standing there? Hurry up and bring them to the medical cabin." "Oh." Clark immediately came back to his senses, and flew into the cabin with the 2 laughing wildly. The hatch of the spaceship was closed, and it rose at an extremely fast speed, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Not long after, a sports car with a strange shape drove here, and a strong man hidden in a black battle suit stepped out of the car. Seeing the burning ruins in front of him, he looked up to the sky and cried out. "No! Jason!" Chapter 9. On the spaceship, in the medical cabin. Dane beckons Clark to place Jason and his mother on the operating table. He placed his palm on top of Jason's body, and a beam of light radiated downward from his palm, revealing internal organs as if seen through. Multiple broken collarbones, ribs, and shoulder blades, and one bone pierced a lung. "It's a miracle that he's still alive." He thought about it, made a gesture with his hands, and a spell hit Jason, and he finally stopped laughing. The dispelling abnormal status curse seems to be able to eliminate the nerve gas of laughing gas, so it's easy to handle. Thanks again for the wisdom of Solomon, really useful. He used the same spell to remove the laughing gas from Jason's mother, and when he was done he yelled into the air. "Cortana, get ready to give them orthopedic surgery." "Okay, Dane." Clark stared at him blankly. "Cortana. I named it for her, how about it? Can you still name the AI? How strange." Clark asked suspiciously, "When did you become so familiar?" "Just today, when Cortana taught me." Oh, she is really smart. Kryptonians have a very high level of artificial intelligence technology. Thank you for the compliment, Dane. You're welcome. Clark looked at Dane on his spaceship like a duck to water, and felt like he was standing on his feet. Fortunately, he still has a father. By the way, who is this person? Dane asked casually. He had just heard Clark briefly introduce the process, and hadn't had time to ask for his name. The boy's name is Jason and the woman is his mother, that's all I know. Oh, it's Jason. Dane suddenly realized. He stared at the man on the operating table. This is Jason? Was it the Jason he was thinking of? 2 barrels? To explain to friends who are not familiar with DC, Jason Todd is the second generation of Robin. After death, he was resurrected as a Red Hood, and fans nicknamed him Tong and Brother Tong. One of the main characters in the game Batman, Arkham Knight, the handsome Arkham Knight is him. He counted, and the second generation Robin in the DCEU seemed to have died in the past 2 years. In BVS, Batman has a glass cabinet in the Batcave for a set of battle suits, with yellow paint written on it. Ha ha ha, you are a joke Batman, that is the relic of the second generation Robin. That didn't run away. The person who can make a villain like Joker plan to kill him is basically related to Batman. This person is definitely the second barrel. Nice. Dane patted Clark on the shoulder in satisfaction, leaving him scratching his head. You see, isn't this related to Batman? After the second barrel recovered, they brought him in good condition to meet Bruce Wayne. Mother. Surprise, there is Wood. Gotham. Batman drove the Batmobile and chased the sports car in front of him frantically on the street. He didn't care how many facilities and buildings he smashed along the way. Inside the chariot, Batman's stern jaw was clenched, and his hands were tightly grasping the steering wheel, as if he wanted to cut it off. There was a fire within him, a blazing fire of vengeance that could not be extinguished unless it was poured with the blood of his enemy. At this time, the phone rang in the car, and the caller ID was Director Gordon. He answered the phone. What the FK are you doing? Batman is unimpressed. I'm after the Joker. No, you are destroying the city. Watching the live broadcast of the helicopter, Gordon felt his temples throbbing when he saw the countless infrastructure and private property of citizens destroyed by the tanks. Can't you be more careful? Just a little bit. He's running away. Batman dropped a sentence, and suddenly pressed a red button, and the front of the Batmobile unfolded to both sides, revealing the cannon barrel in the middle. Gordon was dumbfounded, and he cursed, "Holy shit!" With a bang, a flame flashed, the rear of the sports car in front was lifted by the explosive shockwave, and the whole car rolled forward. It rolled several times, and it didn't stop until it turned on its back. Inside the car, Joker feels like he's falling apart, but he's not in pain. He watched Batman stepping out of the flames and cried out in delight. That's it baby! Come here, come here! Batman came as he wished, grabbing Joker's purple suit with both hands and lifting him into the air. Then growled in his dull voice, "You killed him. To be precise, I killed him and his mother, and the family reunited." Batman punches Joker in the stomach, knocking him out for the night. Joker vomited and laughed, "Did you not eat? Bat, or is it that little Robin is not worth mentioning at all?" Batman slammed him down, making his upper body close to Mother Earth. Joker felt his head buzzing, and his vision was a little blurry. But he still had a smile on his face and even encouraged his opponent. "Yes, that's it, hatred? Regret. You should hate your powerlessness, regret your ego. Yes, if it weren't for you, little Robin wouldn't have died." Ah! Batman rides on top of Joker and punches him after punch, bruises him beyond recognition. But Joker's eyes are getting brighter, and he looks at Batman like a work of art. And this work is just one step away from completion. Kill me quickly. Kill me with your hatred. But he failed to do so. Gordon arrived, and he and his police officers joined together. 5 or 6 people held Batman tightly to stop him from beating Joker. No. Let him go, let him go. Let him come. Let him kill me. Just one step away, just one step away. Joker roared angrily. He also struggled, but his physical strength had already been exhausted by Batman's beating in the previous chase scene. He could only watch helplessly as he was carried into the police car and missed his last chance. After Joker was sent away, Batman sat down on the ground in a daze, looking at the dark sky in silence. First Barbara, then Jason, how many more people does he have to hurt? Seeing him like this, Gordon knew he was in a bad mood, so he kept his men away and isolated the place. He patted Batman on the shoulder and left without a word of comfort. They had worked together for years, and Gordon knew what a strong man he was. He wouldn't be knocked down, and he didn't need comfort. A few minutes later, Batman stood up again, his stern face returned to calm again, and he got into his chariot. With the roar of the engine, the Batmobile left the scene. At the same time, Jason Todd in the medical cabin opened his eyes. He suddenly raised his upper body, feeling severe pain from all over his body. Please lie down, you just had surgery and need to rest. Cortana's voice sounded abruptly in the cabin, startling him. He turned his head to look around, and when he saw his mother lying on the operating bed safe and sound, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Only then did he have time to take a good look at himself, and when he raised his hand, he found that there were tubes inserted all over his body, and some green unknown liquid entered his body through the tubes. Jason frowned deeply. What is this? These are organic macromolecular concentrates that mend the wounds in your lungs and heal broken bones and muscle tissue. Cortana answered sharply. Who are you? I am the intelligent AI on this ship, and my name is Cortana. Vote? What ship? Jason noticed the point very keenly, but Cortana didn't answer. At the moment the hatch opened, and a burly man in red walked in. It seems that you are recovering well. Jason didn't know him, but it was an indisputable fact that the other party saved himself and his mother. He hesitated and said, "Thank you. You don't have to be polite, it's not me who really saved you." Dane backs away, revealing Clark, still in the battlesuit. Now Jason recognized it, this was the man who was unmoved even in the face of the hail of bullets. Just a brief introduction, he is Superman and I am Shazam. Superman. Jason looked at Clark with a strange expression, but didn't say anything. But Clark looked embarrassed. He looked at Dane helplessly. Dane, this name is really a bit deliberate. Dane interrupted him blankly. Sorry, I'm Shazam, I don't know who you're calling. Clark was even more embarrassed when he heard this. Chapter 10. Dane ignored Clark and turned to Jason. Your wound should heal soon, don't worry, what you need most now is rest. Jason looked at the next bed again, then she. Her injury is less than 1/10 of yours, and she will recover faster than you. Relieved, Jason looked at Clark again. Excuse me, how is Joker? Clark scratched his head in embarrassment, he ran away. Jason clenched his fists. Dane also looked at Clark with some surprise, his eyes seemed to ask, how did you let him escape? Clark was a little embarrassed, that criminal is very cunning. He carefully explained Joker's cruelty and determination to throw away all his subordinates as discards in order to attract his attention. After listening to Dane, he couldn't help but sigh with emotion. He is indeed the villain who was evaluated as the greatest by the real world. Look at his decisiveness. He guessed that Joker would not hide after he ran away, and he probably went to play with Batman again. Except for Batman, everyone else is just appetizers in his eyes. Thinking of this, Dane snapped his fingers. Cortana, take over the satellite signal and find me local news from Gotham. Okay, Dane. Cortana was very obedient and completed the task within a few seconds. Clark hesitated, it seems illegal, doesn't it? Dane pretended to be stupid and said in a daze, is that so? I'm a god who doesn't understand human laws. Clark was speechless. Jason and Batman do this kind of thing a lot, so he doesn't mind, but he's a little curious about Dane's self-proclaimed god. Soon, a virtual screen unfolded in mid-air. This is the picture of the local news in Gotham. The picture was obviously shot in a helicopter. Following the spotlight, everyone could clearly see a dark chariot rampaging on the city road. I don't know how many buildings and facilities were destroyed along the way, and reporters in the news also strongly condemned this behavior. Clark frowned. Dane didn't feel anything. This scene was nothing compared to the demolition of the building in Man of Steel. Then a more exciting scene came. The Batmobile started shape-shifting, and a big. This car is very handsome. If there is a chance, I will buy one. Dane was as excited as if he was watching an action movie, but Clark didn't look so good. It's easy to hurt innocent people like this. Jason was expressionless. Batman pulled out a figure from the overturned car. Jason's pupils shrank suddenly. It was Joker. It seems that he wants to avenge you. Dane smiled meaningfully. So did Jason, who had to admit he was moved as he watched Batman beat Joker with punch after punch. But Bruce didn't succeed. In fact, Batman wanted to kill Joker very easily, and there was no need to use such a rough way. Perhaps in his heart, he also hoped that Gordon could arrive in time to stop him, but when he saw Joker was taken away by the police again, Bruce couldn't help but began to doubt himself in his heart, questioning his own justice. Does all this really make sense? Jason was also disappointed to see Joker escape death again. After this incident, his view of criminals like Joker has changed dramatically. They should die. Instead of going to Arkham. That mental hospital is an amusement park for a guy like Joker. He can come out whenever he wants to, and then bring huge amounts of harm to innocent people. Bruce was wrong. Jason is no longer the former Robin. As you can imagine, it is difficult for him to continue to agree with Batman's don't kill principle. What are your plans next? Dane asked. Jason was a little confused. I don't know either. He has been out in society since he was very young, when his father abandoned the family and his mother left him overwhelmed. Before meeting Bruce, he could only steal for a living. One day when Batman was fighting criminals, Jason stole the wheel of the Batmobile. Bruce noticed his ability because of this, and started to pay attention to him. After some trials, Jason finally succeeded DK and became the second-generation Robin. He and Batman have always disagreed on how to treat criminals. Living at the bottom, Jason has seen the obsession of criminals and advocates their complete elimination. But under Batman's strong insistence, he never got his wish. This Joker incident made him realize that if he continues to act with Batman, such things will definitely happen in the future. Robin's identity has been exposed, and he can no longer act under this name. Jason Todd wants to go it alone. At the moment Jason turns his attention to Dane and Clark. Who are you guys? Dane and Clark looked at each other, as if they had reached an agreement. Our true identities cannot be revealed at will, and I believe you can understand the significance of this. Thinking of himself, Jason nodded in agreement. To put it simply, the hero who saved your mother and child came from an alien planet, and now we are standing on their ancestral spaceship. I believe you have already seen his ability. He is indestructible, invulnerable to water and fire, runs faster than a locomotive, and flies higher than an airplane. In addition, he can see through, and can emit high heat rays through his eyes. Taking a deep breath is larger than the lung capacity of a whale, and the wind he exhales will turn into ice to freeze everything it touches. Dane is so precious, and Jason is already stunned. Is this shit really a person? Clark couldn't listen anymore, he quickly interrupted Dane. Exaggerated, it's okay to say before, but I really don't know how to freeze the breath at the end. Oh? You haven't learned yet? Dane was surprised, and then he waved his hand. sooner or later, if it doesn't work, I can help. Jason is numb, so all the perspective and heat vision in front are real? He looked at Dane. This strong man looked taller than the Superman next to him. He shouldn't be an ordinary person, right? At the moment Clark has not yet reached the peak of his height, and is slightly shorter than Dane, who was sent to the peak by the power of Shazam. So, who are you? Clark seemed to see his chance, and he spoke before Dane. The one in front of you is the real god. What? FK. Jason looked at Dane in shock again. Correct me, I should be considered a half-god. The combination of power and power can be called a true god. Dane only has divine power but no divine power, so he cannot be regarded as a complete god. He is now similar to a demigod like Gilgamesh, and it is easy to kill a god in terms of combat ability. But operations like returning the dead to life and creating life are not possible, because they don't have that authority. Jason received this information suddenly. His mind was a little messed up. He wanted to sort it out quietly. Dane patted him on the shoulder understandingly. I know you can't accept these things for a while, but take your time. The world hasn't changed, she is just like that. It's just that you now know more of the truth than you did before. On the bright side, Batman doesn't know anything yet. Guess what expression he will have when he knows the truth of this world one day. Jason tried to imagine it, and just thinking about it a little bit, he felt that the scene was a little funny. Realizing that he laughed, Jason froze for a moment, and sincerely said to Dane, "Thank you." Dane smiled and said nothing. He had already seen that after this incident, Jason might not meet Batman so soon. Like Nightwing, he already has the idea of flying solo. He still remembers Ye's deafening words in the American drama Titans, FK Batman. Although the Jason of this world is not dead, it seems that the Red Hood will still be born. It's just that Arkham Knight is probably hard to see, which is a pity. He is generally supportive of Jason's choice. Some scumbags can be killed, which is simple and trouble-free. A world like DC really needs a character like the Punisher to deter criminals. Dane and Superman can't do this at will, because with their ability, once the opening of the murder is let go, it is easy to develop a mentality of contempt for human life. The world isn't just paper in Superman's eyes, it's Dane's too. And Batman, who has ability to do this kind of thing, is a bit twisted. It is estimated that this situation will not change for a while. Dane didn't forget that in BVS, Batman was merciless when killing mercenaries. During this period of time, you should stay on the spaceship and recuperate, and then consider where to go after the wind has passed. Jason didn't object. He said to Dane, "Mr. Shazam, can you not tell Batman that I am still alive? Just call me Shazam, no problem, you can choose when to tell him." Jason expressed his thanks again, and he began to feel that Dane was the one in charge here. Dane cared a few words again, then took Clark away. Chapter 11. What are you going to do now? Continue studying. Walking on the bridge, Clark asked Dane. Learning definitely continues, but we have other things to do. What? Invite Batman. Let's put it aside for now. He doesn't know that Jason is still alive. He is probably in a very bad mood now. I'm afraid he will beat you when you go. You know he's no match for me. Clark smiled confidently. Then you want to fight him? Then don't even think about forming a team with him in this life. Dane shook his head. Batman, despite all his problems, had the brains the Justice League needed. Then what's the matter? Are you going to invite others? No, the top priority is not to form the Justice League, but to make money first. Dane just remembered this. Forgive him, since he became Shazam, he no longer needs wealth. As a magic god, the Rock of Eternity is his greatest wealth. But the Justice League needs financial support. The original Genglian's largest investment came from the Wayne Group and part of the official funding. But now they don't have such conditions, so they can only make money by themselves. and it must be legal. It is best to also run a large enterprise and engage in sustainable development. Money can not only help the Justice League solve material problems, it can also help them solve some of the official problems in the beautiful country, a capital country. If you look at the Walter Company in Black Robe Pickets, it's called a booming business, and its relationship network is called an intricate one. So making money is imperative. But this kind of thing touched Clark's blind spot of knowledge, and his super brain obviously didn't have the talent in this area. Throughout all DC comics, Superman is not rich most of the time, even though he actually has the ability to do it in theory. Anyway, Dane didn't understand his idea. According to his idea, letting the intelligent AI on the spacecraft operate casually in the stock market is enough to earn a startup capital. Isn't this a bit of a violation? Clark, my money is legal. But do we really need that much money? Dane rolled his eyes and said bluntly, then you pay me back the money for the 2 sets of clothes I gave you. That's a famous brand, so precious. Clark choked, he's wearing a battlesuit now, where did he get the money from? You're so rich you don't know it. Dane shook his head. Although he only learned some superficial knowledge, it was enough for him to find a way to make money from it. He decided to set up a technology company, and the first product he developed was Quasha's short video. This product has proven its commercial value and profitability in the real world, and has a very complete development process, which Dane only needs to copy. So he quickly came up with a business plan. Clark couldn't understand it, but he was shocked. As a Kryptonian in name, he is actually an old beauty. Clark maintains a duo of legitimate businessmen who can make money, and in his eyes, Dane has the ability to be such a figure. So he dared not say anything more. Definitely, the most important reason for this is that Dane has decided to allocate part of the original stock to him in his plan. Even if something happens to Superman in the future, his wife and mother will not be left alone. As a Superman who saved the world, your mother went bankrupt because the farm was not profitable and went to work as a waiter in the city. Is this plausible? If everyone is so miserable, who will be the hero in the future? No dog. One of Dane's great qualities is his ability to get things done, and he is quick to put his ideas into action. Soon after, a company called Pioneer Technology was established in New York. Then quickly recruited people, purchased equipment, developed products, and finally launched its first product, Quaju, very quickly. Similar to the development of the real world, once Quick Shake was launched, it immediately stimulated the creative passion of the creators. Soon, novel video works such as short videos began to appear on the market. Anyone can create what they want as long as they do not violate laws and regulations, and then share it with everyone. This novel social software quickly conquered young people and spread rapidly. Although it is 10 years earlier than the actual launch time, the technological development of DCEU is slightly faster than the real world, and there are countless hidden black technologies, so the public quickly accepts this novel virtual product. When the number of users officially exceeded tens of millions, countless venture capital organizations waved money and begged to enter the market, but Dane was unmoved. For things like internet technology, you have to burn money in the early stage, and the time to make profits comes later. But when this product is about to make a profit, who wants others to come in and share the meat? Go ahead. Dane began to show inhuman profitability. No one would have imagined that when Pioneer Technology began to lack funds on its books, Dane, the company's president, actually took out a bank loan and invested all the money in the stock market. Everyone is waiting to see this young man stumble. Yes, although Dane uses Shazam's mature appearance, he looks like a 30-year-old at most in the eyes of many capital predators. He is still just a young man. But to everyone's surprise, Dane used the money borrowed from the share pledge to roll around in the stock market a few times, and actually made a huge profit. Pioneer Technology's financial difficulties were solved at once, and it was able to continue to develop. Even the Vanguard fund established by Dane for the convenience of investment has been sought after by countless people. The venture capital organization is a little anxious when they see this situation. This will not work. If the other party has no shortage of money, how can they go in and get a share? When doing business in the capital market, what you are most afraid of is people who can eat alone, and what you are even more afraid of is those who have the ability to eat alone and dare to do so. So Dane soon found out that someone was doing some tricks that were not on the stage. He laughed happily and dared to play tricks with God. So very soon, the wealthy bigwigs found that the killers and mercenaries they had hired were gone forever, and they began to realize that the development of things was somewhat beyond their control. But more troublesome things happened soon. Pioneer Technology also has its own official account on Kwaju. They published a series of videos on the internet, the content of which is the video evidence of a company hiring murder in order to suppress competitors. No one knows how Pioneer Technology obtained these videos, but this undoubtedly caused an uproar among the people. The stocks of the named companies all plunged overnight, and the shareholders lost everything. And Dane took the opportunity to make a fortune in the stock market and made another big profit. Then he used the money to buy the previous company whose stock had plummeted. Although he didn't make much money, he greatly expanded Pioneer's business territory. In the following time, Quick Shake seemed to be the front line of news. Countless video creators who hide their real identities have captured the shady scenes of one big company after another and exposed them to the public. Even many traditional media have begun to get used to finding news materials from Kuaitik videos. After this campaign, Quick Shake became famous in the first battle, and was officially promoted to the leader of new media, which became the most important means for people to understand important news. And it was at this time that Dane officially became a billionaire. It took him only 1 year to go from unknown to number 12 in Forbes. And he still has a lot of hidden wealth that is not known to the public. Just the assets on the surface have already promoted him to a new wealth myth, and along the way, he stepped on the bones of countless capitals. Not only him, but even Clark was promoted to a multimillionaire without doing anything, fully explaining what it means to lie down and win. When Dane told him, he was still in a daze. "So, I'm now a rich man." "Yes, Mr. Rich Man." Dane patted him on the shoulder. It took him a year to finally build a passable heirs. Definitely, this is still far behind the Wayne Group in Gotham, the Lex Group in the Metropolis, and some top oil families and consortiums. We still need to work hard. During this year, Dane is not just busy making money, he will spare some time every day to learn the knowledge in the Kryptonian archives. Anyway, there is magic teleportation, and it is not troublesome to go back and forth. Now I have basically grasped the knowledge in it. The reason why Kwaju burns so much money in the real world is that the cost of user growth is secondary, and the main reason is that the cost of technology development and promotion is relatively large. But for Dane, who has been instilled with Kryptonian knowledge, this low-level programming technique is not difficult. Therefore, Pioneer has almost zero expenditure on technology development, and most of the expenditure is spent on purchasing servers, large supercomputers, and hiring staff. He invested the rest of the funds into another company he founded, Umbrella. This low-key company is Dane's focus, because it is the main place for research and experimentation with black technology. In the future, Dane hopes that it can become a real umbrella for the Earth. Provide technical and logistical support for the Justice League, and definitely make due compensation for the battle damage caused by the heroes. There is also a foundation under the name of Umbrella Corporation, which will be responsible for the restoration of damaged buildings and personnel caused by heroic activities in the future. To be reasonable, it is not unreasonable for Batman and Luthor to hate Superman. According to the style of play in Man of Steel, how many people will die and how much property will be lost. Politicians are not completely unreasonable. They discuss it because the people do have such grievances. Dane hopes that with his participation, this situation can be improved, so that the situation of future superheroes can be better. Chapter 12. Where did Jason go? why haven't I seen him lately? Clark wondered. He told me some time ago that he was going to find a place called League of Assassins. It is said that the place seems to be somewhere in the Arabian Peninsula. It is estimated that he will have to look for it for a long time. How did he think of where to go? And what is the League of Assassins? League of Assassins is the organization that cultivated Batman. Jason wants to go there, probably in pursuit of power. As for why he pursues power, Dane doesn't say that Clark knows it. In this year, the commercial competition against Pioneer technology was extremely fierce. Even if there has not been a blowout of superpowers, the killer who tried to assassinate Dane is not a small person. And these characters are usually solved by Jason. He did not leave after recovering from his injury, but stayed to help out on the grounds of repaying his favor. But Dane knows in his heart that Jason and Bruce have been together for a long time, and they have also contracted some paranoid problems. He stayed to observe what kind of people he and Clark were, and whether they were dangerous to the world. Dane appreciates this quality, because Jason must know that even if he and Clark are not good people, there is absolutely no way to stop it with Jason's own strength, but he did it anyway. But Jason must not have expected that he had been with the two for a long time. In the end, they were overwhelmed by the characters and ideals of the two, and naturally joined the newly created Justice League. And because it was inconvenient for Dane to do business outside, Jason actually became his personal bodyguard in the end, helping him deal with the mercenaries and killers who tried to harm him in malicious ways. At the very beginning, there was no problem. Jason is also the second-generation Robin, Batman's well-trained assistant. Ordinary killers and mercenaries are not his enemies at all. But since those ordinary things were disposed of, more troublesome guys came. First of all, Deadshot, the sharpshooter who has been ranked number 1 on the killer list for many years, never met Jason at all. He sniped at a distance of 2 kilometers. After the bullet passed through the glass window of a building, it actually hit Dane's temple accurately. At that time, Dane was negotiating with others, and suddenly felt a mosquito bite on the head. He touched it casually, but he didn't expect to find a flattened bullet head. Jason, who was standing next to him at the time, realized it later, and when he chased to the shooting position again, the building was already empty. The second time was Deathstroke, but this time the killer came directly to the door, but Jason was no match at all. This is definitely true, and Deathstroke's fighting skills are even better than Batman's. In addition, he doesn't care about human life at all, so he will have the upper hand in many hand-to-hand fights with Batman. If it wasn't for Jason not sticking to the principle of don't kill and making a fatal move, it would be difficult for him to last a few rounds in the hands of Deathstroke. Even so, he finally saved his life with Dane's rescue. As for the death knell, the guy made Dane wave his hand and didn't know where he went. It was at that time that Jason really confirmed that Clark said that Dane is a god without half a lie. He tried his best but couldn't leave half a wound on Deathstroke, and Dane made the other party's life and death unknown with a wave of his hand. Jason now understands how valuable the Justice League that Dane intends to build is, that he is far from qualified. It was from that time that Jason hoped to gain stronger power, but he was only a mortal, and it was impossible for him to possess magical abilities like Clark and Dane. Then he simply maximizes the power he can master, just like Batman, who not only reaches the peak of human beings in physical fitness, but also possesses the top tactical thinking among human beings. He wants to make himself a better person than Batman, so he can only go to the place where Batman was trained, the legendary League of Assassins. So he refused Dane's help, intending to take this journey as a practice, and he hoped to find the place himself. You see, he acted so indifferent to Batman, but actually respected him, so he couldn't help but choose the same path as him. Dane smiled at Clark, who nodded too. They had talked about Batman before, and Clark already knew that Batman was Bruce Wayne. At that time, Clark also sneaked into Gotham and saw it with his clairvoyant eyes. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed that the famous playboy in Gotham was the Dark Knight who was fighting for justice in the streets every night. This shock is no less than when we discover a superhero in the real world, and when the truth is revealed, it turns out to be Wang Shikeng. Are we prepared enough now? Preliminary preparations are almost done. Facing Clark's question, Dane nodded. I remember you said some time ago that you designed a Justice League meeting place. Yes, it was built by Umbrella. It is a building located in the suburbs of the West Coast. It is close to the sea and has a very nice view. Clark was a little surprised. Oh? It was built so soon? I remember it was only a few months. Dane sighed and patted Clark. Clark, technology is the primary productive force. When will you understand this truth? With the knowledge in the Kryptonian archives, it is normal to have such a construction speed. I am afraid that it will be too shocking, and I am more restrained. Now Umbrella's production workshop has begun to be replaced with intelligent robots, and Cortana is in charge of scheduling. In order to make it easier for her to better control these robots, and also to allow her to have a better working environment on Earth, Dane also redesigned a brain for her. It was a huge amount of beam of light, and it stood in that mansion on the West Coast, where Clark's Kryptonian spaceship and his baby's rescue pod were also parked. In order to better protect these properties, Dane also set up a magic circle around the building. There are magic spells to drive away idlers, protection spells, and alarm spells to ensure that when someone attacks, he can protect himself immediately and send him an alarm. Over the past year, Dane has also learned a lot of practical spells through Solomon's wisdom. He always feels that the one given by Solomon in the power of Shazam is the real cheat, and he is really easy to use. He once met Solomon's spirit when he was meditating, and talked to each other. It's a pity that it is an ethereal like artificial intelligence, and can only answer questions according to the established procedures. But it is enough to guide him. Now he understands why the necromancer disappeared so reassuringly. The power of emotional Shazam actually comes with an instruction manual. So we can finally continue to invite new members now? To tell you the truth, I've been getting rusty recently. In addition to helping Martha at home in the past year, Clark just went to observe those reserve teammates that Dane mentioned, and he was generally very free. The most important thing is that he no longer needs to go out to work after he has become a multimillionaire. Taking care of Jonathan's farm has become his biggest hobby. It felt as if Jonathan was still with him. But he listened to Dane's suggestion, and would go to space to bask in the sun from time to time, and his ability was steadily improving. Don't worry, this time we are going to invite a hero who cares about the overall situation. Who? Wonder Woman. Didn't you say she was in Pakistan? Your news is outdated. I just received new news. She is back due to work adjustments. Where? She's working in a museum in Washington now. Then shall we go there now? Don't worry, always send Zhang Jianzi a notice first, otherwise it would be impolite. What Cambodian? Dane flicked his hand into the air, and a screen unfolded. He reached out and clicked on a file, and a black and white photo appeared. Above is a group of soldiers, and a woman standing in the C position. Her clothes are different from ordinary people. She is wearing a battle armor. This is a photo from World War I. Dane explained. Even Luther could get hold of the photo, let alone Dane. Diana must have had an original copy of the photograph, but that thing was already becoming an antique, and no matter how careful it was, it would be difficult to preserve it. So Diana must have scanned an electronic file and saved it into the computer before the photo was completely damaged, and Cortana discovered that computer was connected to the internet. Dane, you're violating personal privacy. Dane ignored him, edited a message, and sent it along with the photo. Chapter 13. Washington, Smithsonian. Diana is carefully restoring a marble statue that is thousands of years old and has a strong Greek art style. It's her type. Just as she was concentrating on her work, there was a notification sound for an email message from the computer. Diana continued to work for an hour before she put down the tools in her hand and went to the computer to read. But she frowned quickly. I saw a photo attached to the mailbox, which was the one she took with her comrades back then. Diana didn't know how it got around. This is followed by a sentence below the photo. Dear Your Royal Highness Diana Prince, we have no malicious intentions, we just hope to meet and talk with you. Tomorrow at the moment, we will come to meet you, hope to see you soon. Your future friends, Shazam and Clark Kent. Diana stretched her brows, and suddenly smiled slightly. A good friend from the future. She turned her gaze back to the photo, a trace of nostalgia flashed in her eyes. The next day, Diana deliberately came to her studio early and told her assistant not to disturb. Then she sat quietly in the studio, reading the latest archaeological journals to pass the time. Without keeping her waiting, a breeze blew up in the studio soon, and Diana sensed the breath of magic. At this time, there was a knock on the studio door. Please come in. Diana knew that it was absolutely impossible for her to be a colleague outside the door. Sure enough, as soon as the door opened, the opposite side was a scene that had never been seen before. There is the Rock of Eternity, and there are two tall and handsome men standing outside the door. It was Dane and Clark, who were well dressed without looking too formal or too casual. Diana recognized Dane at a glance, and her expression was a little subtle. As the president of Pioneer Technology, although Dane has always kept a low profile, it is impossible for him to completely hide himself in today's fast-paced world. Some media publicity, coupled with his name hanging high on the wealth list, it is easy for those who are interested to remember him. Diana also has her own account on Quaju. Although she is almost 1,000 years old, Her Royal Highness claims to be a young man who understands trends very well. Excuse me, Princess Diana, Prince of the Amazons, or should I say, Wonder Woman. As usual, Dane opened first, and Clark stood aside just smiling. Diana stood up and shook Dane's hand. Didn't expect Dane Davis, the famous president of Pioneer Technology, to be a necromancer, hey? Impossible. The moment the two held hands, Diana actually felt a vast divine power from him. Among them was the breath of her deceased father, Zeus. Diana's relaxed expression no longer became dignified in an instant. Dane clearly felt that this female Amazonian warrior had officially entered the battle state, and if she didn't say the next sentence, she might not start fighting immediately. He first praised the opponent's combat quality, and then explained calmly. Please temporarily accept your hostility, how about listening to my explanation? I have to say that good looks are good for a person. Seeing Dane's handsome face, Diana felt that it was hard to think of evil people. She hesitated for a moment and then relaxed. Thanks. Dane then explained to her the origin of Shazam's power, which was the first time Clark knew about him. He stared at Dane with wide eyes. Why didn't you tell me about this before? You didn't ask me either. Dane didn't care. At first, it was because they were not familiar with each other, and with Dane's cautious habit, he kept a hand. Later, it was because he was too familiar and wanted to find a chance to talk about it but couldn't find it. He couldn't just talk to Clark and tell his secret when he was free, right? This is not a confession, how disgusting. So it dragged on and he forgot about it. Clark didn't say a word, just sat aside and sulked. He was not the first to know about such a big thing. Dane ignored him and continued to Diana. The power of Shazam is a magical contract signed with the 6 gods. I only need to read the spell to obtain the power of the 6 gods at the same time. As the price or responsibility for this power, I must become the defender of magic, and the Asgardian of the human world. He didn't hide this information, because Diana had a truth line. Rather than accidentally being tricked out of the truth in future actions and causing estrangement from the other party, it is better to speak clearly from the beginning. Diana didn't believe Dane's words. She has been in the human world for nearly 100 years. Diana is no longer the innocent girl who just came out of the island. As expected by Dane, she opened her hands, and at some point took out a bundle of mantra cables that radiated golden light. Presumably this is the truth cable. Dane looked at the rope and laughed. Diana's eyes flashed. You know a lot. Dane said modestly, I only know what I should know. Then you must also know that the power of the mantra cable can't even be resisted by God. He definitely knows that in the animated movie Flashpoint Paradox, Wonder Woman even used the mantra to ask Shazam to shout Shazam to undo the transformation, and finally slaughtered the Shazam family. That's why he put insurance on the word Shazam in the first place. Are Black Adam and Billy Batson stupid? Don't want to make up for such a big weakness? Dane took the initiative to wrap the mantra around his hands a few times to show his sincerity. Diana received his sincerity, and most of her guard was lowered, but she still asked a few questions cautiously. The focus is on Earth's future apocalypse and the Justice League. Dane has foreshadowed some of the future to her, but she has to confirm it again. What you said just now, is it true that there will be a series of disasters in the future? It's true, and it's probably far more serious than you think. What exactly might happen? The first is Seaside City, where the first Earthling to join the Green Lantern Corps will be born. The first strong enemy he will face is the Parallax Monster. This is an enemy that even the Green Lantern Corps fears. If it really comes, it will easily destroy the Earth. Next is General Zod. He is a Kryptonian leader. He has a group of Kryptonian soldiers who are infinitely powerful and have the same ability as Superman. In addition, their Kryptonian technology is far superior to that of the Earth, and it is very easy to destroy human civilization. Diana doesn't know what Superman's level is, but it must not be easy for a demigod like Shazam to praise infinite strength. Next is Steppenwolf. He is Darkseid's subordinate. Diana's body shook. She didn't know the enemy in front of her, but she was familiar with Darkseid. Since she was a child, she has often heard her mother Hippolyta tell the story of the age of heroes in ancient times, when all races worked together to repel the Dark Lord Darkseid. But it's not Darkseid who came here, it's a blessing in misfortune. As soon as she thought that, Dane shattered the fantasy. The Steppenwolf will discover that there is information about the anti-life equation hidden on the Earth, and he will report it to Darkseid, drawing his attention to the Earth. Needless to say, Darkseid will definitely make a trip to Earth himself. Now that the Earth is like a plate of loose sand, can it still repel the Dark Lord as before? Diana didn't ask any more questions. The future was too bad, and she was only embarrassing herself by asking. She had completely believed Dane's words. She put away the mantra with a serious expression, and solemnly said, "You just said that you formed a team? I'll join." As expected, Wonder Woman really is a person who takes care of the overall situation. But then she made a request. "You two look very strong, would you like to compete with me?" When Diana said this, Dane was sure he saw it clearly, it was excitement. That's right, she probably hasn't had a good fight for a long time, and she finally met two guys who looked very powerful, how could she let them go so easily? Is this necessary? Clark scratched his head, what's the matter with this sense of sight? Okay, then you come first. Who knew that Diana was completely disobedient, she pointed to Clark who spoke first, and directly finalized the first candidate. Clark was dumbfounded. Chapter 14. Under Dane's persuasion that watching the excitement is not a big deal, Clark finally agreed. The most important thing is that all the girls have taken the initiative to invite them to fight. Doesn't it look awkward if he doesn't accept it? Clark is only 26 years old, and he has a lot of self-esteem. Dane quickly entered the melon-eating mode. He raised his hands and clapped his hands, and the surrounding scene changed instantly. This time it was a place shaped like the Colosseum in ancient Rome. However, compared to the one on Earth, the area of this Colosseum is wider, enough for two gods to create. Dane sits in the best viewing position with umbrellas, cocktails, melon, and fruit snacks. He also acted as a referee, only to hear him pointing to his throat, and launched the loud voice curse. Ladies and gentlemen, the first fighting competition is about to begin. Has he always been this lively? Diana looked at Dane in the stands, and a question mark slowly appeared in her head. You want to say you deserve a beating? Clark smiled helplessly. I think it's okay. Diana's answer was unexpected. But the place, the setting, did remind her of her days on Paradise Island, where fighting tournaments like this were often held. Diana felt the passion of fighting for the first time in a long time. She grabbed the casual clothes on her body and tore them off, revealing the champion armor inside. Under the blue battle skirt was a meter-long leg, and her left and right hands held the Vulcan sword and the divine power respectively. Shield. Seeing that Clark was empty-handed, she asked strangely, "Don't you use weapons?" "I don't need a weapon." Clark puffed out his chest confidently. "Oh? I hope you can still be so confident for a while." Diana thought that the other party looked down on her, and she was a little angry. She jumped forward and jumped 10 meters straight, and the Vulcan sword slashed towards Clark with awe-inspiring power. Dane is very excited, he already has BGM in his mind. If at the moment had a broadcast speaker for wide area playback, the atmosphere would be great. Doing whatever comes to mind has always been Dane's good quality. He snapped his fingers, and 4 loudspeakers suddenly appeared in the Colosseum, with rapid drumbeats and passionate music sounding from inside. It's that wonder. Woman's wrath. What? They. Clark wanted to take the sword forcefully, but a sudden sense of crisis enveloped his whole body. He took a step back, and the Vulcan sword cut open his casual clothes, revealing the blue battle suit inside. Clark looked at her in shock, he just had a premonition that this sword could cut his body. He didn't dare to be careless anymore, he tore off the outer casual clothes with both hands, and the S on the chest was eye-catching. Diana charged again, stabbing out with a sword, but she was obviously a little slower than Superman, and that alone was enough for him to avoid the point of the sword. Clark then threw a punch, but Diana predicted his movement and blocked the divine shield there first. Even so, she was sent flying by Clark's invincible force and crashed into the audience stands of the Colosseum. In the ruins, Diana finally understood what Dane meant by infinite power, and Hercules was probably nothing more than that. Are you okay? Clark flew over nervously. It's okay, let's continue. Diana climbed up from the gravel as if nothing had happened, and looked at Clark with some excitement. You are really strong. You are also very good. Clark told the truth that besides Dane, this was the first time he had seen anyone fight him without getting hurt. Dane saw it more clearly on the stage, and Wonder Woman's fighting experience and skills were better than Clark's for sure. But her basic attributes are worse. The demigod gave her physical fitness beyond ordinary people, but this quality is obviously not comparable to that of Kryptonians. However, there are too many divine outfits on Wonder Woman. The champion armor is equivalent to a layer of wearable biological force field, which protects her from ordinary physical attacks and has the function of strengthening the body's ability. The divine shield can effectively resist energy attacks, and it contains a rule attribute. If the shield is not broken, people behind the shield will not be hurt by any energy and physical attacks. The Sword of Vulcan, the sword that can cut from the subatomic level, is even enough to break through the biological force field of the Kryptonians. Rather than calling it the Vulcan sword, it is more appropriate to call it break all things. The Guardian Silver bracelet can absorb external damage and store it, and when the bracelets hit each other, a powerful shockwave will be released. The Starlight Crown looks like a decoration, but it can be used as a boomerang. It's tough. Coupled with the mantra rope and the winged shoes, this is almost armed to the teeth. Her brother, the god of war, died unjustly. And Dane also knows that, as Zeus's own daughter, Diana can still use Zeus's thunder at critical moments, and his thunder and lightning may not have much effect on Diana. But Diana is not without flaws, her fighting skills are all learned in the Amazons. Amazons can't fly. Therefore, they rely on the power of the earth to fight, and air combat is absolutely doomed, because they cannot borrow strength. In addition, despite the strengthening, her absolute speed is still far behind Superman and Shazam. The reason why she can fight back and forth with Clark now is because she is guiding the rhythm of the battle, so she can always predict in advance. As long as Clark uses his super brain seriously, he should be able to figure out these key points quickly, but judging from what Dane knows about him, it's not enough. Because Clark is not a fighter, he will not take the initiative to find a way to knock down the opponent, especially if the person in front of him is still his teammate. But he's also subconsciously assimilating Wonder Woman's fighting techniques, accepting some of them as part of his own. So Diana soon found that she couldn't move the opponent. Clark defended herself firmly like a tortoise shell, and an attack from time to time could also effectively disrupt her fighting rhythm. The fighting wisdom contained in this is not small, but it is not what Diana hopes. She soon felt a little depressed, so she stopped attacking. This is not a fight at all. Clark didn't feel anything, but was puzzled. Aren't we discussing each other? Clark, you suck too much, my grandma can beat you on the internet. Dane booed in the stands, this discussion is really nothing to watch. Maybe it was because he couldn't raise hostility at all, or because he knew that Diana's ability was not as good as Dane's, so he didn't dare to let go of the fight like he did when he sparred with Dane. Heat vision doesn't work, freeze breath doesn't work, he doesn't even fly to bully his opponent with air superiority. Hearing Dane's ridicule, Clark grabbed the 1-ton boulder on the ground, threw it to the stands with his hands, and cursed as he threw it. Shut up, I haven't settled with you for turning on the stereo. Seeing the boulder approaching, Dane shattered it with a flash of lightning, but he didn't care, and retorted. You're going to make Diana question the strength of the Justice League. Clark was so angry that the veins on his forehead popped out, and he felt his blood pressure go up. Diana envied their friendship, an emotion she hadn't experienced for a long time. But she still challenged Dane. How about you show off the strength of the Justice League? Dane was not stage frightened either. He flew down the Colosseum and raised his eyebrows at Clark as he passed by. He was so angry that he wanted to hand in hand with Dane on the spot. You'd better go up, this is my stage. With a snap of Dane's fingers, Clark was instantly moved to the stand, where Dane had just been, and those things were still there. Sorry, with magic you can really do whatever you want. Clark had no choice but to sit down and watch the show. Diana's stance was ready, but Dane struck her first, and lightning suddenly struck her from both hands. There was no sign when he started it, like raising his hand, it felt so sudden, but Diana still guarded it. Yes, this is the feeling of fighting. In battle, you can do whatever it takes to win, as long as it works. If crotch warding works, Wonder Woman will use it too. It's just that she won't use that kind of indiscriminate means when sparring, so Diana fully uses her Amazon fighting ability. Dane had just watched her fight on stage, so he handled it with ease. He also absorbed part of Diana's fighting skills like Clark, but he was more inclined to attack, so the two fought fiercely. There was a thunderous sound in the Colosseum, as if it was about to blow up the entire sky. Chapter 15. Dane punched out, and Diana flew upside down with her shield and body, smashing into the wall. The stone wall smashed against them, crisper than a block of tofu, and the smoke from the explosion was almost 2 or 3 feet high. He was merciless, taking advantage of the time difference when Diana fell to the ground and lost her balance. He directly swung the thunder in his hand and hit the opponent accurately. Diana felt the pressure, but it only made her more ready to fight. She jumped up, let out a high-pitched battle cry, and the Vulcan sword slashed down. Dane backed away, as if he could still feel the sharp cutting force on the blade. He waved a punch, and Diana dodged it. Not only is he absorbing Diana's fighting skills, Diana is also adapting to his fighting rhythm. She slammed into Dane's waist with a shield of divine power, took advantage of the brief moment when he bent over, raised her long legs, and kicked the lightning mark on his chest. Dane flew with the trend, hovered at a low altitude, raised his hand and threw out another bolt of lightning. Diana resisted with a shield, and the lightning attack stopped. Seeing Dane approaching again, she quickly put the shield behind her back. With a slap on the wrists of both hands, the divine power exploded outward. The air was blasted by the shockwave with a harsh buzz. Dane stood on the ground and was pushed back by the shockwave. His feet plowed the ground, slipped out of 2 furrows, and stopped with friction. Suddenly, Dane felt his arm tighten. He looked down and smiled. It was the truth. With all her strength, Diana couldn't make Dane move a step. Hercules is a mighty force that can support the heavens. If you want to shake it, Diana is afraid that it is still close. It's almost the same as Clark. With strength in his arms, Dane grabbed the rope of truth and pulled Diana to him. With one hand he grabbed the shoulder straps she used to hold the shield, lifted Diana up, and gave her a hard headbutt. With a boom, the explosion sounded far away, and Diana flew upside down again. This sound made Clark feel pain when he heard it on stage. This collision, Hawkswind didn't give Diana a concussion. She shook her head, her black hair fluttering in the wind. Dane stood still, waiting for her to recover. This is just a discussion, there is no need to beat the dog in the water. A demigod is a demigod, and Diana recovered very quickly. Although she doesn't have Achilles' courage, she still has the highest enthusiasm and strong fighting spirit for battle. Come again. Good. Dane also stayed with him to the end. As the scope of the collision gradually expanded, the Colosseum collapsed in half again, and Dane felt more and more disadvantaged without weapons. Although most weapons can't hurt him, but artifacts can, he can't just fight empty-handed when facing such an opponent, can he? The stalemate between him and Diana was largely caused by not having a weapon in hand. Facing the Vulcan sword, even if you have a god body, you have to give up 3 points. No. He must have his own artifact. He may not use it, but he absolutely cannot. He didn't know where else he could get the masterless artifact, but he thought, maybe he could make one himself? You said that if you took Poseidon's trident, would he be unhappy? Forget it, if the High People find out, I'm afraid there will be a war. It's really unnecessary. As the battle progressed, Diana became more and more comfortable with Dane's lightning. She knew that this was because Dane was originally not hostile, and the power of thunder and lightning came from Zeus. She also saw that, although Dane shot harder than Clark, he also played very restrained overall. He didn't bully her with super speed, nor did he take advantage of his excellent air brake ability. Standing on the ground and fighting the Amazons, this is to save face for her, so there is this seemingly evenly matched situation in front of her. She has already enjoyed the game, so this discussion can end. Let's call it a day. Diana took the initiative to stop, and Dane stopped in time. Are you satisfied? She nodded and thrust the Vulcan sword and shield back into her back. So, that person named Zid, is he as strong as you? Dane nodded. He will probably be stronger, but our strength is still in the growth stage, and it should not be much different by then. He deliberately said that Zid's strength was stronger in order to put some pressure on Diana. From today's sparring, it can be seen that she has not experienced a close battle for too long, and her state has declined a bit. It's no wonder that a guy like Steppenwolf dared to hit 4, and almost succeeded. Wonder Woman's Master C didn't hold up well. She was clearly capable of solo killing even the god of war. Now she should have some motivation to increase her strength a bit. Sure enough, when she heard Dane say that, her face also became serious. I need more training. Don't worry, Umbrella will prepare the training ground and tools for you. Umbrella? I thought your company was called Pioneer. That's my other company, specially prepared for, like us. Dane gave her a you-know look. At this time Clark flew down from the stands. Finished. It's over. Dane looked at them and nodded in satisfaction. The Justice League already has 3 god-level battle strengths, and the table strength is enough. Now a master tactician is needed to plan the battle strength. Bruce Wayne, what's your situation now? Gotham, Wayne's old house. We have 3 special guests today. 3 gods descended from the sky and landed on the lawn in front of Wayne Manor. It has been more than half a year since Clark came last time, and earth-shaking changes have taken place here. Definitely, is the bad side. The weeds grew to be as tall as a person, as if no one had ever taken care of them, and the fallen leaves were piled up and no one cleaned them. The autumn wind blows, and the bare branches sway gently. The fallen leaves all over the ground flew up and hit the door of the old house, as if no one had ever lived here. Just in the past year, it feels like this old house has been completely dilapidated and turned into an uninhabited haunted house. But the 3 of them clearly felt that there was someone in the room, even though there was only one. Is this where the person you said lived? Looking at the dilapidated scene in front of her, Diana frowned slightly. He doesn't look like he's having a good time. Bruce Wayne's butler is a very good person. When he became Batman for activities, in addition to helping him manage the company's property, he also provided Batman with logistical support. Dane used his magic power to change into a suit of casual clothes for the 3 of them. Wearing a battle suit is too eye-catching. Diana looked at the lady's windbreaker on her body and thanked her with a smile. He continued, with such an excellent butler, Bruce Wayne shouldn't have made his home like this. Unless he is deliberately exiling himself and giving up on himself. It seems that what happened to Jason hit him hard at the time, and his indifference at that time was just an act of faking. Clark frowned. He would occasionally visit Gotham after that day. At that time, Bruce was still active as Batman, and he thought the other party had already come out. Let's go in and have a look. Dane took the lead and pushed open the door of the house. The wooden door made the sound of being in disrepair, which is strange, it's only been a few months. The 3 of them walked in and found that the furnishings inside were still very clean. It seems that the outside is not taken care of, but the inside is as usual. Dane is really envious of Bruce now, with such a good housekeeper, no wonder he dares to wander around outside. Dane felt that Alfred could use his ability on a higher stage, such as the Justice League, and it would be too wasteful to just stay in Gotham. While Cortana was good, some things always needed to be done by a human. Clark, can you see him? Definitely, he's in the basement, in a sort of kitchen. Clark's clairvoyance is always handy in finding people. What is he doing there? Diana wondered. I see the bottle, Clark replied. It's not okay to use alcohol to relieve your worries. Alcohol can easily corrode the brain and spirit. Let's go. The 3 walked into the kitchen and found that there were empty wine bottles all over the floor, and the air was filled with the pungent smell of alcohol. A man with disheveled hair was lying dead on the ground paved with wine bottles, motionless. He stinks. Diana took a sniff, covered her nose in disgust and backed away. As if sensing someone, the man lying on the ground moved, and then just continue to sleep. Clark couldn't believe it was Bruce Wayne. He took 2 quick steps and lifted him up easily. The messy hair was spread out, it was Bruce Wayne's face. He slightly opened his dim sleepy eyes, and exhaled an alcoholic breath. Who the hell are you? Mr. Chapter 16. Bruce, what's wrong with you? What are you doing? Who are you? What does it matter to you? Clark had good intentions, but Bruce didn't appreciate it at all. He picked up a bottle on the ground and blew on it. But the bottle of wine was empty, and Bruce threw it away without a drop for a long time. Wine? Alfred, where's my wine? Are you sure he's the one we're looking for? I'm pretty sure Diana, even though he's a drunk now, he's a smart guy when he's sober. But Dane soon felt something was wrong, judging by Bruce's appearance, he was like this for a day or two. If you haven't been out for such a long time, what kind of chaos has Gotham become? The city gave me a very bad feeling, gloomy and damp. Diana accurately pinpointed the characteristics of Gotham. Don't underestimate this place. The villains who come out of here may not be very powerful, but they basically have two unique skills. Some people even got a nuclear warhead, and if Batman didn't handle it in time, there would be a good fireworks show here. But when we just came here, we clearly saw that the place was calm and nothing happened. That's why I worry more. In a place like Gotham, calm is more terrifying than chaos. Because you don't know what lies beneath the surface of calm. It seems that you know Gotham very well. This sentence was said by Bruce, who seemed to be completely drunk, and no one thought that he was sober. When did you wake up? Clark looked at him stupidly, feeling like a fool. From the time you entered this house. Bruce pushed Clark's hand away roughly, and briefly ran through his hair. Dane pondered, how many surveillance cameras have you installed in this house? Bruce said coldly, everywhere you can see is there. Well, now it's time for me to ask, who are you? We are the Justice League. Clark puffed out his chest proudly. Bruce nodded, not knowing if he listened, and then he asked. How did you know my real identity? Oh, this, in fact, many people in Gotham know your real identity. As Dane said, Bruce's face trembled, and he continued to make up the knife. Look, Batman needs money for props, high-tech equipment, etc. He comes out every night, which proves that he has enough free time. With money and leisure, plus Bruce Wayne just returned to Gotham, Batman started to appear, and most importantly. Dane looked at him strangely. Do you think that if you cover the upper half of your face, no one will recognize your chin? Your beauty gap is very obvious. The beauty groove is commonly known as the buttocks and chin, which is a very obvious groove on the chin. Bruce's groove is quite deep, and his personal identity is very heavy. In fact, the villains in Gotham who didn't discover Batman's true identity were more because they were not familiar with Bruce Wayne, otherwise they would have recognized it at a glance. At the moment, after listening to Dane's analysis, Bruce's face was completely darkened, and Bingshan's face was almost tense. He could only reluctantly hold his respect, and said in a low voice, What do you want to do here? You have phlegm in your throat? Why are you talking like that? Now Bruce can't hold back anymore. Who are you? You, it's very rude to tell people short stories, you know that? I don't. Hey, that's the right way to talk. They're all our own people, so why pretend? Bruce turned away, not wanting to talk to Dane anymore. Diana and Clark snickered at the same time, feeling that Dane was too damaged. Only then did Dane get serious. We are here to invite you to join the Justice League. Justice League? Is this a third-rate Boy Scout organization? Bruce scoffed, dismissively. Dane rolled his eyes and nodded thoughtfully. You're right, all three of us are Boy Scouts. But no matter what, criminals will not be caught and released like villains in a house-playing game, let go and caught, and go round and round. Bruce looked at Dane with red eyes. What do you know? What right do you have to say that? Dane said a few names lightly, Rachel, Barbara, Jason. Every time a name is said, Bruce's momentum becomes weaker. The shrewdness that he pretended to be capable of quickly dissipated, and he became the drunken look again. I appreciate that you can adhere to the principle of no killing, but the way of execution is too extreme. Dane speaks without mercy. You know very well that some criminals are beyond cure, and procedural justice cannot sentence them to death. That's why Gotham is so chaotic. This city originally lacked the determination to punish evil, so it needs you, Batman, to help it exercise this necessary justice. Isn't the execution of the murderous maniac a necessary justice? These words made Clark frown, and he was more inclined to Batman's don't kill principle. But his reasons are different from Batman's. Clark is naturally not fond of killing. On the other hand, Diana on the side agreed with Dane's words. For her, the complete physical elimination of an enemy is the easiest and most effective means if necessary. Justifiable violence is always needed, and it is precisely because ordinary people cannot do it that they hope that heroes can do it for them. Help them to implement the simple justice in their hearts. No, we can't do that. Bruce muttered to himself. We must have a bottom line to prevent us from becoming the same as criminals. If we are out of control, who else can stop us? Justice stained with blood, what kind of justice is it? We have no right to take another's life, even if he is a criminal. Dane approached him and whispered. Bruce, have you ever thought that from the first day you put on a battle suit to fight criminals, you are already a criminal? Does the law give you the power to arrest them? Does the law give you the power to lynch? You hide in the Batcave every day and use the monitor to spy on the privacy of the whole city. Who gave you such power? He snapped. You dragged Barbara, DK, and Jason, good boys, did you protect them? No. You let lunatics like Joker torture them and kill them. This is all your fault. Bruce's eyes were glazed, and he seemed deaf. Dane stood up and looked down at him. You shouldn't be like this. It's because the official power can't punish crazy criminals like Joker, Riddler, and Scarecrow that you decided to come forward, right? Since it's been done, since you've become Gotham's Dark Knight, why don't you do it a little more thoroughly? Remember what I just said? Gotham has been a little too peaceful recently. Dane's words seemed to wake him up. Bruce raised his head suddenly and stared at him. What do you mean? Don't look at me like that, like I have some bad intentions. Let me ask you, based on what you know about your old friends, is it normal to be so quiet during this time? As soon as Dane finished speaking, as if it was an appointment, Bruce's watch sounded an alarm. It's from the supercomputer in the Batcave. Usually when this thing goes off it means someone is up to something big in Gotham again. Bruce ignored the three of them and went straight to his room. Dane was not polite to him, and took Clark and Diana to catch up. Bruce saw them following, but still ignored them. He pressed a certain wall in the room, palm print recognition, the secret room opened, and there was an elevator inside. Dane climbed up familiarly. Clark and Diana looked at each other and followed curiously. Bruce still didn't respond. The lift took the four people deep underground, and finally stopped in a dark cave. As soon as Bruce stepped onto the platform, lights lit up around him, and the dark cave was illuminated. This is the Batcave, Batman's secret base. Clark and Diana looked at the surrounding furnishings and buildings curiously, especially focusing on those technological products whose technological level was significantly higher than those on the market. Bruce sat on the seat in the main control room, turned on the computer, and an intercepted news was played on the big screen. It shows a bust of a man with a hood, a ragsack-like mask over his face, and what looks like a breathing mask over his mouth. He is a Scarecrow. This was a live broadcast 5 minutes ago. In the lower left corner of the live broadcast, there was a small screen showing a massacre in a restaurant. In the small screen, a police officer shot and killed surrounding citizens like crazy. And the citizens are also killing each other, they seem to be dominated by some kind of hallucination. I saw the Scarecrow saying on the big screen. This demonstration was made with only 5 ounces of my new gas, and tomorrow, the demonstration will only look like a child's play. Guests of Gotham, you're only getting this one warning. Chapter 17. Clark looked at the restaurant on the news and felt as if he had seen it somewhere. When he saw the police officer who was arrested for intentional homicide, he suddenly remembered that it was Officer Owens. And that restaurant was Polly's diner that he visited when he first arrived in Gotham a year ago. It's also where Clark first met Jason Todd. The Scarecrow's words quickly caused panic in Gotham City. 10 minutes later, frightened citizens gathered at the gate of the Gotham police station. The wording was harsh and demanded that the police severely punish the murderer. But I'm not bragging, the Gotham Police Department doesn't have this ability. Except for Director Gordon and his subordinates who can do something, the others can't even make soy sauce. Even Commissioner Gordon couldn't figure out how much of his staff was sand thrown in by the gangsters. This has caused him a lot of trouble recently, and his hairline has receded visibly. But the operation to capture the Scarecrow made no progress. In the darkness of Gotham City, there seems to be an invisible hand, obstructing the police and escorting the Scarecrow. Seeing that 24 hours were about to pass, but the police did not make any progress, and many citizens began to flee together. Those guys who are generally good people can't stand this crazy city anymore, and fled Gotham with their families. And the villains who are down to the bone see it as a paradise, and they start to party. They were looting all over the city, and no one was afraid of Batman, because the Bat hadn't been around for a long time. It must be dead. The villains take this chance to commit atrocities in the city. Yesterday, there were 6.3 million people in Gotham City. But today, not so much. The only people left on the streets are those who have taken advantage of the riots. Criminals, scum, and worse, not enough good people left to stop them. During these 24 hours, the 3 members of the Justice League witnessed the fall of the city. It only took 24 hours for Gotham to go from the peaceful years to the hell on Earth. I never thought order would collapse so quickly. Clark couldn't help being shocked. Even I have rarely seen such a corrupt situation. Is it really necessary to save this city? Strictly speaking, Wonder Woman has seen more serious scenes than this. The wishing stone of the God of Lies also caused huge troubles around the world. But that was because there were God's black hands messing up the situation behind the scenes, and this was the first time she had seen a disaster caused purely by an individual. They all turned their attention to Bruce Wayne, the Dark Knight of Gotham. In fact, after the Scarecrow released the threatening live broadcast, Clark proposed to let the 3 of them catch criminals, but Bruce refused. The man was skeptical of strangers, especially with Dane's ideas. He was afraid that the 3 of them would help, but Dane killed the prisoner directly. Bruce hasn't given up on his procedural justice. Perhaps aware of Bruce's determination, Dane did not intervene in this matter. But he chose to sit on the sidelines, in case Batman couldn't handle the situation completely out of control. The Justice League is now vaguely headed by Dane, so neither Clark nor Wonder Woman objected to his decision. Dane said to Bruce that if he can't solve this problem in time for the Scarecrow to release the new gas on a large scale, then the 3 of them will take action directly. They can't just sit back and watch the city turn into a dead city like this, can they? So in the past 24 hours, not only the police were looking for it, but Bruce was also tracking the traces of the Scarecrow. Soon, with the help of Oracle, he found the Scarecrow's cobweb horse track. The Oracle is Barbara Gordon, the former Batgirl and daughter of Commissioner Gordon. She has provided technical support for Batman as Oracle since she was shot by Joker and left her lower body paralyzed years ago. Director Gordon never knew about this. He thought that Barbara's paralysis was the criminal's revenge against him, and he always felt deeply guilty about it. Bruce, Dad just called me to get out of Gotham. Bruce's busy movements froze suddenly, he didn't know what he should say. If she could, Barbara shouldn't have taken the risk herself, especially not in her physical condition. But before he could say anything, Barbara continued. I promised him, but I won't leave. Gotham still needs me, and you need my help. After speaking, Barbara turned off the communication, leaving only Bruce to continue to prepare silently. Dane watched all this with cold eyes, and Clark and Diana seemed touched. At this moment Alfred came to them with 3 cups of hot coffee. Coffee. Thank you, Alfred. Dane nodded his thanks. Alfred hurried back to the manor shortly after the Scarecrow live broadcast. Because he knew that once this time came, even Bruce, who had been decadent for a long time, would force himself to stand up and continue fighting. It was at that time that he met the three Danes. Alfred was not as wary as Bruce, and when he learned of the intention of the three of them, he received them very warmly. I have to say that Alfred is really a gentleman, and getting along with him is much more pleasant than staying with Bruce. Would you like something for dinner tonight? Just as Diana was about to politely refuse, she heard Dane's voice next to her. Meat, lots of meat, more meat, anything. Diana quietly rolled her beautiful eyes, and then she was no longer polite, just be ordinary, don't worry too much. Clark also casually ordered a dish. He actually wanted a cheeseburger more, but wouldn't it be a bit silly to order so much? Alfred wrote it down with a smile, and then went to prepare. A foe is such a good housekeeper, why do you think he followed Bruce Wayne? How about we poach him into the Justice League? Dane lamented a bad idea. Suddenly he felt a chill on his back, and when he looked back, he found that it was Batman who was casting death gaze. Don't tell me, it's quite bluffing after wearing this body. Are you going out? Dane changed the subject nonchalantly. Batman stared at him for a while before looking away. Someone is calling me. Dane followed his gaze out the window and saw that it was a huge amounts of bat shadow hanging high in the clouds. Batlight, Commissioner Gordon's Batman summoner. Good luck then, we'll be here to cheer you on. After all, Dane was lying on the sofa and swiping his phone as if he was lying at home, and ignored him. Batman's eyelids twitched, feeling that since meeting this guy, his style has dropped. He took a deep breath, ignored them, and returned directly to the secret room to the Batcave base. Diana laughed and said, "Why are you always angry with him?" "No, I respect him a lot." Dane denied it. Diana had no choice but to walk into the study, planning to find a book to pass the time. Clark sat in front of Dane, wondering, are we really doing nothing? Yes, we can't do anything during the appointment, but what? Dane deliberately cheated, and Clark was decisively fooled. But what? We are not Gotham people, so the Bat doesn't trust us, but we can let Gotham people participate. Now he has nothing to say. Who? Clark didn't react for a while, but Dane suspected that his super brain might be a cerebral infarction, which needs to be clarified. He turned the screen of his mobile phone to Clark. On it was Fideon, another social software product of Pioneer Technology. But these are not the most important thing is the avatar above, which belongs to Jason. He has learned something and is coming back soon. I told him about the situation in Gotham. You know this kid? He decided to come back to Gotham to teach the criminals here a profound lesson. Clark was relieved, he still had confidence in Jason. But he obviously reassured too early, what Jason learned in the League of Assassins was killing skills, not law. Dane didn't remind him, just continued typing on Figzun. Come back quickly, I've prepared all your equipment for you, and I'm just waiting for you to come back and kill. The other side will reply soon. Mr. Dane, can you prepare an extra set of equipment? I have brought an extra person with me this time. Yo, you brought your seniors back to help? Very good. He casually asked, who is it? Send me the height and 3D data. His body data is XXX, his name is Damian, and he is the son of Bruce. Chapter 18. Damian? He actually brought this brat back? Dane had a strange look on his face. Good guy, this is a beast out of the cage. This kind of thing. Dane definitely wants to help out. After all, he and Jason had a good relationship. No problem, I will design a battle suit for him as soon as possible. He doesn't object to killing people, right? The other person responded, don't worry, Damian is very mature. He. Dane smiles meaningfully, you say yes. At night, a huge amounts of bat shadow appeared on the clouds in the sky. The thugs and scum were in a state of panic, and they ran about telling each other, shouting, he's coming. And Batman really came. On the top of the Gotham Police Department building, next to the Bat Light, Commissioner Gordon fidgeted. "You look for me." Batman's signature bass sounded behind him. Gordon turned his head in surprise. "Thank goodness you finally showed up. Where have you been all this time?" "I saw the Scarecrow's manifesto. How bad is it?" Batman hides his whole body under the cloak, really like a huge amounts of bat. Commissioner Gordon's glasses were already fogging up, but he didn't have time to wipe them off. "Worse than the worst you can imagine, the city has lost almost half its population. If this continues, not only the economy, but even the basic urban functions will soon be unmaintainable. An hour ago, the Coast Guard was preparing to land in Gotham Harbor, but was killed by gangsters. That's a whole formation. Who did it? Penguin, Two-Face, and maybe Black Mask, I don't know, these bastards are all united now. Batman, I don't feel right now, they planned it. These guys have always planned. But never before has there been such serious consequences. No more action. Gotham is dying, or it's dying." Batman was silent for a moment, then changed the subject. "How is the evacuation going?" Gordon adjusted his mood, cheered up and said. "The last bus has left, I'm just glad my daughter has left." The look in Batman's mask was complicated because he knew Barbara hadn't left. Facing the old comrade in arms in front of him, he suddenly couldn't hide his guilt. But he calmed down quickly. "Do you have any news about the Scarecrow?" "There is a piece of news that I don't know whether it is true or not. Someone saw an unknown military vehicle entering Chinatown. We tried to track it down, but lost it. It's the only lead we know of. Leave this to me." Batman plans to leave after taking things under control. Gordon stopped him suddenly, and asked with a complicated expression. "Do you think the Scarecrows are really going to send a deadly chemical gas over the city?" He still felt a little lucky in his heart. What else could the Scarecrow gain by doing this besides an empty city with no living people? He can't be a psycho like Joker, can he? One such lunatic is enough. Batman didn't answer directly, just said, "James, I won't let this happen." Gordon was about to say something, when the intercom on his waist rang. "Attention all units, we have an emergency situation in Area 2. Patrol car missing, police officers from Unit 2 to 47 suspected of being shot." "Hey, Batman!" When Gordon turned his head, he found that Batman had disappeared. "This feeling is really long gone," Gordon couldn't help cursing. "It's FG like this every time." Elsewhere, Jason and Damian arrive in Gotham. To ask why they are able to go so fast, the reason is definitely Dane's teleportation magic. He had given Jason a magic bracelet before he left, which would teleport directly to Dane if necessary. This time, not only Jason, but also the boy Damian. Magic? Cool yet. Damian looked only 11 or 12 years old, and was very short, probably about 1.4 meters. He looked curiously at the magic bracelet on Jason's wrist at the moment, as if thinking of something. "You're Damian." Dane looked at the kid with interest. "Then you're that what, the juggler?" Damian said without shame. As the youngest master assassin in the history of the League of Assassins, he has enough reason to be proud and is not afraid of anyone. Jason didn't stop him either. He knew that Dane would let him see what it means to be someone outside someone. Sure enough, Dane was not angry when he heard his words. He suddenly remembered the way Doctor Strange dealt with Loki in Thor 3. He can definitely learn from it. So Dane flicked his fingers and snapped them. A circular ring instantly appeared under Damian's feet. The kid was also alert, and he quickly split his legs, trying to support the edge of the ring with his feet. But how could Dane let him succeed? He expanded the range of the ring, just a little bigger than Damian's split legs, so he could only watch himself fall into the ring. "You!" When Damian fell into it completely, Dane retracted his palm, and the ring shrank and disappeared without a trace. "Well, let him fly for half an hour." This kid seems to be in good health, so it wouldn't be too much for him to fly over Mount Everest for half an hour, right? Dane ignored the brat and continued to look at Jason in front of him. Well, it's darker, stronger, taller, and most importantly, its eyes are more murderous. This body shape and temperament almost overlap with the Arkham Knight in the game, and it is not in vain that he has wasted so much thought to create that battlesuit. Have you fully understood the situation in Gotham? Jason nodded. Okay, now I will intercept a copy of the information on Barbara's computer and give it to you. If my predictions are correct, Batman will also act based on this information. You can decide for yourself what to do. Thank you, Mr. Dane. You're welcome. Remember, no matter what you do for a while, you must get rid of all evil. Yes. This request suits his appetite. Dane clapped his hands, the scene changed, and they came to Umbrella's laboratory. There was no one in the armory except the two of them. Dane came to the transparent glass cover and pointed to a battlesuit inside. The style is very similar to the Arkham Knight set, but with a more technological sense. Dane also uses nanomaterials in this battlesuit, which means that Jason can assemble any weapon he needs at will. Is any. As long as there are enough materials, he can assemble an RPG even if he wants to. This means that as long as there are enough nanomaterials on Jason's body, his bullets will be constantly flowing, and the only obstacle restricting his output is energy. On the wrist of the battlesuit, Dane also installed something like web shooters. It can eject black high-strength nano-thin wires with a diameter of no more than 3 mm. It is inconspicuous in the dark, but its strength is extremely high, and it is not a problem to lift a crane at all. This nanomaterial is degradable and will be disconnected directly after use. The remaining waiting time will disappear automatically when the time is up, which is very convenient. Not to mention the trouble with the hook gun of the Bat family, it is not easy to use. Batman got stuck several times when he used it. And the hook has to catch something to pull people up, right? If there is no gap that can be used, you can only rely on the hook to make a hole first and then hook it. Aren't you destroying the building? What have you protected? After listening to Dane's introduction to the equipment, Jason's eyes lit up, especially when he heard that he could use almost unlimited bullets. Okay, I've explained the basics to you, and the rest of the functions can be discovered directly in actual combat. This battlesuit will come with Cortana's daughter AI to help you understand its function, and you can dress it now. As soon as the voice fell, the glass cover opened automatically, and the battlesuit suddenly collapsed like fine sand, and then slid across the ground like running water to crawl towards Jason. Jason relaxed his body and stretched naturally, and the battlesuit was assembled on him as if he was alive. Arkham Knight is officially born. On the mask, two blue electronic eyes light up. Jason clenched his fists and moved his joints. It felt unfettered and smooth as if he was barely wearing any clothes. He was even more satisfied. So he couldn't help but thank Dane again. Thank you very much, Mr. Dane. Dane waved his hand, and a door appeared beside him. Go, and announce your return to Gotham. Chapter 19. Jason intercepted Barbara's voice message and rushed to Area 2 as well. There, he sees Batman trying to free a cop. He didn't go there. He saw from the hijacking surveillance footage that there was a private armed team running towards Chinatown, so he decided to catch up. With the Dane version of web shooters, Jason's speed on the road was more than a notch faster, and he arrived at the destination one step ahead of the private army driving an armed transport vehicle. Jason thought for a while, and manipulated the battlesuit shape-shifting. Most of the nanomaterials on the arm were separated from his body, and after a while of shape-shifting, an RPG was assembled. Jason aimed at the transport vehicle, pulled the trigger, and the vehicle was blown up to the sky, which was even more powerful than a real RPG. After firing a shot, the barrel automatically collapsed and turned back into the arm of the battlesuit. Jason jumped out of a black rope and jumped to the side of the overturned transport vehicle. He pulled the car door and dragged out the private soldier who had been bombed to pieces. "Tell me, where is the Scarecrow?" "Go to hell, you freak. It seems that you don't know my style very well." Jason smiled at his swearing, he wiped it from his waist, and a big gun like a sand eagle was held in his hand. He put the gun to the private soldier's chin. "I'll ask you again, where is the Scarecrow?" A trace of fear flashed in the private soldier's eyes. "Impossible, you won't kill people. Do you think I'm that idiot Batman?" Jason cursed loudly, and he decisively fired a shot at the private soldier's foot. Half of the other's foot disappeared instantly. "Ah! FK! You!" The private soldier was so painful that he couldn't breathe, and howled in pain. Jason ruthlessly put the gun to his face again. "I'll ask you one last time, where is the Scarecrow?" The private soldier was really scared this time. He hurriedly said, "All I know is that he's on the top floor of an apartment in Chinatown, that's all I really know." As soon as Jason let go, the private soldier fell directly to the ground. He clutched the remaining half of his foot and howled miserably. Jason raised his hand and shot, ending his pain once and for all. After killing the guy, Jason began to grope for the body, and soon he found a syringe. He took out the syringe and put it on his arm, and the microcomputer on his arm automatically assembled the synthesis chemical analyzer. "Looks like this is the Scarecrow's new toy, but how is he going to spread it all over town? It is too inefficient to let the private soldiers inject one by one." He rushed on to the next location, and with Cortana's help, he wasn't completely clueless. When Batman arrived here after dealing with the affairs over there, he found the dead bodies of private soldiers everywhere, with obvious gunshot wounds on the bodies. He immediately contacts Barbara. "Barbara, get the video footage of the surrounding surveillance cameras in the last half hour. I want to know who did all of this." "Hold on." Oracle Barbara was busy for a while, and then told Batman some bad news. "No, I can't find it." "What does not found mean?" "It means that someone deleted that surveillance video, or the surveillance probe was disconnected during that period of time, and nothing was captured at all." Batman's face was serious. He was keenly aware that other forces were also involved in this incident. Who was it? His first reaction was Dane, so he immediately called the surveillance in the manor. But he found that Dane at the moment was leisurely watching TV. The content of the TV was Gotham News, and he watched it with great interest. Batman felt angry and turned off the screen directly. And then wondered, if it wasn't Dane, who was that? Old Wayne House. Sensing that the feeling of being watched was gone, Dane drew a circle the size of a person on the ground. A person flew out of it suddenly, stayed in the air for a short moment, and then fell back to the ground under the gravity. Ouch! Who is this if it's not Damian? Damian stood up with a swing. "You let me free fall on Mount Everest for 30 minutes. I hope this will cure your stinky mouth." Dane didn't take it seriously, but Damian dared not speak out. He is not a real Iron Man, he knows that the people in front of him will not indulge him unconditionally. Dane looked at the stubborn little boy in front of him and asked. "I heard from Jason that you decided to come by yourself, what do you want to do?" Damian turned away awkwardly. "I heard that there is a psychopath pretending to be a bat here, come and have a look." Dane laughed and said, "That's it. That's it." Damian bit the bullet and said, "Then you go back, Gotham is not very safe now, and I am not interested in raising children." After speaking, Dane was about to open the portal, and Damian hurriedly said, "Etc. What else is there?" "You win, I'm here for Batman, he's my father." Facing Dane's miraculous methods, Damian can only confess honestly. "Batman is working hard to save the city and doesn't have time to see you. I can help him, don't look at my young age, no one in the League of Assassins can beat me, except Grandpa." Dane believed it. It was said that even Damian's mother didn't have as many fighting skills as Damian. "Then what are you going to do, help?" Damian nodded quickly. Dane thought about it and said, "You can help if you want, but don't make trouble on the street, it's Jason's hunting ground now. So, you go find a girl named Barbara Gordon and protect her." "Who is she?" Hearing that he couldn't go to the streets to kill people, Damian was very upset, and his tone was not very good. "She used to be your father's assistant, Batgirl, and now she's paralyzed, but she's still working for your father. I'm worried that someone will try to trick her. If you protect her, you may have a chance to catch the mastermind behind the scenes." Hearing Barbara's deeds, Damian restrained his attitude. In any case, people like her who can stay and help at this time are worthy of respect. As for the man behind the scenes, at the moment is secondary. Damian wants to see who this Batgirl is. So he nodded and agreed to follow Dane's arrangement to protect Barbara. Dane also nodded in satisfaction. "Very good, since that's the case, I'll give you another battlesuit." He clapped his hands together, and also brought Damian to Umbrella's arsenal. There is a set of smaller battlesuits in the glass cover. The style is different from Arkham Knight, and it is closer to ninja suits. He made the mask of this battlesuit look like Deadpool, which can completely cover Damian's appearance. Assassins have to act like assassins, with Robin's mask as if they could really fool anyone. This battlesuit also uses nanotechnology, but unlike Jason's set, it cannot synthesize firearms. Although Dane is not a human being, he can't really let a child kill someone with a gun. So this battlesuit can only use some cold weapons used by synthesis ninjas, such as katana, cross darts, shuriken, smoke bombs and so on. Definitely throwing weapons are all equipped with locking devices. Even if it is a dog, the flying darts thrown are sure to hit. This battlesuit can also enhance the user's physical ability. Although Damian is a genius, it is an indisputable fact that his body has not yet developed, so he will still suffer when facing adults. The enhanced function of the battlesuit can at least help him close the gap with tall opponents, so that he won't be really hanged and beaten. Finally, he specially added the shield system, which can raise the energy shield when the battlesuit is under strong attack. This is Kryptonian technology, even missiles cannot be blown through. It was so impregnable that Damian really wanted to die. Damian fell in love with this battlesuit at a glance, clamoring to change into it. Dane opened the glass cover as he wished, and the battlesuit also automatically dressed, and Damian quickly became a little ninja hiding his head and showing his tail. After a little familiarity, two knife handles suddenly protruded from both sides of his shoulders, and he carried katana directly behind his back. Dane tells Cortana to locate Barbara, then opens a portal and pushes Damian straight in. After finishing these things, he returned to Wayne's old house again. He hijacked the TV signal and converted it into a first-person view of Jason, watching the show with relish. What is a first-person shooter? This is what the FK is. Chapter 20. Jason is killing it. All the villains encountered along the way, no matter the character file size, must be dead if they meet him. Soon, the line of private militants was directly broken. Once it is discovered that superhero can also kill people, the first thing most villains do is to run away. So everyone hated their parents for missing a pair of legs, but their backs to Jason just made it easier for Jason to kill. Jason is happily calling names. What he learned in the League of Assassins was not only cold weapons and fighting skills, but also how to use various firearms. His marksmanship does not dare to say that every shot hits every shot, but he can also say that his shots are not in vain. Especially with the nano battlesuit and lock hanger that can be combined with guns at will, he is now alive. Even if the Punisher from next door comes, he has to call his brother. Jason now only feels hearty. The aggrieved feeling of having to let them go when facing criminals in the past, and the powerlessness of facing the helpless eyes of victims, are all swept away by the gunpoint. Who the hell are you? Someone couldn't help questioning him. I am vengeance. Dane, who was in Wayne's old house, quickly recorded this passage, especially Jason's line "I am the messenger of revenge." Diane Zongdian, Batman's classic lines, this wave of tribute belongs to it. Jason was having fun killing, but soon, Batman chased here following the smoke of the war. He saw a masked man massacring private soldiers, and shot Jason directly without thinking. He threw several bat darts and flew towards Jason's position in a few arcs. Jason wasn't too polite, he just shot and shot down all the flying darts. At the same time, his voice also came out from under the mask. "Look who this is! It turns out to be the great Lord Batman, what are you doing?" Batman glides to a stop in mid-air, landing in front of Jason. "Who are you? Why are you killing them?" "Me? I'm a descendant from hell, you can call me an Arkham Knight." Batman seems to be touched by hearing Arkham, which Jason captures sharply. "Yes, you know very well what is in there. I really don't understand why you just don't want to kill these scumbags. If you'd done it before, none of this in Gotham would have happened tonight. I never execute anyone privately, that's the bottom line." Hypocritical. Jason stepped forward and kicked out, and Batman put his hands on his hands to block the blow. He assessed it, and it was very heavy on his feet. Jason didn't stop, he just put one foot down, the other kicked up, kicked Batman's hands away, and then punched him in the face. He continued, and lied. Jason continued to pursue the victory, fully displaying the skills of various martial arts styles he learned in the League of Assassins. Batman has lost the opportunity and it is difficult to regain the situation. And it is undeniable that he has not had any activities for more than half a year, and his condition has indeed declined. But Batman still has a smart brain. He threw a smoke bomb while Jason was attacking, and Jason lost his vision instantly. Batman turned on the infrared eyepiece in advance, and took this opportunity to give Jason a hard time. He punched Jason hard on the mask. Jason also turned on the infrared mode as soon as he was attacked. He was repulsed by Batman, but pretended to be still blind, and when Batman approached, he suddenly counterattacked and knocked him into the air. "It's useless, these little tricks of yours don't work for me at all." Batman got up from the ground, and suddenly said in a deep voice. "Really?" Jason suddenly heard the sound of Diddy. He looked down and saw a bat dang against his chest. When he was just thinking this way, when the bat dart suddenly burst into a bright light. "It's a flashbang." Batman took the opportunity to kick over, but missed. He hurriedly looked around and found that Jason was being dragged away by a black string with one hand. He was not caught by the flashbang, and he had found a way out in advance. Batman clenched his fists. The enemy knew him well, he was sure of that. But who would it be? From hell? Batman tried to make sense of the line. Jason doesn't bother, he moves on to the next location. He has basically killed all the private soldiers here, and someone recruited a safe house for the Scarecrow in a panic. He quickly came to the place mentioned in the confession, only to find that Poison Ivy was inside. There is only one guard guarding Poison Ivy, and the Scarecrow's face is on the big screen behind her. Well, can you tell me who you are?" The Scarecrow looks directly at Jason through the big screen, as if trying to see through his mask. "You're dressed up like some bat, but you don't seem like the guest I'm waiting for. But you must have some kind of connection with him." The Scarecrow was thoughtful. Jason ignored his soliloquy, and instructed the AI on the battlesuit to directly track the source of the Scarecrow's signal. "This is not allowed, even if you are just a spoiler, you must abide by the rules of the game." The Scarecrow seemed to have a capable person, and soon discovered Jason's little trick, and he immediately shut down the communication. "Come on slowly, little guy, or I'll beat this BCH to death." The private soldiers who stayed behind to guard Poison Ivy grabbed her and pointed a pistol to her temple. Unexpectedly, Jason's marksmanship was faster than him. He raised his hand and directly blasted the head of the private soldier without even aiming. Blood and brains sprayed Poison Ivy's face immediately, making her feel sick. What are you doing? Poison Ivy scraped off the dirt on his face with a look of disgust, and shouted at Jason angrily. But Jason completely ignored her mood and turned his gun on her. Tell me what you know. What else? Are you going to kill me with this gun? Poison Ivy sneered. If the other party thought she was the kind of brat who was afraid of death, then he was very wrong. But the man on the other side is Jason, and he knows what Poison Ivy's weakness is like Batman. So he put down his pistol, but Poison Ivy didn't dare to ignore his next words. Either you tell me what you know, or I'll burn all the plants in Gotham right now. Poison Ivy stared at Jason carefully. Isn't this BD really Batman? You win, and I will tell you everything. Poison Ivy told him that almost half of the villains in Gotham City have united to target Batman and kill him. You don't seem to be affected by the poisonous gas. Jason had just clearly seen that the airtight room where Poison Ivy was held was filled with new poisonous gas, and the private soldier dared to stay inside because he was wearing a special gas mask. Poison Ivy said disdainfully, his inferior poisonous gas doesn't work on me, nature always wins. Jason realized that this characteristic of Poison Ivy could help him develop a neutralizing agent against poisonous gas. But he is better at killing people than doing research. As if he heard his heart, the communicator sounded a call, and he turned it on to answer it, only to find that it was Dane's call. Put Poison Ivy here, and I will develop a neutralizing potion. Your task is to find the Scarecrow and kill him. No. Jason pushed Poison Ivy, and just as she was about to scold her for being ungentlemanly, a hole suddenly appeared in the ground and swallowed her. Poison Ivy, who fell through the portal, soon reappeared in a new place, with Dane standing in front of her, smiling. Who are you? What is this place? Poison Ivy is acting very vigilant. This is Umbrella Lab, please relax, you are safe here. As for me, I don't know if you've heard of Pioneer Technology, it's my company. Pioneering Technology? Poison Ivy doesn't usually pay attention to the news, so she has no impression. But her natural instinct was reminding her that this man in front of her should not be provoked, he was extremely dangerous. Well, it seems that you don't know. It's okay, you just need to know that I'm a little bit smarter than the average person, so I need your cooperation to develop a neutralizer for the new poisonous gas. What if I say no? Poison Ivy tentatively said. That would be a pity, I will let you fall into a peaceful sleep. Then use your body to study, maybe you think this way is better. Dane shrugged, indicating that he didn't care. Poison Ivy gets goosebumps at the thought of being manipulated without knowing it. She immediately decided, I can cooperate, but you can't force me. As you wish. Just kidding, after entering the Master's territory, can you still be the Master? Chapter 21. Jason has been thinking about the purpose of the Scarecrow. He is different from Joker, a lunatic who is just looking for fun. Scarecrow usually has a clear purpose in committing crimes. And there's not much time left before he announces a new gas to Gotham. But so far, Jason has only seen private soldiers injecting civilians in stupid ways on the street. He didn't believe that the Scarecrow was trying to accomplish his proclamation in this way, it was too stupid. He must have some way of spreading the gas over a large area throughout the city, and I have to find that way. As it happens, Batman thinks so too. He also got samples of the new poison gas from the private soldiers, and found Barbara, intending to find out the real hiding place of the Scarecrow through triangulation. The gas reaction will emit several unique radiation peaks, and we can scan the city for characteristic energy signals, so that we can find the place where the Scarecrow made the fear gas. Jason, who watched the screen, couldn't help but admire, it's really smart. Barbara approves of this approach, but she also raises questions. But the satellites take hours to get in place. Batman said, we don't have that much time, I'll reset the signal tower. Jason turned off the screen and gave the AI instructions to hijack the satellite signal, which was much faster than Batman's. According to the data stolen from Barbara's computer, he quickly scanned and compared the positions of the characteristic energy signals. Just at the Ace chemical plant. Oh, why am I not surprised at all? While Batman was still struggling with the antenna, Jason had already rushed to the target location. This time he sneaked in a different way. He was depressed before, so the way to infiltrate was to kill everyone. Without witnesses, he infiltrated perfectly, and there was nothing wrong with it. But now the Scarecrow already knew of his existence. Although he was not afraid, he would not foolishly step into the trap. It's serious to sneak in and figure out what the Scarecrow is up to. The night is his best protection. Jason sneaks in quietly. With the battlesuit in place, no other technological means can detect him. The combination of the infiltration technique and technology he learned in the League of Assassins allowed him to invade the Ace chemical factory silently like a perfect ninja master. Jason quickly hacked into the factory's central computer and discovered where several chemical materials for the synthesis gas were stored. Unfortunately, the computer shows that these materials have basically been consumed. This means the Scarecrow may have created enough fear gas to be short of a route to spread. Jason continued to sneak into the factory and blocked a worker who was about to leave in a workshop. Where is the Scarecrow now? This staff member doesn't look like one of the Scarecrow's minions. And the fact is indeed the case, I saw him a little panicked. The Scarecrow is making a bomb, do you know what that means? He's ready to release the gas. He intends to use the power of the explosion to spread the poisonous gas? Jason frowned, always feeling that something was wrong, but there was nothing wrong with this being a gas chamber. Tell me, where is he now? He's in the central mixing room. Jason dropped the staff and went straight to the central mixing room, where he found the Scarecrow. I didn't expect you to find me first. It's really unexpected. The Scarecrow seemed confident, and in the next second, he even directly revealed Jason's identity. I don't think Batman knows that his little assistant survived a catastrophe, does he? Jason Todd. Jason raised the electronic mask, and instantly a big gun appeared in his hand, pointing at the Scarecrow's head. What is your purpose? I saw you fight Batman, and I have to say, you surprised me, Jason. You're better than ever, and I'm sure you're as fed up with that bat as we are. Your target is Batman. Jason suddenly figured it out. Yeah, definitely it was him, it was always him, and it was all about destroying Batman. But it's not just about killing him. What we hope to kill is the spirit that the identity of Batman symbolizes. Not only are we going to kill him, but we're going to reveal his identity to everyone, damn Bruce Wayne. So join us, Jason. The Scarecrow opened his hands and made an invitation. One more question, how did you find out my identity? The Scarecrow patiently explained. Joker told us the truth in Arkham, he said you're not dead. And the Riddler guessed your identity, we agreed that you should join us, after all you also hate Batman, don't you? Joker must not be telling you all the truth, is he? What do you mean? The Scarecrow suddenly felt something was wrong. It's ridiculous that you would believe Joker's words. Jason suddenly shot, the bullet pierced the Scarecrow's lungs, and he fell on his back. The Scarecrow stared at Jason with wide eyes, as if in disbelief that he would shoot him. Jason walked 2 steps forward slowly, aiming the big gun between the Scarecrow's eyebrows again. Do you think I won't kill you? Hearing this, the Scarecrow suddenly laughed. It seems that Joker is not a complete failure. He created a work like yours. Can you still call yourself Robin? You think you've won by doing this? Ha 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 ha. My poisonous gas will become a nightmare for this city, ha 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 ha. Boom. Jason blew the Scarecrow's head off with one snap. He hurried to the central computer and found that the countdown to the bomb had already started, but luckily it was controlled by the computer. Using the smart AI on the battlesuit again, Jason hacked the computer and disarmed the bomb in a matter of minutes, but would it be that simple? The Scarecrow's last words lingered in his mind for a long time. Jason couldn't figure out what the Scarecrow meant, but Dane knew that Barbara was behind him. When Batman was looking for the poisonous gas manufacturing factory and the Scarecrow all over the city, the Scarecrow had already sent a group of people to the clock tower base to capture Barbara in advance. But the Scarecrow didn't know until his death that Dane had already buried a chess piece in the clock tower. Barbara was unable to move, and when she realized that she was in danger, heavily armed mercenaries had already broken into the door. Just when she was feeling desperate, Damian, dressed as a ninja, suddenly jumped out of the darkness. He is like a shadow. When he jumps and dances, he can only see the two swords raised. It was the flower of death, the dance of killing. In less than 5 minutes, an elite squad of mercenaries was wiped out by Damian. Barbara stepped back quietly and took out the small pistol hidden under the wheelchair. "Who are you?" "The person who saved you." Damian gasped as usual. For some reason, Barbara always felt that this tone seemed familiar. And she recognized that the dwarf in front of her is a child. "How old are you?" Damian's body froze, and then he was a little angry. "This is none of your business." He clicked the touchscreen button on his arm and said, "I've already saved the person, it's no longer safe here. Send her to Wayne's old house, there is no place safer than there. By the way, confiscating her communicator will make your dad think she's lost contact." "You're such a jerk, but I like the idea, but how do we get back? There's still a lot of soldiers on the street." It didn't matter to him, but what about Barbara? "Remember how you and Jason came to Gotham? You had that bracelet too." Damian hurriedly checked upon hearing this, and soon, a bracelet-shaped device was assembled by Nano and put on his hand. He complained, "It's very scientific, but it's not magic." "Just kidding," although Damian has never seen it, his vision is not low, and he knows what it means to combine technology and magic. He knew that there was a sacred object called Lazarus Pool in the League of Assassins, and one could obtain regenerative healing factor by soaking it. It is said that the leader of the Assassin League died in a duel with Batman, and he was resurrected by this pool. But his grandfather, Lars Al Ghul, has owned this sacred object for hundreds of years, and has not yet fully understood its mysteries, let alone harnessed this power in a technological way. So Damian didn't show it on the surface, but he was still very afraid of Dane in his heart. He obeyed and confiscated Barbara's communication equipment, which made her very angry. "Hey! You can't do that!" Damian didn't care, he grabbed Barbara with one hand and activated the bracelet with the other. With a sound of whoosh, the two disappeared in place. Chapter 22. Damian and Barbara teleport back to Wayne's old house, and Dane is already standing there waiting for them. "What's wrong?" Damian asked. "It's nothing, I have to tell you one thing, the Scarecrow is dead, and was killed by your second brother." "Second brother? Who?" "Jason? He's not my brother." "Who the hell are you guys?" Barbara looked at the scene in front of her in shock. She definitely knows this place, this is Wayne's old house, and she used to come here for training frequently. "Let me introduce you. This kid is the future legal heir of the Wayne Group, Damian Wayne. And Bruce Wayne's own son." "This is impossible." Barbara looked shocked. "Bruce never said anything about it." "Because he doesn't even know." Damian pressed his arm, and the mask retracted the battle suit, showing his displeased expression. Barbara was shaken, because this kid's face resembled Bruce so much, he was a size smaller than him. Damian spoke the words of tiger and wolf. "When Bruce and my mother had S*X, they lifted their pants and ran away. My mother gave birth to me at my grandfather's house." Barbara looked embarrassed because she thought that this might indeed be something he could do. Bruce's identity is a playboy, and no one is sure that he will not cause a safety accident. She had to change the subject and look at Dane. "Then who are you? Why are you at Bruce's house?" "I have two identities. One is the billionaire Dane Davis, the president of Pioneer Technology. You may have heard of it. The other identity is Shazam, let's count it as a demigod. I represent the Justice League, and I am here to invite Bruce to join us. Barbara looked carefully, and finally remembered. She once saw on the news that Dane was the fastest growing billionaire in the past year. At that time, she just glanced at it and didn't pay attention to it. After all, as Batman's personal secretary, she puts more energy into fighting criminals. But Shazam? Demigod? And what the hell is the Justice League? Barbara really wanted to suspect that the other party was insane, but when she thought of the supernatural event in which she and Damian were teleported here in an instant, she suddenly became less confident. At this time, Alfred suddenly ran up in a hurry. He was taken aback when he saw Barbara, and then said pleasantly, "Miss Barbara, you are here. What's going on, Alfred?" Alfred's surprised face suddenly changed again, and he said anxiously, "Master Wayne hasn't contacted you for a long time. He thought you were caught by the Scarecrows, so he broke into the criminal's stronghold alone, and then got into a hard fight there." Dane interrupted suddenly, and Alfred nodded quickly. "Where is he?" "Penguin's Northern Ice Factory." "That's it." Dane glanced down at his watch. "The time we agreed with Bruce is approaching. It seems that he has really wasted a lot of time. He can't solve this matter." He suddenly said, "Clark, did you hear that? Tell Diana to come up together." "Who are you talking to?" Damian looked puzzled, but soon, Clark and Diana came to them at super-fast speed. "So, we finally have work to do." Clark looked excited, and Diana didn't speak, but also looked forward to it. Dane complained, "Actually, in our line of work, no task is the best." Clark lowered his head in embarrassment. He only played once against the Joker last time, and was escaped by the opponent, so he was a little brooding. Dane got back to the topic. "Speaking of business, Batman can't cover this incident, we must directly intervene. Superman, you go to the north to make ice and rescue him." "Leave it to me," Clark said confidently. "Well, it looks like that, but are you okay, big man?" Damian began to sneer habitually again, but Clark didn't care about his sarcastic remarks. "I don't know how many cold eyes he has received since he grew up, but none of them can penetrate his heart. What's more, it's just a child's joke." Clark didn't know that this kid could kill a group of mercenaries with live ammunition by himself. He smiled at Damian, then tore off his coat, revealing the blue battlesuit inside. "I'm leaving." After all, Clark suddenly lifted his feet into the air, and his whole body floated in midair as if he had lost gravity. Damian's eyes widened, and Alfred and Barbara's expressions were not much better, both of them were shocked. Clark's figure moved and flew out of the window with a whoosh. "So, what about my mission?" Diana asked. Dane reached behind his back with his hand, and took out a capsule-shaped container with the size of an arm file, which contained a blue unknown liquid. The Scarecrow installed a storm device in Simon Stark's business, intending to spread his fear gas throughout the city. This capsule contains a poisonous gas neutralizer. You go and put it into the storm, and it will neutralize the poisonous gas. Understood. Diana was succinct. Damian looked at Diana at this moment. "You don't know that, do you?" Diana smiled at him, full of lethality, not only beheaded the man, but even Barbara was almost fascinated. With a wave of her hand, the lady's windbreaker flew out, and under the coat was an ancient battle armor. As early as 1984, she learned to fly. Although she can't be as reckless as Dane and Clark, it is enough to drive. Most importantly, the principle of her flight is completely unreasonable. Diana threw out the mantra rope around her waist, and the other end of the rope flew into the clouds, as if something was caught. She pulled hard and pulled herself up into the sky. "Holy shit! Damian begins to doubt life. He turned his head and looked at Dane, as if his three views had been reshaped. This is unscientific. It's a pity that this is magic, not science. Dane was typing casually while typing to Jason. There are some things that he can't say directly, for fear that Barbara and Alfred will argue with him if they find out. The Scarecrow has a backup, I let Wonder Woman take care of it. Batman has Superman to rescue. Your mission is to go to Arkham Asylum, and kill anyone who takes the opportunity to cause trouble. The most important thing is that Joker must be killed, this psychopath cannot keep him alive. Soon, there was an OK. Northern Ice Factory. At the moment Batman and Nightwing are surrounded by a group of heavily armed mercenaries. Batman looked at Yi beside him with a complicated expression, I told you to go back to Bloodhaven. Instead, Yi smiled at him. Can you do it without me? Come on Bruce, when can you just point it out and say thank you, or do you need help? Facing the desperate situation in front of him, Batman also smiled, never think about it. Nightwing was following a shipment of munitions from Bloodhaven. He happened to see the current situation in Gotham, so he decided to stay and help Bruce. But like Batman, he fell into the trap of local villains and was trapped here. The Penguin appeared together with the Black Mask and the Two-Faced Man, and laughed excitedly at the two surrounded by the two in the center of the arena. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect to be able to catch two big fish at once. The Double-Faced Man took out the treasured lucky coin, and said negatively. Today, let the coin decide your fate. Black Mask didn't waste any extra nonsense, and with a wave of one hand, he ordered all the mercenaries, kill them. The mercenaries raised their automatic rifles and fired a salvo as they came up. Like in the movie, you don't have to go up to fight with a gun, that's something a fool can do, and no one is too stupid to use bullets to solve things. Batman's face changed, and he quickly rolled up the cloak of the Bat battle suit, covering Nightwing together. His cloak has bulletproof function, but Nightwing only has bulletproof tights, and his whole head is as if it is undefended, and it will disappear immediately if it is hit. But at the moment when the bullet was approaching, a red cloak suddenly appeared in front of Batman's eyes, as if he had fallen from the sky. It didn't take long for Batman to learn that he had fallen from the sky. Boom! The sound of the ceiling shattering and the sound of bullets colliding together, but no matter what it was, before Clark's steel body, he couldn't take a step past the Thunder Pond. That red cloak, that blue figure, and that silly but sunny smile. He is Superman. Chapter 23. Inside Wayne's old house. Dane and Alfred moved to the Batcave. From the time Batman started to fall into danger, the development of events was out of the control of the old butler. So it was a natural fit for Dane to take over the command. By the way, he also freed Poison Ivy from Umbrella's lab. Poison Ivy is different from other villains in Gotham. She is actually just an extreme plant protectionist. As long as you don't keep thinking about returning the city to the forest or something, she seems pretty harmless most of the time. So Dane didn't treat her like a prisoner. Well, you are actually a reasonable person. Getting used to being caught by Batman, this is the first time Poison Ivy has met a decent person who doesn't catch her. Hey Mr. Dane, they all have work to do, so what do I do? Damian kicked the gravel in the Batcave boredly, he wanted to kill like Jason. Please, Master Damian, stay here and don't go anywhere. Alfred has already learned about Damian's life experience from Dane, and at the moment is very nervous about the safety of the young master. He wished he would not be allowed to go anywhere, so he stayed in the manor all the time. Goodness see you. He originally thought that the Wayne family was about to decline from now on. Who would have thought that God would let the master leave a descendant? Alfred has good eyes, and he can tell at a glance that Damian is definitely Bruce's kind, and his appearance is almost carved out of him when he was a child. Damian was very dissatisfied, but facing Alfred who treated him sincerely, he was unwilling to take his kindness away. Dane picked up the clothes on his body and pulled a handful of shape-shifting nanoparticles from the fabric. Throw them on the Bat computer host, and in no time, they will blend in. Not long after, the entire computer and the base opened their arms to him and opened up all permissions. Kryptonian Technology, shocking. Barbara watched the whole process, and couldn't help but twitch. Isn't this person's technological level a bit beyond the standard? No, not only magic, but also technology. Not only that, Barbara was also surprised to find out. Dane not only controls the base, but also Wayne Enterprises' private satellite. Good guy, really rich, 7 commercial satellites. The Wayne Group is indeed worthy of being one of the most powerful companies in the DC world, and it actually maintains 7 satellites. Even Umbrella, at the moment, just launched a private satellite. NASA in the beautiful country is very interesting. Anyone with money can send something to the sky for fun, and even contract private rocket launch business. It's true that the capital market can buy anything. Dane mobilized the satellite map and found the exact address of Stark's business in Gotham City. This is incomparable to Marvel's Stark, which is a company engaged in high-tech medicine. The Scarecrow robbed a machine named Rainstorm of this company, intending to spread the poisonous gas to the whole city through it. Is there a sense of sight? This plan is similar to Dr. Lizard's plan to transform the entire city into Lizardmen in The Amazing Spider-Man. You villains are so uninspired. Wonder Woman moved very fast, and she arrived at her destination very quickly, and all the mercenaries blocking the way were no match for her demigod. She didn't hold back at all against the soldiers with guns, and basically killed them directly. She then installed the neutralization capsules into the storm device as directed by Dane. Just as she was about to activate the device, someone jumped out unexpectedly. While Diana was manipulating the machine, Frozen Man sneaked up behind her, freezing her with a cryo ray. Ha 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 ha, you got caught. Frozen Man has long since discovered that this woman is unusual, so he has been hiding in the dark just to wait for this moment. Sure enough, he made a success in one fell swoop. But he doesn't know that Wonder Woman is more powerful than he imagined. Frozen Man suddenly cracked a crack, and Frozen Man's laughter stopped abruptly. The next moment, the ice suddenly exploded, and Diana glared at him. Etc. Diana didn't want to hear any explanation at all. She slammed her hands, and huge amounts of shockwave knocked Frozen Man into the air. Frozen Man drew a parabola and flew into the distance. In this case, let alone alive, it is hard to say whether there will be a whole body. Diana turned around and continued to operate the machine, only to find that a corner of the machine was scratched by an ice blade, which must have been made by Frozen Man just now. Heavy rain has entered the activation state and cannot be turned off. Damn it! Diana smashed the console with her fist, annoyed. She packed up her mood and immediately reported the situation to Dane. At the moment in the Batcave was suddenly silent. Dane didn't speak, and didn't know what he was thinking. After a while, Poison Ivy suddenly spoke. Under the ground of Gotham City, there is an ancient plant sleeping. If I release it, I may have the opportunity to use it to synthesize enough neutralizers. Then what's the price? Dane was brought back to his senses by her words, and asked with a smile. Poison Ivy at the moment is very calm. If it is to cover the whole city, it is difficult for me to save my life. Even so, are you going to do it? Poison Ivy didn't speak, but Barbara couldn't help asking. Why? I have to protect the plants of Gotham. This is a very Poison Ivy-like answer, but it must be more than that. She may also be protecting the Gotham in her heart in her own way. It doesn't have to be that way, things are not that bad yet. Dane waved his hand to signal everyone not to be nervous. Everyone looked at him suspiciously, but Damian spoke quickly and asked first. Do you still have Plan B? Dane nodded, then a little embarrassed. Because this plan is relatively ostentatious, I never thought of using it at the beginning, but now that the storm has been activated, this method cannot be used. Everyone was even more curious after hearing this. Diana shouted anxiously on the other side of the communicator. Whatever your plan is, I urge you to hurry up, it's already working. Everyone looked over, and the monitoring near the Stark Enterprise was turned on the big screen. In the next moment, a cloud of yellow turbid poisonous gas dispersed like a thick fog, spreading to the whole city at an extremely fast speed. Here we go. The difference between Scarecrow's new poisonous gas and the past is that it can not only enter the human body through the respiratory tract, but also penetrate through the skin, so ordinary gas masks cannot prevent it. People on the street have been caught in the hallucinations of fear and started killing each other. Dane didn't stop hesitation when he saw this. He said, "I'm leaving," and got up and flew away. The speed was so fast that it caused a sonic boom and shot straight into the sky. Damian watched this scene. Even though he knew it was out of place, he still couldn't help complaining. Is flying one of the entry requirements for the Justice League? Barbara glared at him, then looked worriedly at the computer screen. Northern Ice Factory. Superman has knocked everyone out, much to Batman's surprise. He thought everyone in the Justice League was as murderous as Dane. But soon they discovered the situation where the fear gas began to spread, and it was Gordon who sent the distress call. Batman's face was ugly. The moment he saw Superman, he understood that the matter of at the moment was no longer something he could solve alone. "Have you found the medicine to neutralize the poisonous gas?" Clark heard his question and scratched the back of his head. "Hey! This guy is hopeless." Batman took 2 quick steps and climbed to the top of the building with a hooked rope gun. Nightwing let Superman fly him up. "This is really too bad," Yi said solemnly. "This time Gotham really looks like it's going to end." But suddenly, they saw a bolt of lightning rising from the ground into the sky. Yi wiped his eyes vigorously, and said in a strange tone, "Did I just misread it?" Batman's tone was blunt. "No." Clark said happily, "It's Dane." Nightwing glanced sideways. "Dane." Knowing that he had slipped the tongue, Clark quickly changed his words. "No, it's Shazam." "Who is it?" Yi raised his eyebrows, but said nothing. Not long after that bolt of lightning rose into the sky, the clouds began to roll. Soon the sky was churned into a huge amounts of whirlpool. It is like a dragon absorbing water, sucking the yellow poisonous gas from the ground up to the sky. An area of intense low pressure quickly developed in downtown Gotham, causing surrounding air to converge toward the center. Batman's and Superman's cloaks rattled from the wind pressure coming from behind. The vortex turned faster and faster, and the yellow poisonous gas gathered into the sky at a faster speed. Within a few minutes, the sky was filled with poisonous clouds of fear gas. At this time, thunder rumbled in the sky, and huge amounts of lightning pierced the sky. What followed was a series of constantly thunderstorms. They are ferocious, manic, and full of incomparable destructive power. Huge amounts of thunderstorms tore apart the yellow clouds, and the high temperature of electric energy vaporized the yellow clouds, completely destroying the molecular formula of the poisonous gas. As a result, there is less and less yellow in the sky, and the clouds are getting thinner and thinner. Finally, at a certain moment, the last piece of yellow cloud completely disappeared. But the matter is not over yet. There are still people infected by the poisonous gas in the city. So Dane, who was in the thundercloud, stirred the clouds, and the divine power of Zeus exploded with incredible power at the moment. A heavy rain poured down. Dane crushed the neutralizer capsule in his hand at the moment, waved his hand and sprinkled it on the rain cloud. This is the real storm. Chapter 24. Now I suddenly believe that he is a god. Batman stood against the heavy rain and looked at the sky solemnly. Calling the wind and calling the rain, thunder, and lightning, what is this but a god? It was also the first time Clark had seen Dane use his ability in this form, and he had always thought he was a battle god. There's some kind of drug in the rain. Under the heavy rain, it is inevitable that a few drops will fall into his mouth. Yi tasted it and found this situation. This should be the antidote to fear and anger. He really participated in it from the very beginning. Batman was upset and said not to intervene, but in the end he was fooling people. But soon his expression changed suddenly. If Dane was involved from the beginning, then through whom? How did you participate? In his previous torture of the mercenaries, he knew that the Arkham Knight had taken poison ivy, and she seemed not to be affected by the fear gas. Like Jason, Batman quickly figured out that this physical property of poison ivy could be harnessed to create an antidote to the poison gas. Arkham Knight and Dane's team. Batman suddenly turned his head to look at Superman, and Clark was taken aback by his serious look. What's wrong with you? Arkham Knight is with you. Arkham Knight? Who's that? Clark didn't understand, so, just kidding, how could Dane take him to play with such a brainstorming plan? Batman quickly figured out this part, he gritted his teeth and said, what a cunning fellow. Well, what the hell are you talking about? He was at a loss, had he been away from Gotham for too long? I feel like I can't understand a lot of things. Batman explained. There's a new guy in Gotham who calls himself Arkham Knight. When I found him, he was slaughtering mercenaries on the street, and I stopped him. Has he ever hurt a good man? Batman looked at him sternly. No, what do you want to say? I wonder if he's helping. Yi shrugged. After all, now on the streets of Gotham, there are villains and scum, as well as murderous mercenaries. We can't kill people. Batman still insisted. But you didn't punish them either. Nightwing is quite critical of this. He had a relationship with Barbara before, but it ended without a problem because of Batman. Have you forgotten about Barbara? Batman's face changed when he heard that. Barbara's paralysis was a pain he didn't want to mention, because he knew it was his fault. And yes, Barbara. Batman turned to torture the criminals below. Knowing that Clark scratched his head suddenly, he said, Miss Barbara is at Wayne Manor. Batman almost stumbled and slipped. He turned his head and grabbed Clark by the collar. What you said is true. Wait, Bruce, you lost Barbara. Yi was very dissatisfied. Although he and Barbara had broken up, they still had feelings for each other. Batman ignored him at all. He immediately connected to the manor, and finally got in touch with Alfred. Thank God, Master Wayne, you are finally all right. Alf, is Barbara with you? Please rest assured, Miss Barbara is safe, she is here, she was brought back by Master Damian. Master Damian? Who is that? Alfred dropped a bombshell. Master Damian is your own son, sir. Batman was sure that his brain froze for a moment. Yi was also stunned. Then Alfred explained the cause and effect in detail, which made Batman frown. How does this thing have to do with this guy Dane again? Does he know too much? Batman didn't trust Dane, and he didn't even trust his son out of nowhere. He suddenly remembered, where is the Arkham Knight at this time? Then he slapped himself on the head suddenly, and he didn't turn around suddenly, the purpose was already written in his name. DK, you are now returning to Wayne Manor with Superman to protect Barbara, and also, look at that man named Damian. You suspect that he is not your son? Yi couldn't help but ask. Batman didn't answer, he spread his wings and glides away. Fortunately, the rain was light, otherwise he might not be able to fly. Superman and Nightwing looked at each other, and finally they decided to follow Batman's advice. Batman's destination is Arkham Asylum. He is very familiar with this place. It can be said that, apart from the criminals imprisoned here, Batman is the person who is most familiar with Arkham. When Batman fell to the roof of the Arkham Asylum, he quickly discovered the abnormality here, and the guards were all knocked down. He hurried down to check. The eyepiece scanned the body temperature and heart rate. Fortunately, they were only anesthetized. This shows that the opponent is still somewhat measured. Although Batman doesn't want to admit it, he is sure that the opponent is not a heinous person. But he was very worried about the situation inside. You must know that those are basically psycho killers. With the Arkham Knight's behavior style, I am afraid that few can survive. Since the guards had already been dealt with, he had unimpeded access to the madhouse. Soon, he saw the first dead body. It was the Mad Hatter, the muzzle was on the forehead, and he was killed with a single shot. He went on and found the second victim, Hugo Strange, whose surname sounded like a doctor. And indeed, he was a psychologist at Arkham Asylum. But there is no one who is a psychiatrist in this place who is not sick. Hugo loves to play Batman, pretending to be his chivalrous man many times. Then the captured person was used as an experiment or abused, and now he was also shot in the head. Along the way, he saw more victims, the unarmored killer Moth, the Calendar Man, the Riddler. These are still slightly famous criminals, and the unnamed but mentally ill prisoners die more. Batman was shocked to see it, and his heart was heavy. He quickly ran to the innermost room, where he saw the Arkham Knight, and Joker. Quite a dramatic scene, isn't it? Joker was surprised when he saw Batman. I knew that the fate between you and me has long been tied together, little Bat, whether you agree or not. Batman ignored Joker's gibberish, staring at the gun-wielding Arkham Knight. Stop! Arkham Knight turned his head, and the electronic eyes looked at him without any emotion. Why? His guilt should be brought to justice, not a personal lynching. You thought he was just a lyncher, ha 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 ha. Joker laughed. Poor little Bat, you are wrong, he is the Avenger. This is not a justice versus evil execution, but a purely personal grievance. Joker turned to look at Arkham Knight, as if looking at one of his favorite works. Look how good he is, this is my work. Boom! Arkham Knight hit Joker's left leg with a single shot. He used a large caliber bullet, and half of Joker's calf was directly blown into a pile of meat sauce. He said indifferently, I hope you can enjoy this pain. Even a neurotic like Joker can't help crying in pain. But at the same time he was laughing, and he was absolutely crazy. Batman throws the Batmark and aims at the Arkham Knight. The opponent explodes the flying darts with several shots, and a cloud of smoke bursts from them. He switched vision immediately, but it was still pitch black. What happened? AI quickly checks itself and answers. It's the electronic smog, and it's infecting the operation of the sensors. Arkham Knight's mask relies on dozens of sensors outside the mask to work together to obtain vision. He quickly understood Batman's idea. Hee, do you think I care about the identity under the mask as much as you do? Bruce Wayne. Bruce's attacking footsteps suddenly stopped, because he heard a familiar voice. He raised his head in disbelief. The smoke cleared, and Arkham Knight lifted the electronic mask to reveal Jason's more mature face. Jason! Seeing this scene, Joker couldn't help laughing despite the severe pain in his calf. I won! Bat, ha 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 ha! Jason raised his gun to shoot while Bruce was in a daze, but he suddenly found that the gun failed, and he immediately realized that it was the electronic smog just now. You actually got the virus in it. Although it cannot hinder this battlesuit for too long, this time is enough for Batman to do a lot of things. Jason was extremely annoyed, and also annoyed why he didn't kill the Joker immediately, and he had to say a few more words. So I told you a long time ago, don't talk too much nonsense when doing this kind of thing. Jason looked up, and Batman's expression changed, and he raised his head. Suddenly a big hole was knocked out of the ceiling, and a red figure descended from the sky. Since the law and justice cannot sanction this Joker, let God decide his destination. Dane smiled at Batman, opened his palm and pulled out a bolt of lightning. The lightning turned into a spear and instantly pierced Joker's chest. The wound was scorched black without a trace of blood. Joker, death. Chapter 25. You crossed the line. Batman said in a low voice. Dane looked at him seriously, why do you see that? You shouldn't have killed him. Isn't he supposed to die? Only the law can judge justly. Bruce, I'm tired of your talk. Before Dane could speak, Jason interrupted Batman's lecture. No matter how correct your reasons are logically and jurisprudentially, it will not change the fact that you have been allowing Joker to poison Gotham. Jason, we can't do things like this, we can't be so crude. This may provide temporary convenience, but in the long run there will be huge hidden dangers. I agree with you. Dane smiled. That's why we need a Justice League. Batman, you won't deny that you too can lose control. Once you're out of control, who's going to stop you? Batman was silent. Dane continued. It can only be us, power needs checks and balances, but Batman, there is no checks and balances on your power in Gotham. Batman finally speaks. If I lose control, I'll make Batman disappear forever. Dane believes this, because Batman even has contingency plans for himself. But whether he can really work is unknown. After all, there is something called Laughing Bat in the multi-universe, which is a more difficult thing than the unjust Superman. The unrighteous Superman has brought disaster to the Earth, and the universe is not uncommon, but the Laughing Bat has brought disaster to countless multi-universes. So, being a sane person, Dane believes in Batman's determination, but not in uncertain possibilities. Bruce, you've been fighting the Joker for so many years, have you noticed? You look a lot like him. With Bruce's intelligence he'd definitely seen the possibility, but his pride wouldn't let him admit it. You are all equally smart and have a unique view of the world. Both are obsessed with turning the world into what they want, but you do it differently. Dane picked up Joker, who had become Dead Man, and drew a circle under his feet to put him in. In some works, Joker's blood has Joker virus, so be cautious. He sat on the stool that Joker had just sat on, and when no one was looking, he used his divine power to destroy the Joker's blood that came into contact with it. But it seems to me that the two of you have gone to two completely different extremes. As for him, he's working so hard just to set the world on fire, and he'll be happy to trouble you for fun. Even if you beat me to the ground, even if I fail again and again, I will never lose heart. Because it's fun, as long as you don't kill him, he can constantly come out of Arkham to play with you. He must have tried to get you to kill him, didn't he? Batman clenched his fists. I think you stick to the principle of not killing, and a big part of it is that Joker is trying to get you to kill, and you don't want to lose to him. Dane smiled meaningfully. Bruce, you have an ego, and I'm sure you realize it yourself. But you're smart enough to avoid the side effects of that ego. But Joker is different, he's another you. If it wasn't Batman who walked out of that alley, it must have been Joker. What are you trying to explain? Batman asked. On the issue of Joker, as long as a normal person knows that this kind of lunatic should not continue to live. Anyone in this world can die, you can, I can, Jason can, why can't Joker? Batman turned his head to look at Jason, you think so too? Definitely. Then you can no longer be Robin. The battlesuit style on Jason's appearance began to change, the pointy ears disappeared, and the mask changed to bright red. There was nothing on it except blood like red. From now on, please call me Red Hood. This appearance is more appropriate to say that it is a killer than a superhero. Deathstroke isn't quite this murderous. Batman sees what he means, and he turns to Dane. You said that you formed an organization called Justice League to carry out murder missions. Definitely not, this is an organization created to respond to a global catastrophe. Catching and dealing with ordinary criminals is not really in our remit. A global catastrophe. This is an organizational secret. Batman glanced at him, and suddenly said. I want to join. Then you must pass the organization inspection first, and you can only join if you pass. Just kidding, I invited you politely before, but you refused. Now you can add it if you want, it's not that simple. But Batman's face remained unchanged. What are you going to test, and when will you start? Dane looked around and felt that the place was not bad. Right here, right now. The content of the test is very simple, let a member of the organization test your strength. If you win, stay, if you lose, then I'm sorry, let's cooperate again when we have a chance. The corner of Batman's mouth twitched indiscernibly. I'm not going to fight you, am I? What if I say yes? Dane asked with interest. Bruce's eyes twitched. If you want to kill me, you can just say it, there is no need to beat around the bush. Okay, just kidding, your opponent is Jason, if you beat him, you can stay. Batman was relieved, he said firmly. Actually, as long as you give me some time, it's not impossible to challenge you. Forget it, I'm afraid I can't control my strength and kill you. Dane didn't give him any face at all. Jason stood aside and was very upset. What does this mean, you think you will win? Dane said as if he just remembered something. By the way, Jason has just returned from training in the League of Assassins, and his strength has improved a lot, so be careful. Coupled with the high-tech battle suit that Dane gave him, it is really doubtful whether Batman can win, after all, he is not in his prime. Dane looked at Jason again. Aside from lethal weapons, any other weapon can be used. Come on, beat this old bat. Jason nodded silently, and used battlesuit synthesis to synthesize 2 metal rods, with blue arcs flickering on them. Batman breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he changed into a set of light power armor before coming here, otherwise it would be difficult to fight. Dane didn't continue to watch, he floated up, and then went straight to the sky. He flew all the way back to Wayne Manor, observed all the way, and helped passers-by who needed help. There are not many good people who can stay in Gotham nowadays, but there are still some, and he can't turn a blind eye. Half an hour later, he returned to Wayne Manor. As soon as he came back, he found that Damian was looking at him with eyes full of blood. What's wrong with you? You just said that, tie pants are spicy. I almost forgot, this little kid is still a kid in his teens, exactly the age of the second year of middle school. He danced and danced, his appearance was completely different from the one that was dragged to the ground at the beginning. How did you do it? It's very simple, first of all, you have to become a god first. Dane patted him on the shoulder and walked past little Damian's bewildered expression. Phew, he was just perfunctory me, right? Damian looked depressed. Alfred smiled kindly, it seems so, Master Damian. Ah, how similar this look is to the Master when he was a child. Is everything settled? Diana at the moment has returned to the manor, Clark and Nightwing are also here, and Nightwing is reminiscing with Barbara. Poison Ivy stood in a corner where no one was paying attention, taking care of herself. That's right, it's resolved, and the rest is left to the local government and the police to finish. Batman over there. Clark hesitated to speak. Dane knew what he wanted to ask, but he didn't say much, he has agreed to join us. So suddenly. Diana raised her eyebrows. He probably wants to monitor us. After all, there are almost 3 gods among the current members. If he doesn't watch it himself, he won't sleep well at night. It's like something he can do. Diana covered her mouth and chuckled. Dane set his sights on Poison Ivy. He personally admires Poison Ivy, but she has too many stains and is not suitable for joining the Justice League. What are your plans for the future? Poison Ivy was very indifferent to his gaze, as always. That's not okay, I'll have to go to jail to get you soon. Dane laughed. Who needs you to fish? It's impossible for those humans to trap me. Poison Ivy snorted softly. Looking at this scene, Diana frowned slightly, but quickly relaxed it again. The world will change faster and faster in the future. Your ability has been noticed by the Sky Eye Society, and they will not let you go. Well. In this way, you follow me, you know, you have no right to refuse. Poison Ivy was annoyed at his overbearing, and quietly threw some spores on him, trying to get into his body. As a result, as soon as the spores touched Dane's body, they were burned to ashes by lightning. He looked at Barbara again, and said to the girl in the wheelchair, "I can cure your paralysis, would you stand up again?" Chapter 26. Are you serious? Can you heal Barbara? Before Barbara could express her opinion, Yi became excited instead. Barbara, on the other hand, was very calm. Although she really wanted to stand up again, she also knew that there was no such thing as a free lunch. So she was a little more sensible than Yi. "What do I need to pay?" Dane was surprised by her attitude, but after thinking about it, he understood. After all, after staying with Batman for a long time, it is normal to be a little wary. "Don't worry, there is no price for this, and it's okay for you to take it as compensation for your long-term efforts." To be honest, as a member of superhero, Barbara couldn't bear to be paralyzed in a wheelchair for the rest of her life. Uncle Di just can't understand tragedies. Don't heroes deserve good rewards? If you want, after the surgery, you can still continue to act as a superhero. This time Barbara was really moved. If she had a choice, she would prefer to be outside like Batman and Nightwing, instead of doing logistics. She said with some hope, "Is it really possible?" "Don't worry, we are the Justice League, you can trust us." Barbara looks at Dane, Clark, and Diana, thinking they've just solved a disaster that's ravaged the city, and suddenly feels they can be trusted. She finally couldn't help sobbing in a low voice, I want to return to the original." Yi couldn't help but hug her and comfort her. Dane was also very moved. Apart from sympathizing with her experience, he helped Barbara because Barbara would eventually recover, even without his help. After she recovers, she will continue to fight criminals as Oracle, and form a team of female superheroes, Birds of Prey. In the New 52, Poison Ivy is also one of the founding members of this squad. Powers like Poison Ivy must not let themselves go, it is impossible for them to be nerds and nerds honestly with their PG nature. They will always be actively or passively involved in incidents for various reasons. Once that happens, Poison Ivy's position will likely go to the villain. After all, she and Dane had some friendship because of this incident. If possible, he naturally hoped that the other party would go the right way. His purpose is very clear: in order to cope with the intensified crisis in the future, the more superheroes the better. Anti-heroes are heroes too. Okay, then you will come back to the Hall of Justice with us in a while, where all the equipment for treating you will be stored. You still have a secret base? Damian asked curiously. Dane teased him again. How fresh, your dad has a bat cave, the three of us are so awesome, shouldn't we have a meeting place? You can't ask to meet at the coffee shop every time you act. Then do you think I can join your Justice League? Damian looked expectant. Dane smiled brightly, but what he said almost pd Damian to death. I advise you to stop thinking about it. How old are you? You haven't even attended high school, have you? Do you know that our Justice League does not accept illiterates? I am proficient in 8 languages. But you don't have a high school degree. I know the history of all countries in the world. But you don't have a high school degree. I hacked the computer of the US military base when I was 8 years old. Dane patted his shoulder, and a holographic image was projected into the air. It was Damian who said arrogantly about his glorious deeds of hacking the US military's computer. Your boy is quite photogenic. Damian was dumbfounded for a moment. Dane bowed his head and threatened. Stinky boy, if you dare to be disobedient in the future, I will use this to expose you. Even your father can't face the entire state apparatus alone. You are despicable. Damian looked shocked that someone like Dane could be so shameless. Facing Damian's gaze, Dane was not ashamed. A brat like Daotian should be treated like this. To save him from not having to sign up for the house for 3 days. Diana and Poison Ivy watched this scene dumbfounded, and became more and more curious about this man who was sometimes mature and sometimes naive. Alfred stood quietly aside, smiling at the scene in front of him without speaking. He felt in his heart that Wayne Manor hadn't been as popular as this for a long time. Not long after, Batman and Red Hood came back supporting each other. Who won? Dane asked curiously. Jason took off the hood and threw it aside, lying on the sofa without saying a word. Nightwing, Barbara, and Alfred, who were still curious about the identity of the Red Hood, were shocked to the point of speechlessness when they saw his true face. As if Jason saw them at this moment, he raised his hand and waved. Long time no see, Alfred, Barbara and DK. Jason. ×3. I know, I'm not dead. Jason lowered his raised hand, feeling a sharp pain in his shoulder. Looks like Batman won. Batman stood aside, humming softly. But Clark's clairvoyant eyes could see clearly that he was not seriously injured, he was just holding on. Okay, now that Batman has been tested, he is already a member of the Justice League according to the rules. Diana, Clark, and Jason, let's welcome new members, welcome. Dane clapped his hands mockingly. Clark is an honest boy, he is a little inexplicable. Test? What test? When did we have such a rule? Batman's strong body froze for an instant, and his cold eyes fixed on Dane. Poison Ivy covered her mouth and turned her face to the side from laughing until her stomach ached. Diana couldn't help but smile, Dane is a vengeful man. Dane was even more surprised than Clark. Really? Our Justice League doesn't have this rule? You must have missed it, it's written in the manual. So we don't have a manual. Dane reached into his pocket and took out a thick booklet, and stuffed it into Clark's arms. Look well, read well, this is what I call a manual. It really is. Now Clark was dumbfounded. Die boss said yes, then it must have. Next, except for Damian and Alfred, everyone will follow me back to the Hall of Justice. Why? Just as Damian yelled, Dane clapped his hands together and disappeared with the members of the Justice League and his entourage. Damian was so angry that he suddenly remembered something, controlled the battlesuit on his body and assembled the teleportation bracelet again. But this time the magic didn't work. A line of words popped up on the arm screen display, you have been kicked out of the group chat. Ah! Damian is mad, the naughty fellow. When they came to the Hall of Justice, everyone was attracted by the technological atmosphere and furnishings from the very beginning. But Poison Ivy still couldn't help complaining. I remember you are a magic god, I thought your stronghold would be more magical. Dane led the crowd to continue walking, chatting with Poison Ivy by the way. I do have a secret base that is a bit magic, but it is my lair, how can I show it to others so easily? The Rock of Eternity is not only a magical holy place, it is also a big gold mine. Dane only recently remembered that there should be a large piece of eternal metal stored in the Rock of Eternity. In Black Adam, 7 members of the Necromancer Council once established a stronghold near Kanduk. When they gave Adam the power of his son Shazam, there was a huge amount of eternal metal floating in the background. It is reasonable to guess that the Necromancer Council originally went there to collect eternal metal, but it happened to find someone who could inherit the power of Shazam. Legend has it that eternal metal is a substance formed by throwing the eternal rock to the outside world, so this thing naturally has magic properties and is the best material for conducting magic. As I said before, Dane intends to build an artifact himself. This eternal metal has properties similar to the URU steel in the Marvel Universe. It is the most suitable material for casting artifacts. However, it should be noted that, similar to kryptonite, Shazam's power comes from the Rock of Eternity, so eternal gold from the Rock of Eternity will restrain Shazam just like kryptonite. This is why Black Adam got injured after eating a missile made of eternal metal. Soon everyone arrived at the treatment room. It should be said that it is Kryptonian technology, especially this nanotechnology, which is too versatile. Injuries like Bruce and Jason healed in minutes. Barbara's was a little more troublesome, with a small piece of iron particles permanently left in her spine to replace her completely damaged bones and nerves. But once the operation is complete, she will be faster and stronger than ever. Chapter 27. While Dane wasn't paying attention, Batman quietly stuck a patch-like thing on a certain operating table. This behavior is quickly discovered by Cortana and calls the police to Dane. Dane looked at it, rolling his eyes quietly. I knew you would do something. After all, it's Batman, the guy who sent the virus to Cyborg the first time he shook hands with Cyborg. It's not surprising that he did this. When he gets more familiar, he will definitely carry 1 or 2 pieces of kryptonite or eternal metal in the tactical bag on his waist. But Dane doesn't care about that. If he did, he wouldn't have invited Batman in the first place. Although he is only a human being, he is originally very good at fighting in a planned manner, and he rarely loses in a fight. Doomsday, Darkseid, etc. that will be faced in the future are tough battles that are difficult to fight, and the Justice League will need his tactical mind. If even he can't do it, then you can only sacrifice the Flash to heaven. Now that I have joined you, can you tell me about your so-called confidential information? Batman, who had recovered, walked over to Dane. Dane had no choice but to let the non-Jinglian members stay and wait for Barbara's operation to end, and took his teammates to the conference room of the Hall of Justice. He turns on the projector to play the video. I believe you must be very curious about our origin. I'm even thinking about how to deal with us if necessary in the future. Diana and Clark turned to look at Batman at the same time, but he showed no expression. I understand your thoughts very well, and I also understand the necessity of your doing so, so let's just explain it once and for all. The image of the Rock of Eternity was first played on the big screen. This place is called the Rock of Eternity. It is the residence of the Necromancer Council and a holy place for magic. I believe you should be able to accept the setting that this world has magic by now. Batman nodded, believing what he saw with his own eyes. The Necromancer Council originally had 7 members, but after many battles, until I inherited the power of Shazam, there was only 1 person left. The last Necromancer found me and let me inherit the power of Shazam, so I became a god. What is the Shazam power? Batman asked. It's a collective name for the power of the 6 gods. You don't have to think it's too much. In fact, I don't fully inherit the most complete power of the 6 gods. I just borrowed a small part from them. Borrow. Batman emphasized the word. Dane said with a half-smile. That's right, the power of Shazam is a power borrowed from the gods. In theory, it is indeed possible to be taken back. Batman couldn't tell if his words were true or not, but he remembered the information. But at this time, he suddenly seemed to remember something, so he asked. When did you get the power of Shazam? Dane holds up a finger. Batman raised his eyebrows. 100 years. Sure enough, it is easy to misunderstand, Dane sighed. Seeing his expression like this, Batman's face changed slightly. Could it be a year ago? Dane nodded, surprising everyone present. Everything about Dane almost suggests that he has planned for a long time. Who knows that the other party built all this from scratch in just 1 year? Batman is even more serious in his heart. He is worried that the enemy is too good, and he is also worried that the teammates are too good. Okay, after introducing me, let's introduce Diana. As her name says, she is a princess from the Amazons, the daughter of the Amazon Queen and Zeus, and unlike me, this is a true demigod. He briefly introduced Wonder Woman's deeds. This demigod fits everyone's imagination of her age. With nearly 1,000 years of life experience, she must have seen a lot of things, right? Seeing the eyes of her teammates, Diana felt a little uncomfortable. She thinks she is still a young man. Why does everyone think she is old? The last one I want to introduce is the most important one, Clark Kent, Superman. Kall, a Kryptonian. Who? Batman froze for a moment. Kryptonian, he's from an alien planet. Batman is numb. Okay, out of 3 people, 2 gods, 1 alien, this is the combination of no normal people? Jason. I believe you have seen the strength of the Kryptonians. Recalling the scene in the Northern Ice Factory in Batman's mind, he couldn't help but nodded. Conventional human weapons are completely useless against Superman. He asked Clark afterwards, and he didn't feel the bullet hit him at all. Although Diana is also indestructible, she will feel pain when the bullet hits her skin, but Clark doesn't feel it at all. How to deal with such a person if he has no weakness? Batman felt a little headache. But Dane quickly dropped the bombshell. Although there is only one Kryptonian on Earth, Superman, in a few years, another group of Kryptonians will come to Earth. What are they here for? Batman felt his temples throbbing. Occupy here, enslave here, rebuild here. How do you know? Batman took a deep breath. The magic of prophecy. Dane rubbed a small golden spark with his fingertips, the spark scattered, and then formed a human face, which was Zed's face. The leader of that Kryptonian is this General Zed, the Hawk of Krypton. So don't try to solve the problem through negotiation, it's useless. Well, even the avatars of the characters are clearly displayed, Batman can only accept it. How many people will they send? If Krypton directly sends an army over, Batman will probably propose to build an ark, and what a fart. You don't have to worry too much, Krypton has been destroyed for more than 20 years. Generals, it is just a small group of survivors, about a dozen in total. And I forgot to tell you that the Kryptonian's ability comes from the yellow sun of the solar system. Usually, the more solar energy it absorbs, the stronger it will be. At that time, Clark estimated that he had accumulated solar energy for about 30 years. In theory, it would not be a problem for him to hit 10 opponents with one. Batman knew that things must not be that simple. Even if Clark had this ability, he would not be able to stop a dozen Kryptonians at the same time. Duplication is useless. He asked directly in front of Clark, do Kryptonians have a weakness? If so, what is it? Clark looked at him in astonishment. I'm still here. Unexpectedly, Dane nodded and replied, yes. And quite a few. Clark turned to look at him again. No, I'm still here. Dane ignored his resentful eyes and continued. The first is magic. Kryptonians have a certain resistance to magic, but it is far less than their performance in terms of physical resistance. Not that unbreakable. Batman nodded thoughtfully, and went back to collect information in this regard. Second, some nerve gases may affect their perception. But you have to be careful with this. General Zed's side is a group of professional soldiers. It's hard for this kind of trick to work for a long time. Batman continued to nod. The Scarecrow's fear gas that he just collected seems to have the possibility of being recycled. Third, kryptonite can effectively restrain the abilities of Kryptonians, making them weaker than ordinary humans. Batman's eyes sparkled, this is it. But he still said calmly, so where can kryptonite be found? Clark looked up to the sky in grief and indignation. I said it all, I'm still here. It's a pity that the 2 old silver coins didn't care about him. Dane shook his head, a little regretful. I can't find it for the time being. Kryptonite can only be produced in the Kryptonian environment. Batman was sorry too, but he took it to heart. He has a strong intuition that this knowledge will come in handy sooner or later. Dane didn't continue talking. In fact, Kryptonians still have a weakness. Although red sunlight does not significantly weaken the physiological functions of Kryptonians like kryptonite, it can prevent them from absorbing sunlight. Under the shining of the red sun, Kryptonians are like large energy batteries, which will be beaten back to mortals when the power is exhausted. Great for making cages for Kryptonians. The reason why Dane didn't say it was because the previous conditions were not easy to realize. With Superman's super speed, those traps are easy to avoid. But the Red Sun has almost no technical threshold, and the speed of Superman is obviously not faster than the speed of light. Wayne Group's scientific research department also knows how to use black technology. If Batman is asked to manufacture Red Sun light weapons in large quantities, wouldn't he really screw his good brother Clark? How could he be that kind of person? Such a good thing should definitely be held in one's own hands. Chapter 28. However, the arrival of General Zod can only be regarded as one of the disasters to come. It's more difficult to solve, but it's not impossible. Batman heard what he meant. There are still many disasters in the future. Many, for example, Seaside City may encounter an alien monster attack. Once it succeeds, Earth won't even last until Zod comes. Batman's head started hurting again. Anything else? And Darkseid, you may not know him, you just need to know that he belongs to the god of an alien planet. And his power is different from ours. He is a complete god. I say this so you should be able to understand the seriousness of the matter. Okay, now that we've finished talking about the disaster of alien invasion, let's talk about the interior of our planet. Besides, let's just say, can we just change the ball? It was also the first time that Jason, who was standing aside, had a complete understanding of the disaster that the Earth was about to face, and he felt terrified just listening to it. This made him couldn't help complaining in his heart. Go ahead. Batman seems to have adjusted his mentality. Have you heard of the legend of Atlantis? Definitely, you don't want to say that this kingdom is real. Unfortunately, it's real, and it's hidden deep in the ocean. In recent years, human beings have polluted the marine environment in order to develop industries, and they are almost reaching the limit. War. Batman got serious. Once a war starts, it means that human beings kill each other. It is wrong to help either side, and the Justice League cannot have a political position. Although he has just joined, Batman has already begun to think from the standpoint of Zheng Lian. Yes, war, this crisis is difficult to deal with. It's not about how strong it needs to be, but how the Justice League resolves disputes peacefully. Using force to force a truce between the two sides is of course very simple, but it is easy to leave behind the hidden danger of Superman power. Not everyone can resist the temptation to rule the world by force. Once Justice League gets a taste of power, it's hard to argue that no one will be addicted to it. In Justice Superman showed signs of being eroded by power in the later stage, and his changes were not all due to remorse for the Louise incident. Batman was surprised that he could think so far, and he didn't doubt that Dane wanted to take over the world. Now it seems that I have a prejudice against him. The problem with Atlantis is how to stop the war before it starts. I already have some ideas about this problem. Let's talk about the next one, the Three-Palace Demon. The previous questions are nothing compared to this one. The Sangongmo is the master who can destroy the universe on its own body. Really let this guy come down, let alone the Earth, the DCEU will stop immediately. Unless Dane can grow to the multi-universe level in the later stage, there is no way to meet this one. But the Sangongmo is a problem on the magic side, and there is not much that Superman and Batman can help. So, the goal of our Justice League for some time to come is still to recruit more new members, especially those on the magic side. Batman, there's a magician named Constantine who will do it for you. I've got some business to do in Gotham. The criminals in Arkham are basically dead, who are you going to deal with? Batman. I think, even if something slips through the cracks, you can hand it over to Jason, he's very quick at the moment. Killed them all, definitely neatly. Batman's face turned dark. Seeing this, Dane continued the moral kidnapping. Bruce, compared with the crisis in the whole world, the law and order in Gotham is really just a small problem. Seeing that he said so, Batman no longer refused, and accepted the task by default. Jason stood aside, quietly grinning a creepy smile. One more thing, in order to deal with future crises. "Bruce, you should upgrade your bat battle suit, it can't keep up with the fighting rhythm, especially against an opponent like us." Batman thought of the picture of Dane calling the wind and rain in the sky, and couldn't help nodding. His batplane probably couldn't hurt him. "So, I plan to open some technical permissions to you, and you can pick some useful ones to upgrade your battlesuit," Dane said, uploading part of Umbrella's database. By the way, it was uploaded to Batman through something left before him. So the face under Batman's mask was supposed to be as dark as the mask, but he accepted it calmly. At this time, Barbara, who had already completed the operation, came out. "Batgirl, resurrected." At night, on the observatory on the top floor of the Hall of Justice, Dane observes the sky at night. He was favored by Wisdom of Solomon and was awarded the book Key of Solomon. There's some astrology in there that deserves a closer look. "I really don't understand that with your ability, you can easily obtain greater power. Why do these thankless things?" Dane looked back, and the almost naked figure of Poison Ivy appeared in front of him. "Are there fewer leaves on her body than when I first met?" Seeing his gaze, Poison Ivy straightened up, showing her good figure even more. Dane smiled, and with a move of divine power, he cleared the abnormal pheromones in the air. "You know it's useless to me. Poison Ivy can secrete unique hormones to lure men and women and make them fall madly in love with her. She tried to use this method on Dane just now, but unfortunately it didn't work." Seeing that his ability is invalid, Poison Ivy didn't care. "Why not try it? I don't know if she is implying something. How are you going to arrange for me? I haven't figured it out yet. Until then you just stay by my side honestly, at least don't make trouble for Jason." "Oh, you men are always like this, wishing to keep women tied to you all the time." At this point Dane did not refute, "If I have such an ability, why not do it?" "Humph, I thought you were a superhero." Poison Ivy walked over to him and sat down, her bare feet sliding like fingers over Dane's calf. Dane grabbed it and put it down gently. "I never said I was a hero. Being a hero is exhausting." Poison Ivy changed her sitting position and continued to physically harass Dane. "Then why don't you come with me? Isn't it good to be a simple bad guy?" This time Dane didn't stop her anymore, he just smiled. "It's not my style if I know I have the ability to do it but don't do it." Poison Ivy has never heard of Dane's prophecy. She thought the world was simple, so she didn't understand it. But this didn't affect her understanding of Dane's meaning. "Boring man." Poison Ivy snorted softly, and walked down the steps with a small jump. "I won't be trapped by a boring man like you." "Then just give it a try, if you can get out of my palm." "I will." Poison Ivy blew a kiss before leaving, and the kiss containing plant spores flew to Dane's face. The spores were originally non-toxic, but they irritated the nasal mucosa, so Dane sneezed. She giggled. "It seems that there is no hostile thing, you can't guard against it, right? My dear." Dane was about to say something when he saw Poison Ivy turn around and leave, leaving behind only the back with the fragrance of roses. "A rose with thorns." He shook his head, continued to look at the astronomical telescope, and had a conversation with Solomon's wisdom. Proficiency in industry is more than diligence and playfulness, even a god needs to learn all the time and keep improving. Chapter 29. On this day, Dane took Diana to a circus. Ever since Diana smelled the scent of roses on her body that night, he found that Diana didn't give him a good face for several days, which made him a little confused. At present, the earth is still generally calm, and ghosts and snakes have not appeared, but the members of Zhenglian, hereinafter referred to as JLA, have their own things to do. Clark basks in the sun near the low Earth orbit every day, unshakable. "Recently, I heard that I have learned to freeze breath, which is a few years earlier than Man of Steel." Batman listened to Dane's suggestion and began to look for Constantine's whereabouts. "But this guy knows magic, so it's not easy to block him. Jason is currently on a killing spree in Gotham, and several gangs have been wiped out by him, highlighting one brutal one. I heard that he is fighting wits with the escaped Penguin and double-faced man recently. Gotham's gangsters miss Batman so much now, at least the Dark Knight didn't kill him. Barbara, who hasn't joined the JLA for a while, is back in Gotham, rehabbing, and picking up her old skills. Yayi was with her, and the two of them meant to rekindle their old relationship. Diana, as I said earlier, she seems to be in a bad mood recently, and she has already damaged 3 training grounds. Even Poison Ivy restrained his style a little after seeing it. Dane felt that this could not go on like this, otherwise the Hall of Justice would never be completed, so he took her here to relax. Diana asked puzzledly. Based on our eyesight, are those magic shows worth watching? I liked watching it when I first came to human society, but I lost interest after watching it a few times. Today's magician is called Zatanna, and I have seen her magic show on TV. How should I put it? I think it might not be magic, it's like magic. Dane smiled and said. It's one thing to come here to enjoy the performance this time. If the other party is really a magician, then you might as well make friends. It would be even better if we could get into our JLA. Diana raised her eyebrows, and her voice suddenly softened. I thought the invitation this time was very simple. But for some reason, Dane suddenly felt a little cold on his body, and he was a little dazed. I am a god. Making friends is just by the way, the main thing is to take you out to relax. Snort. Diana didn't say anything more, and turned her gaze back to the stage. On the stage, a young woman in her 20s came onto the stage from behind the curtain. Her outfit was pretty hot, a modified fishnet tuxedo. She was carrying a cane, wearing a tall hat, and a red rose pinned to her suit jacket. Diana looked at the opponent's chest, listening to the deafening cheers around her. She seriously doubted whether this group of people came to see people or magic. Hi everyone, my name is Zatanna and welcome to my show. It just sang a scene, but the surrounding voices became louder and louder, and it seemed that they didn't stop. Clearly experienced, Zatanna swung her tiny cane like a necromancer in Harry Potter. The sound suddenly stopped. It's like someone suddenly pressed a mute button. This gets Diana's attention, and she realizes that Dane's feelings may be right. Then the performance started, and Zatanna first performed a few small magic tricks. Then she flicked her finger, the light went out, and within a second the light turned on again. 3 majestic lions appeared on the originally empty field. They shook their manes and roared to the sky to show that it was all true. There were exclamations in the audience. No matter how amazing the magic is, it is simply a miracle to conjure 3 big living creatures in less than a second. Zatanna continued to wave her small cane, and the 3 lions flew up with her movement, as light as a kite. She is indeed a magician. The reason why Zatanna is a famous magician is not without reason. Who would have thought that a magician is actually a real magician? Although Diana is the daughter of the old gods, she has never seen a magic show, and she also watched at the moment with great interest. Seeing that she wasn't angry anymore, Dane also heaved a sigh of relief. Just rushing at this trip was not in vain. The performance lasted more than an hour, mainly due to the overwhelming response from the audience, and Zatanna had to come back several times upon request. When it was finally over, Zatanna had time to sit in the lounge and catch her breath. At this time, Dane and Diana also stood up. I'm going to try my luck backstage, do you want to come? Diana shook her head. I won't go, I want to continue training, don't worry, I will be more careful this time. She said to Dane with a smile. He explained. Actually, I'm not afraid of you smashing things. The main reason is that it is easy to damage the overall structure of the building. After a while, I'll think of a way to make you a stronger one. After all, he opened a portal on the spot and let Diana walk in. Then he went backstage, used his banknote ability, and successfully sneaked into the backstage lounge. He knocked politely on the door. Who? The door opened, and Zatanna emerged, hatless. She glanced at Dane, wondering, "Who are you looking for?" "I'm looking for you, Zatanna Zatara." There are many people who know her name is Zatanna, but very few people know her surname Zatara, and all of them are colleagues. Zatanna looked wary. "Who are you?" The other hand had quietly grasped the cane. "I'm a member of the Justice League and my name is Dane Davis." "Justice League? Never heard of it." Zatanna frowned. "Maybe I should change my title. I am the owner of the Rock of Eternity, the heir of the Necromancer Council, and the new Shazam." "Shazam? Are you Shazam?" Zatanna was taken aback. She came from a magical family with a long history, and she had definitely heard the legend of the magical holy land of the Rock of Eternity and Asgardian Shazam. "But how do you prove that what you say is true?" Dane smiled, and he pointed to the ceiling of the lounge, and the magic changed, revealing the sky outside. "You should know some abilities of Shazam, right?" After he finished speaking, the clear sky was suddenly covered with dark clouds, and the thunder snake flickered among the clouds, making a clap of thunder from time to time. Shocked, Zatanna ran outside in a hurry. "It wasn't until I walked out of the circus and saw that there was no sunlight in the sky that I couldn't believe it was true." "Can you call the wind and rain at will?" Dane bent down and gave a gentleman's salute. "Now it's up to you to decide if it rains today, Miss Zatanna." Seeing this, Zatanna smiled, "I think it's more comfortable on a sunny day." "Understood." Dane flicked his fingers, just like Zatanna snapped her fingers when she was performing on stage. It made her blush a little, like she'd been caught playing tricks, and she gave Dane a look of embarrassment. But the thundercloud in the sky suddenly stopped brewing, and after a few minutes, it disappeared inexplicably just like when it came. The sun shines on the earth again. Witnessing this miracle, Zatanna no longer doubts Dane's identity. This is Shazam, a genuine male god. Moreover, Zatanna took a sneak peek at him. His appearance, figure, and temperament were impeccable. "Miss Zatanna, I am here this time to invite you to be a member of the Justice League." When Dane said this, he looked left and right. "This street is not suitable for talking. Would you mind talking in a quieter place?" Zatanna didn't know what to think, facing Dane, who was still a stranger, nodded in agreement with the proposal. Dane clapped his hands, the scene changed, and the two came to the Rock of Eternity. While building a real business, Dane didn't forget to transform the Rock of Eternity. He was already dissatisfied with the original gloomy atmosphere, so he carried out a major renovation in a year. "Who said that the Rock of Eternity can only be magical? I have to give you a sci-fi style. The entire Rock of Eternity is like a hall of glory, and a large number of light stones cooperate with the magic circle to provide a white and soft light source for a long time. The overall architectural style is like the utopian world established by the world builder in the sixth dimension." Zatanna almost thought that she had come to the future world. Until she saw the end of the glorious hall, there were 7 simple stone thrones. "Here, is it the Rock of Eternity? Everything here is so strange, only these 7 high-ranking chairs she has seen in the book. That is the 7 thrones of the Necromancer Council." Chapter 30. "Sit anywhere," Dane said and sat down on one of the thrones. Zatanna was taken aback. "No, so hasty?" Though slanderous, but physically honest, Zatanna sits unceremoniously on one of the thrones. She suddenly felt that the magic power in her body began to increase slowly. "Let's continue the topic just now. I want you to join the Justice League." "What exactly is the Justice League you're talking about?" This time Dane changed his story, claiming that he was born with the ability to predict. "There is no way, the opposite is a knowledgeable, skilled fool." He briefly explained the possible disasters in the future, and finally stated that JLA needs a special talent like her who understands magic. "I'd love to give my part to the world, but I'm worried about my lack of ability." Zatanna was a little hesitant, although she was usually just a magician. But I often do things like chivalry and righteousness, but I don't take this as my main business. She actually has a purpose all along, which is what drives her to travel around the world. But Dane knows her secret. Zatanna, if you are willing to join the Justice League, as the owner of the Rock of Eternity, I can promise you to open up the knowledge here. Except for the forbidden evil magic, you can read the books here at will. I remember, you have been looking for your father, right? Zatanna looked at him in astonishment. You can even predict this. Dane laughed and said nothing. Is there any clue to find my father here? I can't guarantee that you will find your father, but the Rock of Eternity has many ancient books that record the magic of finding people. It should be more efficient than searching aimlessly. Zatanna is a little embarrassed. If I choose not to join you, will I not be able to read the magic here at will? Indeed, but I suggest you turn to the Justice League for help. If your father's disappearance is related to magic, it's within my jurisdiction. Zatanna was surprised. She smiled and said to Dane, wouldn't it be a big loss for you? If you can remember this favor, how can it be considered a loss? Dane has never been afraid of others learning the knowledge here, but he is afraid that someone will abuse his magical power and cause trouble for him. If it were Constantine, he wouldn't even let him in, but Zatanna could still be trusted. But Zatanna seemed to hear some other meaning from his words, and her face flushed slightly. Okay, then count it as I owe you a favor. But after joining the Justice League, is there anything I need to do? I can't fight the monsters you mentioned, can I? You know I don't have this ability. Zatanna, you are humble. If you can burst out your true strength, you will at least be no worse than Zhakong. But Zatanna is still young, not the mature magician in the comics, so it's normal to have such concerns. The Rock of Eternity suddenly issued a magic warning. Dane waved, and a magic crystal ball flew into his hand. He looked at it for a while, and his expression became more serious. Then he looked at the curious Zatanna next to him, rolling his eyes. This may be the arrangement of fate, Zatanna, would you like to solve this incident with me? Zatanna froze for a moment, then pointed to herself. Dane nodded. I just agreed to join, and I'm going to start working right away. Boss, you haven't mentioned the salary yet. I've paid my salary in advance, Dane said. Zatanna was about to ask something when suddenly her heart moved and she looked at him in surprise. I have the authority to enter and exit here freely? How did you do it? It's a partial authority. There are still areas that are dangerous and you can't go in, or you shouldn't go in alone, Dane stressed. As for how I did it, it's been done since you sat down. Zatanna glanced at the throne under her body, and suddenly realized that there was a special magic attached to this throne. It can be said that Dane has been sincere, and he seems certain that Zatanna will say yes. Your foresight ability is really powerful. No, that's the power of trust, Zatanna. He smiled, then let's go together. As he spoke, he stretched out his hand in a please gesture. Zatanna blinked, and stood up with his hand on the arm he offered. The magic was activated, and the scenery around the two was replaced by a virgin forest. They were floating in the air and Zatanna couldn't help but grab Dane's arm. She did so subconsciously, even though she knew Dane's magic was protecting her. Where is this place? A primeval jungle in South America. What are we doing here? Dane took Zatanna's hand and tapped his fingers gently on her palm, the magical force connecting the two of them together through the fingers. It felt amazing, like they were having a soul-to-heart connection. Let go of your mind and feel the magical environment here carefully. Dane's voice drew her attention back, and she held back her shyness and followed Dane's words. Soon, she discovered an underground ruin not far away, exuding an ominous magical atmosphere. That is, so strong witchcraft energy. Zatanna frowned slightly. Her family has a long history, so she has naturally heard of the local sacrificial magic in South America, which is a kind of primitive witchcraft. Cruel, violent, and even evil from the current perspective of magic. But in ancient times, sacrificial activities were actually part of the local Orthodox god culture. So this kind of witchcraft inexplicably carries a trace of sacredness, which is both profane and sacred. This is the appearance of evil gods. That is the enchantress, also known as June Moore, a god born from another dimension thousands of years ago. Originally she should be in a sealed state. But now it looks like she escaped. Zatanna moved her eyes and said deliberately, "She is also a god, how does she compare with you?" Dane didn't know what she was thinking. You will understand that there is a difference between god and god. They flew directly into the underground pit from the sky, just in time to see the scene where the female archaeologist was possessed by a witch. "Help me!" A cloud of black mist was inhaled by her, and when the female archaeologist opened her eyes again, there was an orange fire in her eyes. Zatanna waved her cane and said a word backwards, the tip of the cane glowing bright white. "This is the bane of evil." But the witch just laughed loudly, and her whole body suddenly dissipated like a black mist, and the mist rose and flew out of the pit. Dane at the moment spoke. "As I said, she can barely be considered a god, and she is not completely an evil force, so the effect of this spell on her is very general." She ran away. Zatanna stomped. What was the first thing the witchcraft god who had been sealed for so long would do when he came out? Definitely sacrificed humans for a feast. Shouldn't she be caught first at this time? "Don't worry, she can't run very far." Dane searched the place and stopped after making sure there was nothing else but human bones. It seems that it is not the same as in the movie. This witch is very smart. Not only did he dig out his own heart, but he also took his younger brother away with him. But she must be weak by now, and although she had sucked a few lives, it wasn't nearly enough. Dane waved his hand, a crystal ball appeared in his palm, and a green light spot moved inside the ball. "Let's go." Dane held out his hand. Zatanna caught it without hesitation, and the two took off again, chasing in the direction indicated by the crystal ball. And at the edge of the jungle, the witch appeared, and she saw her target, a small tribal gathering place. From her eyes, it could be seen that this was the descendant of the tribe that sealed her back then, and it was also the best sacrifice for her after she regained her freedom. The witch's mana was shaken, and the whole person suddenly became pitch black. As soon as her real body was revealed, the celestial phenomena in this place immediately responded, and the sky was covered with dark clouds, and there was no ray of sunlight in the sky. The gloomy atmosphere filled instantly. How can she say that she has also been a local god for thousands of years, and even when she was sealed, there were some sporadic believers, so there is still a little bit of God's authority. The high priest in the tribe ran out in a hurry. When he saw the witch, he was shocked and almost knelt down. "God! Death to the disobedient!" The witch opened her mouth, and the life of the high priest was instantly gone. In less than a moment, only a pile of sticky bones remained. Chapter 31. The women of the tribe screamed, and the men, fighting back their fear, took up arms against each other. But those aren't even modern weapons: sickles, axes, hammers, pitchforks. They used what they had, and the witch almost laughed when she saw that. Descendants of the disobedient, die! The witch was covered in black aura, and a swarm of black locusts flew out from the forest behind her, and rushed forward to devour the flesh and blood of the tribal people. Amidst their miserable screams, the witch laughed heartily. Suddenly, she seemed to hear something, and her face changed. She quickly took out a small clay figurine from her body and grabbed a strong man in the tribe. "You should be proud of this." She laughed and broke off the clay figurine's head. A ball of black aura penetrated into the man's 7 orifices. The man trembled and fell limp to the ground. The witch hugged him tenderly and whispered in his ear, "Wake up, my brother." The man twitched suddenly, and when he stood up, his whole body and temperament changed drastically. "Elder sister! A strong enemy is coming, my brother, eat quickly." The man readily agreed. He opened his mouth wide and sucked in, and the vitality of more than a dozen young men was swallowed by him. Unlike his sister, he is not picky about food. So not only their vitality was absorbed, but also their flesh and bones were absorbed together, leaving no residue. Immediately, the man's figure grew rapidly at an unreasonable speed, and he soon grew to a height of more than 2 meters, turning into a big man with strong muscles. He showed an expression of enjoyment, and before he could think about it carefully, a thunderbolt fell from the sky and struck him. The 2-meter-tall figure was blown away like a rag sack, but the big one was completely unharmed. He shook his head and stood up again. She got a helper. Zatanna was a little nervous. Dane took her down from the sky. One of us, I deal with the big guy. The younger brother of the evil god found the enemy, and there was a raging fire all over his body. Dane seemed to be able to smell the brimstone of hell. He stood up, the ground beneath his feet clung to his upper body like a snake. Immediately afterwards his flesh was burned by flames, filled with earth and stones to become his flesh and blood. In the blink of an eye, the strong man turned into a giant over 3 meters tall, with hot yellow flames all over his body. These are not fires, nor are they hell fires, but the fires of souls born of giants who took the lives of mortals through witchcraft. Its fuel is the human soul that died at his hands. Among the pair of evil god siblings, the younger brother is mainly responsible for frontal combat, and his ability is more suitable for hand-to-hand combat. After the giant's shape-shifting, Zatanna looked at the giant, and then at her own size. Well, it seems that he can only give it to you. Flame Giant roared and punched Dane. Can he be cowardly? Dane punched out without even thinking about it, fist to fist, the huge amounts of shockwave spread, directly crushing the opponent's stone fist. The rubble flew towards the witch with a partially burnt flame, and she said an incomprehensible incantation. The burning stone stopped in front of her eyes, then flew backwards, aiming at Zatanna. But Zatanna was unflappable, holding the magic hat on her head with one hand and holding a staff with the other. He read another inverted sentence, and the correct sentence was translated as shock. The fiery rubble scattered and the flames attached to it turned green, and by the time Zatanna realized something was wrong it was too late. Those green flames touched the surrounding tribal people, causing them to undergo drastic changes. Their facial features began to distort, and the fire of life began to wilt. Like a violent virus, humans burned by green flames finally turned into monsters composed of obsidian. Zatanna didn't expect such a result, and was a little stunned. The witch screamed, and the obsidian person rushed towards her obediently like a slave. Dane, who was always watching the battle situation, fired from his palm and pierced through several monsters that were approaching Zatanna without hesitation. They are already dead, don't worry about it, do what you can. Zatanna cheered up when she heard the words, and waved her cane, but she didn't know what to say. The feet of the monsters suddenly turned into a swamp. Before entering the Rock of Eternity, she would not be able to use such a large-scale magic. It seems that the feeling at that time was not an illusion. Being on the throne can indeed significantly increase her magic power level. But witches are not ordinary people, although their strength has declined due to long-term unmanned sacrifices. But it's not something a fledgling magician like Zatanna can solve. She only fears Dane, because that man possesses divine power. Instead of letting the monsters attack Zatanna, she let them attack the tribal people in an attempt to infect more people into monsters. Flame Giant quickly recovered his broken arm, he looked at Dane with some seriousness, this man is not easy to deal with. Dane didn't stare blankly like him, he started throwing mines with both hands. This kind of divine thunder is the nemesis of evil, and it also has a certain restraint effect on the power of evil gods. The flame giant screamed and was knocked into the air. Seeing this, the witch's face changed, the black mist around her body dissipated, and she teleported again. As soon as her figure disappeared, a fist smashed down with an electric arc, leaving a huge crater. Dane stepped out of the pit, threw the lightning spear with both hands, and wiped out the rest of the monsters one by one. Her teleportation ability is very troublesome, and in case she goes to a crowded place. Zatanna didn't continue talking. In places with many people, the witch's strength will recover faster. So we have to find a way to block her mobility. The good news is that she has been sealed for thousands of years, and she definitely doesn't know her way, so she should still be spinning around. What about the bad news? There are more than one tribes around this primeval forest. Then let's go. Zatanna said eagerly. Wait a minute. Dane carved a magic circle here. This will prevent those two from fighting back. At the moment, the tribe was in a mess, but luckily they still had many survivors. With the witch's hatred for them, the possibility of killing them is very high. At this point Dane handed Zatanna a handcuff that glowed blue. This is a magic weapon made of eternal metal, engraved with a spell that bans magic. That witch looks a little contemptuous of you, find a chance to put it on for her. Taking the handcuffs, Zatanna smiled knowingly. She took the initiative to grab Dane's arm, and the two chased after the witch again. They located us. The witch took her younger brother and just hid in the forest when she noticed that the two men were approaching again. We can't keep hiding like this. We have to find a way to hold them back completely, so that we have time to find more humans to eat. But we haven't recovered enough strength, that man is very strong. The giant said sullenly, it would be impossible for him to be so weak in his heyday. It doesn't matter, it won't take long, just a little while. I can feel the breath of human beings. Let's go to the next tribe immediately. Anyone who disobeys will die. Having said that, the witch gritted her teeth, and continued to teleport with her younger brother. At this time, Dane, who was flying in the air, immediately sensed the disappearance of the target. He thought for a while and realized the witch's plan. Hurry up, they're going to attack the next tribe. Mercury's speed showed its power, Dane's flight was faster than a rocket, and even stretched and distorted the surrounding scenery. Zatanna hugged his body tightly, as if to feel a little bit of security. They flew over the hills and landed in a new tribe. In the next moment, the witch appeared with her brother. Split up. Dane rushed out after her speaking. As soon as the giant stood still, his big face was grabbed by Dane, and he flew into the air. Younger brother. The witch watched Dane drag her brother into the sky, but could do nothing. Besides, with her current strength, even if she flew up, it would be useless, and she might be taken care of by Dane. So she can only vent her anger on Zatanna. How dare you! With one wave of her hand, the earth was lifted up, and the land turned into her blade to slash at the enemy. Zatanna pointed her cane and chanted a mantra. Suddenly, a strong light erupted from the tip of the staff, and the witch was staring at her with wide eyes, and was instantly hit. She covered her eyes and screamed. The witch's howl can shock the soul, and Zatanna couldn't move her feet when she was shouted by this voice. She barely raised her hand and issued a silent magic. Witch howl has been nerfed, but still has some power. The tribal people who didn't know the truth heard the shout, their faces were terrified and hideous, and they covered their faces but couldn't stop the bleeding from their 7 orifices. Zatanna wants to save them, but she knows that only solving the witch can really solve their problems. The most important thing now is not to give the witch a chance to contact the tribe. In the sky, Dane grabbed the giant's face and threw it down forcefully, allowing him to hit a huge hole on the ground. Taking advantage of this time, he had gathered enough energy to hit the opponent with a lightning spear. But the evil god is really hard to kill. Dane can clearly feel that the other party is not dead, it is really fleshy. He glanced in Zatanna's direction, she wouldn't last long. If Dane needs to kill this evil brother as quickly as possible. Dane swooped down and landed on the giant's face, nearly breaking his skull. I rarely use this trick, but as a god, I am willing to give you the last respect. The giant didn't understand what he meant, but instinctively felt the danger, so he struggled desperately. Dane knelt down, put his hands on the giant's face, and said softly. Shazam! Boom! A thunderbolt fell from the sky, hitting him and the giant straight. No! The moment the evil giant died, the witch immediately felt it. She threw her head back and howled, weeping bitterly. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Zatanna immediately flew forward, taking the opportunity to handcuff the eternal metal handcuffs on her hands. The witch suddenly felt that the power of her whole body was blocked, and she looked at Zatanna resentfully. "You think this thing can control me? I'm a god." At this time, there was another thunder in the sky, and a red figure descended. It was Shazam wearing a white cloak. It was the first time Zatanna had seen him dressed like this. "You failed, June Moore, or..." He approached the witch's ear. "Enchantress." These words contained magic power. When the witch heard the words, her body shook, and her whole temperament suddenly changed. In a blink of an eye, it turned back to that archaeologist Joan Munn. Chapter 32. What? What happened? Joan Munn looked around in a daze. I'm not in the ancient ruins. Miss Joan Munn, the ruins, especially the ancient ruins, there are many things that cannot be touched casually. Excuse me, are you? Looking at the tall and strong Dane in front of her, Joan Munn flinched. "I'm Shazam, a member of the Justice League. This is Zatanna. Do you remember what happened to you? Don't worry, think about it carefully, you and her memories should be common." Dane's words seemed to have the power to soothe people's hearts. Without knowing it, Joan silently followed her words, and then she quickly covered her face in horror. "God, I killed those people." "Calm down, Joan Munn." Dane had to use more magical powers to appease her mind. "It was the witch who committed the crime, not you. You are completely different. But she's in my body and I can feel her." Joan's mind is on the verge of losing control, because she can not only see the memory of the witch's previous murder, even see things farther back. In the barbaric era, barbarism is the necessary quality for survival. The total number of people sacrificed alive by the witch is like a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. This is also the result of the witch's intention. How can a mortal bear the memory of a god, especially an evil god? Her mind is being attacked by witches. Zatanna also saw some clues. "Zatanna, help me stabilize her heart, I will find a way to make the witch be more honest." Dane made a suggestion, but Zatanna shook her head. "Your magic is too powerful for Joan Munn to bear. You should stabilize his mind, and I will seal the witch." "Are you sure? It's very dangerous." Dane hesitated. "If it was her before, I would naturally not be an opponent. But at the spiritual level, we are on the same starting line." Zatanna's thinking is very clear. In Joan Munn's spiritual world, she is playing away games just like the witches. The conditions of the two are actually the same, it depends on who has the toughest heart. Before Zatanna admitted that she is inferior, you can't ask a fledgling magician to defeat an ancient evil head-on. But on the spiritual level, Zatanna does not admit defeat, she wants to make a name for herself. And her decision is also right, Dane's supernatural power is too much burden for Joan. She is now trapped with the witch, and the power will hurt her as well as burn the witch. Dane smiled, "Sure enough, you are born to be a hero. I invite you to join the Justice League, which is the right person." "Humph, it's just to repay your favor, let's not talk about it, I'm going to start." Hearing this, Dane added some strength, and under the influence of magic, Joan gradually fell asleep. "Go, you have plenty of time to defeat her, remember, the power of magic comes from within." This is also what necromancer Shazam warned him at the beginning, and Dane at the moment also reminded Zatanna. Zatanna nodded, and she whispered a syllable. Immediately, his eyes dimmed as if they lost their highlights, and his body suddenly softened. With quick eyes and quick hands, Dane hugged her limp body and put it on his other shoulder, really enjoying the feeling of hugging her left and right. He was not idle, and while helping Joan stabilize her mind, he sent his divine power into Zatanna's body in a softer way. Although the spiritual help is not very great, a good physical condition can also feed back the soul and make her spiritual power more stable. And Zatanna at the moment has gone deep into Joan's spiritual world and saw the witch. And she just stood there so openly, without any concealment. How dare you face a god alone? I have seen a male god, and he is outside now. The witch turned into a cloud of black mist, and Zatanna flew up to avoid it. In this world, she can fly without using magic. Now you don't want to deal with me as easily as outside. Zatanna tapped her cane, and a raging flame was born out of thin air, turning into a dragon and heading straight for the witch. The black aura all over the witch changed, forming a black snake with huge amounts of fighting with the dragon. But the flame was so hot that it burned a small part of the black aura. The black snake opened its mouth wide and spewed out a cloud of green poisonous gas. The flames on the fire dragon's body disappeared when it met it, and it became tattered. Zatanna waved her staff and kept repairing the flames, but the dragon still shrunk rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. This is not a gap in magic power. On the battlefield of the soul, the power of will is far stronger than magic power. For any Green Lantern, the witch would have been done. Zatanna struggled to hold on, but still lost dragon under the attack of the black snake, which opened its mouth and roared. How can a mere mortal defy the gods? Your will is too weak. After all, the giant snake bent down, and huge amounts of head crashed down with a frightening momentum. At the moment Zatanna felt a little peace in his heart. Remember, the power of magic comes from within. She opened her eyes and raised her cane high above her head. In the pure white sky, a thunderbolt suddenly appeared out of nowhere, its speed even surpassed the speed of light, and it struck the giant snake with huge amounts of energy. The black snake retreated steadily under thunder's attack, and soon revealed the witch in it. Impossible! This is divine power. No, it's your fear. Zatanna twirled the staff like a magician, and a halo of light suddenly appeared and restrained the witch. The circle of light was shape-shifting again under her command, and turned into a metal rope shining with blue light, the eternal metal lock. From now on, without Joan Mun's permission, you are not allowed to use her body or read her memory. Otherwise, the thunder in the sky will stare at you. The witch's face changed, and she hurriedly looked up to the sky, just in time for a thunderbolt to descend directly on top of her head. With a scream, she turned into a cloud of black mist and fled in all directions. She hates Dane's lightning, but also fears it. No one needed to sustain her, her fear of Dane would become ingrained in her mind, forming a cage. This works better than real magic. Zatanna smiled sweetly, her body turned into a ray of light and disappeared in place. In the real world, Zatanna wakes from her slumber. She found herself in Dane's arms, but pretended to be unconscious. Dane had sensed that she was awake, but hadn't exposed her. With a thought, he took Joan and Zatanna back to the Rock of Eternity. The Rock of Eternity has rooms and bedrooms. Even if it didn't exist before, it will still exist after he takes charge of this place. He put Joan into a room first, she was really still in a coma. After placing her, he left with Zatanna in his arms. He took Zatanna to his bedroom where he usually rested, and his excellent hearing had already heard the sound of her heart beating. He was a little funny in his heart. If you have the ability, just keep pretending to the end. He put Zatanna on the bed and heard her heart beating louder and harder. But for some unknown reason, Zatanna was still pretending to be asleep. Dane pulled out his arm, did not perform the transgressive movements she imagined, but just whispered something in her ear. You did a good job this time, take a good rest. After speaking, he disappeared in place. While Zatanna breathed a sigh of relief, she also felt a little lost in her heart. Dane first returned to the South American forest, assessed the damage, and then called Umbrella's logistics support department to handle it. Then he returned to the city where the circus was just now, found an ice cream shop with the best reviews nearby, and walked in. When he came out, he was holding various ice creams and cones with different flavors in his hand. Moved in space again, and returned to the Justice League building. He walked into the training ground and saw that Diana had finished training and was resting. Diana quickly spotted him, and when she saw Dane holding a large file-size ice cream in a cone, her eyebrows curved and she smiled. "Is it over?" Dane nodded, "It's over." Diana unceremoniously took a cone from him, tasted it, and couldn't help squinting her eyes happily. Seeing her expression, Dane felt that it made sense for him to do so. He took a cone too, and Diana ate like two little children. Chapter 33. Headquarters of Tianyanhui Base. At the moment Amanda Waller, who is not yet a top management, discovered a strange piece of intelligence. "I suspect that something unusual is happening near the virgin forests of South America." Amanda reports to her superior. "Tell me your opinion, Amanda." The boss's tone was full of indifference. "First of all, we found that 4 hours ago, some abnormal mutations occurred in the celestial phenomena here. According to the calculations of meteorological experts, this kind of abnormal weather is theoretically impossible. Then, based on satellite imaging, we found that it was during this period of abnormal weather. The local energy peak has abnormal fluctuations." The boss still had an unhurried attitude. "So, Amanda, what do you want to say? You might as well be direct." Amanda looked at her boss's casual look, and couldn't help frowning slightly. But she still dutifully said, "We have reason to suspect that a paranormal event has occurred here." No, there is no us, only you think so, dear." The boss said in a frivolous tone, and even looked up and down Amanda with his peach eyes. At the moment Amanda Waller is not yet the fat black woman in Suicide Squad. Instead, she's slim. I don't know if you have seen the version of Amanda in the American TV series Green Arrow. She looks like that now. In the movie Suicide Squad, when she was selling the Suicide Squad plan to a high-level military officer, she once hinted that she had experienced the office submerged rule. It was this boss, or someone else, who knows. There are always white people in the beautiful country who like different tastes. Suppressing her nausea, Amanda continued trying to describe her discovery. "But we lost Dr. Joan Munn. Are we really going to say this at a time like this? Amanda, why don't we do something more interesting together, just you and me?" Amanda paused, looking at the lustful white pig in front of her. She had exhausted her patience. "No, sir, maybe I'm mistaken." Amanda picked up the documents on the table expressionlessly, ignoring the man behind her calling her. She returned to her seat and clicked on the things in the computer folder. "After thinking about it, I finally decided to send it to the higher authorities. That white-skinned pig must not know that he has a large amount of his black material on hand." She'd wanted to keep him for a while longer, but she'd had enough of this guy's stupidity. After sending the email, Amanda lay back and breathed a sigh of relief. She needs to think hard about how to solve the next thing now. No organization likes a whistleblower. So after sending this letter, she began to worry about her future again. She suddenly felt a little ridiculous. She had worked so hard for so long and endured the unspoken rules of her stupid boss. In the end it was just this? Absolutely not. A strong unwillingness ignited in Amanda's heart, and she wanted to prove herself. And she always thought that Tianyan would need her, and the world also needed her. Under the leadership of mediocrity, the Sky Eye Society is unable to make any contribution to world security at all. She must find a way to find some foreign aid. Who can she find? At this time, a name suddenly appeared in her mind: Justice Society. Although the Justice Society is always mistaken for a pirated version of the Justice League in the DCEU, it is actually an organization that was established earlier than the Justice League. But the organization is very low-key. Amanda has checked the files of the Sky Eye Society, and only 3 members are known: Dr. Fate, Hawkman, and Atom. However, it is said that Atom has been retired for a long time, and he is very old now, and he may not be able to move. But Hawkman and Dr. Fate should still be fine. However, the connection between the Sky Eye Society and the Justice Society is not strong, and this is all due to the idiot in the current management. Amanda can only rely on her own strength to ask for their help. However, soon, new information caught her attention. Umbrella Corporation? Where did this come from again? In the 6th hour, when the energy anomaly occurred in the virgin jungle of South America, a group of people claiming to be the Umbrella Logistics and Security Department entered there. They are actually helping local victims and refugees rebuild their homes, and even have the intention of stationing there. Amanda, who is well versed in intelligence work, obviously felt that something was wrong. She used her power to investigate the company, but found nothing. This is definitely, in order to ensure that Umbrella is completely in his own hands, Dane has decided that this company will never go public. In this way, its financial status and business intelligence are naturally completely confidential. Although the people working are still ordinary people, under Cortana's deployment, everyone is divided and managed like S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. It is impossible for Amanda to figure out the real situation of Umbrella with only her own intelligence network. Even her unauthorized use of hacking techniques to invade the company's system was discovered by Cortana. Cortana found out, and naturally Dane found out too. He followed the clues and found out that the IP address came from the Sky Eye Society. At the moment, Tianyanhui has not realized that its technical level is not the best in the world. So there is a lot of confidential information stored in the network server. Dane asked Cortana to look it up without alerting the other party. It was finally found out that the person investigating him was Amanda Waller. Interesting, I didn't expect to be noticed by her. One thing to say, if Amanda hadn't been more paranoid about the Superman class than Batman, she would actually be very suitable for the administrative work of the JLA. She is really good at doing this. Dane looked at the other person's work computer and figured out why she was paying attention to Umbrella. It turned out that things in South America were noticed. This is actually an accident, because places like the South American jungle are generally not paid attention to by the Sky Eye Club. Tianyan has been paying attention to Joan Mun for some reason. It is because she found out that she went to South America, so she paid attention to this place by the way. In Suicide Squad, after Joan was caught by a witch, she soon fell into the hands of the Tianyanhui, because the Tianyanhui had been paying attention to her for a long time. But now is not the time to be targeted by Tianyanhui. This organization is full of the arrogance of American law enforcement agencies. Dane intends to wait until the JLA is full-fledged before contacting this organization. He noticed the denunciation letter sent by Amanda, and he had the intention of causing her some trouble. So he made a copy of this email and resent it to the accused party. Although it can't change the ending of his final liquidation. But Dane believes that he will teach Amanda a deep lesson and slow down her upward climb. And Amanda from at the moment didn't know that she had been targeted. She came to St. Roch, Louisiana alone. There is Hawkman's residence here, which is an estate of huge amounts of. Hawkman, whose real name is Carter Hall, is a reincarnation. His first life was an Egyptian named Khufu. He was also the son of Ramses II, the 19th dynasty of ancient Egypt. Legend has it that he and his wife Triaya found a spaceship made of N-metal. They used the magical metal on the ship to create artifacts. These artifacts not only endowed them with powers beyond mortals, but also the ability to reincarnate their souls. Using the reincarnation ability, Carter has accumulated a lot of wealth in this life, and even organizations like the Sky Eye Society have to choose to communicate politely. Amanda sorted out her mood and walked into the gate of the manor. Chapter 34. The Hawkman estate is large, but there are not many servants. This is not only where he lives, but also the base he operates as Hawkman. Therefore, those who can stay here are trustworthy subordinates, and they all know Carter's identity and are willing to serve him. Hello, are you Ms. Amanda Waller? Mr. Hall is waiting for you in the lobby, please follow me. After confirming her identity, an old butler bowed down to invite her to enter, and led the way ahead. Soon Amanda met the rich superhero in the lobby, and surprisingly, he was also a black man. "I heard you were looking for me, Amanda Waller from the Eye of the Sky." "Yes, Mr. Hawkman." Hawkman gestured to the butler, who retreated knowingly. "I checked you, Ms. Waller. The Sky Eye Society doesn't seem to have given you this permission. Did you come to me in a private capacity?" Carter turned around and sat down on the sofa, raising Erlang's legs. Amanda found a place to sit down on her own, and said unhurriedly, "I know about you, Mr. Hawkman, and I know something about your Justice Society. I am here this time only as an ordinary person hoping to get your help." Carter thought for a moment, did not directly agree, but did not refuse either. "Before that, shouldn't you explain what happened?" Amanda was overjoyed, and she didn't explicitly refuse, which actually explained the other party's attitude. She quickly took out the documents and materials she had shown to her boss before and handed them to Hawkman. "Carter is different from that drunk and rice bag, and can easily extract useful information from these materials." And these information made his expression dignified. "Shouldn't you give this information to the superiors of your Sky Eye Society for review?" "Trust me, Mr. Hawkman, I tried. But the guy didn't respond other than staring at my chest." Hawkman seemed stunned for a moment, then looked at her sympathetically. "I understand what you mean, I will take the time to check. Although Carter seems arrogant, if he thinks it is necessary, he will help without hesitation. Especially when facing those supernatural forces." These Amandas had already done their homework before coming here, and it was not surprising that Carter made such a decision. But as an ambitious woman, Amanda tried to dig out more valuable things. So she tentatively asked, "I heard that you and Dr. Fate are very good partners." "Ms. Amanda Waller." Carter cut her off sharply. "The doctor has nothing to do with what we're talking about." Amanda didn't seem to give up. "I just think that if you make a move together, this matter may be more secure." "It's just an investigation, isn't it? Then I'm enough." After Hawkman finished speaking, he ignored Amanda's ugly face and went straight out of the hall. The butler walks in at the moment. "Ms. Waller, what service do you need?" "No need." Amanda knew that Hawkman was giving herself an order to evict her, so she didn't hesitate and left directly. Hawkman entered his underground base after she left the manor. There, all high-tech equipment made of N-metal. Due to its extremely superior characteristics in material science, Hawkman's level of technology is even comparable to Umbrella's Kryptonian Technology. However, due to his over-reliance on N-metal, his technology tree has serious partiality. In the field of artificial intelligence, Hawkman's underground base is not high in this regard, at least not as good as Cortana. During this time, Dane often borrowed Jor-El's memory for research. Now Cortana has evolved to the level of sub-strong artificial intelligence. This means that all the network firewalls on the planet are paper in front of Cortana. She is the Kryptonian of the network, and she has no shortcomings. Dane had Cortana locate and track Amanda's cell phone since she discovered that Amanda was trying to use the Justice Society to track down the South American incident. During the time Amanda and Hawkman were talking, Cortana even used the Wi-Fi to hack into Hawkman's estate's internal network. So now Hawkman's every move in the underground base can be said to be seen by Dane. Dane didn't want him to pass so soon. Because he himself discovered later that there is actually an unstable entrance to another space where the witch and her brother are sealed locally. The witch and her brother also came into this world through this entrance. So he has reason to suspect that there are more evil gods like witches in that different space. Although witches kill indiscriminately, they are barely on the side of order. After eating enough sacrifices, at least he can still do some serious things, and he can call himself a god. If someone who doesn't know it messes around, if some ghost things come out again, I'm afraid it won't be so easy to talk about. It is his Shazam's duty to prevent alien space creatures from invading the Earth's dimension, and Dane definitely does not want Hawkman to intervene at will. But he didn't mean to meet Hawkman either. Dane knew that Hawkman, a superhero, valued procedural justice more than other heroes. Then he just stops him with procedural justice reasons. So when Hawkman entered the airspace of South America when he drove his flight machine, which claimed that even the screws were made of N-metal, he was warned by the local government's fighter flight crew. "Unknown serial flight device, you have entered our country's airspace, please identify yourself immediately." Hawkman thought unluckily, who would have thought that a South American forest would have FG air traffic control? Carter Hall didn't want to reveal his true identity, nor did he want to have an affair with the authorities. So his flight vehicle circled over South America for a while, and finally returned. But he is not completely doing useless work. What N-metal can do is beyond the imagination of many people. Hawkman also has his own private satellites, and he uses these devices to compare the local energy peaks these days. Several locations where the incident took place were quickly discovered, and Dane, who was watching the screen, could clearly see that it was where they fought. But he can only know so much. Although Hawkman is related to mysterious powers, he is actually on the technological side and does not have in-depth research on magic. Maybe I should ask Kent for help. That's why he just left. On the one hand, it is because they don't want to have bad relations with the authorities, and on the other hand, even if they stay, they won't be able to find out more. In the future, I must make the plane invisible. Carter thought bitterly. As for why there are fighters and flight crews in this area where only tribal people live, it is definitely sponsored by Umbrella. For things like arms, in a country that cannot produce independently, it is always the best sincerity to knock on the other side's door. When Dane expressed to the local government that he needed a little help from them, the military readily agreed. Dane tasted the sweetness of holding official power, he thought, should he hold a real country by himself? In the future, when the beautiful country tries to find fault with the official force, he can use the same weapon to fight back. You look at Aquaman, hardly any official powers have trouble with him. Because behind him is a real national power, and it is also a superpower whose technological level far exceeds that of land countries. In order to avoid diplomatic incidents, organizations like the Sky Eye will avoid Aquaman as much as possible. The more Dane thinks about it, the more necessary it is, and he also thinks that a country is actually very suitable for him. Kandak. A small African country with eternal metal, and now it is controlled by the international gang with strong military force. Both the Sky Eye Society and the Justice Society turned a blind eye to such political issues. Ah? You said the Justice League can't interfere in politics? What does that have to do with me, Dane Davis? I'm just a businessman. Elsewhere, at the moments Batman finally caught Constantine's lead in the City of London. But he quickly found out that it wasn't that Constantine stopped avoiding him, but because the other party was stumbled by something. On this day, on Constantine's only way, Batman blocked his way in a dark corner. When will we stop playing games like this? After this period of chasing, you should know that I have no malice towards you. Constantine didn't react abnormally to Batman's words, but just smoked silently. Batman sensed that he was depressed, and there was a hint of surprise on his face under the mask. From what he knew of Constantine these days, he wasn't such a taciturn person. You're in trouble, aren't you? Yes, yes, you are so smart, why don't you come and help me find a way? This isn't the first time Constantine and Batman have talked. It's just that both of them are smart people, and they both like to test each other, so the matter of recruiting him into the Justice League has not made much progress. But Batman is a paranoid who likes to control everything in his hands. Even if he can't recruit the other party into JLA in the end, he must make sure that the other party is completely harmless. But unfortunately, Constantine is a man with all kinds of poisons. There was no way Batman could rest easy after learning about his glorious deeds. What kind of person would even the Hell Devil think he is a scum? Chapter 35. London Hospital. I don't know how much you know about magic, but something strange happened recently. Speak, I'll listen. Batman made a gesture of listening. Constantine sighed, exhaling the smoke from her lungs. Something opened a channel between my conscious and unconscious, and brought out the demon within me. Just this morning, I trampled to death a lot of demons. In the end, there were too many to kill, so I had to swallow them back into my stomach. Batman understands every word he says, but it's not so easy to understand when put together. Especially since Bruce Wayne doesn't really know much about magic. He could only look at Constantine, and then said in a very suspicious tone. You shouldn't have high grass in the morning, right? Constantine said helplessly. I knew you didn't understand magic. Why didn't the Justice League you mentioned send someone who understands magic? This way at least it can help with this matter. Batman is deadpan. It's hard to believe, but I agree with you on this point. He observed the hospital. Who are we here for? Constantine led the way and said as he walked, Tracy, the daughter of a friend of mine. You still have friends? Yeah, I can't get rid of the evil relationship I have formed since I was a child. Because of Batman's special status, the two specially chose to come here late at night. At the moment no one saw them except the few on duty. When they came to a ward, they saw a couple waiting anxiously. Where have you been, John? Find some foreign aid. Constantine's baby Chase looked at Batman suspiciously. You mean this, a weirdo in a black costume? Batman's face remained unchanged, and his voice was also, I am Batman. Chase's eyes were even more strange, he even has a name. His wife, Renee, said anxiously. We're wasting our time, why don't we trust doctors? She stared at Constantine bitterly, and said something not very nice. And asking for help from a scumbag and a freak in a fancy dress? I don't understand. Chaz could only persuade him with good words, we have invited too many doctors, but none of them can cure Trish. Only John can help. He looked at Constantine with hope in his eyes, please, brother. Faced with the small request, Constantine could only nod helplessly. Batman has been watching and doesn't say much. He followed Constantine into the ward, and finally saw a little girl about 8 years old lying on the hospital bed. The next thing may challenge your 3 views, but please don't act too aggressively, okay? Batman nodded slowly in his gaze. Constantine stood by the hospital bed and began to speak a spell in a language Batman had never heard. Suddenly, a golden air mass appeared in Constantine's hands. He punched out the air mass, forming something like a passage on the opposite side. Batman narrowed his eyes and took a step back. He heard some little knowledge from Dane's science popularization. Magicians usually open a magic channel, and the people who come on the other side are often not human. Contrary to Batman's imagination, a tall beauty in a purple nurse uniform came out of the passage. She has medium-length hair, and her skin is as pale as Deadman's, but she has delicate features and is quite pretty. She seemed to be very familiar with Constantine, and immediately called out his name when he came. You really can't pick your time, John. I'm having a threesome with the Dryad and the Air Fairy, and I have to say, they both have better skills than you. Constantine coughed and looked sideways. The nurse girl quickly spots Batman standing nearby. It's interesting, do you still have such a friend by your side? Let's get back to business, I've come to you this time for something important. He looked at Trish on the hospital bed, and the nurse girl also looked at her, and then couldn't help rolling her eyes. Although she looked very impatient, she still walked over. Well, I did take a vow to protect my life, to do no evil, and stuff like that. Her hand lit up with a magical light, and it went directly into Tracy's body. Batman looked over at Constantine, and he explained. This woman is a nightmare nurse, and the body is a demon. Now I share a body with a human being, don't worry, she is my own. How the hell do you reassure me? What do you think? Seeing her groping for a long time, Constantine couldn't help asking. I think you should shut up and let me do my job. She's possessed, right? That's Constantine's guess, but he's not sure. Nightmare nurse is annoying, can't you even understand shut up? After a while, she withdrew her hand, and Tracy's body was as before, without any damage. Batman also relaxed a little, and then he heard Nightmare Nurse say, she's not possessed because there's no entity in there that can be possessed. Constantine had never expected such a result, and subconsciously asked, what? Suddenly Batman said, there's no soul in it, right? Nightmare Nurse looked at him in surprise, and couldn't help but sigh after confirming that he was really just an ordinary person. John, you're not as smart as a mortal. Constantine's face was a little ugly, he justified. But before I found out that something was attached to her. Upon hearing the words, Nightmare Nurse simply said, then let's see who it is. She stretched out her hand to grab it, and a short wand appeared out of nowhere in her palm. She waved it, and the magic turned into a silk thread and penetrated into Tracy's body. A bright red thing was pulled out from inside, and it climbed onto her body along the Nightmare Nurse's magic, as if it had completed some kind of possession ritual. When Nightmare Nurse opened her eyes again, her temperament had completely changed. Help me, Tracy. Constantine was overjoyed, and quickly asked, where are you now? The Nightmare Nurse who was possessed by Tracy looked weakened, in a cage, I can't see clearly, it's so cold here. Constantine then asked, are you alone? Trish replied, yes, except when it comes. Having said that, Nightmare Nurse hugged her arms, as if terrified. Who? What's its name? Constantine realized that this guy was probably the culprit. Tracy seemed to feel the pain, she let out a cry of pain, and Nightmare Nurse's expression changed again, becoming evil. I have many names, which one do you want to know? At this time, the person possessing Nightmare Nurse has obviously changed, no, it is a demon. Who are you? John Constantine, if you want to find the answer from the devil, you have to come here yourself, ha ha ha. Then tell me where I can find you. The demon suddenly left Nightmare Nurse's body, and hellfire burned a line of English words on the glass window of the hospital. Los Angeles, 1247 Enstrom Street. Nightmare Nurse fell to the ground, and after being possessed by the demon, at the moment she had to reveal the demon's true face. It can be seen that there are obvious female characteristics, but compared with the human body, the demon body is hideous and terrifying, and ordinary people cannot look directly at it. But I didn't expect that apart from Constantine, who was not surprised, even Batman didn't change his face. He even had the leisure to care about this demon. Are you okay? It's okay, I need a little time to recover. Nightmare Nurse was talking all day, while changing form, returning to the appearance of a human nurse again. She helped Batman's hand to stand up, looking at him with something different in his eyes. You're very different, handsome, what's your name? Batman. He retracted his arm after lifting Nightmare Nurse up. Batman, well, a very special name like yourself. Constantine couldn't stand it anymore. Okay, that's enough Yasa, do you have to flirt with a man you just met at a time like this? Come on John, I'm a demon. Nightmare Nurse laughed. Also, I don't think you have time to dawdle here. I guess we're going to Los Angeles next. Yeah, I have to buy a plane ticket to go back. Constantine is a poor ghost, although he can always get close to a rich woman. But even as a non-picky eater, there are occasional times when he doesn't feel like doing it. We're in a hurry, right? Batman tapped the display on his arm a few times. Suddenly, there was a strong wind outside the window, which blew the curtains violently. Constantine and Nightmare Nurse look over. At some point, a black bat flight appeared outside. You have a plane. Otherwise how would I get here? You can't come here on a passenger plane wearing a bat battlesuit, right? Batman opened the window and climbed into the cockpit on the wing of the flight controller. Do you want to watch there, or go back with me? After reacting, Constantine quickly took a few steps and boarded the flight controller as well. Nightmare Nurse wanted to stay here to guard Tracy's body, so she didn't board the plane. The Bat flight takes off and finally leaves London at supersonic speed. Chapter 36. On the flight device, Batman took this opportunity to ask for some information. I heard you spent some time in the Ravenska Asylum. Are you serious? Do you want to spy on my privacy at this time? Constantine looked displeased. This matter involved a past he didn't want to mention. Why not? Batman didn't give up. Moreover, when he investigated Constantine, he also discovered that the other party was involved in a tragedy that year, the Newcastle incident. Constantine also recalled the incident that year under the reminder of Batman, and his expression became a little sluggish. I don't want to talk about this right now, Batman, can you stop pushing me? Batman was silent for a moment before continuing. Okay, I won't force you. But you have to understand that if you want to get help from the Justice League next, this matter is something you can't get around. The Justice League must ensure that its power is not used for evil. Constantine's expression was a little unnatural. He turned his head. I didn't say I needed your help. Then why did you involve me in this matter? Batman wasn't fooled by him, and if he didn't need the JLA's help, Constantine could have dropped him and gone it alone. But he didn't. He took the initiative to show up in front of Batman, which shows that Constantine himself is not sure about solving this matter, so he hopes to use the power of JLA. But as Batman said, the JLA is willing to help the innocent, but only if it is not used by evil people. Batman hasn't been with Constantine long enough to be sure of the man's good and evil nature. But he realized from the Newcastle incident that year that this matter must be related to him. Maybe this incident was caused by Constantine. Sometimes it doesn't matter whether a person's nature is good or bad, what matters is how he does things. Constantine clearly has a knack for turning good into bad. Constantine definitely could hear the mistrust in Batman's voice. He was a little embarrassed, but he did have the intention of dragging the Justice League down. He talked to Batman once and knew about Shazam. Shazam's deeds are well known in the magic world. Even he, a casual magician, has heard of Asgardian's reputation. The Council of Necromancers ruled the wizarding world before the old necromancers died, and that's when Asgardian's reputation began. He is most greedy for Shazam's Rock of Eternity, which is a holy land of magic, and the ground is full of valuable precious materials. In order to gain the trust of the Justice League, Constantine had no choice but to tell what happened back then. Batman's guess is not wrong. In the Newcastle incident, Constantine is indeed the main culprit. At that time, he had just learned a little magic, so he tried to use this ability to help a little girl imprisoned by an evil magic assembly to escape. The congregation intends to sacrifice the girl to summon the demon. As for Constantine, he used his black magic to summon a demon in advance. Do you think it is outrageous? This is because Constantine believes that only the devil can defeat the devil, so he used this method of fighting fire with fire. Then, unexpectedly, a catastrophe occurred. Since he didn't cast a binding spell on the demon at the time, the summoned demon went on a rampage at the Playboy nightclub. Except for Constantine and his baby Chase, there was no one alive at the scene. Even the little girl they decided to save at the beginning was brought into hell by the devil in the end. That was the first time Constantine understood his powerlessness, and he paid the price for his arrogance. For the first time, he understood that magic was a miracle to be performed at a terrible price. The messy body parts scattered in the nightclub, and the screams of the little girl before falling into hell, are Constantine's nightmares that will never go away. Constantine, who bloodily broke open the secret in her heart and showed it to Batman, finally became quiet. He lit himself a cigarette and took a deep breath. I also figured it out after that day, that a scum like me might be born with black magic or demons or something like that. So I am more willing to use their power when solving some difficult problems. I understand your scruples, because I am the same. If you don't plan to help me, it's hard to say that I won't make another big mess in my own way. Batman thought for a moment after hearing the story, then pressed a button on the flight controller. Constantine's unfinished cigarette was sucked away by a fan-like device in the blink of an eye, and he didn't know where it went. Smoking is not allowed here, Batman said. Meanwhile, Dane receives a plea from Batman from Cortana at the JLA building. It seems that our magic consultant has encountered some trouble. He clicked on the file sent by Batman, read it for a while, and probably got some understanding. This is the beginning of the plot of Constantine, City of Demons. With Batman's ability, it really can't be done. In the plot, Los Angeles is targeted by demons in an attempt to turn it into a part of Hell. This is also an attempt by the Hell dimension to get involved in the real world. But there are 6 demons who want to be the agents of Hell at the same time, so there is a dispute among them. The demon that haunts Constantine attempts to use him to drive out the other 5 contenders and take Los Angeles to himself. Dane remembers that in the end Constantine used the strategy of driving tigers and wolves away. He summoned a primitive aboriginal god and exterminated 5 demons before expelling the god. In the end, he used Chaz and Renee's love for children to kill the last demon. This game of killing people with a borrowed knife and playing empty-handed White Wolf is really sick, but the ending is not very happy. The final battle drained Renee and the child's love for Chaz, leaving the mother and daughter ignorant of their father. Because this love wasn't enough, Constantine also sacrificed his friendship with Fa Xiao. As a result, Chaz also lost the memory of living with Constantine. Well, the latter one might be a good thing. Dane rubbed his chin. He remembered that the Los Angeles spirit appeared in this movie, which was a rare thing. So far, he has never witnessed the spirit of the city in any city. If there is the cooperation of the spirit of the city, there will be more room for manipulation in the layout of magic. The spirit of Los Angeles in the movie finally had no choice but to take the devil, and even considered agreeing to let it arrange hell rituals in Los Angeles. Dane is thinking about Kandik's idea recently, if he can get in touch with the Kandik spirit and reach an agreement with it. This country completely belongs to him in a magical sense. He can even dominate the lives and souls of the Kandik people, becoming a truly authoritative god. Therefore, both public and private, Dane immediately agreed to Batman's request for help, and he planned to meet the city spirit for a while in person. This time he didn't plan to use the portal, nor did he plan to fly there. Unlike previous opponents, most of the big devils who dare to get involved in the world know a little bit of black magic, and his use of magic is easily detected by the opponent. And the LA spirit would be at a disadvantage if he didn't show up in the belief that Dane could fix the problem straight away. Cortana, help me prepare a plane. Okay, Dane. With Umbrella's technological strength and pioneering gold-making methods, his private jet is no worse than Hawkman's N-metal plane, but he generally doesn't use it. In trouble. That's when Diana walks in casual clothes, the same white dress she wore when she first appeared in BVS, and Dane walks up to her. Aren't you going to work today? Diana did not quit her job at the museum, so she still had to go to work as usual except for holidays. Just got off work, I heard Cortana's report, do you need my help? Although Diana was asking a question, she seemed eager to try. His heart moved. Diana was equipped with a magical weapon, and her specialty in fighting demons matched her. You understand the situation, right? She nodded. I heard from Cortana that this time we are going to deal with demons. That's right, this time I plan to wipe out their power in the world. So we can't scare the snakes first, we have to go there as ordinary people. Chapter 37. Los Angeles. Batman drove the flight device near the target location, which was a very remote manor. At a height of several thousand meters above the ground, he makes the bat flight hover in the air. Wait, why did we stop here? Constantine panicked when she saw that Batman started to unbuckle his seat belt. We're going to disembark here. Batman said calmly. What? Constantine looked at him in shock. What? Do you think there's a tarmac down there? No, but... Batman didn't listen to what he said, just put the parachute bag on him, and then opened the cabin door. The wind pressure suddenly suppressed Constantine's swear words that were about to be uttered. He got used to it, and then yelled in a super loud voice. I said, shouldn't we have some training first? Batman also felt that it made sense, so he was concise. Go down, press it at the right time. He gestured to the button on Constantine's parachute bag. It's over. Constantine was dumbfounded. The corner of Batman's mouth twitched slightly, and then he pushed hard. Constantine fell off the cabin, he raised his middle finger and swears. FK. You, Batman. Batman didn't have a parachute, so he just jumped off behind Constantine. Constantine noticed this scene and scolded the other party as a lunatic. But Batman stretches the cloak, it spreads like a wing, and in the blink of an eye it becomes a hang glider. The air resistance made his descending speed stagnate for a moment, and he really descended slowly like a huge amounts of bat. Constantine didn't know when to pull the parachute, but when he couldn't resist pressing the button Batman had just taught him, nothing happened. Now he couldn't help yelling again, what kind of trick is this forcing his teammates? Do you want me to die? Just when he was about to use magic, the parachute suddenly opened at a distance of 1 kilometer from the ground. Constantine felt like his ribs were going to be snapped, but fortunately he landed safely in the end. Are you FG crazy? This parachute is broken. Constantine, who had just landed, tugged at the parachute rope angrily, and did not untie it for a long time. Batman at the moment also landed easily, followed by Constantine. It's normal. What did you say? Before Constantine finished speaking, he saw Batman press the screen on his hand. With a bang, the parachute ropes that he couldn't get out of the way suddenly snapped. Now Constantine understood that the switch of the parachute had always been in Batman's hands. Batman turned his head and looked at him blankly. I said, it's normal. I hate you. Constantine's face was very dark. Let's go, don't keep the master waiting. Batman and Constantine walked a short distance before they saw the huge amounts of the manor. 1247 Enstrom Street. The address is written on a wall post in front of the gate of the manor. Batman looked at the address name carefully, thinking for a moment. Designed with ulterior motives, isn't it? Constantine sneered. Enstrom, rearranging the letters of the name, is monster. The owner of this place is not hiding at all. They went in and knocked on the door of the inner house. In the past, Batman dived directly in this situation. But considering that there are some demons here, maybe some of them know a little bit of black magic, so he didn't make his own claim. This time Constantine is the protagonist. The door opened quickly, and it was a pig-headed man in a suit and leather shoes who opened the door. It's not Gotham's pig-faced professor, it's a real pig man. Batman has already done psychological construction in advance, even if this pig-headed man can talk, he will not be surprised. The pig-headed man showed a humane smirk, you are welcome. As it spoke, it looked at Batman. Could this man be some new demon? It sniffed deeply, showing a fascinated look, what a fragrant soul breath. Batman began shape-shifting his cape-covered arms to form a spike, and his battle suit was upgraded with nanotechnology. He had the confidence to kill this pig-headed man face to face. But the pig-headed man just gave way with a regretful expression and opened the door. Please come in. The human beings who entered the manor were the property of the owner of the place, and the pig-headed men would not dare to prey on their own no matter how much they coveted it. The interior of the home is spacious, but it's like a haunted house in disrepair. The two people who came in saw the giant oil painting hanging in the center of the hall at first sight. Above is a picture of all kinds of demons in different ways to torture and slaughter humans for fun. It makes people feel a little sick to look at. The pig-headed man moved his head closer. Master Balor will come down soon and stay here. After speaking, it turned and left. Too bad neither of them are the type to play by the rules, so they soon start poking around. Next to the oil paintings in the hall, they found a side door. I think you'd better stay here, Constantine kindly advised. But Batman didn't appreciate it, just looked at him. Constantine could only shrug helplessly. Okay, follow me closely. With that, he walked straight ahead, followed by Batman, who hid himself in the shadows. At the end of the passage is a huge amount of space. In the center there is a huge rectangular pit like a swimming pool, and the pit is full of human corpses without a trace. There were also a few carrion flies flying sporadically in the sea of corpses, and an unpleasant smell of corpses rushed over. Constantine covered her mouth in shock and almost spat out. I thought you were already used to this kind of scene. Constantine didn't look at the source of the sound when she heard this strange voice, but looked behind her. But Batman wasn't there anymore, and he felt slightly relieved. Only then did he turn his head to face the speaker, or the demon. It has a huge and bloated body, eyes like yellow lights, rough and smelly skin, and the face and body are full of stitching marks, like a monster piled up and stitched together. Balor. That's right, it's me. You lured me here on purpose, using Tracy. It's so smart. How could a person like you show up if it wasn't a very urgent and dangerous situation that bothered you? Mr. Chandler is one of the few people you still care about, and I knew you couldn't refuse an old friend's request. Chandler is Chaz's last name. Everything is clear. Trish is a trap set by Balor to attract Constantine. As for why it is so troublesome, it is because it is very difficult for hell demons to appear in the world. The real dimension has a strong law that binds them. If there were no humans actively summoning here, it would be impossible for the devil to show his true body. The nightmare nurse is different. It is a life form that coexists with humans, so it can go back and forth between yin and yang like an exorcist. And Balor at the moment is also bound by this powerful law. Only in this manner can it use the power of demons, and it is not yet in its heyday. Balor, unable to leave the manor physically, can only capture human souls through the black magic of the nightmare, which is probably why Tracy was caught by it. Balor introduced its hell blueprint to Constantine, which wants to open hell chain stores in the world. For those who are eager to sell their souls for fame and fortune, they can make deals with demons here. In hell, fallen souls are hard currency. Demons are even willing to repeatedly torture a human body in order to gain a soul filled with negative energy. Where did you hide Trish? Balor grinned and patted his heart. She's in my heart. John Constantine, there are still 5 small obstacles in front of my great blueprint for hell, and I need you to help me eliminate them. Let me guess, the other contenders. I just like your cleverness. If you help me eliminate my competitors, I'll return this poor little girl to you. How about it? Balor put his hand on Constantine's shoulder and gave an unpleasant smile. Constantine slapped its hand off sullenly. I'll help you do it. When you're done, give me Tracy's soul, and we'll settle the matter. Balor shrugged and said nothing. And Batman from at the moment has sneaked into the house. He saw the evil inside and blasphemy. Chapter 38. It looked like a party inside, but it was eerie, with none of the glee that a human party should have. The waiters are all faceless monsters with exposed brains, completely naked, but with ridiculous bow ties around their necks. On the dinner plate above their hands, there are human heads with frightened expressions. The top of the skull has been lifted, revealing the brains and blood inside, and a few bloody eyes as decorations. Some impetuous demons are gnawing on the human corpses that have been tortured out of shape in the corner. There are even demons doing unsightly things to corpses. On the pillars on both sides of the hall, some human beings were nailed to them in the posture of Jesus' crucifixion, dying, and they didn't even have the strength to scream. Some demons in suits and ties held up whips and whipped some well-dressed humans, forcing them to dance to stage music. On the bandstand, all kinds of music are played by some strange-looking demons. Their musical instruments are stitched together from human bodies, and those humans are still alive in pain. Seeing such a scene, Batman even felt that Dante's drawing of hell was considered conservative. He was stunned by what he saw. It was the first time Batman had seen the darkness of hell. At the same time, he also made a decision in his heart: he must not let these demons run amok in the city. At the moment, the door of the ballroom was opened, and an ugly-looking demon with huge amounts of walked in with Constantine. They were spotted by Batman, who put a small respirator over his mouth. Balleur was about to introduce his hell party to Constantine when a grenade exploded on the ground. A cloud of smoke quickly spread in the hall. Who is so courageous? Balleur covered his face subconsciously, but it quickly reacted. It's a demon, why should you be afraid of such a gadget? So it waved its hand, and the smoke was blown away by the strong wind, but Constantine was gone. Balleur's big yellow eyes were full of gloom, but the manor was its territory, and it had absolute control over it. So soon it found out that Constantine was with a dark man. Little thing, let me see where you can go. Batman flees towards the gate with Constantine. Have you figured out the crux of the problem? Definitely. By the way, when did you leave? It's not important, we have to leave this ghost place, fighting here is too bad for us. Hey? You actually thought of going to war with them? I think it will be very difficult for us to escape. Just when the two were about to run to the gate, Balleur suddenly appeared on their only way. Why are you in such a hurry to leave? Hey! With a sudden movement of his nose, Balleur turned his gaze to Batman and took another deep breath. Ah, this charming smell, your soul is very special, very special. Like the pig-headed man, Balleur also showed a strange desire for Batman's soul. Balleur sticks out his long tongue and looks at Batman greedily. Batman didn't go up and fight beyond his reach, and he knew it was useless. Do you have any other tricks? Constantine looked at Balleur seriously, wondering what magic she had against him. Yes. Batman looked up. What? Constantine was about to ask, when he saw the Bat fighter appearing outside the glass window. From the lower end of the fighter plane, a weapon bracket with 3 muzzles protruded. FK. Constantine quickly lay down, and the next moment, the sound of bullets louder and denser than Gatlings came from above his scalp. Balleur's body was instantly torn into pieces by the bullets fired by the Vulcan cannon, and inside were the same internal organs and tissues as humans. Constantine watched in shock, before Batman picked him up effortlessly with one hand. Then he aimed his other hand at the Bat fighter, and sprayed a small arrow with a string from his wrist. The hook hooked the wing of the fighter plane, and the fighter plane in automatic flight mode quickly lifted into the air. Take Batman and Constantine away from the manor. In the hall, Balleur, who was originally scattered in a pool of flesh and blood, suddenly gathered together like going back in time. After a few seconds, it returned to its previous ugly appearance. But the broken house and those demons who were affected and died were completely dead. Although he was killed once just now, Balleur was not angry, but watched with interest in the direction the Bat fighter flew away. Interesting. On the fighter jet, Constantine yelled at Batman. Are you crazy? Tracy's soul is in that guy's body, if it dies, Tracy will die too. Batman is so calm that it is almost cold. We must not let the devil in that manor get out of that place, no matter what the cost. Constantine turned her head sharply to look at him. You know that, right? You know Trish is inside it. Batman didn't answer, but this already shows the answer. He had planted a bug on him before he left Constantine and decided to go it alone. So all his conversations with Balleur were overheard by Batman. Although it is a pity, although Batman is also suffering in his heart. But he has to choose, and between the individual and the city as a whole, he can only choose the city. You son of BCH. Constantine rage came up and punched Batman. But Batman, who is proficient in almost all martial arts techniques in the world, didn't notice it and let his fist hit his face. The Batfighter has been tuned to autopilot, so no human is required. Seeing that he didn't fight back at all, Constantine was even more angry, and he constantly poured his fists on Batman, as if pouring out his anger, trying to forget his powerlessness. But this battlesuit is already an upgraded nano battlesuit, and Constantine has almost no damage to the opponent except for beating himself all over the body. Is it enough? Batman got up from the ground and looked at Constantine, whose hands were almost broken. Never enough. At this time, the communicator in the fighter suddenly rang, interrupting the quarrel between the two. Batman connects, and across the way is Dane's voice. Where are you now? On the fighter plane, I just left the Devil's Manor. Dane heard the difference in his voice, and asked curiously, what happened? I just killed Balor, the demon who planned all this behind the scenes. You sure? What do you mean? Batman frowned, having seen the demon torn to pieces with his own eyes. Dane switched the phone from one hand to another, and continued. I advise you not to jump to conclusions until you find out the truth. Such a scheming demon is no easier to kill than Gotham's psychopaths. Batman immediately turned his head to look at Constantine, and the other party agreed, and wanted to take out his mobile phone and call London to ask. But his fingers in both hands were almost broken, and it hurt to move, so he finally had to ask Batman to take out the phone from his pocket. After dialing Chaz, Constantine asked for Nightmare Nurse to answer. ASA, how is Tracy doing? It's not good. If you don't get her soul back quickly, her body will die. The most I can do right now is delay the process. That means Trish isn't dead yet. She is alive. Constantine was overjoyed. But Batman frowned, looking serious. Even such an attack can't kill it, so what should I do? He got in touch with Dane right away. You guessed it right, the matter is not over yet, the demon is still alive, can it not be killed? It is impossible for any tangible creature to be truly immortal. Even I may die, let alone a mere demon. It should know some special black magic, and escape the catastrophe of certain death. Find its weak point and kill it, isn't that your strong point, Batman? I don't know much about magical things, and I don't kill people. Devils are not human, why don't you ask Mr. Constantine? He may become our teammate in the future. Batman looked at Constantine, who was blowing fingers and grinning beside him, and said. I doubt it very much. Chapter 39. Pioneer Technology also has a branch in Los Angeles, and Dane met Batman and Constantine at the branch company. The first time Constantine saw Dane, he was almost blinded by the god's blessing that was so thick that he was about to explode. This guy is extremely favored by the power of light. Constantine thought to herself. Contrary to myself, if possible, who wouldn't want to be a knight of light? Constantine suddenly turned into lemon essence, and her mood was almost emo. Dane healed his wounds before saying. So, your solution is to agree to help the demon and get rid of his rival. Tracy is in its hands, I have to do this. How do you want to implement this plan? Constantine looked at him strangely. Only then did Dane come to his senses, a little amused, and said. Good guy, you've got your idea on me. Don't you call yourself the Justice League? If you don't solve this matter, who else can? Constantine said confidently. Sorry, I'm Dane Davis, the boss of Pioneer Technology. I don't know anything about the Justice League you're talking about. Constantine was dumbfounded for a moment. Okay, just kidding, it's not impossible to help you. However, my suggestion is that it's best to take all these demons in one pot. Otherwise, if there is a fish that slips through the net, there will be endless disasters. These guys are all demons. It is very troublesome to come to the world, but it is easy to return to hell. If you can't beat it, it's a big deal to go back to hell and hide for a while, and then come out to make trouble when Dane and others leave. In this way, not only did his action fail to solve the problem, but it may cause more problems. You're right, this matter should really be well planned. Wait, what do you mean by looking at me like that? Seeing Dane and Batman looking at him strangely, Constantine quietly moved the chair back. Dane said sincerely, John, I heard you are very famous in hell. Hearing what he said, Constantine couldn't help turning black. So, let's see if there is a possibility. You go find a way to gather those demons, and then lie to them that you can help them deal with Balor. They can't believe me. It seems that you are not ignorant of your own reputation. Dane teased. Constantine didn't mean to be ashamed at all when she heard the words, but rather proud of herself. It's immoral to cheat people. Pitting demons, that's called doing good deeds and accumulating virtue. Dane continued, then you should make full use of your ability and your reputation. I think, since Balor can trust you, other demons must be as well. Having said that, Constantine still has no idea. He was afraid that those demons would crush him to death if they didn't even want to listen to him. You don't have to worry about this, Batman will follow you. With all due respect, Batman is just a human being. But how did I hear that he has already killed Balor once? Constantine was stunned when he heard this, he actually forgot about it. Dane patted him on the shoulder, I know your concerns, so this time I brought something very threatening. After that, he opened the suitcase beside him, revealing the tiny missiles inside. Its shell seems to be transparent, with a misty blue light emitting from it. What is this? This is a miniature missile made of eternal metal. Its explosive power is average, but its magic damage is very strong. How strong? Batman picked up the missile and observed it carefully. Dane said lightly, it can threaten me. There was a pause in Batman's movements, and Diana noticed this from the sidelines, giving him a meaningful look. Does that mean that Batman and I can just kill those goddamn demons? Constantine looked excited. Dane reminds. This Hengjin missile is still a trial product, so there is only one for the time being, and it is used to provide deterrence to you. If you really want to use it to kill demons, it's not impossible, but you can only kill one at most. The rest of the demons will be wary of you, and the task will be difficult to complete. Constantine understood what he meant, and felt a little regretful. But at least my life is guaranteed, and I can't expect too much. Just as he was about to take a look at the Hengjin missile, he realized that Batman had already hidden it in his tactical belt. Hey! Since I am protecting you, then this thing should be handed over to me for safekeeping. Constantine opened his mouth for a long time, but couldn't hold back a reason to refute him. But what Batman thinks in his heart is how to take this thing back, analyze the characteristics of the permanent trace metal, and see if it is possible to find a way to deal with Dane. With the weapons in hand, Constantine and Batman leave. Dane didn't ask if he would like to join the JLA. Even if Constantine does not join in the end, but with this cooperation experience, there is still a chance to act together in the future. You don't have to be a team member either. Bruce seems wary of you. Diana walked over to Dane. He's wary of all Superman types. Dane dismisses it. And I believe that there are probably a lot of plans built into his computer against us. Diana asked curiously, so you still invite him? That's why I invited him, the Superman class does need a little supervision. In the world of American comics, the troubles caused by superheroes are often no less than that of supervillains. In order to save his mother, the Flash came up with a Flashpoint incident, and Batman often investigates cases on Wayne Enterprises. Superman has been controlled by villains many times and has lost control, which is evidence. But if Bruce wanted to use eternal metal against him, he might be overthinking it. Because it is impossible for him to have more reserves than Dane, who is sitting on the Rock of Eternity. Besides, the eternal metal is not kryptonite. Dane is not Kryptonian either. I can't trust the official because they always want to control everything, but Batman is different. He is both a superhero and an ordinary human being. Diana shook her head. You trust him very much, and you are very conniving. She no longer dwelled on the issue, but changed the subject. What do I need to do? Dane thought for a while, and suddenly remembered something. How much do you know about ancient Aztec mythology? Know a little, but not much. Although Diana works in the History Museum, what she knows most is the part related to Greek culture, and she knows very little about American things. But I heard that the Aztec gods are dead. Dane's expression was intriguing. Not necessarily, at least in this city, there is still a god lingering on his last breath. Most of the gods in Aztec mythology like living sacrifices, no different from evil gods. In order to obtain enough sacrifices to sacrifice to the gods, the Aztecs would launch the Glory Crown War to the surrounding cities to capture captives and sacrifice them. Such an annoying civilization will definitely disappear soon, and those gods who love living sacrifices will also disappear due to lack of faith. But only one god has survived so far, and he is hiding in this Los Angeles, waiting for a comeback. He is the ancient Aztec death god, Mictlantecuhtli. He now lives in the underground space of a pork slaughterhouse, living by absorbing the energy of dead animals. But even so, Mictlantecuhtli still has a certain power. In the original plot, he even killed 5 demons independently. Although he was seriously injured, he was already considered a powerful fighter. Dane has always wanted to create an artifact of his own. But he has the materials to make artifacts, but he still lacks a crucial thing: Godhead. Godhead can bless the artifact, endowing it with the same power as the law. Wonder Woman's divine shield is such an artifact. As long as the shield is not damaged, the person behind the shield will not be injured. It's useless for you to shoot her in the foot. But now Dane might have a chance to claim the godhood, the Death God's Godhead, and he's getting it. For justice, Death God must die too. Chapter 40. Are you really sure that God is staying in this kind of place? Diana looked at the neatly arranged frozen pork in the slaughterhouse, and covered her nose with some discomfort. The place smells too bad. She thought that Ares would not stay in such a broken place even when he was at his worst. Mictlantecuhtli is a death god who needs death breath to keep himself alive. Dane threw a ball of light, making it automatically follow the two of them to illuminate. It is reasonable to say that the place where he should stay most is actually the primitive witch religion tribe. Death energy is not just a dead body, but can only be produced during the complete process from birth to death. That is to say, worshipping this death god requires an act of murder, whether it is subjective or objective. But the pure Aztecs are basically dead. There are no believers in this land now, and he cannot rely on the living sacrifices of believers to restore his strength. Only in this kind of place can we get some insignificant dead energy to maintain the lowest vitality. Killing pigs in a slaughterhouse is a very clear act of murder, and there is also a complete process of life from birth to death, which satisfies the sacrifice ceremony of the death god. But the death energy produced by humans is not the same as that produced by animals. It's like the people who used to have a lot of fish and meat can only hang themselves by eating porridge. This death god is probably the weakest ever. Dane perceived the place where the death energy was strongest, and then stood on it. He glanced at Diana. I'm not very good at black magic, so I can only go in and fight for a while. Diana showed a sassy smile. It's just what I want. Dane smiled and muttered. Mictlantecuhtli, the god who is in charge of the bones, the gate of the spirit world, and the beginning of death, open your door here. No matter how desolate Mictlantecuhtli is, he is still a death god, and his residence is hidden in the void between life and death. Just like the Rock of Eternity is hidden in a dimension outside of time and space, outsiders cannot enter without the consent of the owner. Generally speaking, if they are mixed to this extent, the other party should be more cautious. But the Aztec gods had little experience with foreign enemies other than civil wars. So much so that when death god Mictrand heard Dane's spell, his first thought was to blame him for not offering sacrifices. Then Dane and Diana discovered that a strange magic circle suddenly lit up under their feet. This is the angry death god calling them. He seemed to regard them as the few surviving believers. Dane and Diana looked at each other, both dumbfounded. This god doesn't look very smart. What should I do? Diana's artifact was already worn on her body. Dane put it succinctly, let's go down and cut him down. As soon as the words fell, the magic circle split like tofu. At the same time, the floor tiles were also cracked, revealing a dark pit leading directly to the ground. They did not resist the pull of gravity and fell directly into the abyss. Not long after, they saw a faint yellow light source below. Both men had good eyesight, and they could see piles of animal carcasses directly below. Dane took Diana's hand and flew him over the pile of corpses. There are no clouds and lightning for her to catch here, so it is inconvenient to fly. The smell is worse in here than up there. Diana held her nose, her delicate face was almost wrinkled. The remains here have been lying around for some time. Although it will not rot, the smell of blood is so strong that it cannot be melted away, and it is very pungent. If Superman was here, he'd have to go somersault and get passed out. Dane observed the place and found that it was a place like an altar. The animal carcass placed in the center is the sacrifice. How did you find me? In the dark vision, a pair of big yellow eyes lit up, and it could be seen from the position of his eyes that he was extremely tall. The thing asked again, how did you find me? Dane looked back at Diana, ladies first. Diana raised her chin arrogantly, clenched the round shield with her left hand, and drew out the Vulcan sword with her right hand. Only then did death god Mictrand realize something was wrong. Wait, you are not mortals. I am Diana, the daughter of the king of god Zeus, the evil god of heresy, fight me. Feeling cheated, Mictrand yelled angrily, damn pagan god, die. He opened his mouth and sprayed, and the flames spread out from his mouth, instantly covering the place where Diana and Dane were standing. However, the next moment, Diana's battle roar resounded through the altar. A figure rushed out of the flames, and the round shield hit Death God directly in the face, knocking him into the air. Don't look at Mictrand, who is more than 3 meters tall, but he is a scrawny guy. Being hit by Diana like this, the bones almost fell apart. Diana is very good at martial arts. She didn't take advantage of the victory to pursue, but stood still and waited for Death God to recover. As a proud Amazon warrior, she would not kill someone she recognized as unarmed. That was not called fighting, but massacre. Take out your weapon and fight me fairly. Mictrand was furious, you are so brave. He spit out a flame, and a rough obsidian spear was held in his hand. Dane's eyes flashed, and he felt a very strong death energy from the spear, as well as part of the power of the Godhead. This unassuming spear is an artifact. Diana smiled instead of being surprised, swung the Vulcan sword and rushed forward. Death God's fighting ability is open and closed. Despite his huge stature, his steps are extremely flexible. And Diana is skilled. After she joined JLA, she often consulted with Dane. Superman is a weak demon, and his skills are not good. Moreover, he is basking in the sun every day, so his strength is getting stronger every day, and he often uses Wang Baquan to deal with Diana, and she is unwilling to practice against him. The aura of death condensed on the tip of the obsidian spear also made Diana quite afraid, but fortunately, the divine power shield was as strong as gold, and it firmly guarded her. Although relying on the advantage of size, Death God had the upper hand for a while. But soon, Diana, who had adapted to the rhythm, began to fight back. The sword of Vulcan flashed a cold light, and it collided with the obsidian spear, and Mictrand couldn't hold back his strength. Shocked, he quickly distanced himself from his opponent, but with Diana's sense of the battlefield, how could he give him a chance to react? Once again, the shield slapped away the spear's thrust, and Diana swung quickly, and the Vulcan sword severed one of Death God's calves. This calf is thicker than an adult's thigh, but when it flies, it feels as if it is nothing. Death God lost a calf, and suddenly lost his center of gravity. He subconsciously used the spear as a crutch to support his body. Diana was waiting for this moment. She adjusted her posture and stabbed out with a sword, aiming directly at the opponent's eyes. But Mictrant Cutley was also a bit quick-witted. He opened his mouth wide, and blazing flames spewed out of it, engulfing Diana again. "You have to use the same trick twice, are you serious?" Diana's disappointed voice came from the flames, and Death God was startled when he heard that. In the flames, Diana blocked the jet of flames with her shield and walked forward step by step. Death God couldn't help but backed away, feeling a little fear in his heart. Just as he was about to swing the spear, a cold light flashed in his eyes. Followed by a tingling pain from the chin, it felt as if the lid of the sky had been lifted. If Dane knew that he thought so, he would have said sincerely, not as if, his spiritual cover had really been lifted. Diana's Vulcan sword had already pierced Mictrant Cutley's head, piercing through the sky from the chin. Now, this is called transparency. Chapter 41. Diana pulled out the Vulcan sword, and the eyes of Death God Mictrant Cutley had lost their brilliance. Without the support of the Vulcan sword, his huge body fell to the ground. "He's dead now." Diana felt a little dissatisfied, completely unsatisfactory. Dane walked over to Death God's body and took a look, then shook his head. The body is indeed dead, but his soul is not. Mictrant Cutley also has a soul, or you can call him a soul if you want. Anyway, this part is hard to destroy. He also has some means, not even the Vulcan sword can destroy his soul. Where did he hide? Diana frowned, she didn't notice it at all. "It's here." Dane shook hands, and the necromancer scepter was tightly held by him. He brought the white magic crystal on the scepter close to Death God's body, and the crystal shone slightly, as if sending him some message. As a contemporary Shazam, Dane definitely can understand the meaning of scepter. He aimed the scepter at the obsidian spear that had been left unattended. The crystal suddenly shone brightly. "Got you." The soul of Death God is hiding in the obsidian, and at the moment he also seems to be aware of something bad. The obsidian suddenly cracked a small hole, and a group of black auras seemed to want to fly out of it. But how could Dane give him this chance? He aimed the crystal at the obsidian, and under the urging of divine power, the crystal released a white dazzling light to engulf the obsidian. "While you are sick, I will kill you." Originally, when he was still intact, he could resist for a while, but now the half-disabled soul is definitely no match for the scepter. The power and divinity of the Death God were directly absorbed by the scepter, and the poor Mictrant Cutley lost consciousness before he could even utter a scream. Dane withdrew the scepter, and there was a little black floating gas in the white crystal, which was the power of death. "You took his power." It's not that Diana doesn't understand anything, she can still see something. The power of death is very rare, and it may be useful in the future. Dane didn't hide anything either, and explained directly. Diana was thoughtful. She had heard Dane talk about the Kryptonians. The power of the old gods could indeed be regarded as a force to restrain them. Kryptonian is a creature with infinite strength, indestructible King Kong, and super speed. These super abilities are not so great individually, but they are very difficult to combine. Even if Wonder Woman's Vulcan sword can kill them, it can't beat four hands with two fists. "What do you want to accomplish?" When asked by Diana, Dane suddenly remembered the bayonet that Zod used to stab his kidney in Man of Steel and the Flash. "This hidden weapon is very insidious, but you said it would be interesting if we gave it to him like this?" So he laughed and said, "I'm going to make a very mean weapon." After finishing speaking, he smacked the ground with a scepter, and the floor tiles of the altar suddenly cracked, revealing the void and dark world inside. "Gone." As he spoke, he took Diana's hand naturally, and the two disappeared in an instant. The altar collapsed at the same time, lost the support of Death God, and the sanctuary of the last Aztec god disappeared. The story is divided into two parts, when Dane and Diana get rid of the ancient Aztec death god together. Constantine and Batman also approached one of Beller's contenders. In fact, it is not accurate to say that they came to the door. In fact, it should be regarded as the devil who came to them first. But the process is not pleasant. On the outskirts of the city, Constantine and Batman are on the run. Behind them is a group of hell dogs burning with ominous flames, as thin as skin and bones. I said, why don't you just give em a hard shot with that goddamn missile now? Batman gave him a strange look when he heard the words, you always play the ace first when you play cards. That's right, this is called winning by surprise. Constantine gave him a blank look, but understood what he meant. But his body isn't as battle-hardened as Batman's, and he's dying. That way we're all going to die. No. Batman looked up. At least not today. Constantine looked up, also beaming with joy. The Bat fighter appeared again. But the Vulcan cannon's ammunition is not infinite. In fact, most of the ammunition on the fighter plane was used up to kill Ballur. So after killing a batch of Cerberus, the barrel of the Bat fighter also went out. Damn, do you have any other tricks? Batman doesn't speak, but his calm demeanor catches Constantine's attention, and he even has time for a puff. Sure enough, not long after the fighter jet was turned off, its rear cabin suddenly opened. Then a huge amounts of sombra fall from it. With a boom, huge amounts of steel crushed and killed several hellhounds that ran close. Constantine's eyes widened and he saw clearly that it was a car. A heavy armored car in the shape of a bat, yes, AFG armored car. Batman stepped forward, and the Batmobile opened the door as if welcoming its owner. Constantine quickly followed, he complained. Now I know why you, as an ordinary person, dare to stay with a bunch of gods. Is your super ability rich? Batman paused, and told him in a very serious tone. I'm very rich. Constantine gave him a middle finger back. Batman held the steering wheel and stepped on the gas pedal. The Batmobile roared violently, stimulating the adrenal glands of the two to secrete hormones. Now, my turn. The heavy armored vehicle accelerated on the spot, and the heavy armor directly hit the Cerberus, smashing all creatures that dared to stop in front of the vehicle into organic fragments. The thick tires creaked against bones and blood, but Constantine heard the blood boil. I love this car. Batman said coldly, this is not for sale. After creating and killing all the hellhounds, a figure suddenly appeared in front of the car, which did not look like a human being. Because it has 4 red eyes and a pair of big wings behind it, it fits the image of a devil very well. Batman reacted very quickly, and he immediately activated the weapon system. The barrel of the Batmobile stretched out and fired at the demon head-on. But the smoke passed, and the demon was unscathed. This demon is much higher level than a hellhound, you have to use magic power to hurt it. Then what are you waiting for? While speaking, Batman manipulated the heavy armored vehicle to deal with the opponent. Seeing that he was really unwilling to use the Eternal Gold Missile, Constantine could only grit his teeth and launch the magic. Another long series of incomprehensible spells were uttered. When the demon tried to stop the Batmobile with his hands, a huge angel made of flames appeared in front of the demon. Angel pulled out the huge sword behind his back and swung it towards the demon. A wall of fire quickly formed following the direction in which the great sword was swung, and everywhere it went, there were holy flames. This line of fire seems to have a mind of its own, chasing in the direction of the devil. Chapter 42. Twice. The devil commented. But it easily dodged the flame angel's slash. After all, it was an angel condensed by magic, without spirituality. And Constantine doesn't quite match the magic of the holy department. I hope you can use something stronger next time. Batman was not satisfied with his performance. Then do you have any better suggestions? Constantine asked angrily. Do you know what I found in that missile? Batman asked calmly. What else but eternal metal? Batman. Constantine sneered and made you pretend all day. But Batman quickly recovered. Anyway, I took it apart. Constantine looked at him in shock, with eyes like those of a madman. We only have this one. I just took a bit of eternal metal out of it and mixed it into my flying darts. As he said, he took out a bat flying darts from his belt, which looked very heavy. I need you to buy me a moment. As a qualified old silver coin, Constantine quickly grasped what Batman meant. He immediately controlled the flame angel to chase the demon. But his magic power is also limited and cannot last for too long. It should be mentioned here that although Constantine has studied many different genres of magic, she also has a very high attainment in black magic. But in fact he seldom uses magic, and more uses deception to solve problems. One is that he understands that using magic often requires paying a painful price, and he doesn't use it if he can. The second is that although Constantine has high savvy, the magic power in his body is not high, at least not comparable to most demons. You should probably hurry up. Constantine squeezed her own potential, but she still couldn't stop the rapid loss of magic power and physical strength. At this time, Batman had already found an opportunity, and he threw the bat dart in his hand. The flying darts stuck to the demon like glue. It looked down and looked at the bat dart emitting blue light, which was a little unclear. But the flying darts suddenly exploded after a few beeps, and the demon, which was originally invulnerable to swords, was suddenly blown through its defenses. Blood that was as bright red as human blood flowed out from his body. What have you done? The devil's expression was shocked, and it clearly confirmed it repeatedly before it came. It knew that the pointed ear in black was actually an ordinary human being. But it didn't understand why it was injured by an ordinary person now. Surprise, mother fr. At this time, Constantine suddenly rushed out, wearing a golden knuckle full of crosses on his hand, and slapped the devil in the face. The knuckles had divine power attached to them, and directly smashed a few fangs in the opponent's mouth. The demon was knocked to the ground by a punch, and was about to get up angrily, when he saw a dark figure standing behind him. Do not move. Batman raised his arm, and the Hengjin missile was mounted on the arm's launch bracket. The faint blue light reminded the demon that this was the same thing as the weapon that injured it just now. Okay, I think we should calm down. Demons have no so-called shame, and when they see danger, they resolutely confess. It was able to come out physically to hunt Constantine this time, obviously at a certain price, and it was not in a complete state. But even so, it is so strong that it is impossible for a human body to beat it. Things that I thought were safe and secure suddenly took a turn for the worse, and the devil felt a little aggrieved. You despicable humans, dare to fight me fairly? Batman aimed the missile at the demon steadily and did not let go. The demon felt that this human should not dare to launch at such a close range, as he would die himself. But when it saw the other person's eyes, it was not so confident in its own judgment. Batman has a way of convincing you that he can die with you. What if this human dares to perish with it? The devil couldn't help thinking this way, and even less dared to act rashly. After much deliberation, it finally decided to stick to it. Swap one with a human who doesn't understand magic at all, and it will be laughed to death by its fellow hell. Constantine was slightly relieved. As long as we can talk, it will be fine. You have seen the power of this thing just now, how is it? Are you interested in cooperating? The devil's heart moved when he heard the words, how to cooperate. You help me summon other demons, let's kill Balor together. How about it? The demon glanced at Constantine strangely, aren't you in a cooperative relationship with him? Constantine sneered, I was coerced by it and had to do this. If you think about it, I'm actually a Briton, and I don't live in Los Angeles. So what happens to the city has nothing to do with me. Constantine sounded ruthless when he said it, but it was in line with how the demons had always seen him. You are right, but what do you hope to get by killing Balur? If he asks for nothing else, the demons will doubt his cooperation. There is a soul imprisoned in Balur, I need her, complete. It's not easy to do. It is almost impossible to take a soul out of a demon's mouth. Can you snatch food from a shark's mouth? But Constantine just said, leave this matter to me and do it. You only need to deal with Balur. Definitely, we will also provide this weapon as support. The demon looked at the eternal metal emitting blue light, swallowed, and asked. How many of these weapons do you have? Constantine laughed. He took a deep breath and blew it out slowly. I can only say, not much, but definitely enough. This sentence gave the demon great confidence. It and several other demons knew well that Balur was actually very strong. He has been deployed in Los Angeles for a long time, and his strength has recovered a lot. The other 5 demons must form a group in the human world to have a chance to compete with each other. Now if you add the power of Constantine, maybe it is really possible to kill Balur. It glanced at Eternal Metal, and the greed in its eyes flashed away. When the time comes, find a chance to backstab these 2 stupid humans, snatch the Eternal Metal, and kill the remaining 4 allies. Then Los Angeles will be its own from now on. The demon nodded in agreement to form an alliance. It finalized the details with Constantine, and then quietly left. It's not cooperative. Batman retracted the missile. Constantine didn't understand how he hid such a big thing, he said indifferently. They are demons, and deceit and betrayal are their way of life. But don't worry, as long as it's good for them, these demons will never miss it. Pioneer Technology Corporation. Dane is staying alone in the room on the top floor, studying the death god in the crystal. That's when he got a call from the front desk. You said someone wants to see me, who is it? I am the Queen of Angels, Mr. Davis. Dane could tell it was still the front desk voice, but it felt like a different person. He immediately realized that this was the Los Angeles spirit who had appeared. No problem, since it is a distinguished guest, it should be entertained. Sorry Mr. Davis, I was just distracted, what did you say? Let that person come up. Dane felt very interesting, but he didn't expect that the other party came to the door by himself before he went to find him. He still remembers the plot in the movie. The Los Angeles spirit can not only possess anyone in Los Angeles, and it can also change into any appearance, men and women, old people and children. When she met Constantine, she appeared as a beautiful woman, and then she had some interesting things with him. Those like Su Xian and Ning Kechen are all weak. Have you ever seen a man who fed the whole city? In the future, Constantine can say to all Los Angeles people, I.fed.all.of.u. And he was right. Chapter 43. It didn't take long for this person known as the Queen of Angels to walk into Dane's room. Dane stared at the other side, not at all gentlemanly. The person quipped, "You like this type?" As in the movie, he takes the form of a beautiful woman. Her skin was brown, her hair was long and thick and black, and her eyes shone like stars. Her plump lips were painted with dark red lipstick, and a tight hip skirt highlighted her perfect figure very well. Dane fully understands Constantine's momentary uncertainty. Question him, mock him, understand him, be his. Definitely the last one is unnecessary. In case the other party is naughty, he suddenly becomes a bloated black old man at that moment. Are you dead or not, you? Dane smiled and asked the other party to sit down. Sorry, this is the first time I've seen a city spirit appear in front of me, and I'm a little excited. Why does Los Angeles call itself the Queen of Angels? Because the name of Los Angeles is Los Angeles, also often called the City of Angels, City of Angels. This kind of concept is deeply rooted in people's hearts, and it has been going on for a long time, so that the Los Angeles spirit finally has some special abilities. But these abilities are still powerless in the face of the devil, and his essence is formed by the collective subconsciousness of countless Los Angeles people. So it stands to reason that his practices and thoughts cannot escape the shackles of the Los Angeles people. The character of the Los Angeles people determines that it is impossible for the spirit of Los Angeles to fight the devil to the death. He is very good at compromise and very good at using what can be used for his own benefit. Before Dane didn't come, his choice was Constantine. For this reason, he spared no effort to seduce him and draw out the demon in his heart. Now, he sees that Dane is stronger, so he abandons Constantine and finds Dane without any hesitation. Los Angeles spirit's eyes flashed, "You know a lot." Not much, just know what I should know." The spirit of Los Angeles, hereafter referred to as Angelus, suddenly felt a little tricky. The man in front of him was not as easy to handle as Constantine. He had also thought about using his beauty to seduce this man, but he happened to see the scene where Diana pierced Mictrant Cutley's head with a sword. Although Angelus has never left Los Angeles, it is not impossible for him not to recognize the artifact. That sword can kill Death God, it can kill him. And that female demigod, at a glance, has a lot to do with the man in front of him. Angelus didn't want to be beheaded inexplicably, he hadn't lived enough yet. "Since you know everything, I don't know what price I should pay to get you to help me." Dane did not answer his question directly, but said something inexplicable. "I have my eyes on a city, but I don't know how to see it, or get it." There was no need to explain clearly, Angelus understood immediately. He was a little hesitant, because this was actually a secret shared by all beings with the spirit of the city. But when he thought that his city would be poisoned by demons and turned into a purgatory on Earth, Angelus couldn't control so much. "Does he have a unique culture or a long history?" Dane nodded. "Do his people love him as they love their mother?" Dane thought about the performance of the Kandak people in the original book, and nodded again. "Then there might really be a city spirit in that city." Angelus sighed, he didn't think about what Dane wanted to do, it had nothing to do with him. "Living organisms like us are actually everywhere. I just prefer to look at things from a human perspective. If we don't manifest in a way that humans can perceive, it just means that we are in another extra dimension that overlaps with reality." As Angelus narrated, Dane gradually learned more about the city spirit. The spirit of the city is not just a collective consciousness of human beings, but more precisely, it is more like a Jia system. Within this system, every living entity is a part of Jia. The interaction between life and the environment is complex and coherent. Taking the city as the main body, it just embodies the characteristics of a living body. In particular, this world has magical power. Under the rendering of magical power, this kind of lifelike characteristics will be born and become real life. But the spirit of the city is not an organic life after all. Although he has a physical body, a city, this body is obviously immovable. So actually the spirit of the city refers to the city's thought, soul, or something more metaphysical. His essence is invisible and qualityless, so he cannot exist stably in the real material world. It can only survive in the dimension that allows the existence of nothingness. And this dimension transcends the concepts of time and space, and is a world of complete nothingness. Dane's expression was a little weird when he heard this. "Beyond the extra dimension of time and space, do you think this place is a bit familiar? Isn't the Rock of Eternity in such a dimension? Can you take me into that dimension?" He has to verify it. Angelus hesitated. "You can, but with all due respect, your physical body cannot enter that place." Hearing this, Dane took out the necromancer scepter, his eyes lit up. "That's not necessarily the case." Seeing that he was so persistent, Angelus didn't say anything more. "Then, you grab my hand." Dane grabbed his hand as promised, feeling the same as a human being. "It's about to start." Dane nodded to indicate that he was ready. There was a gleam in Angelus' eyes, and Dane felt a strong pull pulling his body. He didn't resist this force, and soon, when he opened his eyes again, the world in front of him suddenly changed. It is a starry sky that I don't know at all, there are stars as far as I can see, exactly the same as the starry sky that people imagine. But the difference is, if you look closely, those stars are moving slowly. Moving much, much faster than galaxies seen in the real universe. Dane couldn't feel any breath of magic here. Your physical body can actually enter here. Angela's voice echoed in his ears. Dane looked back and found a cloud of white air gathering together to synthesize a vague human form. The figure has a pair of huge amounts of wings on the back. Queen of Angels. Yes, it's me. Dane squeezed the scepter tightly, divine power surged, and the crystal lit up, faintly pointing in one direction. He determined at the moment that this place is the nothing world where the Rock of Eternity is located. Chapter 44. Dane didn't stay long in the void. After confirming that the world where City Spirit lived was in the same dimension as the Rock of Eternity, he withdrew from that place. How do I determine the exact location of the city I want in the extra dimension? Actually, you can't be sure. Angelus shrugged, this was not his intentional perfunctory. But in the extra dimension, the spirit of the city is free, so it is possible for him to go anywhere. Actually, you don't need to determine its coordinates in that world, because the spirit of the city must rely on the city in reality. So as long as you find the real city, he will be there. The city is his body, and the spirit will not leave the body for too long. Dane touched his chin, this feeling is very similar to the yin and yang gods. According to Angelus, it is actually very powerful that he can directly appear in the human world in the form of a spirit body. This kind of power has nothing to do with strength, it is a leap in the form of life. His spiritual body can exist in the material world in a steady state, and can also make substantial interference with the material world. Like many other cities he knows, because of various conditions. Spiritual bodies cannot manifest in the real world at all, and can only see the world through the eyes of city residents. In these 847 cases, they can have very little impact on the real world. On the contrary, their influence on the spiritual field of urban residents is the greatest. For example, Kanduk, he doesn't like being under military control by the international gang, but he can't stop it. But he can plant the seeds of resistance in Adriana or other Kanduks, so that they can take a step forward for freedom at a critical moment. In Black Adam, at the end of the ending, the Kanduk people rose up to resist the Devil's zombie army, which is the embodiment of this spiritual power. Dane even suspected that thousands of years ago, the Necromancer Council chose the son of Tez Adam as its defender, and the power of the spirit of Kanduk was involved. And Adriana just recited the inscription that sealed Adam, and he broke the seal. It's hard not to suspect that it was deliberately arranged by someone. If this is the case, then Dane and Kanduk, who are contemporary Shazam, are completely related to history. The so-called since ancient times. That can be traced back at least to the time of the Necromancer Council, and Shazam and Kanduk have historical friendship. Dane at the moment already had some vague ideas about how to find the spirit of Kanduk, and he looked towards Angelus. Thank you very much for your clarification, it is very useful for me, Kadk. Don't worry, the purpose of my coming here is to destroy the devil. So there are a few demons in this city and I will help you get rid of them. However, the demons can escape back to hell at any time, and if this road is not blocked, this matter cannot be perfected. Angelus asked bluntly, what do you think? There should be many churches in Los Angeles, right? Angelus nodded. How much holy water can you get? How much do you want? Angelus showed an extremely arrogant attitude. Is it possible to completely surround Engstrom's estate? No problem. Very good. Dane said with satisfaction. I have already asked Constantine to fool the other 5 demons into besieging Balur. After they all enter the manor, you immediately arrange the holy water and leave the rest to us. Angelus reminded. Balor is not the real name of that demon, its real identity is Nirgai, who is good at using nightmare magic. It's also what happened in Newcastle, isn't it? He already knew this information in the movie. Angelus was a little surprised, you know. Definitely, as I said, I just said what I had to say. You didn't tell Constantine about this. So what if he knows? Are you trying to say this is his salvation? Dane finds it a little funny that the Newcastle incident is the pain of Constantine's life, but it is not a mistake that can be repaired. Just like Batman's parents, Barry's mother, it's these unfortunate experiences that shaped them and made them who they are today. As for Constantine, it was precisely because of the Newcastle incident that he deeply understood that using magic requires a painful price. He will become today's hell detective. Otherwise, with Constantine's magical ability, he might cause a catastrophe at any time. Not even a villain for that matter. After all, John Constantine has certain antisocial tendencies, but he is not as crazy as Joker, but more rational. And the so-called redemption is really meaningless. The little girl who died in Newcastle became the devil's rations alone. Constantine would save 100 girls like her, but it wouldn't help. Sometimes people just have to learn to accept failure in order to reconcile with themselves. By the way, Dane seemed to think of something suddenly. Are you familiar with London? Angelus was a little strange, but he still nodded. Our relationship is not bad. The spell that he released the demon in Constantine's heart was done by London's hands. Then you give this thing to him. Dane took out a necklace from the Rock of Eternity, with the triangular emblem made of a mixture of magic crystals and eternal metal. You ask him to help you send this necklace to Tracy. Do you know who Tracy is? Angelus definitely knew that he knew everything about Constantine in London. He took the necklace and put it in the palm of his hand. You surprised me. I thought you were the type who didn't care about the lives of ordinary people at all. If that's the case, in fact, I can't come here at all, can I? Angelus smiled, turned, and left. Dane continues to study the power of death. The power of the death god is better paired with a sickle or spike weapon. So he plans to combine this with eternal metal to make a wrist knife or wrist stab. It's similar to Wolverine's wolf claws, the kind that can pop out of the arm. Among other things, this concealment is particularly good, and he can't wait to compete with Zed, who is more insidious. Not long after, Diana, who was out shopping, came back. I saw her walking around the room and her nose twitched slightly. Did a woman come here just now? Ah, this. What's the matter with this sense of déjà vu you like catching R? Dane said truthfully, there was a person who came, but he was not a person. Seeing that Diana immediately entered the battle state, he immediately said, it's not an enemy either. Please finish your sentence next time. Diana rolled her eyes. People are good looking, even rolling their eyes is pleasing to the eye. The one who just came here is our ally, he will help us deal with the demons. However, his combat ability is very low, so he can only be used as a logistical support. Diana's expression became serious. Are you going to start? Dane nodded. If nothing else happens, tonight is the decisive battle. How's Bruce and Constantine going? Said CAO arrived. Dane's cell phone rang, and the caller ID was Constantine. Dane turned on the paw. Nailed it. Dane looked at Diana. Did you hear that? Then let's have a big fight. Diana was gearing up, as if she couldn't wait. Chapter 45. Night, Manor 1247 Engstrom. Constantine once again stepped into this desecrated land, this time he was already familiar with it. It was the pig-headed man in a suit and leather shoes who opened the door. Are you surprised to see me? Standing at the door, Constantine leisurely took a puff of smoke. I'm just curious that you still have the guts to come back. The pig-headed man opened the door wide and looked at him inexplicably. Have you forgotten what you did yesterday? Constantine said casually, what did I do? You killed Master Balor once. There was even a hint of admiration in the pig-headed man's tone. And here you are again today, human, and if you're not completely insane, you'd better have a valid reason. Constantine pushed the pig-headed man away. Then you move your big a, make way for me. The pig-headed man wasn't angry at all, it decided that the human couldn't get out tonight. 290 and it sidled out of the way, watching him walk in like dead man. It's a pity that the dark human didn't come, otherwise we could have a taste of him. Pighead thought, not without regret, that he was still obsessed with Batman's soul taste. Constantine walked all the way into Balor's sinking corpse pool. When he came here again, the pile of corpses had basically turned into a pool of blood. And Balor's bloated body was soaking in the pool, holding a human leg bone in his hand, licking it like a dog. From time to time, suck the remaining meat on it. When the other party saw Constantine coming in, there was no surprise on his face. You're disappointing me, John, you don't seem to be getting anywhere. Balor lay comfortably in the pool of blood, and from time to time fished out a skull with brains or a limb bone with flesh. Constantine watched it bite its eyeballs, and the blood burst from the corner of its mouth. Nausea is almost like vomiting. But it doesn't mention the last night's killing by the Vulcan cannon, which is very unusual, and demons are definitely not generous creatures. You must be wondering why I don't care what you and your friends did last night. Thoughts were guessed, Constantine responded calmly despite not being shocked. You're right, why exactly? Balor pointed to his heart with a pointed finger, because I have Tracy to accompany me to relieve my boredom. It looked at Constantine's changing face with great interest, and then said slowly. I'm not like the other demons, John. I can appreciate those pure souls, whose taste is more unique than ordinary goods. Then, it licked the bone with its long tongue, they are delicious. Constantine was expressionless, but his hands were tightly clenched into fists. Now, tell me John, what did you do all day that made you dare to confront me today? Saying that, Balor floated up from the pool and flew straight to Constantine. It was naked, and Constantine turned her head in disgust. I listened to you and went to your competitor. Very good, how many did you solve? Balor's big yellow eyes kept patrolling him. All. What did you say? His answer was a bit unexpected, so that Balor was a little dazed for a moment. Constantine raised his head, and the 7 orifices emitted a strong golden light. I mean, I brought them all. After all, a large group of black aura spewed out from Constantine's 7 orifices. And he also screamed in pain during the process. Under Balor's watchful eyes, these black aura quickly condensed into bodies. It was the 5 demons who were hostile to it. Long time no see, Nilgay. Constantine, who was coughing on the side, suddenly widened his eyes when he heard the name, and stared at Balor. Nilgay. He would never forget the name. He, that's how it is. You teamed up with them to deal with the money. This is indeed your style, John, I am sure you are right. Balor spoke, and suddenly opened his mouth. A sticky thing vomited out of its mouth, and in the blink of an eye it turned into a demon with horns, bat wings, and a snake's lower body. It is Nilgay, the real culprit of the Newcastle incident. Nilgay. Constantine scowled. Surprised to see me, John? Nilgay smiled evilly, completely ignoring the 5 demons. You made a wrong decision. Do you think I came to you because I couldn't beat these 5 competitors? Nilgay swept the snake tail and swept out the 5 demons. Have you forgotten? This is my place. This is my hell. In its domain, it can exert far more power than other demons. The 5 demons were not intimidated by Nilgay, they had already expected this situation before they came. Your plan had better succeed. One of the demons said in a bad tone. A bloated demon with only a big mouth on his facial features rushed forward and hugged Nilgay tightly with both hands. The demon with 2 heads rushed up and bit Nilgay's body. The demon with an eyeball in its mouth stared, and a yellow light shot out and hit Nilgay 0. The other demons also used their own methods to attack. Nilgai handled it with ease, but it felt strange. Why did these demons become so united? But it didn't think much. This manor is not only its residence, its entertainment field, but also its energy pool. Here it uses cruel means to slaughter those fallen, and the amount of negative energy it has accumulated cannot be underestimated. If these 5 competitors stayed in their own nest, it would have nothing to do with them, but if they dared to step into their own territory, there would be a dead end. But 1,500 is too troublesome. Nilgai intends to split them up and kill them one by one. In this manner, it can freely move anything in space. So it took action, but what it didn't expect was that the teleportation magic didn't respond. What have you done? Nilgai looked at Constantine sharply. If anyone could do this, it would be him first. Constantine gave it a middle finger and smiled mockingly. FK. You. Nilgai grabbed his big hand and was about to pinch his head as soon as he saw it. However, Constantine took a breath in a calm manner, sank to her dantian, and then shouted loudly. Boss! Help me! Boom! A figure descended into the world like thunder, and Nilgai's hand hit him, but it was like hitting a city wall made of steel, and his wrist was broken. Nilgai shook hands and flew back, furious. Who are you? My name is. Dane's eyes were full of thunder, and he raised his head with a smile. Shazam! The Shazam mantra was read 4.6 times, and the power of thunder suddenly appeared in the void, and all the evil things staying near the blood pool were injured by the thunder of Zeus. Nilgai faced the greatest damage directly, being directly blasted by the bursting lightning. But as it said, the manor is its energy pool. As long as the energy in the energy pool is not exhausted, it will not die. But the other 5 demons were not so lucky. They had been repeatedly bombarded by thunder, and they were almost unable to hold on. One of the 4-eyed demons who had an agreement with Constantine reached out to him. No, Constantine, you promised us. Constantine stepped back to hide behind Dane. He pretended to take out a new cigarette and lit it, took a deep breath, and then let out his lungs. Then he said unhurriedly, Your first day in hell? Who in the whole hell doesn't know? I am John Constantine. It's not keeping promises. Ah! John Constantine, we curse you. Chapter 46. After resentfully speaking his last words, the 5 demons were wiped out in the thunder. It's the first time I've seen someone say shameless so confidently. Very well, I like you. After Dane released the thunder, he was very happy to tease Constantine. I don't have many good points, but honesty is one of them. Constantine spoke boldly. Dane looked at the dead demons around him, and nodded perfunctorily, yes, yes, yes. After joking, Constantine was a little worried. Nilgai is very difficult to kill here, and if you didn't kill it with this one, it might run away. Just now, the old silver coin Nilgai disappeared after being killed once by Dane in a fit of rage. But it's not dead yet, presumably it escaped to somewhere in the manor for rebirth. As for where it went, both Dane and Constantine could guess, it must be a crowded stage hall. The demon Nilgai has a little hobby of his own. He likes to gather the captured humans to hold parties. It and its demon minions are trying to torture those poor people at this party, so as to accumulate negative energy. But if it thinks that hiding there can accumulate some advantages for the next battle, then it probably thinks too much. Dane answered Constantine like this, What do you think Batman and Diana are doing? 20. As soon as the voice fell, the whole haunted house suddenly shook, and the ceiling fell rustlingly, flooding the pool of blood. And bury sin and blasphemy. May your remaining souls rest in peace. Dane holds the scepter in his hand, and the power of death god in it emits a dark but not eerie breath. Under the rubble, in the corners, or from the gaps in the walls, souls riddled with holes flew out one after another. The scepter emits a gentle white light, and the black aura in the center rotates like a whirlpool, absorbing the remnant souls. Death God, the messenger who extradites the dead. He is not cold, on the contrary, he is kind to all the dead. Dane doesn't consider what they did during their lifetime, doesn't evaluate their good and evil, and doesn't condemn them for making a deal with the devil. In the face of death, everyone is equal. No matter how many mistakes they made in life, Dane hopes that death can bring the last comfort to their souls. Thank you. I'm sorry, I'm really sorry. Lord, please forgive my sins. Lisa, my Lisa, I'm so sorry. FK Demon. You. Hear. Me? FK. You. Dane listened to the whisper in his ear, it was the last whisper of the decedent. Or thanks, or confession, or the last roar. But after a while, they will all return to the arms of death. Constantine looked at him in shock. He has yin and yang eyes, so he can see that there is a real god on Dane, just like the halo on Angel's head. So bright that it blinded his eyes. What the hell are you? Constantine is sure that the original Shazam is definitely not like this. He's about to turn into a real death god. Dane raised his eyebrows and put away the godhead he had obtained. Unexpectedly, he had worked so hard for so long without success, but when at the moment moved his heart of compassion, he got the approval of godhead naturally. He has become the newly promoted death god. Although he is only a half-dead Aztec god, he is still a real godhead. On this 1/3 of an acre of land in America, he cursed everyone to die. There's a fight from above, can't you go up? Constantine shook her head wildly. I have small arms and legs, what are you doing up there? Adding meals to Nilgai? I won't add trouble. Alright, then you can go out first. The what? Constantine was a little embarrassed. John, get straight to the point. Okay, that's the one, Trish. Don't worry, we will rescue her, this is a promise from a god. After Dane finished speaking, the scepter paused, and Constantine was sent out of the devil's manor like an apparition. Constantine stood there for a moment, then cursed, you are death god. You have to bring him back alive. Dane put the scepter away and flew up towards the hold ceiling. In the hall of the ballroom, at the moment, except for the devil and its minions, there is no living human being. Nilgai was going crazy, it had just been reborn in this hall, and was about to catch a few delicious humans to make up for it. Who would have thought that they would all be robbed by someone? It also knows the guy who robbed those people, that is, the human who killed it once last night. Wearing a ridiculous pointy ear costume, what do you think you are? Nilgai gritted his teeth in hatred, wishing he could devour him alive on the spot. It just so happens that Nilgai has also coveted his soul for a long time, and this kind of complex and special soul is also the first time Nilgai has encountered it in his demon career. So it stepped forward without any hesitation to eat him. But suddenly the Ajad freak raised his arm and fired a small missile. Ridiculous, how could Nilgai fall twice in the same trick zone? Nilgai put on a magic shield for himself, and felt safe. Boom! Then it was blown to death by the eternal metal missile, and the magic shield was like paper, completely useless. If Nilgai had seen Black Adam, he would have known this was normal. After all, even the divine body can't defend against the eternal gold bomb, let alone a mere demon. But counting this time, this is the third time Nilgai died in 2 days. Moreover, the energy source of the manor, human beings, has been completely transferred outside the manor by Batman. Even he himself left here while Nilgai died. Nilgai had no choice, it had thought that there were no living people, and the remnant soul of the dead would be enough to solve the emergency, but who knew that even the remnant soul was gone? Who on earth can clean up the battlefield to such an extent? Nilgai also discovered that someone had surrounded the manor. They can't go back to hell through magic now, and they can't get out of this manor. Los Angeles. It quickly figured out that the spirit of the city was at fault. One by one, all of them have no credit at all. Whether it is Constantine or Los Angeles, they have made an agreement with it, but they have both betrayed the agreement. Who is the villain? At the moment is its dilemma. Suddenly, a woman shattered the ceiling and landed. She knocked the shield on the ground with one hand, and sparks flashed. Nilgai saw her equipment clearly, and her heart skipped a beat. Its eyesight is not bad, and it can see that these are holy artifacts. But even if a human being is equipped with a holy artifact, what can? Before it could think about it, Diana rushed up impatiently. As soon as she stepped on it, the floor tiles collapsed in an instant. This is definitely not human. Nilgai almost cursed, grabbed a trask and threw it out. The Vulcan sword cut it in two with a single stroke, the incision was smooth, and the blood seemed to have not reacted yet. It wasn't until it hit the ground that the demon's corpse sprayed out a 2-meter-high column of blood. Diana didn't stop at her feet, she was incredibly fast, and many after-images almost flashed in the hall. Nilgai kept throwing his demons as weapons, but they were all killed by the opponent's sword. It is terrified in its heart, this is definitely the top evil. Then, without paying attention, Nilgai suddenly found himself trapped by a rope emitting golden light, unable to move. Pay for the lives of all the innocents you have murdered, devil. Chapter 47. Nilgai is not entirely a waste. It is more aware of the gap between itself and Diana than all demons. So when Diana dragged it over to make a sword owl head, it just slipped away. Below the bandstand, there is a hanging video screen, which is playing old movies from the 1920s. The hall has been destroyed badly, but the screen is still intact. Nilgai ran to the screen, and plunged into it, just like jumping into a pool. Diana chased to the screen and stopped cautiously. She stirred the screen with her Vulcan sword, but it felt like she had stabbed into the empty space. At this time, Dane came up from the ground with thunder, flew to her and stopped. What's wrong? The demon hid in here. Dane put his fingers in and felt it, then withdrew his hand. There is a very strong negative energy in it. You are right that you didn't go in rashly. It contains a small pocket space. I don't know where this demon got it from. Nilgai's own strength is absolutely impossible to make this thing. Then what shall we do? Diana said unhappily. For a war-loving Amazonian, the most annoying thing is this kind of guy who likes to be clever but unwilling to fight head-on. She just wants to have a quick fight, is it that difficult? Let me figure it out. As Dane said, he clasped his palms, and the necromancer scepter tightly clasped his hands again. He plunged the crystal deep into it, probing a little to test the water. Then he uttered a spell he had long wanted to try. Holy Light Expulsion. The crystals glowed with a dazzling white light, which was no longer as gentle as it was when it sheltered the souls of the dead. Instead, it is full of majesty and strong aggression. The black aura in the screen world was losing ground in front of the white light. Dane increased the output of magic power, and the crystal was almost as bright as a small sun. Even Diana couldn't help covering her eyes, she couldn't look directly at the light. Stop! Countless shrill screams came from the small world on the screen, and Diana's expression changed. It is conservatively estimated that there are hundreds or thousands of these voices. If she went in hastily, even if she could get out, she would have to take off all her skin. These are the inhabitants of the dark world, the devils who work hand in hand with the devil. Unlike omnivorous demons, devils only eat human souls. The more desperate and depraved souls are, the better their hearts are. Therefore, almost all the evil scripts in this world are hidden in this small world, which can make people who enter it provide various hell punishments that are worse than death. Now it's Dane's turn to do all the evil. Dane pulled out the scepter abruptly, and the demons spewed out from the small screen, and the vast area almost filled the entire hall. He knocked the scepter suddenly, and with the crystal as the center of the sphere, a spherical white light shield with a diameter of 20 feet was deployed. Keep the devils out completely. Kill him! A devil screamed, and hordes of devils rushed into the holy light shield, making a cracking sound. Dane sneered, the leftovers, How can you rubbish run wild in the hidden land? Gently touching the crystal with his left palm, a strong suction force was suddenly generated. Affected by this suction, the devils were attracted to the wall of holy light one after another. These demons are spirits without substance, so their essence must be restrained by the power of Death God. And the Death God on Dane is the Aztec pantheon. What is this pantheon best at? Live sacrifice. So the devils were horrified to find that their spiritual bodies were gradually stretched under the action of suction, and they were squeezed into pieces and painted on the wall of the holy light like abstract paintings. This makes the burning of the holy light per unit area of their spirit bodies very intense, so intense that they burn directly. It's like a stack of thick cardboard is not easy to burn with an open flame, but a thin piece of paper will burn just by being close to a high-temperature fireplace. The crushed demons are forced to experience this excruciating punishment. And Dane is like spreading pancakes, taking the trouble to grill them. No. Let us go. Please let us go. Dane didn't even bother to talk to these devils. For him, devils are like cockroaches, they kill them when they meet them, no nonsense. He intensified the attraction of Death God's power, and pressed the ghosts of demons thinner. Offer them as sacrifices to the Death God as if they were being scorched. And as the Death God himself, he quickly absorbed the offerings of the devils, and the somewhat exhausted Death God began to grow stronger. I curse you! You cruel freak! Dane just smiled when he heard someone scolding him. Blasphemers shall be tortured. So he repeatedly hung the talking devil against the wall of the holy light and rubbed it, like grabbing its face and polishing it on an asphalt road. The devil let out a higher-pitched scream, but it didn't take long for him to die. At this time, Dane will stuff other devils into its stomach, make it refreshed, and continue to torture. It contributes a lot to the Death God, and it can be seen that the Death God is cheering, and it encourages this torture. Even Diana next to her felt cruel when she saw it, but she was not an unknown woman, especially if the object was the devil, she would not plead for mercy. But she worries about Dane's mental state, which is obviously not a method a hero should use. I don't know how long it has been, when the last devil, the one who opened his mouth to curse Dane, finally couldn't stand self-destruction, and all this ended. But at this time, losing the magic power of the devils, the small screen world began to collapse. In the end, Nilgai had no choice but to jump out. Diana raised her sword and slashed. Wait, that little girl's soul is still in my hands. Nilgai shouted hastily. The Vulcan sword was only less than 1 centimeter away from its neck, and it was almost able to cut it into 2 pieces with just the air slash. Diana obviously also knew the girl named Tracy who was imprisoned in Nilgai's body. She looked at Dane with some hesitation. Lees, Dane understood what she meant. Nilgai saw that the situation was not good, and he was about to blow himself up immediately. St. Lucy. But Dane unleashes Mercury's speed, and its movements seem almost static to him. In Dane's own vision, everything around him seemed to be in a state of stagnation in time, and he pressed his hand on the demon's chest. With a slight force, the whole forearm was pressed into Nilgai's chest cavity. But don't worry everyone, at this time, the devil still can't feel the pain. With a little groping, Dane grabbed Nilgai's heart. Pulling it out again is as easy as pulling a potato out of the ground. A bright red heart was copied by him in his hand. It turns out that the devil's heart is also red. After the time stagnation phenomenon was lifted, at the moment Nilgai felt the severe pain in his chest. It stared blankly at the heart in Dane's hand, and raised its weak hand, as if it wanted to snatch it back. Diana had quick eyes and quick hands, and decapitated him on the spot. Chapter 48. Are you okay? Diana asked concerned. If Dane's current appearance is seen by uninformed people, he may be mistaken for a pervert. Holding a bloody heart in his hands, there were bloodstains all over his body and face. Diana belatedly remembered that Dane only became a god more than a year ago, and he probably hadn't seen such a bloody scene before. Startled by her gentle voice, Dane came back to his senses and looked at Diana with a smile on his face. Don't worry, am I? Really? If you feel uncomfortable, you can talk to me. It's all right. But, as you said, I'll come to you if I have something to do. Diana smiled and patted him, believing his words. Dane held the devil's heart and began to cast the spell, which was a bit troublesome for him before he got the power of Death God. But it's not a problem at all now. Dane stretched his fingers into his heart, as if entering another space. He twisted his fingers. From inside twisted out an illusory spirit body, a weeping little girl. He comforted the other party's heart with divine power. After thinking about it, he felt that it was better not to have this experience. A human soul in the hands of a demon must be tortured with his toenails. So he cast a forgetting spell to wash away the memory of Tracy being taken away by the demon. Go back to your parents. Dane said 447, and let go of Tracy's soul. In London, Tracy's body shook on the hospital bed. Beside her, is a triangular necklace that exudes blue shimmer, and at the moment it suddenly shines brightly. Shocked, Chaz and Renee call the nightmare nurse for help. You don't have to worry, I didn't find traces of black magic on it. As soon as the words were finished, the blue light of the necklace flashed for a while and then disappeared, the light disappeared, and the necklace disappeared. But Tracy on the hospital bed, at the moment, also slowly opened her eyes. Dad? Mom? Chaz and Renee rushed to the hospital bed almost at the same time, holding their daughter in pain. Thank God you are finally awake. My Trish. Nightmare nurse quietly left with a warm smile on her lips. You've done a great job, Johnny, As's nickname for Constantine. I'm impressed. Asa said softly, then stepped into the yin-yang world and returned to hell. It's over. Batman, who was guarding outside the manor, couldn't help asking when he saw that the movement in the haunted house disappeared. Constantine took a sip of the silk card, and said slowly. Ah, it's over, no demons, no devils. Batman turned to Constantine, you really impressed me today. Constantine's nostrils turned up, snuffing snuff disdainfully. Although the 5 demons agreed to jointly deal with Nilgai, they could not enter its territory by themselves. So, Constantine made a suggestion. Using himself as a bait, he played a Trojan horse trick and smuggled into the manor with 5 demons in his body. This is a very risky plan, and the danger of the plan does not lie in being discovered. Rather, as a Trojan horse, Constantine must bear the erosion of the power of the devil. And the demons that entered his body were not honest. Like the 7 deadly sins of the Rock of Eternity, they constantly seduce Constantine, trying to corrupt him. But no one thought that Constantine, who seemed the most prone to corruption, would actually keep his heart. When he recommended himself, Batman actually opposed it. Batman wants to be a Trojan horse, but Constantine convinces him with the reason that Balor will definitely kill you directly. Maybe Dane is right, this guy does qualify for the JLA. Just at the moment, Dane and Diana came out of the manor. Behind them is a haunted house burning with raging fire. Let the fire purify it all. Boss, I joined the organization, and you haven't mentioned the salary yet. Constantine is very poor, and now she can hardly even afford a silk card, and she has no money for a plane ticket back to London. Dane looked at him like a fool. We are a public welfare organization with no income and completely voluntary labor. Constantine shook his hand, Kachi, and the last cigarette fell to the ground. He quickly picked it up and wiped off the ashes. He regretted endlessly at the moment, shouting that he was fooled. But, Dane said slowly. Following his tone, Constantine couldn't help feeling a glimmer of hope in her heart. All reasonable expenditure items can be reimbursed. However, it is limited to reasonable items, you understand? I don't understand. Constantine blushed. Dane decided to be more specific, lest the other party have to pay Umbrella to find Nightingale, he couldn't afford to lose that person. Pornography, gambling, and drugs are not allowed. Smoking and drinking are limited. All war damage caused by chivalry can be contracted. Constantine looked at the last cigarette in his hand, uncertain. So, in the future, I have to earn money for cigarettes and alcohol by myself. He didn't mention women. With Constantine's appearance and eloquence, he has no shortage of temporary partners. Dane patted him on the shoulder earnestly. Smoking and excessive drinking are harmful to your health. With that, he took out a contract from the drawer and handed it to Constantine. Sign it, and you will be mine from now on. Although I felt that what Dane said was a bit weird, Constantine still signed the name decisively. After this incident, he still believes in the image of the Justice League, so there is no hesitation. This is what they said before. Constantine went out with his head drooping in the end, thinking that if he met a rich boss, he would just lie down and win. Unexpectedly, in the end, I still have to earn money for cigarettes and alcohol. However, Dane promised that if Constantine needs to purchase magic materials to cast spells or practice, this part of the cost can be fully covered. He has a bit of hesitation, because of his past experience. He has been reluctant to use his black magic frequently. But Dane seems to be encouraging him. Doesn't he know that using black magic will bring misfortune to people? But Constantine didn't know. Dane not only knew, but he also used his death godhead to give him blessing. Definitely may be more appropriate to call it curse in the Aztec pantheon. In America, he will suffer no misfortune from using black magic, and he will not be killed by dark forces. His soul has been locked by Death God. Even outside the Americas, within the world, no other mysterious force will take away their souls. Constantine must not know how insidious Dane is. The contract he asked Constantine to sign also included the magic contract of yin and yang. It is engraved on the pattern on the edge of the contract document, which is actually a yin-yang contract. In other words, without his knowledge, he had actually sold his soul to Dane. In the future, if any demon dares to rob Dane of his soul, he will let him know what cruelty is. What is it called? I will hack you along the network cable. The incident in Los Angeles came to an end, and the members returned to their daily lives again. But this time, the absence of Superman seemed to make Clark a little emotional. You didn't take me with you this time. Clark still learned about the development of this matter from Cortana. Dane wondered, aren't you busy with farm work recently? Yes, worth tens of millions, but it is very likely that Mr. Clark Kent, who has already exceeded 100 million yuan, is most passionate about farming. Dane felt that this guy might have been from his hometown in his previous life, otherwise why would he care so much about farming? And he is still unwilling to use ability to finish it quickly, and insists on planting slowly like ordinary people. He said that this is what the old Kent taught him, to always keep a humble heart to the land and nature. Dane was deeply moved by his humility, so he didn't call him in the copy of Fighting the Devil. Clark murmured after hearing the words, and then said slowly. Actually, it's okay to be late. Dane sneered, the enemies there are all demons. Some of them are small tricks to manipulate people's hearts. I'm afraid that after you pass by, it's hard to say who you helped. Clark raised his head and slapped his chest loudly. It was really loud, and the entire Hall of Justice was heard. He assures, no way, my will is as indestructible as my body. He has such confidence. You know, even Dane can't break the defense without using magic lightning. But Dane doesn't have much confidence in him. You must know that Clark is still an innocent little virgin. Even if he can resist the temptation of the devil, can he resist the intellectual big sister like the spirit of Los Angeles? She has a big heart. She can warm a little puppy like him the most. So Dane didn't bother to talk nonsense with him at all, and said directly. Anyway, this matter has ended. If you want to prove yourself, you can only wait for the next time. Then you have to promise that next time you won't secretly do missions without telling me and others. Dane reluctantly agreed, and with his assurance, Clark left satisfied. After he left, Dane turned back to his Rock of Eternity. He is going to study it and create an artifact that can hold the power of Death God. However, this study revealed a problem. He wanted to turn this artifact into a hidden weapon that could kill instantly and seal the throat at the sight of blood. But this belongs to the Magic of the Curse series, and it doesn't fit Shazam's original attributes. Solomon only taught him ways to deal with demons, but did not teach him how to use evil power. It is also understandable that this is to prevent the successors of Shazam from going astray and pursuing the power of darkness. But they obviously didn't consider Dane's situation, which made him a little bit blind for a while. But he soon found a solution. As you must remember, the Rock of Eternity is not inhabited by Dane alone now. Zatanna and Joan Munn also live here. Because of Joan's peculiarities, she was persuaded by Zatanna to stay on the Rock of Eternity. At least in this magical Holy Land, she doesn't have to worry about the witch in her body suddenly coming out and hurting innocent people. Moreover, after Dane remodeled the place, a magic version of the internet was installed here, and information can be exchanged with the outside world through computers. Just can't find the IP address. Dane asked Cortana to try to trace the IP address of the Rock of Eternity, and finally showed that the address was near Jupiter. In short, Joan temporarily lived in the Rock of Eternity before completely solving the threat of the witch. But in this way, the atmosphere is a little subtle. Zatanna also has her own job. She often goes out to perform. After all, she wants to make money. As a woman determined to be independent and self-improving, she could not accept Dane's offer. Occasionally, she would not refuse a gift, but she would probably get angry if she was offered money. So there are many times in the Rock of Eternity, in fact, there are only Dane and Joan Munn, lonely men and widows. Feeling weird, Dane hasn't lived in the Rock of Eternity for a long time. This time when he came back after a long absence, he almost forgot that there was such a person. Witch, this evil god is quite good at cursing. But she doesn't necessarily cooperate with the work, and she probably hates Dane now. After much deliberation, Dane finally made a decision. If you are not ruthless, you will not be able to stand firmly. Joan Munn, don't blame me. That night, Dane performed dream walking and entered the present spiritual world. During this period of time in the Rock of Eternity, Joan's spirit has also been strengthened to a certain extent, and finally it can barely accommodate Dane's spiritual invasion. In Joan's inner world, the witch saw him at a glance. Without saying a word, she turned and ran. Dane definitely couldn't let her run away and grab her back like a chick. What do you want? The witch looked at him resentfully. Dane felt a little troubled, but he didn't have much patience with the evil god, so he could only use rough methods. I remember that the survival law of your primitive witch religion is that the strong is king, and now I need you to serve me as master, are you willing? You're dreaming. The witch was furious. She has been rampant for thousands of years, and no one has dared to enslave her. She has always enslaved others. Does that mean there's nothing to talk about? Dane said regretfully. Immediately, his hands lit up with thunder, and the thunder snake spread to the witch like a living one. Shocked her madly. Ah! Dane tried his best to control his divine power, not only to achieve the purpose of torturing her, but also to avoid substantial harm to Joan. But the witch's will is very strong. He didn't gain much this night, and he was ready for a long-term battle. It was just that when I saw Joan the next day, I was a little embarrassed, and she almost avoided Dane. But none of this can shake Dane's decision. He gives electrotherapy to witches on time every night. Who knew that as she was doing it, the strength of the witch originally increased slightly? Forget it, as long as the goal can be achieved, this will be considered as a gift for you. After going on like this for nearly a month, he felt that the witch's attitude finally became a little loose. It was just that he felt that something was wrong in the direction. Finally, one day, Dane found that the witch had a pleasant smile when receiving electrotherapy, and he was stunned. Then he stopped, and the witch looked at him, as if wondering why he didn't continue. "Are you a little weird? He has a dark face. I was serious about electrocution, but you made that expression. Makes me wonder if you still have a safe word. Are we playing some kind of weird play?" But the witch obviously didn't think so. She already knew that Dane had no intention of killing her. On the contrary, although she seemed to be suffering during this period of time, her strength has improved slightly. The power of the Rock of Eternity is gradually being absorbed by her, and because of this, she has been looking at Dane less hatefully recently. As for her younger brother, no one actually knows that the spirits of alien life forms like them will directly return to the alien dimension after death in this world. Unable to return to the present world again. Death is just exile for them, but it is far from the end. She is just greedy for the prosperity of the world and unwilling to return to that lifeless dimension. During this period of time, she also considered a lot. If she just surrendered to Dane, it didn't seem to be an unacceptable thing. After all, he is indeed strong enough and qualified. So when Dane asked again if she would surrender, she said yes. This made him puzzled instead, and it didn't look like he had succumbed to his power. "How did you agree?" With vigilance, he cast the contract magic and let the witch sign it. And she signed it happily. Dane was so surprised that even though things were done, he felt no sense of accomplishment. But he has always upheld the attitude of not being suspicious of others, and since the witch has expressed his opinion, he is willing to give his trust. Without wasting time, he immediately dragged the witch to study the design mountain of the Death God artifact. Chapter 49. After the Los Angeles Demon incident, the Justice League began to show team spirit. Batman doesn't dislike other people entering Gotham as much as before, but he still doesn't like other members of the Alliance meddling in Gotham affairs. And he has a headache recently. After the Red Hood's massacre at Arkham Asylum, Gotham briefly ushered in a period of peace. Those who fled Gotham amid fears of gas attacks also chose to return to the city. The plot of being hard to leave the homeland is not only shared by us, but also by some Westerners in Japan. At this time, it is best that everything is stable and nothing major happens. This is also to give confidence to the people who return to Gotham. An illusory confidence. Many people will think in their minds that almost all the lunatics in Arkham Asylum are dead. What else can make Gotham mess up? But this is Gotham, and Gotham gave birth to those psychos. If the old batch of 597 dies, then a new batch will emerge again. Those psychopaths are not the culprit here, they are far from qualified. Evening is past, midnight is not yet full. Batman shuttles through the city like a dark shadow, and his dark figure perfectly integrates with the city. He quickly landed in a dock near Gotham Harbor. At the moment, the time left for him is running out, and there is a hostage in this dock. And Batman, he only has 90 seconds to rescue the hostage. Thanks to the upgraded nano battle suit, he easily cut the door lock and sneaked in. Batman hid in the shadows and approached the robbers in the dock. He opened the eyepiece, and the robber's identity information appeared on it. Neil Snethan, a former member of the CIA, belongs to the intelligence division. From the way he holds the gun, it can be seen that the man is right-handed, and the toxin on the batarang can paralyze his arm and then act on his head. Tommy Harper, a former Republic of Ireland Special Forces sniper, has a piece of metal shrapnel remaining in his skull. Just hitting that right spot with any magnetic object can easily take away his combat ability. Carlos Valja, a mercenary of the Blackwater organization, loves close combat. But he's big and slow, so he's no problem for Batman. Spider Hancock, Gotham City gangster, Batman broke a rib 3 days ago, and he hasn't healed so quickly yet. In just a split second, Batman creates a plan of action for each individual weakness. He used the battle suit to hack the power grid here. He didn't build AI on himself, he didn't trust that thing. So everything can only be done by yourself. Fortunately, his technology is very good. The land was invaded, and the power was cut off immediately. In the darkness, the bat opened its eyes. The mercenaries tensed up, and a strong man said, "Here he comes." Someone paid a lot of money to put together this team, but it took Batman less than 30 seconds to make it clear to those behind the scenes. He hasn't spent enough. In the dark, Batman walked into the cage where the hostages were held. He directly blew up the cell door and rescued the little boy inside. The rescued boy couldn't believe his eyes, he actually saw Batman. With 37 seconds left, Batman checked the time in the eyepiece and quickened his pace. He used the web shooters developed by Dane, which even he had to admit was better than the Hookun. But he still keeps a Hookun in his tactical FY pack, just in case. Batman escapes from the courtyard with the hostages. What he didn't know was that the little boy had no less fear of him than this abduction had produced. Just when he breathed a sigh of relief, the little boy suddenly issued an alarm to him. Batman took him away immediately, and a person shaped like a crocodile rushed towards them. His face changed. Wasn't the killer crocodile already killed by Jason? Who is this crocodile? Batman! The crocodile man roared, and his huge body pressed towards him. Batman dodged quickly, he wrapped the hook gun in the tactical belt around the boy's waist. The other end was launched, hooked a building not far away, and the rope retracted, carrying him away from the scene. Batman then turned his attention to the berserk crocodile. He had a feeling that tonight's killer crocodile was even more violent and savage. Also less human. He couldn't gamble on the safety of the hostages. Alligator is far superior to Batman in size, stamina, and strength, but it is not without weaknesses. Batman pressed the touch screen on the arm of the bat battle suit, and immediately combined two ultrasonic generators in his palm. Under the strong ultrasonic waves, the crocodile covered his head in pain and howled wildly. He didn't miss this opportunity, it was a set of serial fighting skills. The battle suit has enhanced his strength and speed, and although Crocodile is stronger than before, Batman is not what he used to be. 0. He is too familiar with the Crocodile Man, to the point where he knows every reaction and response of the crocodile. The Crocodile Man didn't last longer than the mercenaries, and it fell quickly. In order to make sure that the Crocodile Man really fell into a coma, he injected a powerful anesthetic. After confirming that the surroundings were safe, he put down the little boy who was hanging from the sky. Lamont Edward IV, you are safe now. The little boy who was taken as a hostage was the future heir of the Lamont family. Remont Enterprises, one of the suppliers to the Lex Group, has developed a special coagulant that can disguise a Molotov cocktail as lipstick. It was also on the second day of this news that Lamont Edward IV was kidnapped. Now Batman sees that it was Killer Crocodile who kidnapped him, but this only makes him more confused. Since Killer Crocodile was clearly waiting here, it even tricked Batman into thinking he only had 90 seconds. But Killer Crocodile can't have such a brain. Moreover, it is almost non-human, what do you need money for? Before he could clear the fog in his mind, the FBI arrived late. Maybe we should discuss using more legal means to rescue the hostages. Although Batman has been assisted many times, the FBI people are not happy. They are new recruits who have only recently entered Gotham, and have not yet felt the unique charm of this city. Batman didn't respond to her topic, but said coldly, "This is my city." The female investigator was about to say something but was interrupted by her subordinates. 5.6 Boss, you have to come and see. What happened? The female investigator pressed the headset with her hand and asked. The money is gone. Shit. She couldn't help yelling. That's $10 million. In order to redeem the kidnapped hostages, Lamont Enterprises is willing to pay $10 million to save people. Now people have been rescued, but the money is gone. Do you think Lamont Edwards would believe that this wasn't a ransom from the FBI? The female investigator said angrily. Look. The thief must not have left, find him. No, I found her. Batman uses thermal imaging to find the person who stole the ransom. She was just above everyone's heads, grabbing the rope and flying over their heads. And Batman knew her too. Catwoman. Chapter 50. Batman chased after him without any hesitation, and the doubts in his heart deepened. He knew Selina, and she might steal jewelry, museum pieces, or heirlooms from private collections. But never stealing cash, this cat just loves shiny things. Did you like the view tonight, Bruce? During the chase, Catwoman even had time to turn around and talk to him. You can only get this tonight, too. Batman said in a low voice, don't be so sure, Selina. He stretched out his hand to grab her, he had too many doubts in his heart. These days, Selina has been trying to get on the side of the law, the right side, the good side. She obviously hasn't stolen for a long time, why did she do it again today? There must be something strange in this. But just as Batman's hand was about to catch Catwoman, a thread of fire cut his rope. That's sniping. Batman reacted quickly, he quickly opened his cloak hang glider, and fell into the top of the gargoyle from the top of the tall building. He immediately looked around, trying to find the shooter. But when he magnified the 20 eyepiece to observe the distance, a fire suddenly flashed in his field of vision. He got shot. Batman couldn't have reacted faster than the supersonic bullet, and the bullet hit the mask. A bullet hit his face head-on, Batman's body couldn't help but fell, and then hit the ground heavily. And the place where he fell was the site belonging to the Yamada Group in Crime Alley. The thugs of the Yamada Group seemed to have been waiting here for a long time. When they saw Batman fall, they rushed forward. All the thugs were armed with knives and sticks. They did not use guns, and the sound of gunfire would easily attract the police. More importantly, they are afraid of attracting the Red Hood. More mob hitmen have been killed by Red Hoods recently than they have assassinated in the past year. They thought that Batman must have lost his mobility after falling from such a high place. But Batman was quick to tell them it was wrong. Bruce stopped wearing his old battle suits after discovering that there were super-spec creatures like Superman and Shazam in this world. He's not a pedant, why would he switch to a regular battle suit if the new nano battle suit is better? Therefore, Batman was not hurt when he fell from a tall building. The reason why he didn't move was because he was adjusting the output power of the battlesuit. He had just fought against Killer Crocodile. If he used this strength to fight these scumbags, he was worried that he would accidentally kill them. So after taking a few blows, Batman fought back decisively. He reached out and snatched one person's short steel rod, broke the bridge of the nose of the person next to him as soon as he met him, and even brought the other person's teeth to be repaired. Then one swept away thousands of troops, breaking the arms and ribs of the closest people. As they groaned and fell to the ground, Batman covered himself with the cloak, and when it unfolded again he threw the batarang. The sonic bomb exploded, and countless gangsters fell straight to the ground. Batman walked forward. From time to time, he helped those who still had the strength to stand up, and let them fall asleep quietly. He raised his head, not only looking at the direction of the attack, but also at the direction of Selina's departure. Who is targeting him? After thinking about it for a while, he called Dane. Batman. On the 3D display, Dane's face appears next to a furnace. Hurry up if you have anything to say, I'm a little busy. Dane is opening a furnace to smelt the artifact. He said that if he wants to create a hidden weapon that contains the power of death, he must do it. Is anyone else from Justice League in Gotham lately? Wait, let me see. Batman waited for a while before Dane answered. Just found out, Poison Ivy and Barbara returned to Gotham a month ago. It is said that they want to create a hero squad made up of women and are now recruiting. By the way, Clark seems to be over there too. Batman frowned, what's he doing here? I heard that he made a policeman friend named Owens there, and he was a guest there recently. Is he so popular? Batman thought, then recalled Clark as a normal person helping to build the city. He shook his head. Although he was still wary, Batman had to admit that no one would dislike Clark's character. It's almost like he has all the good in the world together, even knowing that he has Superman powers. It's also hard for Bruce to imagine Clark doing evil. Is there anything else? I'll hang up without it. After finishing speaking, he hung up the phone decisively without waiting for Batman to answer. This guy's character is still so bad. Batman thought deadpan. Batman ejected the nanoso, intending to see if there were any more clues about the attacker based on the trajectory of the ballistic. But before he started to implement it, Alfred suddenly called. Master Bruce, something happened to Master Grayson. Nightwing. Batman's heart tightened, and he called for the Batmobile. You sent me the location, damn it. Didn't DK go back to Bloodhaven? He is not worried about Miss Barbara, so he has been with her recently. How's Barbara? Batman's heart grew more urgent. Miss Barbara is now with other friends and she is safe. Batman remembered what Dane said a few minutes ago, and it seemed that Barbara had indeed found some teammates. The speed of the Batmobile was very fast, and it didn't take long to arrive at the address given by a foe. Bang bang bang! As soon as Bruce got out of the car, he heard several gunshots, and he hurried to the source of the sound. Just in time for 207 to see the Red Hood slaughtering gangster killers with guns. On the ground next to it, a familiar figure lay there. Batman hurried up to examine Nightwing's injuries carefully. Too bad he suffered almost devastating damage to his skull and had to be operated on right away. You're late again, Batman. In front of Batman, Red Hood decapitated the last shooter. A group of unarmed big men were left trembling. They are all sharp-eyed smart people who dropped their guns as soon as they saw the Red Hood coming. Don't kill me, I lost my gun. You can't kill us. Hearing this, Red Hood really put away the gun, but obviously he couldn't really let them go. He walked up to the person who had spoken just now, and held his right hand. Is this your dominant hand? Under Red Hood's blood-red visor, the gunman nodded his head. Crack! Red Hood broke his hand with a sneer, heard his howling, and said fiercely. I definitely won't kill you, but you don't mind if I get insurance. Seeing this, the gunman behind him dared to stay any longer? They ran back one after another, but the Red Hood chased after them. Anyone who dared to pick up a gun was shot in the head without mercy. Red Hood's new rules, cripple and die. You have to choose one. Chapter 51. Seeing that the Red Hood is still chasing and killing those people, Batman really wants to take care of it. But he doesn't have the time now, because Nightwing's situation is very critical. It has even reached the point where it is almost life-threatening. He drives the Batmobile and takes Nightwing to the Batcave as fast as he can. Barbara also hurried back to the manor when she heard that Nightwing was injured. Then the three of them checked carefully, and finally found out very dejectedly that there were no doctors good enough in Gotham City to perform Nightwing's surgery. The Scarecrow incident was too much trouble, Gotham has not yet recovered, and no good doctor wants to stay in such a ghostly place. But Batman suddenly remembered that he had a childhood friend who had been out of touch with him, who happened to be an expert in brain science. Bruce has paid attention to the other party's deeds, and he knows that this old friend may have enough ability to save Nightwing. It's not that he didn't think about asking Dane for help, but since the other party hung up the phone just now, he has been completely unable to contact the other party. Seems to be really busy. No way, finally Bruce had to call Thomas Elliot. Bruce. The call was connected, and the other party seemed very surprised. You haven't called me for a long time. Listening to his old friend's emotional tone, Bruce squeezed the phone tightly. He calmed himself down as best he could. Tommy, nickname for Thomas, I need your help. Thomas's family lives in Philadelphia, not far from Gotham. After receiving a call from Bruce, the famous brain doctor arrived from Philadelphia soon. At Gotham General Hospital, two childhood friends meet. But he didn't have time to talk about the old days, he got dressed and walked into the operating room quickly. After 10 hours of surgery, Wanmus finally took Nightwing's life back from the Death God. The moment Bruce announced the success of the operation, Bruce couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief. Everyone in the Bat family came to visit DK, even Damian. When Yi felt a little better, he couldn't help but sneer. "You are embarrassing us. You were able to be successfully attacked by a group of scum." Nightwing at the moment has a bandage around his head, leaving only one eye exposed. He is a little listless now, and he doesn't have the energy to argue with Damian. DK was just a little better, and Bruce insisted on transferring him to his manor regardless of Thomas's objection. Thomas, DK's attending physician, was furious. "You're disregarding his life, Bruce. Didn't you ask me to save him? If you want him dead, just do nothing in the first place." Bruce can't tell him too much, there are too many secrets in his manor, and he can't let anyone know. Besides, Thomas is not an ordinary person. He showed a super high IQ when he was a child. Bruce was afraid that he would find out who he was. So he can only forcefully say, "Tommy, your mission ends here, just leave the rest to me." Thomas left angrily, showing his disappointment with Bruce. "I thought that after so many years, we were still friends. It seems that I was thinking too much." Bruce raised his hand several times, put it down several times, and finally could only remain silent. Thomas walks away disappointed. In Wayne Manor, while Nightwing was just awake and still a little refreshed, Bruce asked something. "You mean the man who attacked you was Deathstroke?" Bruce was taken aback. After he joined LA, he conducted an in-depth investigation of each member, including Dane Davis, Shazam's apparent identity. So he knew that Deathstroke had assassinated Dane, but he was beaten to death without knowing it. If what Yi said is true, then Deathstroke is not dead, he is still active on the front line. The involvement of Death Knell gave Bruce a headache, because this man is a mercenary who takes money to do things, and it is difficult to get clues from him. But Batman has a hunch that Deathstroke's attack on Nightwing, seemingly unrelated to Killer Croc and Catwoman, is actually part of the same plan. He had to find Killer Crocodile and ask what was going on. And just in time, he installed a tracker on Killer Crocodile before he was taken away by the CIA. It shows, hey? He's doing high-speed movement. Bruce immediately put on the Bat battlesuit and chased after him in the Batmobile. His Batmobile is fast, but he's in no rush to catch Killer Gator, because he hopes Killer Gator will lead him to whoever is behind it. Although I don't know the reason, Killer Crocodile's goal is the $10 million, so he will find a way to get it back if the money is lost. Killer Crocodile climbed a tall building, obviously, he knew who took his money. Finally, on the top of the building, he found the thief Catwoman. Catwoman doesn't seem surprised by the arrival of Killer Crocodile, she tries to talk to it. "Stop it, Waylon, we've all been duped by Poison Ivy." Batman, who had just climbed to the top of the building, was stunned when he heard this. Is Poison Ivy involved in this? Killer Crocodile didn't listen to Catwoman's defense, he attacked her angrily and kept yelling. "Where is my money?" Catwoman is also angry. "I said, Poison Ivy lied to us, she took all the money." She nimbly dodged left and right in the Killer Crocodile's attack, and she was unscathed. But her physical fitness could not support her to do this for a long time, and soon she fell into crisis under the increasingly violent attack of the Killer Crocodile. At this time Batman finally appeared, he raised his arm, fired a high-voltage taser, and instantly restrained the Killer Crocodile. The pain of the high-voltage electric shock seemed to waken Killer Crocodile a little bit. He watched Batman approach, but showed no signs of aggression again. "Waylon, tell me, what do you want money for? Who told you to kidnap that kid?" "It's Poison Ivy, she told me that as long as 10 million, I can cure my disease and make me a normal person." "This is ridiculous." "Batman, North Kings, thinks so." Batman. At the moment Catwoman came over from behind him, seeming a bit hesitant to approach. Selina. Seeing her, Batman spoke in dialect but couldn't express it. In the end, he could only say something suitable for Batman's identity. Do you know where Poison Ivy is now? Catwoman looked at Batman, although this was not the reunion she hoped for, but as long as they met, thousands of tender feelings flooded into her heart. She nodded slowly. I found another safe house for her, and I'm going to find her to settle my fate. Batman, please believe me, I have no choice but to do this. Poison Ivy can control other people by controlling the secretion of hormones, and Catwoman is obviously caught up. After all, not everyone can have Dane's high poison resistance and can ignore the power of hormones. Batman turned his head to look at the killer crocodile on the ground. Waylon, for your own sake, don't escape from prison next time, okay? Chapter 52. Killer Crocodile heard the words and looked at Catwoman viciously. As long as she returns the money to me. As I said, we were all scammed by Poison Ivy, and the money is long gone. Catwoman also looked annoyed. Why couldn't she explain to this savage monster? But Batman, who was watching, knew very well that Killer Crocodile didn't understand. He was just anxious. He's more worried about Poison Ivy telling him that it's a lie than having his money stolen. So Batman stepped forward and grabbed the Killer Crocodile that was about to move. Be quiet, Killer Crocodile, I'll find out about this for you. But before that, I need you to stay in prison honestly and wait for my news. You promise? Killer Crocodile said in a low voice. Batman assured him, and the killer mirror went quiet. It didn't take long for Batman's contacts to arrive, and a helicopter was parked on the airfield. Then a black woman came down, Amanda Waller. Although the boss's affairs encountered a little trouble, Amanda still boarded the management position by virtue of Hawkman's relationship. Since Hawkman was intercepted when he entered the South American jungle that day, he has taken a fancy to Umbrella's company. Recently, he has been trying to explore the secrets of this company, but it is obvious that his technology cannot break through Cortana's firewall. This surprised Carter Hall. He always thought that his technology represented the most cutting edge of the planet, but the facts told him that was not the case. Since Umbrella's secret could not be detected by ordinary means, Carter finally thought about it and decided to cooperate with Amanda. He wanted to use official power to investigate Umbrella, and Amanda was being overwhelmed by her boss at the time, and definitely would not ignore Carter's olive branch. You must know that as a rich man who has reincarnated many times, Carter's money ability cannot be underestimated, and Amanda is willing to cooperate with such a big capitalist. The final result was similar to Dane's estimate at the time. Amanda's original boss just brought her some small troubles, and she was eventually promoted to a high position. But it also cemented her relationship with the Justice Society represented by Hawkman. The first thing Amanda did after taking office was to propose the construction of a special prison. In order to imprison some super criminals with special abilities, Killer Crocodile is one of her goals. Batman doesn't like this woman because her ambition is so strong that she doesn't even hide it. But now she represents the official power, is the orthodoxy of the legal system. He, Cad, had to endure his boredom of her. I really hope next time, you'll let us know before you act, Batman. Amanda squinted at him, her expression impassive. Just do what you have to do, Waller. Batman said coldly, it's not your turn to tell me what to do in my city. Amanda didn't respond to his words, but turned to look at Catwoman. Catwoman, this isn't important. She's not a criminal. Batman interrupted her roughly. Catwoman is an important informant in this case, and she has to follow me. Amanda warned in a low voice, Batman, don't forget, you are not a police detective, you have no investigation and law enforcement power. Batman didn't bother to answer her, and dismissed the warning in her words. In front of Amanda and all the executive members, he hugged Catwoman, then jumped off the rope and flew away. Amanda looked at the direction they were leaving with a gloomy expression. She pointed at the killer crocodile lying on the ground, and ordered to him, "Take him away." Batman didn't take Amanda seriously at all. Although at the moment she had been promoted to management, she was obviously not qualified enough to be valued by him. According to the clues provided by Catwoman, Batman quickly found the hiding place of the rich girl. It is a huge botanical garden, full of various plants, and it is a stronghold with poison ivy characteristics. Poison ivy was helping pollinate some flowers when Batman and Catwoman arrived. Poison ivy. Poison ivy saw them at a glance, but she didn't care. "You have time to come to my place? I thought you'd be staying with Nightwing at the moment." Catwoman couldn't bear it at first. She accused Poison Ivy, "You actually control me and let me steal things for you." Poison Ivy heard the words calmly, "Honey, you need evidence for what you say. How can you prove that what you say is true?" After all, she looked at Batman with a little mockery. "Great Lord Batman, what proof do you have that this is what I did? Or, did you believe the thief's side story?" Seeing that she didn't admit it, she was still sowing discord. Catwoman couldn't control her temper and immediately kicked her. But Poison Ivy is still unmoved, which makes Batman wonder. He knew that Poison Ivy's fighting level was actually not as good as Catwoman's, and she would easily be knocked down by Catwoman without the ability to control plants. But just as Catwoman's leg was about to kick Poison Ivy, a figure descended from the sky and grabbed her ankle. Catwoman wanted to retreat from the pain. Fang's hands were as motionless as pliers. And the pupils of Batman at the moment in the rear have shrunk to the file size of the eye of a needle. "Superman! That's right, it's him." Poison Ivy's body was held up by huge amounts of vines, looking down at Batman and the cat. At the moment, the young Clark hadn't met the woman he loved so much, and he fell for Poison Ivy's control as expected. When Batman saw this situation, his first reaction was not to find a way to defeat him, but felt that he had discovered a new weakness of the Kryptonians. "Kill them!" Poison Ivy pointed at Batman and Catwoman and ordered coldly. "Quick, run!" Clark's expression struggled, as if trying to get out of control. But after a while, his eyes lit up red. Hot sight! Batman cursed secretly, hugged Catwoman and rolled directly. In the next instant, 2 red rays hit the spot, burning a huge amount of hole in the ground. Seeing this, Catwoman gasped. "What the hell is he?" Batman didn't have time to explain. He quickly manipulated the arm screen, and the battlesuit combined to form 2 cylinders like soda cans. He flipped the switch and threw it directly into the gap between the plants. Just when Poison Ivy and Catwoman didn't know what happened, the 2 tanks exploded, and a smell of gas filled the air. Poison Ivy's complexion changed, and he quickly stopped Clark from launching his thermal vision. If he continues to burn, this botanical garden will be completely destroyed. Once again Batman hit Poison Ivy's weak spot with precision. Threatening her with plants every time made Poison Ivy suffocate. At this time, Batman and Catwoman come out wearing breathing masks. Poison Ivy immediately wanted to call Superman to do it, but Batman took out an igniter in his hand. "You can try it, is he faster, or I am faster at lighting the fire?" Poison Ivy didn't dare to gamble. Chapter 53. You don't think you can get away with this, do you, Batman? While this will keep Poison Ivy from shooting, the gas will escape. And it's impossible for Batman to stay here with Poison Ivy all the time. He dared to do this because he had already figured out the next move. "Is your next move?" Dane's voice sounded from behind everyone, and with a flash of magic, he came to the botanical garden. It turned out that the first time he saw Superman, Batman activated the emergency contact line and directly dialed Dane's annunciator. Poison Ivy's expression changed immediately. "I heard she's in your charge," Batman said deadpan. Catwoman seemed to want to hear some gossip, and went back and forth to check on Poison Ivy and the new handsome guy. Dane looked at Poison Ivy. "That's what you said, no cause trouble. I didn't. Poison Ivy avoided his gaze with some guilt. Then she raised her head slyly. I'm curious, who is stronger, you or Superman? Clark seemed to have received the order, and rushed towards Dane in an instant. Mercury's speed was activated suddenly, and Dane punched him flying. I'll teach you a lesson later. As Dane said, a lightning bolt stunned the poisonous body. In the distance, Clark rushed over again. He dives with super speed, and Dane meets him with super speed. Fists meet, shockwave spreads like an explosion. The glass of the surrounding buildings was shattered, and broken glass from dozens of floors poured down towards the ground like a waterfall. This is not good, it hurts innocent people. With Dane, Clark didn't show the same mercy he had with Batman. Because he subconsciously knew that this was an opponent who might not be able to defeat even with all his strength. So he shot almost mercilessly. Dane put both hands together, grabbed Clark's face with one hand, grabbed his arm with the other, and flew fast. Take him away from the city, and in Arkham City, he drives Clark's head into the ground. Using the friction of the ground to polish Superman's face, after more than 10 seconds, he dropped Clark. The Man of Steel fell to the ground, causing a loud noise like an earthquake. As soon as Clark raised his head, Dane clasped his fists and punched him on the head, and the magnitude of the shock rose again. Clark also plunged into the ground in an upside-down manner, and didn't recover for a long time. Dane was so excited, he usually didn't feel ashamed to make a big move because of the Brotherhood, but now he got the chance. He grabbed Clark's ankle with one hand and pulled him out easily. Another punch to the opponent's face in the posture of the opponent's head and feet. Clark's body crashed into an abandoned building in the distance, and the floors collapsed like dominoes, burying him in it. The next moment, 2 red rays shot out from the ruins, hitting Dane's chest exactly, knocking him into the air. Clark's body rushed out of the ruins and flew to Xin with the sound of a sonic boom. Then punched down. Like a muffled thunder, Dane caught Clark's angry fist with one hand. It has been almost 2 years since he got the power of Shazam, and Dane has long discovered that this power is different. The necromancer Shazam is a genius. He not only took half of the divine power of each god, but in order to prevent them from taking back this divine power, he gave Shazam the power of thought. In other words, the power of Shazam is alive. And living life, it will naturally grow. It will also have emotions, dislikes, and preferences. When the power of Shazam matches the host, it can't help but be happy, and it can naturally help the host to exert its greatest power. When the power of Shazam hates the host, it can only exert the most basic power, and sometimes even strikes. Dane speculates that Billy's Solomon's wisdom is not effective, and it should be related to his incompatibility. He is not a child who loves to learn. And Dane has a strong thirst for knowledge and loves to learn, so Solomon's wisdom likes him very much. Likewise, when Dane puts his heart and soul into the fight, the divine power related to the battle will fully respond to his expectations, giving him the strongest power. Looking at the stunned Clark, Dane grinned a warlike smile. It's my turn. Blazing white lightning wrapped his fist, and Zeus' divine power was tightly held in his hand. The power of Hercules, let this Kryptonian see it. What does it mean to lift up the power of the heavens? The punch was unavoidable, and Clark could only hastily block it with his hands. The entire Gotham City, from Burnley to Nahi Island, heard an explosion from Arkham City. Then I felt the ground tremble. Was it an earthquake? There are a lot of earthquakes tonight. Immediately, someone saw something flying into the sky, so he took out his mobile phone, ready to shoot, and trembled. But the pixels of smartphones in this period are not high enough, the picture is very blurry, and nothing can be seen clearly. Ask for flowers. Especially now that it is still night, the picture is even worse. This phone is like shit, the picture quality is like shit. Soon after, another object was seen rising into the air with the previous one, and some people began to suspect that it was some kind of continuous firing missile. Batman, who was still in the botanical garden, had captured Poison Ivy, who had lost her mobility, and began to interrogate her. You should know that no one can protect your plants right now. Batman returns to his tried and true trick, threatening Poison Ivy with plants from Gotham. Okay, stop it. I'll just tell you. Poison Ivy gave in again, and she reluctantly offered to cooperate. Batman strikes while the iron is hot. Who arranged all this? 0. I don't know his name, and I don't know what he looks like. He called himself Silence and was a man in bandages all over his body. Silence. Batman chewed on the name silently, a character that had never appeared in Gotham before. Why are you working for him? And where is that 10 million? I have a friend. Silence caught her. I have no choice but to save her. Poison Ivy said helplessly. It can be learned from heaven that she really planned to change her ways and even made an appointment with Barbara. Who knew it would be involved in this incident? About this Silence, do you have anything to add? Like his contact information? Like, is he someone you know? He's definitely not someone I know, Batman, but there's no question he belongs in Gotham. Poison Ivy laughs. There aren't many enemies that can give Batman a headache. The original Joker counts as one, but the Joker is dead. Thinking of this, Poison Ivy became more afraid of Dane, because it was this man who killed Oda without hesitation. If she is disobedient, will Dane kill her without hesitation? At this moment, the transparent glass on the top of the botanical garden cracked. Dane carried the unconscious Clark with one hand and flew into the park through the broken hole. Batman looked up at Clark's situation, and silently raised Dane's threat level. This man is really dangerous, he is too strong. Chapter 54. Did you get the information you wanted? Dane asked Batman, and Catwoman hid behind him and dared not speak. Batman replied in a low voice, I'm done asking, please go ahead. Dane turned his gaze to Poison Ivy. Poison Ivy swallowed, and said with difficulty, I can explain it. Dane nodded, I will listen, but you have to do one thing for me. He stretched out his finger and drew a circle on the ground, opposite to the circle was another space. Seeing this scene, Catwoman's eyes almost popped out. Dane flicked his hand and threw the unconscious Clark into it. Then he pointed at Poison Ivy, and the wire rope on her body snapped automatically. Batman gave a tisk indistinctly, and the Catwoman who was closest to him heard it, and looked at him with sneaky eyes. Poison Ivy obediently walked up to Dane, lowered her head, what do you want me to do? Seeing her look of refusal and welcome, Catwoman secretly spurned her. 320 you are not refusing. But Dane's expression was unmoved, he said slowly. You will help Clark undergo desensitization training in the future, and when he can completely get rid of your control, you will be free. Poison Ivy sinks down as if life is full of gloom. Dane ignored her mood, lifted her up, greeted Batman and crossed the circle. After he left, the circle closed automatically. Are all the friends you've made recently so special? Catwoman looked at Dane who left gracefully, and asked in a daze. Batman just said coldly, we are not friends. After he finished speaking, he turned and left, and Catwoman hurriedly followed. Where you go? Killer Crocodile and Poison Ivy have already asked, and now the only clue left is Death Knell. But he's a mercenary, you can't catch him, said Catwoman. For Batman, yes. Batman said, turning on the communication device on the arm, but for Bruce, it's easy. The call was connected, and the person who answered was a foe, Master Wayne. Alf, you should transfer $10 million to Deathstroke's account right now. Tell him, if he is willing to meet at the clock tower next to the Gotham Church, he will pay another 10 million. Okay, Bandage. Catwoman looked at Batman's operation, people are almost stupid, is this the world of the rich? She couldn't help cursing in a low voice, damn rich. Selina still doesn't know that Bruce once bought all the jewelry and antiques in Gotham in order to make her correct. What she steals every night is actually what he gave her. 5 minutes later, a foot sent a message, indicating that the operation was completed. In fact, they didn't take this money seriously at all, not only because they had too much wealth and didn't care. Also because Deathstroke's bank account was actually handled in a bank under the name of the Wayne Group, they just put the 20 million from their left pocket into their right pocket, and there was no loss. After waiting for about 10 minutes, a foot sent another message. Deathstroke agrees to the deal, and he will go to the promised place. But he only stays for 5 minutes, no time to wait. Deathstroke didn't say when he'd be there, though. But Batman understands him. Deathstroke has always been serious and dedicated when it comes to making money. If he guessed correctly, the death knell at the moment is already driving there. Without hesitation, Batman continued to run around Gotham City with Catwoman. And on the top floor of a high-rise building about 2 kilometers away from the botanical garden they left, 10 men with bandages on their heads were watching them leave with binoculars. Batman. There are words in his mouth, sometimes hateful, sometimes cold, and there is also a kind of deep jealousy. Wait, we'll meet again soon, Bruce. Batman suddenly felt a bit cold on his back, and he turned his head suddenly to look. The tall buildings in the distance seem to have shadows, but there seems to be nothing at all. He opened the far-sighted eyepiece and found nothing. What's wrong? Seeing his strange expression, Catwoman asked with concern. He shook his head slowly. It's nothing, maybe I think too much. Justice League building. Dane put Poison Ivy down, changed into a normal suit for himself, and stared at her with his arms crossed. Tell me, why this time? Facing Dane, Poison Ivy did not dare to lie, and recounted the whole story in detail. A month ago, when Poison Ivy and Barbara returned to Columbia to form the Birds of Prey, she suddenly received a threatening letter from a stranger, saying that one of her best friends in Gotham was kidnapped. Poison Ivy was just an ordinary person before she became Poison Ivy. As an ordinary person, she will definitely make friends. And the one who is closest to her is Harleen Quinzel, a female college student majoring in psychology at Gotham University. After becoming Poison Ivy, she cut off most of her former friends, but she still maintains a valuable friendship with Harleen. Because Harleen is studying psychology, she doesn't alienate the drug-rich woman just because of the change in her appearance. 0. On the contrary, I think she is better and more interesting now than before. It made her, who was just Poison Ivy at the time, a confident and courageous person. Dane's expression became a little weird when he heard this. Harleen Quinzel? He knows who this is too well, because of the famous Oda girl. But Joker is dead, every cell in his body has been burned to ashes by lightning, and Harley Quinn should never appear again. Poison Ivy goes on to tell. Just in case he was lying to me, I asked to meet with Harleen and he said yes. Have you seen him? Yes, I saw it. But he didn't reveal his true colors, he completely wrapped his face in bandages. All I could see was that he was a man. Dane looked at her strangely. Your ability doesn't work on him. That's right, I can't figure it out either, but I did try and it didn't work. Poison Ivy shook his head. Hormone control that even Superman has been tricked, how can it withstand it? What kind of willpower is this? Poison Ivy is worried. And I also saw poor Harleen, she seemed to be starting to lose her mind, looking crazy. But when I talked to her, I felt that her language logic was normal. I don't know how to describe this feeling. Like a little psycho. Hey, you're not allowed to say that about her. Poison Ivy protested dissatisfiedly, but immediately changed the topic. But the feeling you described is 0.1 right. She is like a little crazy, going crazy but not completely crazy. Harley Quinn stillborn? No, it should still be transformed. Dane quickly sorted out the known information. Bandage Man, he has a little impression, is the villain who appeared in Batman, Silence. But in the real world, there are two versions of this piece. One is the comic book version, with Hush himself being Thomas Elliot, Bruce's childhood best friend. He has a very high criminal IQ, and with his knowledge of Bruce and the villains of Gotham, he can play Batman in the palm of his hand. Even the Joker was tricked by him. The other is the animated movie version, and the silent identity is the Riddler. He was about to die because of a brain tumor, and he was reborn using the Lazarus Pool. He designed a lot of ingenious and complicated plans, and the final goal was to single out Batman. What's even more inexplicable is that the Batman here can't even beat the Riddler. Chapter 55. What did that bandaged man tell you to do? Dane asked. He asked me to take control of Catwoman to steal the $10 million kidnapped and ransomed by Killer Crocodile. Then put that money in a designated place, and finally he let me control Superman against Batman. Dane knocked on the table, silently contemplating. Poison Ivy didn't dare to disturb him, but his eyes rolled around, not knowing what he was thinking. How do you communicate with each other? He contacted me unilaterally and I couldn't find him. It's not that hard to find Silence, because Dane just has to keep an eye on Thomas Elliot or dig up the Riddler's grave. But Dane wasn't going to do that. Clark hasn't quite made his public appearance yet, but Hush is able to use him and obviously knows him well. But now in this world, there is only one person who understands Clark's character and can design such a plan for him. That's Batman, and only he does it. But Batman is not Silence. Silence should have stolen the plan from his Bat computer and applied it to Superman. So Dane calls Cortana. Cortana. I'm here, 20 yen. Cortana, help me check Batman's computer and see if anyone is messing with it. Since the day Dane easily breached the Bat computer's firewall, Bruce has obviously given it a major upgrade. But it's useless. Cortana broke through the firewall set up by Batman and Barbara again in less than 3 seconds, and soon she found the problem with the Bat computer. This computer is fitted with monitors, Doctor. Dane nodded, it made sense now. Every step of Batman's plan is watched silently, no wonder he is restrained everywhere. But Bruce will soon discover the problem in the computer, and will soon identify the suspect. Harold, Batman's personal computer consultant. Dane thought of this humble little man. Harold is deaf and dumb, but has extraordinary ability in computers and machinery. Batman found him by accident and arranged him in his Batcave. Let him focus on it, and give him the opportunity to show his talents. And now Harold has turned his back on him. Although he is used to betrayal, Batman still feels uncomfortable this time. In a place like Gotham, human nature cannot stand any test. On the other side of Gotham City, Batman has rushed to the clock tower, where he saw Deathstroke in a yellow and black uniform. Look who's this? Batman. Deathstroke said so on purpose, he definitely knew Bruce Wayne was Batman. But Deathstroke is not interested in anything but money. Gotham had a lot of people willing to pay him to kill Batman in the past, and Deathstroke almost succeeded a few times. But when he knew that the person behind Batman's mask was Bruce Wayne, he abandoned the mission. Because killing Batman is the price of killing Bruce Wayne. Deathstroke felt that he had been fooled, so he resolutely gave up the mission. But he also forged a beam with Batman. You paid so much money to invite me, you don't want to watch the storm with me here, do you? Batman calmly said, you did what happened to Nightwing. He asked Nightwing, and just like when he was chasing Catwoman, Nightwing was also attacked and fell from the tall building. But his battlesuit was still an old style, so he smashed his skull very miserably. Even when trying to get up, he was besieged by gangsters who had been ambushing around the place where he fell. If the Red Hood hadn't arrived in time, DK would have been dead already. Deathstroke did not deny what he had done, he admitted openly. Someone spends 10 million just for me to cut his rope, why don't I make it? Batman clenched his fist, 10 million, that was exactly the amount of ransom. So his intuition is right, all these things are planned by the same person. What is his purpose? At this time, he suddenly remembered the scene where Poison Ivy controlled Superman. In fact, it's one of his many plans for Superman. That said, Silence is most likely inspired by his computer. Do you have any other clues about that employer? Deathstroke sneered. You know, I just take money and never care who the employer is. I'm a mercenary, not a detective. However, for the sake of 20 million, I will tell you another news. I know the Mudface works under him, too. After saying this, Death Knell had no interest in staying here any longer, turned around and left. Batman secretly wrote down this information, and then returned to Wayne Manor, taking Catwoman with him. When he wanted to find Harold to ask about the Batcomputer, he was missing. Batman realized that he might have been betrayed. Silence stepped in front of Batman again. At this time, Yi, who had originally recovered, suddenly took a sharp turn for the worse, and his condition began to deteriorate. Bruce, DK is in terrible shape. He says his headache is going to crack. Barbara anxiously seeks him out. Bruce immediately called Thomas and said he wanted DK transferred to the hospital again, but was warned sternly by Thomas. His injury is in the brain, if you move him it will at the moment, the consequences will be disastrous. Bruce checked Nightwing with the technology in the Batcave and had to admit that Thomas was right. You're right, Tommy, can I invite you to the manor? In desperation, Bruce finally agreed to let Thomas enter the manor. And Thomas moved very quickly. He led a group of medical teams to Wayne Manor within 10 minutes. I knew you were going to screw up, Bruce. Thomas's "I knew it" expression left Bruce speechless. After another 6 hours of surgery, DK was out of danger again. 967. But Thomas, who had been working hard on the operation, didn't know that there were two people watching his every move closely under the monitoring of the manor. One was Batman, but he didn't see anything suspicious. One is Dane, who hijacked the surveillance footage of Wayne Manor through the back door of the system, and he is now sure that Silence is Thomas. Because on the other side, in Gotham General Hospital, there is another Dr. Thomas who is meeting with Harold. Here's another villain that's being used by Silence, Mudface. What are you hiding here? Silence. Dane whispered to himself. He decided to check Thomas's stronghold. Then, through the magic of astral projection, he sneaked into the hospital in the form of a spirit body. Under the spot where the Mudface and Harold meet, there is a huge amounts of basement. He found an isolation room in this basement, which was the long-lost Harleen Quinzel. Harleen couldn't see through Dane's magical invisibility, but she was keenly aware of something. Who's there? Dane watched with interest as she performed alone, and at least she didn't seem to be in much pain. However, Dane looked around the basement. This is obviously a laboratory, with many chemical reagents and biological tissue research equipment placed. There is also a central computer that is not connected to the internet. What does this mean? This shows that Thomas has been preparing in Gotham for a long time, and he didn't decide to come back after hearing Bruce's request. Chapter 56. That's when Dane turns on the computer and checks Thomas's research records. Harleen in the isolation room saw it too. The door where she was imprisoned was made of transparent anti-riot glass, so she could see everything outside clearly. She saw that in the empty hall, the computer suddenly turned on automatically, and she could vaguely hear the sound of typing on the keyboard. In the dim light, this classic horror movie scene didn't scare Harleen, but excited her. I knew it, I knew there was someone here. Who are you? Can I see your face? Dane didn't respond to Harleen behind him. He found something interesting in Thomas's research journal. Originally, Dane thought that he had completely eliminated Joker's relics, including his tissue cells and all blood. But now it seems that not all. Recorded in the log. Thomas Elliot was a brain doctor at Arkham Asylum a long time ago. He has studied the brains of every psychopath, including Joker. Joker is his regular customer, and Thomas is also very interested in Joker's spiritual world. As a professional brain doctor, he couldn't refuse Joker's diverse and complex brain. So, he made the mistake that every smart person who works at Arkham Hills Asylum makes. He tried desperately to study Joker's brain. As I said before, anyone who can hold an important position in Arkham Asylum may have some problems, and the same is true for Thomas. His curiosity about Joker's brain led him to draw his blood and cerebral medullary fluid in violation of the embargo. Regarding this passage, Thomas recorded in his diary as follows. When I used tools to pry open his skull and extract his medulla, he suddenly woke up. But this is impossible, because I have calculated the amount of anesthesia that can make him sleep peacefully for a whole day. I didn't know where the problem was, and I was even a little panicked, and I knew it was a bit of a gaffe. But I was still shocked by this patient named Joker. Because he didn't yell, he didn't question and accuse me. He is laughing maniacally. Can you understand? He's laughing maniacally. I suspect that I made a fatal mistake. What follows is Thomas calmly narrating his test results on the Joker sample, and the results show that everything is normal. How ridiculous, it turns out that everything is normal for him. This is a joke. Ha 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 ha. Dane frowned and looked at the series of ha 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 behind this diary, as if he was laughing at someone. Thomas, probably infected with the Joker virus. People infected with the Joker virus will grow a Joker personality in their hearts, and this personality will gradually move closer to the real Joker. Thomas had apparently discovered this fact too, but he didn't want to accept it. He continued to look down, and soon he found something about Harleen. I found a female student at Gotham University, her name is Harleen Quinzel. She is very talented, especially in criminal psychology. I hope she can help me get rid of the goddamn Joker. Here, Thomas realizes that he is becoming more and more affected by Joker's personality, and he tries to save himself. And he tried various methods, and even found people in Gotham to conduct human experiments. Anyway, there is so much garbage in Crime Lane, no one will care if there is one or two less. And for the wealthy Elliot family, solving these troubles is just a trivial matter. Seeing that the Joker virus infection was getting deeper and deeper, Thomas also accelerated his research. But his medical skills are completely ineffective in treating the Joker virus. As a last resort, Thomas hoped to seek psychological treatment. He began to think that the Joker virus might be a psychological mutation, and perhaps psychology could bring him some new ideas. He also has his eye on Harleen Quinzel. At the time, his interest in Harleen was limited to her research on criminal minds. But when Dane killed the real Joker in Arkham Asylum, Thomas felt the Joker's personality suddenly come to life. In the past, the Joker personality did not fight for control of this body, so Thomas did not show any abnormalities. But since the death of the real Joker, Thomas's Joker personality suddenly actively competed with him for control of his body. Thomas was even almost discovered by outsiders several times because of this. But what really surprised him was Harleen Quinzel, the female student who was originally invited by him to conduct criminal psychology research, discovered his biggest secret. She discovers Thomas's Joker personality. The Joker personality is very interested in her, but Thomas just wants to kill her, and neither of them can convince the other. Finally, Thomas proposes a game because he knows Joker likes games. He's going to infect Harleen with the Joker virus, and they watch her results together. In the previous human experiments, all the subjects finally collapsed and committed suicide because they could not bear Joker's madness. Thomas survived by relying on his strong willpower and tenacity. So he believes that Harleen will also be tortured to death by Joker's madness. Joker really found this game interesting, so he agreed. But the result was beyond his expectation, a new personality was indeed born in Harleen, but she was not Joker. It was a brand new personality, albeit a bit crazy. But compared to the real Joker, she's pretty much harmless. Thomas is ecstatic, he thinks he has the antidote, and Harleen is the antidote. At this time, the Joker personality hates Harleen very much, and he wants to kill her. But Thomas stopped him. The Joker is right, Harleen's spirit is unique, even strong enough to fight the Joker virus. Her brain harbors secrets that could kill Joker's personality, but now is not the time, not yet. Harleen hasn't really integrated with her new personality yet, and only when Harleen is fully integrated with her new personality is Thomas conducting craniotomy research on her, obtained Zhao. The experiment log ends here. So far, Dane has learned about the general situation of Thomas. He is a super criminal with a dual personality infected by the Joker virus. No wonder he knows about Superman, and also knows how to instigate Poison Ivy to control him. The Joker personality told Thomas about Superman's abilities, and Thomas used his familiarity with Bruce to steal his plans for Superman. Both Joker and Thomas are criminals with high IQs, the one is crazy, with unconstrained thinking. If they work together, they can easily play Batman and the criminals of Gotham. Bruce, you've lost it badly. Two old friends teamed up to deal with you, how far can you do it under the condition of insufficient intelligence? However, this alone is not enough. I have to help. Dane at the moment suddenly showed a meaningful smile. Chapter 57. Hey! I know you're here, why are you ignoring me? Dane was thinking, when he was suddenly interrupted by Harleen's words. He flew up to the poor woman, thinking about what to do with her. You're coming in, aren't you? As soon as Dane's soul stepped into the isolation room, Harleen sensed it immediately. Dane was very surprised by her ability, and he couldn't help turning around Harleen. And Harleen seemed to be aware of his gaze. She suddenly restrained herself, and her temperament became shrunken. She curled herself up into a ball and hid in a corner, still muttering words. Dane moved closer to listen. Stay away from me, stay away from me, get out of here, get out of here. It looked like her normal personality was starting to get the upper hand. At the moment Dane became more curious about her inner world. He cast a spell, and the spirit burrowed right into Harleen Quinzel's brain. Harleen's inner world is gloomy, like an old film covered with a dark filter. It looked lifeless, without a ray of light, and even a little gloomy. Dane knew this place, it was Arkham Asylum. But at the moment Arkham was slaughtered by Jason. In the corridors of 010, in the rooms, and along the corridors, you can see corpses shot to death everywhere. Blood flowed from the corpses and gathered into small rivers on the road. On the Red River, the reflection of people can be printed on the clear ground. Dane stepped on the small river and did not leave a footprint when he walked by. He heard a sound in that room. Your life is as worthless as your name, Joker, why don't you just die? Dane's footsteps stopped, he was familiar with the voice, but he was not sure. So he took a few steps and saw the owner of the voice. It turned out to be him. Dane was silent, and in the room where Joker was killed, another Dane was also standing there. No, he's not standing there. Strictly speaking, he is floating in mid-air, looking down at the Joker who is tied to a chair. And Joker is not really Joker, it's Harleen, or rather, Harley Quinn. She has the double ponytails in Dane's impression, with red and blue streaks on them. She looks crazy but looks at Dane in the air with fear. Dane stared at the imposter blankly. He was wearing the same tight red battlesuit as himself, but the cloak was also red, with blood dripping from it. The hood of the cloak he wore over his head completely concealed his face in shadow. Only a pair of eyes seemed to be shining strangely, as if they were staring at the Joker in front of them. This picture, this composition, is almost exactly the same as the scene that night, except for the underworld filter, the dark characters, and the lack of Batman and the Red Hood. Dane figured out the joints in an instant. In the face of the threat of the Joker personality, Harleen Quinzel gave birth to a new personality, Harley Quinn, to fight against it. But Harley is not as powerful as Joker, so she chose a crazy way to fight him. She took the initiative to spy on Joker's memory. Among the countless crazy memories of Joker's life, there is a man he has only met once. But this time, the man killed him mercilessly, coldly, and without mercy. Joker hates him, but he can't do anything about him. Harley thought she had found a way to defeat Joker, so she released the man Joker remembered. She guessed right, the man killed Joker the instant he came out. But she was also wrong, letting that man out was the beginning of all nightmares. There is another fish that slipped through the net. Harley Quinn is a personality born from Joker's spiritual infection, so she naturally has some crazy characteristics similar to Joker. Although this characteristic is not strong, it is enough for Dane to identify her as Joker and kill her. So what happened to Joker that night started to play out on her. She played the role of the little, cat, ugly, who was killed again and again by Dane, who fell from the sky. So far, Harley has lost count of how many times he has been killed. Although death is not real, the painful memory is so real that life is worse than death. Harley also engraved the fear of Dane in such repetitions, so that his image became the man in blood today. Cruel and cold. I saw the blood-clothed man Dane looking down at Harley. Why are you unwilling to die honestly? Joker, how much time are you wasting me? Are you in a hurry, dear? It's not a good thing to be in a hurry. It doesn't please girls. I appreciate your bluntness and your stubborn spirit, but I'm tired of this game. So, can you please die quickly? After all, a blood-red lightning flashed on the body of the man in blood, and the lightning turned into a spear in his hand. To be honest, my dear, your methods of killing people should be richer, it's too monotonous. Harley forced a smile on her face, only in this way could she persevere in the torment of death again and again. Just when she was about to accept this death again, a sudden voice broke into her. So, what do you think of this move? As soon as the words fell, the blood-clothed man suddenly froze, and he looked down. But he found a bloody hand grown in front of the chest, and he was pierced and killed from behind. The blood-clothed man turned his head with difficulty, wanting to see who killed him. But suddenly a blazing white lightning flashed on the bloody fist, and the lightning and high temperature spread up and down along the wound, soon covering his whole body. A few seconds later, the blood-clothed man was burned into a charred black skeleton. Dane, who was behind him, waved his hand and threw the imposter's remains on the wall, smashing them into ashes. It seems that you have misunderstood me, Harlequin. Harlequin is not the name of Harley Quinn, it is a proper noun. It refers to the clownish characters in colorful argyle costumes in traditional plays. It is also another name for Joker in English. In fact, before Gotham supercriminal Joker gave the word Joker a special meaning. The meaning of Joker actually refers more to the Joker in poker, rather than circus Joker. It was the Joker who brought his Joker fears to Gotham and who made his mark. And Harley Quinn is just another victim of this imprint. Dane could see that the awakened Harleen Quinzel in the outside world was only a temporary return. Following the murder of the man in blood, the real Harleen Quinzel and Harley Quinn have already been deeply integrated, and this process is irreversible. Most importantly, they don't want to be reversed. Harley Quinn, is being reborn. Chapter 58. You, it's you. Harley Quinn screamed suddenly, but it wasn't panic. On the contrary, it was excitement. She knows that this Dane is different from the one just now. Not just because of the white hood that Dane is wearing, but something more fundamental. Dane landed in front of her, feet on the bloody ground. He reached out, gently lifted her chin, and lifted her head. Why? Harleen! Don't call me that! Harley suddenly yelled aggrievedly, you clearly said, you call me Harley Quinn. The world line changed at the moment, and Harley Quinn was completely born. But it also means Harleen Quinzel's days are numbered. Dane looked at the girl in front of him with pity. Did she really understand what she was doing? A future Harley Quinn would probably kill many people because of the violent side of her nature. But she would never know that the first person she killed was actually herself. Dane didn't accommodate her, he said to himself. No, not yet, Harleen, you haven't really got the name yet. Although it's just a flashback, Harleen isn't really dead after all, and she is now briefly in control of her body. I will definitely. Harley frantically assured Dane, as if wanting to prove himself. But little did she know, Dane didn't need her assurances. Dane knew in his heart that if Harley in the original book was born by Joker, then the Harley in front of him should be regarded as being born because of him. Joker just acted as a catalyst. Harley turns his inner violence against her into a morbid attachment that reaches its peak when the real Dane just shows up. Just like a chick will rely on the first thing it sees, Harley also regards him as a kind of spiritual support. This feels so weird. He killed Joker, is he going to take Oda's place? It's not impossible. Dane stroked his chin. He had intended to intervene in Silence's conspiracy, don't get me wrong, not to help Batman expose Silence. Instead, help Silence persecute Batman. I don't know what went wrong, and it seems that I want to sing against Dane on purpose. Not only did Batman not become a decisive bat like in DCEU. On the contrary, he has strengthened his determination not to kill, which can be seen from his recent shots. But on the bright side, Batman at least knows how to deal with criminals hard. Those gangsters he dealt with would not be able to commit crimes again if they didn't lie down for 100 or 80 days. And it's useless for Batman to fight Dane, because his good disciple Jason kills more people every day than he puts in the hospital. Shazam is the winner. FK Batman. Bruce Wayne. Sugg. Dane stretched out his finger and hit Harley Quinn on the forehead, and she passed out the next moment. The Harley personality would remain unconscious for a while, and then Dane would walk up behind her and reach into her shadow. Just like catching fish, in Harley's shadow pool, Harleen Quinzel's personality was caught by him. The two are two sides of the same body, and Harley is here to suffer instead of Harleen, but they are not really far away from each other. Although Dane always feels that he is not a human being, most of the time he is still willing to give hopeful people a chance to choose. Harley Quinn may be a character that everyone likes in reality, but he cannot deprive Harleen Quinzel of his life just because of this. Now, your life is back in your hands, Ms. Quinzel. It's about becoming a little psycho who's a bit crazy but has a bit of personality. Go back to the not-so-special, but mentally healthy, promising psychiatrist. Everything is up to you to decide. In the original book, Harleen Quinzel will eventually become Harley Quinn because Joker wants her to become Harley Quinn. But now that Dane gives her the choice back, will she still choose to be Harley Quinn? Can she seize this last chance? Dane is looking forward to her selection. In the real world, Dane left Harleen's brain, and also left this basement. Not long after, Thomas returned to the basement. As soon as he sat down, he inexplicably felt something was wrong. He stood up abruptly, looking around fiercely. Suddenly, the figure of Joker appeared in the laboratory. He looked at Thomas and laughed. Yes, something has changed, something is wrong, isn't it? This is Joker's phantom, ever since Joker lost the game with Harleen Quinzel. Although he promised not to compete with Thomas for control of his body, he can still chatter around Thomas in a phantom way. Look, and look again, you're sure to find out what's wrong. Thomas looked around, and soon, he found that his computer had been tampered with. Dane's technique isn't bad enough to be detected, so it's clearly on purpose. Thomas found that the intruder had read his experiment log, and he checked the internal files with a dark face, mainly to prevent someone from installing a monitor inside. Just like he did to Bruce. In the process of checking the files, Thomas suddenly discovered an unknown program. 0 for flowers. He definitely assumed it was the same thing he did to Bruce. So he tried to solve this program in the wrong way, and as a result, all the previous logs about Joker virus research were suddenly deleted. Thomas's face changed drastically, and the Joker phantom on the side almost broke his belly with laughter. Then suddenly a pop-up window popped up. Why? So serious? Then the following text appears. Smile, my friends. That S after friend made Joker stop his laughing. That guy knows he exists. Thomas didn't understand how the other party did it, because there is no internet connection here. He tentatively typed in the dialog box. Who are you? What do you want? The dialogue then answered him. Don't rush to ask questions, my friend. I know you're targeting Batman, but will this kill him? No, Thomas, because Joker won't allow you to kill him. When Thomas saw this text, he couldn't help but glance at Joker's phantom. But I saw him staring at the screen with gusto, his face full of the look of finding a new toy. Noticing Thomas was looking at him, Joker flashed him a big grin. Yes, he was right, Batman is mine. The text in the dialogue continues. What you want is for Bruce Wayne to die. And Joker just wants to make the Dark Knight of Gotham corrupt. I noticed that you tried to break Batman's will by killing those close to him. But I have to remind you that Batman has faced this dilemma many times, and every time, he can make the right choice. No matter how painful that choice makes him, this is Batman. His will is almost indestructible, isn't it? But you may not have noticed that Bruce Wayne is not without weaknesses, he is just a human being. What is Bruce Wayne's weakness? Think about it, my friend. Who caused the birth of Batman? Mr. Joker, let us wait and see how Batman chooses when faced with a real choice. The dialogue box ends here, but at the end, a schedule pops up. Thomas clicked on the plan, and even he couldn't help but gasp. And the eyes of Joker on the side are frighteningly bright. Batman is pretty much invulnerable, but Bruce Wayne isn't. What is his greatest weakness? It is the real cause of the birth of the Dark Knight Wayne and his wife. Chapter 59. Death Day. Today is the anniversary of the death of the Wayne couple. Although the mastermind behind all the events has not yet been found, Bruce will not miss this day. On the back hill of Wayne Manor, there is a small burial room where the remains of the Wayne couple were collected. But as soon as he stepped here, Bruce noticed something unusual. He is not very familiar with this place, because he only comes here once a year. But he knew that this feeling was by no means groundless, perhaps it was a subtle induction, and he suddenly became a little anxious. Bruce left Alfred, who was with him, and ran towards the burial chamber with all his strength. When he entered it, what he saw shocked him. Alfred ran over closely following Bruce, panting from exhaustion as soon as he arrived. He was no longer young. But he was also horrified by what he saw. How is this possible? I saw that the place where the coffins of the Wayne couple should have been placed had turned into 2 empty pits. The 3-3 thing has disappeared. There was a rare murderous look in Bruce's eyes. He pressed his lips tightly, and left here without saying a word. Afoe was worried about his condition and hurriedly followed. At night, Catwoman saw Bruce put on a bat battle suit and asked him where he was going. But Batman didn't say a word, got into the Batmobile and left. What happened to him? Seeing that his expression was different, Catwoman hurriedly asked Afoe, but Afoe just shook his head and didn't say much. This is a private matter of the Wayne family, and he cannot disclose it to outsiders at will. Barbara has Nightwing to take care of and no time for Batman. Catwoman thought for a while, and borrowed a bat motorcycle from the Batcave to catch up. Damian in the manor frowned watching Catwoman chasing his father away, feeling a little ugly. Bruce is a terrible father, and he was wary of him when he and Damian first met. If Alfred hadn't tried his best to keep him, Damian really wanted to leave. He felt that Thalia must have been obsessed with ghosts at the beginning, otherwise how could he fall in love with a man like Bruce? Suspicious, sensitive, and a little nervous. It looks good, but what's the use of it? If Dane can hear his heart, he will definitely add another advantage to Bruce, rich. All in all, Incian felt that his meeting with Bruce was not what he imagined. It's not even as good as staying in the League of Assassins, at least Grandpa and Thalia are sincere to him. Just when Damian was thinking this way, someone called his personal phone. He picked it up and took a look, the name on it made his face change slightly, and then turned into calm. Damian went back to his room and put on the nano battle suit that Dane had given him. Yes, this battle suit was not taken back by Dane, it was given to him. Damian, who put on the battle suit, turned back into the little assassin. He jumped out of the window, the cobweb swayed, and disappeared into the night. On the former site of the Ace chemical plant, a new chemical plant was re-established, and Damian arrived here soon. Welcome back, my dear grandson. As soon as Damian landed, a black figure appeared behind him. He looked back sharply, but there was nothing there. Let me see, have your skills deteriorated during this time? Damian quickly turned his gaze back to his body, just in time to see a big foot kicking towards his face. He didn't care about his image, took advantage of the situation and leaned back, and then rolled a donkey to avoid the attacker's combo. Immediately the nanoparticle group synthesizes two short knives. He grasped the hilt of the knife and strangled towards the opponent from left to right. The man was barehanded, but he didn't panic, and he bowed left and right with both hands. Although the moves are not subtle, they can always avoid blade just right. The two of them were less than 10 times away, when the man suddenly clasped his hands together, clamping the two knives that Damian had slashed with his palms. Damian looked at his grandfather's hands like pincers, tightening and twisting, and broke the two short knives. The other party took a closer look at the broken knife between his fingers, and then said, "You got a very interesting toy." Then he flicked his fingers, and threw the broken blade like flying darts. The air blade it scraped was so sharp that it could almost cut the skin. Damian greeted him with the remaining half of the blade, and almost instantly, the broken blade reintegrated into it, and the short blade recovered. The man raised his eyebrows and said, "Interesting." Damian opened his mask with a serious expression on his face. "Grandpa." The person who came was Damian's grandfather, Lars Al Ghul. Definitely everyone prefers to call him Lei Xiaogu. Master Ninja, head of demons, master of the League of Assassins, a man who is almost immortal. I saw him with a serious expression and a gloomy demeanor. The two little ones turned slightly pale. There is a hidden heroic temperament between sitting and looking forward. But when he looked at Damian, there was a rare trace of warmth on his face. "Your technology seems to be a bit regressed, Damian. Is it because you rely too much on technology?" Damian couldn't help rolling his eyes when he heard the words, and he complained. "Even if I don't rely on technology, I still can't beat you, Grandpa." Lei Xiaogu is an old monster who has lived for nearly 700 years, only a little younger than Wonder Woman in terms of age. In terms of experience and life experience, there is more than one street more than Diana. It's normal that Damian can't beat him, otherwise, wouldn't he have lived on a dog for hundreds of years? "Did Mom come with you, too?" Lei Xiaogu nodded, signaling him to look down. 0. He followed the signal and found a woman with a graceful figure standing beside a pool emitting a strange green light. That was Talia, Damian's biological mother. Although it was a touching farewell, Damian's eyes were still attracted by the weird pool next to his mother, and his tone was calm. "The pool of Lazarus, how could?" Lei Xiaogu observed his grandson's expression with great interest, and exclaimed. "As expected of Bruce's child, how long have you been with him before you start thinking in Batman's way?" Damian retorted with a sullen face, "I didn't. Even the blunt way is so similar." Damian didn't want to talk anymore. Lei Xiaogu smiled and explained. It's not really Lazarus Pool, it's just a part of it. I combined it with some special chemicals to preserve the resurrection function and bring it over. Why did you come to Gotham? Damian said calmly. He knew that his grandfather had never given up on the idea of destroying Gotham, and his mother Thalia was obviously on the same front as his grandfather. A friend gave me some interesting advice and I took it, so I came here. Look at the city where I once tasted failure, and look at my favorite grandson. Finally, look at that. Batman. In the end, Lei Xiaogu didn't hide the gloom on his face, showing a slightly evil smile. Damian quietly used the nano battlesuit synthesis to fire the smoke bomb, he said calmly. So your goal is 1.4 Gotham, and Batman. Yes, Batman. Lei Xiaogu always seemed so patient when facing his grandson. I realized that Batman was the stumbling block I had to remove if I wanted to destroy this evil city. My friends offered me plans that were, very doable. But you need your help, my grandson. When Damian heard this, he was about to drop the smoke bomb in his hand. But when he looked up, he found that Lei Xiaogu was looking at him with a smile. Immediately, as if something passed through his body, Damian's body froze. His battle suit froze, and his nervous system was thrown into disarray by an unidentified pulse. The battle suit became his cage, and Damian fell head-on. He raised his head with difficulty, staring at the phone. EMP. You still say I rely on technology? You old six. Chapter 60. EMP bomb. Lei Xiaogu actually released an EMP bomb on Damian. The bomb not only paralyzed his nano battle suit, but also paralyzed his own bodily functions. However, Lei Xiaogu was still cautious in his actions, he only wanted to keep Damian, not kill him. You should stay with us during this time, Thalia misses you very much recently. While talking, Thalia suddenly came out from the shadows, and she gently hugged Damian. Damian felt that he had grown up, and he was a little uncomfortable with such intimacy. Moreover, he had a grudge against Grandpa's assassination, so he simply turned his head away and didn't look at them. Thalia ignored his childish behavior and remained gentle. Damian, you don't need to worry about Bruce, we won't kill him. Hearing this, Damian finally turned his head. He looked at his mother, hoping she could explain something clearly. The real obstacle to destroying Gotham is Batman, not Bruce, so all we're going to destroy is Batman. At this moment, Lei Xiaogu continued. And then, a brand new Bruce Wayne will be reborn on top of the dead Batman. And he will also be the most suitable successor of the Assassin League. A ruthless, perfectly sane, and brilliant heir. Damian suddenly shouted at this moment, the heir of the Assassin League should be me. Lei Xiaogu nodded kindly, it's definitely you, Damian. But not now, you are immature, let Bruce clear some obstacles for you. I don't need him to do that. Damian was very unconvinced, he didn't think he was worse than Batman at all. At least he wouldn't be fascinated by a trollop dressed like a cat, the cat he hadn't liked for a long time. Just a little thief. So Damian told Thalia about the ambiguous relationship between Catwoman and Batman, and he knew that his mother still loved Batman. Sure enough, after Thalia heard this, her face became terrifying. Catwoman, I have indeed heard of this woman. I thought Bruce had already let her go, but it turned out that they are still in touch. Thalia's soft voice made Damian shudder, so he was as honest as a quiet quail. On the other side of the city, the area surrounding Crime Alley. Mobsters feel the changes in Batman the most. He seems to be a different person, someone said. After undergoing the cruel education of the Red Hood, the behavior of gangsters has been restrained a lot recently. But Red Hood is just one person, and he can't manage Gotham's nearly 8,500 square kilometers of land. It is also impossible to control the crimes that occur here almost every moment, he is only a human being after all. But Batman can, and as long as the phantom of the bat lights up in the night sky, Gotham's evil will be at least half down. Because no one thinks of Batman as a person, he's more of a symbol. A symbol of fear. And tonight, that symbolism is even more concrete. Blackgate Prison suddenly became dark at this moment. At the moment Amanda Waller happened to be staying at the Blackgate Prison. She obviously had other arrangements for Killer Crocodile, which was related to her future plans. Seeing the darkness in front of her eyes, she was shocked at first, then quickly calmed down and began to direct the personnel on the scene. Let the maintenance department quickly find out the cause of the power outage and activate the backup power supply. Sir, backup power failed to activate. Amanda looked at the staff member fiercely. You'd better give me a reasonable explanation. Could it be that Blackgate Prison is so bold that it even dares to covet the cost of backup power? The staff member swallowed, summoned up his courage and said. The backup power supply has been destroyed in advance and cannot be started. Amanda frowned when she heard the words. She was keenly aware that something was different. Order the pickets to go out to maintain order, especially the criminals in the cells. Let those garbage calm down. Yes. In the darkness, a pitch-black shadow blended into it. The pickets did not notice that there was one more person in the team. They used the walkie-talkie to determine their respective positions and acted separately. That shadow was right behind him, and he shot suddenly, strangling the last team member unconscious. He used his own technology to copy the list of criminals and the prison serial number hidden on the team member, and found the target he was looking for. Then he took the place of the last member and kept talking with the other members from time to time, giving the illusion that everything was normal. Finally, in the depths of a prison, he found the person he was looking for. The gate of this prison is a very sophisticated electronic lock, and the ID card of the high-level member is required to drive the pile. Coincidentally, the unlucky guy he stunned was a high-level member. Shadow took out the identity card he had found from the opponent, swiped the card to open the door. Before the criminal inside could react, he walked in and closed the door again. Basil, I have something to ask you. The iconic deep voice sounded, and the prisoner quickly understood who it was. It's you, Batman. Batman stepped out of the shadows by the moonlight shining through the sealed glass window, the moonlight only shining on his half-body. Half of Batman's face was untouched under the moonlight, but Basil clearly felt a chill. Basil Caro, the first generation of Mudface, is also an important leader of the Mud Gang. There was more than one clay-faced figure, and there were no less than 5 or 6 clay-faced figures caught by Batman himself. But Basil is the first clay-faced man, and the birth of other clay-faced men is more or less inseparable from him. Basil took a step back quietly. He thought this was a good opportunity. If Batman can come in, he can naturally go out at 850. So Basil used his ability to quietly condense a sharp knife behind him, and he wanted to sneak attack Batman. But he didn't know that under Batman's night vision goggles, none of his movements escaped his eyes. Under the bat mask, his face became a little colder. I don't mean to hurt you, Basil, but if necessary, I will. After all, without waiting for Basil to make a move, the nanoparticles on Batman's arm quickly reorganized, transforming into a freezing gun. This is the technology he copied from him when he caught the frozen man before, and the freezing gun shoots out a freezing ray. It froze Basil's right hand in an instant. Basil only had a flash of divine effort, and Batman was close at hand. Etc. He was about to beg for mercy, but Batman stepped on him. This battle suit can fight with violent killer crocodiles, its strength can be imagined. Basil's frozen arm was directly crushed. Oh no! Basil clutched his right hand, his body transformed quickly, and was about to turn into mud. Batman's left and right hands combined and transformed again, turning into 2 infrasonic weapons, which rang softly. It was like the sound of a bubble exploding, but Basil's body that hadn't completely changed softened like real mud, and he didn't move at all. Batman stepped on the muddy ground, looking down at Basil. Now, you should be able to recall the manner in which you spoke to me, Chapter 61. Okay, just ask whatever you want, as long as you don't come again. Basil finally gave in, and Batman stopped in time. One question: someone in your mud gang is working for a man who claims to be silent and has a bandage on his face. I want to know who it is. Basil had a strange expression. Batman, have you forgotten that I have been in prison for a long time? He sneered, and it's all thanks to you. Can Batman get used to him? He's on fire right now. He slid the arm screen and adjusted the module group. There is no artificial intelligence on board the Batman battlesuit, so he has to do all the work himself. The trouble is a little troublesome, but the victory is safe and controllable, and most importantly, he fully understands his battlesuit. After a while, the bottom of the boot of the Bat battlesuit began to reform. Let's try this. After that, the solace of his boots lit up with electric arcs, and Basil screamed under his feet. The sound was so loud that all the criminals in the closed confinement rooms next door heard it. I know your shortcoming, Basil. Even if you are made of mud, you still feel pain, right? Batman's voice is different. Basil thought so. He's getting angrier than ever, so it's best not to irritate him. Basil learned his lesson completely this time, and when Batman's round of electrotherapy was over, he hurriedly said, I got it, you stop and let me talk. Batman paused temporarily, but he made up his mind: if Basil dared to trick him this time, he would try to use the stake. Please believe me, I really don't know what you're talking about, but... Seeing that Batman was about to make another move, Basil hurriedly corrected the latter. If you want to ask about the new Mudface character out there, I think you should go to that woman Amanda. Amanda? Amanda Waller. Batman frowned. That's right, she has visited many of us during this period, and collected a lot of body tissue and blood samples from us, as well as some weird things. He sneered. Who knows what crazy research this woman did with them? Batman knew that what he said was very likely, just as he also knew that this woman had great ambitions hidden in her heart. After getting the information he wanted, he turned around and left. Basil watched eagerly in the direction Batman was leaving, hoping that the door would be open when he left. But Batman is obviously an educated person who knows what it means to close the door casually. So Basil's expectations were in vain. In the main control room, Amanda sent most of the team members to maintain order, and only a small number of people stayed to protect themselves. She does not feel that she is in danger because the doors to hold the prisoners are specially made and will not stop functioning due to power outages. Amanda didn't seem to have expected that someone just happened to come to her in this situation. So a few minutes later, when the lights in the master control room came back on, she had to admit she was taken aback when she saw Batman in front of her eyes. But she quickly adjusted her mood. Batman. Seeing this guy made her feel bad, because it meant he did what happened today. Sure enough, these freaks should all be monitored and locked up. Amanda Waller thought grimly. Waller, I want to talk to you about something. Amanda looked around, and suddenly said, Are you all dead, man? Those well-trained agents were quickly awakened by her words, and one by one they moved quickly towards the guns at their waists. But Batman was faster than them. He poked his hands out from under the cloak, and threw a few bat darts with a flick of his hand. One for each of them, just enough to hit the backs of their hands stretched to their waists. One of the men without a gun jumped and charged directly at Batman. He is very confident in his melee ability, and has long been dissatisfied with the so-called Batman. He didn't expect to have the opportunity to beat him up today. How could he bear it? Amanda didn't stop, but she had quietly pressed the emergency button with her hands behind her back. In 5 minutes at most, more people will arrive. And all she has to do is hold Batman steady. But what she didn't expect was that one of her members who claimed to be the most capable of fighting was knocked down by Batman the moment he crossed the table. It was as if they were acting. Her subordinates are all like this? She thought that the opponent could last at least a few rounds. Now the only ones left standing are Waller and Batman. Watching the other party come to the front step by step, Amanda, who has not yet developed the momentum at the moment, couldn't help taking a step back. I know you pressed the siren, but I've hacked into your network, so we have more time to get on with it. Or, you tell me what I want, and then I leave quietly, as if I never came. Amanda can only choose the latter. She was black, she was black and said, "What do you want to know? What did you do with the tissue cells of the mud face?" Amanda's face changed instantly and was caught by Batman. "Looks like you did something right? I've caught Mudface many times. So I know that his ability is actually easy to copy, but it will come with some very strong side effects. Who did you attach this ability to?" Seeing that Batman guessed a lot about what she had done in a few words, Amanda could only sigh and gave a name. Johnny Williams. After finishing speaking, Amanda felt physically and mentally exhausted, and said to Batman in a very bad tone, "Now, get out of here." She feels America's authority has been completely trampled on. Batman didn't care about her attitude, and seeing what he did, the ceiling light flickered again. After a few seconds of flashing, Batman has disappeared from the main control room. No one is allowed to tell what happened tonight. Amanda glanced coldly at everyone present. No one dared to meet her gaze, and those who saw her lowered their heads. Aman, Qian Wangzhao, De Waller turned and left the main control room. Walking on the road, she made a decision in her heart. In the future, I must trample all these lawless bastards under my feet. She thought viciously in her heart. Outside the Black Gate prison, Batman has found information about John Williams. He used to be a firefighter. Unfortunately, he accidentally touched an unknown chemical substance during a rescue mission and his face was completely destroyed. Later, he killed his wife. Not long after, he killed a woman who was selling her flesh. Then it disappears. It is not surprising that there are 80 such cases in Gotham every month, if not 100. So this case was quickly forgotten by the Gotham police. Nobody cared about Johnny Williams any more than the two women died. We are all missing persons who disappeared naturally in this city. It's just an insignificant decimal point in statistics. Chapter 62. Did you get what you wanted? Outside Blackgate Prison, Catwoman leans against the Batmobile and waits quietly for Batman to return. Although at the moment was very disturbed, seeing Catwoman always by his side gave Bruce a warm feeling in his heart. The voice of speaking could not help but soften a little. "I found it." The clay-faced man was involved in this matter. With Mudface's ability, it is completely feasible to steal the coffin of Wayne and his wife from the back mountain of Wayne Manor without anyone noticing. But the question is, how did he know? Or in other words, why did the man named Silent know him so well? Not only know his true identity, but even know his real weakness. Batman definitely understands that the opponent stole his parents' coffin just to mess with his thoughts. But he is not a robot, and it is impossible to completely remove his emotions. At this moment, he is just barely suppressing his anger. He thought hard, who is it? Who has such an understanding of him, and who is deliberately trying to put him to death? He and Catwoman had been thinking about it all the way back. Bruce? Bruce? Catwoman's anxious voice woke him up from his contemplation, and he lost his mind. This was never possible with previous Batmans. What's wrong? Selina. Look in front of you. Batman followed his advice, but saw a figure at the end of the road. 810. He used the monitor in the car to zoom in on the image, and after seeing the figure clearly, his body suddenly shook. Thalia. He murmured. It was none other than Damian's mother, Talia al Ghul, daughter of a master ninja. Thalia stood there quietly, as if saying something. Batman couldn't hear it in the car, but he could read the other's lips. Long time no see, dear. Then, seeing the other party suddenly throw a few discs with the size of a palm file, Batman quickly recovered and immediately stepped on the brakes. But he couldn't dodge it, and the disc slid into the chassis of the Batmobile, and ended up magnetically attached to the chassis. Bang! The Batmobile was directly blown over. During the rollover, the roof suddenly opened. Batman saw the timing, curled up and jumped out of the roof opening, circling in the air, and finally landed safely. "Excellent as always, my dear." Thalia smiled watching his performance. "Why are you back here, Thalia?" Batman stood up and asked in a low voice. "Definitely for us, and for our kids." At this time, Catwoman arrived on a motorcycle. She just heard this, and her face was unhappy. She couldn't help interjecting, "Your behavior just now does not show that you are a person with a tutor." A cold light flashed in Thalia's eyes, murderous. "We are talking to each other, what is your identity? Why do you, Cap, talk?" She didn't say this, she is used to doing it directly. So without saying a word, Thalia raised the knife and slashed at Catwoman. Although Catwoman was not flustered, she took out the whip around her waist and waved it out, but Thalia dexterously dodged. She is the daughter of a ninja master and has received the most professional assassin training, which is completely different from the wild way of Catwoman. She swings the knife like the wind, her figure is erratic, and the trajectory of Catwoman's whip is clearly seen by her. Like dancing on a tightrope, Thalia came and went freely in the shadow of the whip. Soon, she was close enough to Katana to threaten Catwoman. A few quick diagonal cuts forced Catwoman to return to defense. It didn't take long for Catwoman to be at a disadvantage and show signs of failure. At this time, Batman can't just sit on the sidelines. Seeing that Talia couldn't leave Catwoman's vitals, he had no choice but to make a move and block Talia's killing move. His arm met Talia's katana, the teeth on her forearm caught the blade she swung down. Catwoman at the moment gave Talia a smug smile from where Batman couldn't see it. This drives Talia crazy, so she goes after Batman. "Enough, Thalia, stop it." Because of Damian's affairs, Batman's feelings for Talia are also somewhat complicated. Although he never acknowledged Damian's identity, he knew in his heart that Damian was his son. He just didn't know how to be a good father. So Batman only blocks the whole time, but doesn't fight back. But Catwoman took the opportunity to attack Talia at the moment, and gave her several times with the whip. The scene looks as though Batman and Catwoman are teaming up to hit her alone. This made Talia even more jealous and dissatisfied. She stopped suddenly and put the knife back into its sheath. Then she said to Batman, "Since you chose this woman, then I will take Damian back, as if he never had a father." After she finished speaking, she turned and left. Batman was impatient for a while, and hurriedly chased after him. He didn't want to admit it personally, but he had already decided in his heart that Damian was the future heir of the Wayne family. How can the heir to the Wayne family stay in a place like the League of Assassins? Is it possible to make Damian become another Lei Xiaogu in the future? That is absolutely impossible. Thalia and Batman walked too fast, and Catwoman couldn't catch up, so she could only stomp her feet in resentment. Damn rich! For those of them who can use high-tech equipment to fly over walls and swing between tall buildings. The speed of Catwoman's journey is indeed very slow. As someone who grew up in the League of Assassins, Thalia's stealth skills are excellent. Even Batman, it's hard to say that she can do better than her in this regard. So soon, he lost track of her. Thinking of what Thalia said just now, Batman couldn't help but feel a little worried. So he immediately called the manor, and a foe answered. "Master Wayne. Is Damian home? He should be resting in the room at the moment, please wait a moment." Batman waited patiently for a few minutes, and soon Alfred's panicked voice made his heart sink. "Master Damian is missing." Sure enough. Batman clenched his fists. "I'll find him, F." With that, he hung up the phone. First DK, then my parents, then Damian. What's next? Who's next? Barbara? Or Alfred? Or... Batman suddenly remembered someone. Selina. He returned immediately and kept calling Selina's phone along the way, but it kept showing that no one answered. Damn it! Is Thalia part of the plan? He thought of Talia's strange appearance tonight, as if she was sure they would pass there. It's all planned. Soon, he returned to the scene of the overturned car, and Catwoman had long since disappeared. Only the long whip she used so often remained on the ground. At the moment Batman felt the anger of being fooled. There was also Sen Lang who was counted out every step of the way, and the two emotions tormented him so much that he wanted to live and die. Almost all the people he cares about the most are leaving him in some way. And the real identity of the murderer has not been figured out yet. But soon he didn't have to think about it anymore, because a strange video call came in. It didn't take long for him to get connected. Long time no see, Bruce. Lei Xiaogu. Batman looked at the man on the screen, his pupils shrank. It really breaks my heart that you don't even want to call me teacher now. I believe you're looking for something, and I thought you might come over and have a chat with my old fellow. You did all these things. Don't ask all the time, think a lot, kid. I'll wait for you at the former site of the Ace Chemical Plant. Here at the Ace Chemical Plant. Lei Xiaogu hung up the video communication. At this moment, a man with a bandaged head beside him spoke. Everything is going well, isn't it? Yes, everything. Lei Gu replied with a smile. Behind them is a green pool formed by the combination of Lazarus water and modern technology. Above the pool, hang two coffins stained with mud. On the other side of the pool, there is an open space above it. An unconscious Catwoman is hanging there. Chapter 63. Batman soon arrived at the former site of the Ace Chemical Plant, and he couldn't be more familiar with this place. Lei Xiaogu. He looked at the former teacher in front of him, and then turned his gaze to the bandaged man next to him. So you designed all this? Who the hell are you really? Why did you do this? Miu Miu didn't answer the question about his identity, he looked at Batman and smiled strangely. You should already know my name, please call me Silent Pro Batman. The man in the bandage had evil eyes, and only some facial features could be vaguely seen on the bandage. As for why I did that, that's a stupid question, there's not a single criminal in Gotham who doesn't want you dead. You think so too? Batman looked at his teacher. He clearly remembered that this master ninja hated evil extremely. Times have changed, my boy. Lei Xiaogu smiled at him. This is what you taught me. Sometimes in order to eliminate greater evils, you have to make temporary compromises. So I guess there's nothing to talk about. Batman is ready for battle. But Lei Xiaogu interrupted him with his hand, and he signaled his subordinates to pile the gate behind him. Batman was a little cautious. But when the door opens, there are no organs or weapons behind it. Instead, two coffins were hoisted high on a crane. Batman gritted his teeth and roared, "Let go of my parents." This is the second time Batman has lost his composure in front of everyone. The last time he did this was the time he almost killed Oda. Lei Xiaogu likes to take time off. You don't have to do this, because I didn't intend to insult the Wayne couple. Instead, I respect them for being the first couple to try to make Gotham a better place. But you and I both saw the end result. Bruce, we've always known Gotham was a hopeless city, but you're not. You can still make the right decision again. Do you know how I escaped the fate of death? Batman's body shook, his eyes fixed on Lei Xiaogu. His expression was very strange, with some disbelief, a trace of longing, and a trace of struggle at the same time. Yes, you should have heard the legend of Lazarus Pool. What if I told you now that those legends are true? Lei Xiao's ancient finger pointed to the green pool under the coffin. Batman could no longer maintain his fighting stance, and his shoulders slumped as if he had lost his strength. His voice was hoarse, "Impossible, they have been dead for more than 20 years. For more than 20 years, the corpses of the parents have already rotted into bones. Lei Xiaogu said casually. Maybe this was the case in the past, but now, I have a new understanding of the Lazarus pool. I can tell you with certainty, Bruce, that your parents can be resurrected. Batman's mind is in turmoil, and he doesn't know how to deal with the current situation. But can it really be revived? Thomas and Martha, can they all be resurrected? Batman. No, it was Bruce, and a family of 3 seemed to appear in front of Bruce. After so many years, their voices and smiles are still clearly visible, without a trace of fading. Seeing that Batman was really shaken, Mo couldn't help laughing. Ha 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 ha, you are really moved, you are really moved. Batman, so you are just a mortal. As a mortal, Batman is vulnerable. Only a few super criminals understand this. The silent words startled Batman. He looked at the man with a bandage on his face, and managed to regain some sanity. Then what is your purpose? It can't be just to fulfill me, right? The only person I want to kill is Batman, not Bruce Wayne, you understand? I don't care if Bruce dies, as long as Batman dies. He suddenly revealed a strange laugh. A friend told me this, and now, I feel like he was absolutely right. But please don't get me wrong, what your teacher said is true, this pond can indeed revive your parents. Having said that, Batman always has bad associations with the silent and hostile tone. What are you hesitation? In the distance, Damian watched the scene quietly in a secluded place that no one could find. He's also waiting for Batman's selection. Bruce has a chance to have a happy family again, and he can become an ordinary person again. Instead of wearing all black, being a trapeze man in the city every night, some mice that can never be caught. But Damian felt a little uneasiness in his heart, and he didn't know where this uneasiness came from. ZZ. While he was still thinking, the lifeless battlesuit on his body suddenly heard the sound of electric current. Damian. You. Okay, the signal should be normal now, what's going on with you? I just found out that your battlesuit has lost contact. Damian's eyes flashed, thinking whether he should explain the situation to Dane. But he didn't know that this battlesuit was designed by Dane himself, so there are countless back doors. Whatever Damian sees through the battlesuit eyepiece, Dane can actually see if he wants to. Right now he was watching with gusto. I see, Batman's father-in-law. There's also a bandaged villain who looks like they've stumped your father. So you want to help your father? Help? Help what? Damian doesn't think the choice given by his grandfather is wrong. On the contrary, he felt that Bruce's hesitation was unreasonable. Could it be more important to bring down Gotham's criminals than to bring his parents back to life? But out of the unease in his heart, he asked out of nowhere. I said, can the pool of Lazarus bring a man back from the dead? Dane gave an affirmative reply. Ask for flowers. Yes, the pool of Lazarus does have the ability to revive the decedent. But... Damian was about to breathe a sigh of relief, but he wasn't scared back. He said angrily, can you finish it all at once? Don't worry, but, don't look at the biblical name Lazarus, but it has nothing to do with the sacred. On the contrary, I suspect that the pool of Lazarus is more closely related to demons. Do you remember your grandfather's nickname? Damian blurted out, the devil's head. Yes, the head of the devil. Why does he have such a nickname? Just because he killed a lot of people. If your grandfather is really as jealous as you think, why didn't titles like the Lord of the World be handed down? Instead, it's Head of the Devil, which sounds like the name of an evil villain. Dane's torture made Damian's peace of mind shake, and he stared at Lei Xiaogu in the distance. And Dane made up the last blow. Damian boy, after soaking in the spring water, is Lei Xiaogu still the same as before? Resurrection from the dead is an extremely expensive magic. Even in the magic world, this is a miracle that only a very few people can touch. And Lelaguz seemed a little dissatisfied with Batman's hesitation, and he released another bargaining chip. Catwoman was hung not far from the coffin, she was still unconscious. Selina. Batman, you've thought about it long enough, why don't you let me make it for you? What do you want to do? Batman felt a little bad. I can give you a small demonstration so that you can see the effect of resurrection from the dead. Lei Xiaogu pointed to the Catwoman above, the meaning is self-evident. Batman's voice sinks, she's not a commodity you use to show off. Lei Xiaogu didn't pay attention to his words, instead he said, in my eyes, she is. For a habitual thief, being able to feel the greatness of Lazarus Pool once is not a waste of her worthless life. Batman's shout had already made a choice on behalf of him. But he was too far away from Catwoman to be rescued in time. Just when he was heartbroken and could only watch his beloved woman die, Damian arrived. The nano battlesuit restored to normal function is powerful, and he saves Catwoman without much trouble. Damian yelled at Batman, "Coffin!" Batman understood immediately, and 2 bat darts flew out instantly, stunning the operator who controlled the rope lift. You are too anxious. Hu Mo looked at Lei Xiaogu dissatisfiedly. Batman was clearly about to make a choice. You don't understand him at all. Lei Xiaogu just sneered and stepped forward to meet Batman. Just when a scuffle was about to break out, the concrete wall of the chemical plant suddenly exploded like an explosion, and a figure in a white robe appeared at the crack. It's Dane. Did I miss this party? Chapter 64. Mo saw Dane appearing, and his expression changed immediately. After confirming the eyes, it is a person who cannot be beaten. He hurriedly said to Lei Xiaogu who was at the side, we can't deal with this person, retreat quickly. After finishing speaking, he walked away directly, without any hint of hesitation at all. He was the one who saw Dane and Superman go to war, and the devastating scene is still deeply etched in his mind. So he definitely doesn't want to eat that man's fist. Lei Xiaogu hesitated for a while after seeing this, although he had never seen Dane's record. But a person who can fly knows that it must not be easy, but he is not as cowardly as Mo, but throws out the cross dart first. The target was aimed at the iron chains hanging the coffin. Seeing this, Batman hurriedly threw out a bat dart to intercept it. But what he didn't expect was that after being hit, the cross dart split into 2 smaller flying darts. Humph, you still have a lot to learn, Bruce. Lei Xiaogu 883 sneered, turned around and left. The flying darts accurately shot the iron chain, the internal explosive exploded and broke the iron chain, and the 2 coffins fell instantly. Batman couldn't help shouting, Dane! You owe me a favor. After all, Dane flew forward, directly supporting the 2 coffins with one hand. Batman breathed a sigh of relief, and immediately got up to chase Lei Xiaogu. As for silence, he has long since disappeared. While no one was paying attention, Dane walked into the Rock of Eternity with 2 coffins. He put down the coffin, which called Jing Mion over. Joan. Recently, he felt that the witch seemed to be becoming more and more obedient, and he didn't know if it was because of the convergence of her and Joan's personalities. After all, the 2 have similar memories. Joan Mun heard Dane's call and trotted over quickly. Recently, Zatanna has something to do in the real world, and it's just her and Dane here, so she feels a little excited. But Dane came to her for business, which made her a little disappointed, but she didn't dare to say anything more. I have business with the witch. Joan understood him immediately, and whispered witch. When she opened her eyes again, she had already turned into a witch. When the witch saw him, she lowered her head subconsciously. The attitude is extremely humble, and I can no longer see the previous domineering. To be honest, after the relationship between the 2 changed, he suddenly didn't hate the witch's previous attitude very much. On the contrary, it has a different sense of freshness, how should I put it? It's more like a goddess's pride? He smiled, brushed the strange thoughts out of his mind, and said to the witch, "Is the coffin you kept intact before?" The witch nodded. After receiving the answer, Dane nodded in satisfaction, and then waved his hands and burned the 2 coffins on the ground to ashes. The witch disappeared like a flash, and when she reappeared in the next second, there were 2 more coffins that were exactly the same as before. The 2 coffins that Lei Xiaogu got were actually empty. They are Dane's 1-to-1 replicas of real coffins, which contain nothing. Oh, you can't say that. There are also 2 coffin stones with counterweights inside, otherwise anyone who is so light will know that there is a problem. Lei Xiaogu obviously wasn't bored enough to steal the coffin and have to open the coffin for an autopsy, so he was kept in the dark. Dane couldn't have actually revived the Waynes with the Lazarus pool, because he knew what it was. To be honest, Lei Xiaogu was able to bring the Lazarus pool to Gotham, he actually played a big role behind it. The mysterious chemical substance that Lei Xiaogu mixed into the Lazarus pool water is actually the artificial amniotic fluid in the Kryptonian Cultivation warehouse. It contains the highest biological technology of Krypton, and such an old antique as Lei Xiaogu definitely can't understand this mysterious thing. Who knows what will come out of this thing? Dane is also curious, combining the biotechnology of Krypton and the black magic power of the devil. What the hell has become of the Lazarus pool now? Do you want someone to try it out? It seems that Silence is also there? Then there is no need to choose, just him. The thing we've been working on for the past few days should have been completed. The witch nodded, and turned her smooth palm, revealing a slender poisonous thorn about the length of her forearm. This is the result of Dane and the witch's hard work these days, an artifact that combines the power of death and the blessing of Death God. Dane reached out to take it, and the stinger disintegrated into pieces and crawled under his battlesuit. He told the witch, "Help me put the coffin of the Wayne couple back to the cemetery in Wayne Manor, here." As he spoke, he copied a small piece of his memory and handed it to the witch, and she signaled that she understood. After explaining, Dane left the Rock of Eternity. The witch moved the coffin to Wayne Manor according to his instructions. But before leaving, she saw a suspicious man walking towards Wayne Manor. She had seen in Dane's memory that this man was silent. But the strange thing is that Dane's memory clearly shows that the man is in another place. The witch is very smart, she immediately realized that one of the 2 silences must be a 00. So she hurried over to tell Dane the news. When the witch found Dane, Dane had already married the same S*X. As soon as he grabbed him, Dane felt something was wrong. Why is it sticky? At this time, the witch suddenly came to him and spoke a part of the Aboriginal language. Dane, who is proficient in all human languages, understood it in seconds, and he slapped Silence's head off with a big bidu. There is no blood, no bones and no blood vessels. Silence slipped out of his hand, slowly condensing like a ball of mud. Mud face. A joker is a joker, just don't like to follow the path arranged by others? Dane reached out and sank into the mud, the arc flashed, and the mud-faced man screamed miserably from the shock. He told the witch to leave first, and then said to Batman on the intercom. The silence here is pretended by the clay-faced man. Guess where the real silence is? Batman's movements stopped suddenly. Lei Xiaogu seized the opportunity to punch him, and left the battlefield. Wayne Manor. Dane, take me back. Dane reached out and opened a portal for him, and Batman jumped right through. Now the entire Ace chemical plant is left with Dianshi and his daughter Thalia. But Thalia is confronting her filial son Damian, and Lei Xiaogu is on the run. Oh, he's already on the plane. Funny, are you looking down on me, Shazam? Dane checked the distance with his thumb, gathered lightning with his other hand, and threw it like a javelin. Lightning 1.6 crossed a parabola and hit the target. With a sound of boom, Lei Xiaogu will be half disabled if he is not dead. Although the process is somewhat different, the result is the same. Mud face is not easy to kill, it is almost the same as real mud. Moreover, the clay-faced man was not meant to be a reference, as there were too many uncertainties about it. In some comics, Mudface has been rolled in hell, and after being mixed with hell, no one can tell what its ability components are. So instead of trying to kill him, Dane takes a magic urn from the Rock of Eternity and puts the Mudface inside. There are many things that are sealed in the Rock of Eternity, and there is not much more than him. I didn't kill anyone anyway, right? Batman. Lei Xiaogu is very suitable for experiments, anyway, he has died and resurrected. Then you shouldn't care about dying one more time, living one more time, right? Then the decision is up to you. Chapter 65. When Dane approached the helicopter wreckage, a cloud of poisonous gas suddenly spurted out from the corner. He immediately put his hands together, and the poisonous swallow was gathered in his palm like a bird returning to its nest. He held the gas ball in one hand, like an NBA star holding a basketball with one hand. Honestly, I'm a little surprised that you're not dead yet. You probably don't have super abilities. The years I've lived through are a wealth you can't even imagine. In the wreckage of the helicopter, Fu Kanggu slowly stood up. Although there were wounds on his body, they were not fatal. I don't think those people whose families were ruined by you would ever think so. Those are the wild condolences of ignorant people. Do people like you care about what these mortals think? Dane looked at him seriously. I will. For example, I know there are many people who want you to die, and some of them are good people and some are bad people. But you didn't make any distinction and killed them all. Lei Xiao Ancient One looked at him firmly. For the necessary justice and the purity of the world, some sacrifices are worth it. Dane sneered, you can continue to insist on your ideas, but I will take away your life now. Your time is up, in God's name. 21. No. I will never die today. Lei Xiaogu knew that he was no match, but he would never sit still and wait for death. He took out a remote control from his waist, with only a bumper on it. Do you think I only brought a Lazarus spring with me this time? He smiled coldly, as if he had mastered some secret weapon. Dane was helpless, he was very tired from acting, so he simply revealed his plan directly. I know, you also brought a tactical nuclear bomb in. You have really strong connections in Gotham. I didn't expect you to be brought in. The expression on Lei Xiaogu's face suddenly stiffened, and the look in his eyes when he looked at Dane changed from pride to suspicion. What you bought is a nuclear warhead made by the former Soviet Union, right? Lei Xiaogu could only nod indifferently, his brain was running wildly. How did the other party know? You know, even Batman was kept secret when he brought this thing in. In fact, that's because Dane asked Cortana to turn off the alarm device in the Batcave. Otherwise, no matter how careless Bruce was, Barbara would still be able to discover it immediately. You want to ask me why I know? Lei Xiaogu nodded numbly, but Dane took the opportunity to activate his speed, and he walked to the front of Lei Xiao's shop like he was strolling. He said imperceptibly, what you bought was what I sold to you. And it was a dud. This devil's leader has experienced the baptism of the Lazarus pool several times, so his speed and reflexes are much faster than ordinary people. From Dane's quick perspective, he clearly saw Lei Xiaogu's fingers pulling down the bumper at a speed visible to the naked eye. But he still wasn't quick enough, and Dane caught him guilty. With a gentle squeeze, the bones of his hand shattered into pieces in his palm. Then he raised his other hand. Exiting the speeding field, Lei Xiaogu lowered his head in astonishment and suddenly laughed miserably. I see, but this is wrong. Your opponent should not be me. On Lei Xiaogu's chest, a pitch-black slender awl, like an enlarged version of a poisonous tail needle, pierced his chest. He should have felt hatred, but instead he felt a divine power in this humble sting. It was death calling him. Lei Xiaogu, who has bathed in the Lazarus pool many times, knows this feeling very well. But Dane was not very happy. After killing Lei Xiaogu, he frowned. Because he didn't collect Lei Xiaogu's soul. This stinger is the artifact he recently built, which he named the Kiss of Death. It has only two functions. One is that it will kill you, even if it is just a small cut. Second, the souls of the dead will be collected directly by him. That's right, he not only stole Death God's job, he also stole Hades' job. The Death God of the Aztecs did not have as many decentralized gods as other pantheons, but instead grasped everything related to death. The disadvantage is that it has everything, but everything is sparse, but the advantage is that it is comprehensive enough. But now he actually can't receive the soul. Who is so bold as to compete with him for the soul? Did you kill him? Damian suddenly felt a little uneasy, and he just dumped Catwoman, regardless of what Thalia would do to her. But Thalia gave chase, as did he. Why did you kill him? When Damian saw Lei Xiaogu's body, his brain almost exploded. He hoped that his grandfather would be stopped, but he definitely had no intention of wanting him to die. Thalia didn't say anything, she just charged forward with the knife. Dane didn't tolerate her, he crushed her knife with lightning speed and cut her into pieces with another palm. Fortunately, he held back some of his strength. This person was Damian's biological mother, so he didn't kill them all. And Thalia doesn't seem to be as heinous as Lei Xiaogu. Damian hurriedly stepped forward to catch Thalia, who fell. When he looked up again, he found that Dane had already carried Lei Xiaogu's body to the front of the Lazarus pool. This scene made him stunned, and he couldn't help but have a ridiculous idea. Dane, didn't he deliberately kill his grandfather because he wanted to see the effect of the Lazarus pool? Can't? Then he watched helplessly as Dane threw Lei Xiaogu into the pool of green light. A few seconds later, Damian looked nervously at the Lazarus pool. It feels like a century has passed. Suddenly a head appeared in the pool, it was Lei Xiaogu. He spat out the pool water in his mouth and gasped for air like a suffocating fish. Damian was overjoyed and wanted to wake Thalia up and tell her the good news. But I heard Dane whispering to the side. Why don't you feel the return of your soul? Do you want to try again? As you know, Dane has always had a strong execution ability and does what he says. So Lei Xiaogu, who had just been resurrected and hadn't breathed for a few seconds, was pulled up by Dane again and received a blow to the kidney. He went cold again under the influence of the kiss of death. Damian didn't even have time to say anything to stop him, he was so angry. What are you doing? Dane turned a deaf ear. He is different from other superheroes. Criminals, especially murderers, have no human rights here. So Dane threw Lei Xiaogu's body into the pool again, and this time he focused on the pool. Finally, I felt as if the pool had opened a portal to Otherworld, and an unknown force spread to Lei Xiaogu. Dane felt evil from this power, extremely rich and pure evil, and he had some suspicions in his mind. Sure enough, the gift of fate has already secretly marked its price, and this Lazarus pool is its bait. Dane shook his head regretfully. I am afraid that when Lei Xiaogu soaked in the Lazarus pool for the first time, his soul no longer belonged to him. If Dane's guess is correct, the real owner of the Lazarus pool is the demon of the three palaces. This dark monster was born from the pure evil thoughts of all sentient beings. He is the overlord of the dark world and a strong competitor to Lucifer. Definitely, the current three palace demons are still far from catching up with Lucifer, but the layout of the ball has already begun. Lei Xiaogu is one of his chess pieces. Damian saw Lei Xiaogu emerging from the pool again, and was afraid that Dane would experiment on him again. He quickly ejected the grappling hook and 073 caught Lei Xiaogu beside him. Lei Xiaogu let him do what he did and did not make any fearless resistance. Once he guessed Dane's identity, he gave up resistance. It is impossible for humans to disobey God. Dane didn't try to kill Lei Xiaogu again, it was meaningless. If the three palace demon is willing, he can continue to resurrect him at any time, and it is not impossible to even grow a new Lazarus pool directly under his corpse. So, just let him be. But he couldn't say that in words, so he looked at Dawn seriously. Damian, you want to save his life? Damian nodded quickly and protected Lei Xiaogu behind him. Dane nodded, in that case, you have to take responsibility and take him to where he belongs. If he comes out to do evil again in the future, it will be your fault. You understand me? Damian could only nod, as long as he could save his grandfather's life, he would do anything. Dane pointed at Thalia again, she is the same. Thalia's crime was smaller than Lei Xiaogu's, but she was not innocent after all, and she still needed to be looked after. Damian also nodded and agreed. After arranging things here, Dane disappeared directly. He was going to Wayne Manor to watch a show. After Dane left, Damian couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He turned to look at his grandfather, not knowing what to say. Let's go, take me to the place where I should stay, as the Lord said. At this time, Lei Xiaogu seemed to look away and looked very calm. Damian didn't know how to comfort people, so he had to lead the way without saying a word. The direction they were taking was to Blackgate Prison. They obviously forgot Catwoman at the chemical plant, or maybe they didn't forget her and just didn't care. But after they left, an unexpected person appeared at the Ace chemical plant, Harleen Quinzel. She escaped from that basement. Chapter 66. Recently, because Silence has been plotting with the mysterious person behind the computer, he has relaxed his supervision of Harleen. Harleen herself has no way to escape from that cage, but Harley can. What Dane set up didn't completely seal this little lunatic, and Harleen woke her up easily. But this time, it seemed that he understood Dane's thoughts. Harley didn't snatch Harleen's body as soon as she came up. She wanted Harleen to take the initiative to give her control of her body. If this is what Dane wants her to do, she will do it no matter how difficult it is. Harley's devotion to Dane was not shattered by seeing a real person. Instead, he became more paranoid and enthusiastic. Perhaps Harleen was really fed up with this small space of only 10 square meters, so she finally agreed. But, I hope you can give your body back to me after you get out. Harleen made a 3-part agreement with her. Harley smiled playfully and said, no problem, sweetie. After swapping bodies, Harley began to show off her skills. Her eyes were fixed on Harold. Hi handsome. After Silence went out, the care of the basement was handed over to Harold Lee. Everyone should still remember this person. He was originally Batman's personal computer consultant, but turned his back on him. The reason why he betrayed Batman was because Thomas cured his disability. So he was determined to become a silent lackey. Hearing someone speaking, Harold turned around, and then he saw the female college student in the prison cell actually waving to him. Although Harley is crazy, she has to admit that she is indeed beautiful and has an attractive figure. At the moment she had pulled down the shoulder strap, revealing her white shoulders. As a normal man, Harold was unbearably lonely staying alone in the basement. So it's impossible for him to resist Harley's charm. Harley just looked at him and he was completely smitten. Seeing Harold approaching, Harley's movements became more bold. Why don't you come in and do something fun? He failed to control his desire. Under Harley's deliberate guidance, Harold opened the door of the room where she was imprisoned. When Harold walked into the room, Harley's expression suddenly changed. She quickly pulled the pencil out of her hair and thrust it into Harold's throat. I can only belong to that person. She looked at Harold's dying struggle and said crazily. Ah! Harleen was screaming crazily in her head and she was terrified. You killed him! You killed him asterisk. We killed people. No. It shouldn't be like this. Harley ignored Harleen's scream, but regarded it as a strange accompaniment and skipped out of the basement. Behind her, Harold gradually stopped struggling, but his eyes were still staring in the direction Harley was leaving. Harley disguised herself as a patient and walked out of Gotham General Hospital. After leaving the hospital, Harley handed her body back to Harleen as agreed, but the female student was at a loss at the moment. Where should I go? Call the police? No, Harleen knows the nature of the Gotham police and doesn't trust them. Go back to school? But Thomas caught her at Gotham University. If she goes back, won't she be trapped in a trap? But who else could she ask for help? At this time, a figure suddenly appeared in her mind. That's Dane in a white cape. In his mind, Dane's body shone with divine light, but his eyes were as cold as ice. Harleen couldn't help but tremble, and finally she returned to the basement by accident. As he passed by, he didn't even notice Harold's body. In the silent computer, she saw his plan with the mysterious man. Harley yelled crazily in her head. That's him. The person opposite is definitely him. Find him. You must find him. Harleen's eyes were unfocused and she kept muttering, Find him, I must find him. No? Why should I look for him? No, we must find him. Only he can save us, right? Only he can save us. She talked to herself like a neurotic, causing passers-by to subconsciously stay away from her. There is a universally accepted truth in Gotham, don't mess with people who look like psychos. 10 minutes later, Harleen finally arrived at the Ace chemical plant. But unfortunately, the person she was looking for had already left this place. There is only one Catwoman left there, and the corpses of several League of Assassins who were killed by Dane. And Catwoman also woke up at this time. She covered her somewhat groggy head and her heart sank as she looked at the ninja corpses around her. But at the scene, she only saw a weak-looking blonde woman. She looks young, probably still in school. Who are you? Catwoman didn't judge a book by its appearance. She cautiously grabbed it at her waist, only to find that the weapon was missing. Where is he? No, he clearly said he would come. But the woman didn't answer her question, she just kept talking to herself. Catwoman is even more vigilant. She definitely knows that Gotham's lunatics cannot be provoked. So Catwoman turned around and wanted to leave. She now wanted to know where Bruce was. But the moment she turned around, a knife flew toward her back. Fortunately, Catwoman reacted quickly and escaped in time. She looked at the woman angrily, but found that her temperament changed drastically at this moment, as if she was crazy. You have to tell me where he is? Otherwise you're not allowed to go anywhere. Then you should at least tell me who he is. Harley was stumped by her words. She tried to recall every detail of her meeting with Dane. But every memory fragment shows the man killing her coldly, but his name was not mentioned. Catwoman seemed to notice her predicament, and she became angrier as she thought about the knife that almost stabbed her just now. I couldn't help but say sarcastically, I said, have you been abandoned by a man? When Harley heard this, her expression instantly turned terrifying. She directly picked up the knife on the ninja's body and rushed towards Catwoman. But she had no weapons training and was extremely uncomfortable using this knife. After a long time, I couldn't even touch a corner of Catwoman's clothes. Seeing that her opponent's skills were so poor, Catwoman couldn't help but let down her guard a little. He just teased, do you want to tire me out in this way? When Harley heard this, she was not angry, but nodded in agreement. You're right. She stopped chopping and dropped the knife. I'm so stupid. As she spoke, she picked up a gun from the ninja's body. Although the ninja master prefers to use cold weapons, his killers are equipped with modern weapons. They are not primitive people. Catwoman didn't dare to continue to provoke the opponent's nerves and quickly found a bunker to hide. Maybe Harley really has some special talent when it comes to firearms. When she first started shooting, she was still a little rusty, but soon her marksmanship became more accurate. Catwoman feels the pressure. She couldn't help but look around, looking for weapons that could be used. I love this, sweetheart. No. Stop it, why are we doing this? She scolded me. Harley said in an aggrieved tone. He never scolded me. Harleen argued, you attacked her first. That's just to say hello. Harley curled her lips. Then she happily shot at Catwoman, and soon the bullet she shot scratched Catwoman's calf. I feel like I've found the trick. Harley's every pore was shaking with excitement, but soon, she ran out of bullets. What? While Harley was stunned, Catwoman picked up the knife on the ground and threw it out, scratching Harley's arm. In pain, Harley dropped the gun in his hand to the ground. Catwoman rushed up and hit her on the bridge of the nose. Try this, BCH. Harley was hit by this punch and suddenly felt dizzy. Her body retreated uncontrollably, retreating back and forth until she reached the edge of the Lazarus pool. Catwoman doesn't know what this pool is, but it's so green that it doesn't look like anything interesting at first glance. She hurriedly ran forward, trying to catch he. But it was too late. Under her punch, Harley and Harleen's personalities switched back and forth in her mind, as if her brain was stuck. They had no idea what they were doing. Catwoman could only watch helplessly as the woman's body fell into the green water. Chapter 67. Wayne Manor. Bruce and Silence are confronting each other. Beside, Barbara had been knocked down by a sneak attack and fell to the side. Alfred fell into a coma, and Nightwing fell into the hands of Silence. What exactly do you want to do? Silence holds Ye hostage, saying nothing every day. Suddenly, he fired without warning. The bullet hit Batman's battle suit, causing him to take a step back. It's really hard to wear. Silence said Tisk and put down the pistol. He moved his eyes, stared at Barbara, and suddenly burst into laughter. I never thought you could stand up again, Miss Barbara Gordon. This tone, this temperament. Barbara raised her head in disbelief and stared at the silent, bandaged face. She murmured, Impossible, this is impossible, you should have died long ago. Sorry, honey, I'm back from hell again. Have you missed me? Ha 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 ha. Silence laughed crazily, and at the moment his figure and Joker completely overlapped. Barbara couldn't help but start to curl up because of her psychological shadow. She was supposed to be stronger than she was before the injury at the moment, but she couldn't fully unleash her strength. But Batman didn't let his words of silence sway his mind, he was always looking for opportunities. Now, I found it. While Yan Mo was laughing, he suddenly swung the batarang and cut Yan Mo's wrist. In pain, the 077 Silence pistol fell to the ground. Dane watched in the dark and shook his head secretly. Does every villain like nonsense? Batman then stepped forward and started with a set of small combos. Whether they are Silent or Joker, their fighting skills remain at the level of street fighting. They both rely on fierce fighting to win. How can they be on the same level as Batman, a fighting master? So within a few minutes of silence, Batman knocked him down, so easily that even Batman himself couldn't believe it. He was almost fooled by silence during this period, and it ended like this? Batman couldn't help but tear off the bandage wrapped around Silence's face, but the face under the bandage shocked him. Bruce? Why are you here? Thomas glanced around blankly and then at himself. Wait a minute, why am I here? Damn it, it hurts. Thomas's face was distorted, and then he put on an evil smile. Little Bat, what a big surprise. Ha 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 ha, you didn't expect it, it's me. Joker. Batman was confused and couldn't tell whether the person in front of him was an actor or not. No, Bruce, what's going on? What's happening to me? The person in front of me seems to have two temperaments and two faces. One moment it's his best friend Thomas, the next his nemesis Joker. Batman couldn't tell, but he quickly forced himself to calm down. No matter who you are, please give me some quiet time first. With that said, he wanted to step forward and knock Silence out. Is this okay? Little Bat, don't you want to know what's going on in that poor little guy's head? Batman's movements paused. He picked up Silence fiercely and asked him, what did you do? The Joker personality pretended to think for a moment before saying, "Why did you hire a brain doctor in the first place?" When Barbara heard this, she ignored her fear of Joker. She quickly took out the X-ray machine to examine Nightwing's brain. After a while, she told Batman with a desperate look on her face, "There is a high-energy reaction inside." Joker was proud, "It's a miniature bomb. I worked really hard to find the place to put it." Batman roared and punched him in the face, just like when he thought Jason was dead. Ah, such a nostalgic feeling. Joker was not in pain, but laughed. "Little Bat, how many times do you have to try to understand? Your fist has no effect on me." This smile made Batman instantly realize that the person in front of him was indeed the real Joker. The madness that penetrated deep into the bones was exactly the same as that of the dead man. "What you up to? Do you know how I came back to life?" Joker didn't answer the question. "You must not have guessed that it is my blood, and I call it the Oda virus. As I've said, Joker is a virus that this city can't get rid of, Little Bat. I live in symbiosis with this city, can you clear the world of influenza? So you can't get rid of me. Now, I am no longer limited by the physical body. Joker virus. Batman's face is extremely ugly, if what Oda said is true. Then he is almost immortal. But Joker's purpose was obviously more than that. He suddenly said to Batman with a sly smile. When I discovered that my blood was so important, I suddenly thought of the Scarecrow. Batman's heart skipped a beat. Joker's tone was full of regret, he died too early, so I can only do this myself. After pretending to miss him, he continued. The one he broke when he played with it, what is that device called? Batman said word by word, Rainstorm device. Yes, that's it. I fixed it. Do you think it is suitable for spreading my treasures throughout the city? It's exciting to think about it. There will be countless me's in Gotham, and it will definitely be lively, ha 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 ha. Batman shuddered at the thought of such a scenario, and Barbara was also stunned by this plan. At this time, Joker showed his fangs and stretched out 2 fingers. Now, you have 2 choices, Little Bat. You can go and shut down that machine and save the city again. Or he looked at Nightwing with a sly smile, you can also choose to save this poor little boy. In 15 minutes, one of them will explode. Let me remind you that the remote control that can stop the bomb in his brain is hidden in this manner. You don't have much time. Come on, Batman, make your choice. Batman is caught in a battle between heaven and man, and Barbara pushes Night Calendar into the Batcave. Bruce. Barbara's voice woke Batman up. He was completely panicked this time and subconsciously said, What? DK, the bomb in his brain is impossible to remove with our ability. There is no doctor in the Batman family, and even the most powerful doctor cannot open the skull and retrieve the material within 15 minutes. Oh, by the way, there are no 15 minutes left. Even if you use this little time to find the remote control, it may not be enough. Wayne Manor is very big. Batman closed his eyes tiredly and made his choice. Barbara, please pull out all the surveillance cameras in the manor and try to find the remote control. Barbara's body trembled when she heard this, and her voice was a little dry, what about you? I have to stop heavy rain. This is Batman, he always makes the right choice. Although it seems a bit heartless, in the human realm, this is the best ending he can achieve. Dane applauds Joker's plan, he seems to have such ability. It hits Batman's pain points accurately every time. Joker didn't misjudge Batman, he had already guessed this would be the result. But seeing Batman's heartbroken look, he couldn't help laughing. But Dane knew that Joker's purpose was more than that. Heavy rain and DK were not the only multiple-choice questions he gave. Before Batman is about to leave, Dane suddenly appears. Joker saw him with a look of disgust on his face. Dane blocked Batman's path, where are you going? Stop the spread of the Joker virus. Batman said firmly. I found that remote control. What did you say? Batman turned around suddenly. Dane didn't make any excuses, he didn't have enough time. He pointed his finger at the silence that controlled Joker's personality. That thing is installed on his heart. As long as his heart stops, DK can be saved. And you still have enough time to destroy Heavy Rain. Now, it's Dane's turn to give him a multiple-choice question. This is the purpose of his secret cooperation with Silence. Now, you can choose the best ending and save both sides. And the price is just to kill this madman, this anti-social criminal. How do you choose? Batman. Chapter 68. There's no way you can turn that damn thing off without killing him. Dane was almost angry at his words. He said to Batman angrily. Let's not talk about whether magic is that convenient. Even if it can be done, why would I do it? He pointed at the nose of the Joker character. I've already killed him once, so what if I kill him again? But I don't want to do that now, Bruce. You said this was your city. Do you want me to protect your city? Then what do you want you to do, Batman? He sneered. I think Jason is doing much better than you at this point. Jason. Dane's words seemed to suddenly open up Batman's mind, and he immediately dialed Jason's phone number. Although they hardly interacted with each other after the Scarecrow incident, Jason never came to Wayne Manor again. But Bruce still found Jason's contact information in his own way, but he never called. At the moment he called, Jason answered within a few seconds. Muxing. I already know the matter, and now I'm solving the problem of Heavy Rain, that's it. Batman didn't even have time to speak, Jason finished speaking in one breath and hung up. At this time Dane gloated and said. I recorded the confrontation between you and Joker and sent it to Jason early in the morning. Look, I said he is far more suitable to be the Dark Knight of this city than you are. Batman didn't care to settle the score with him. He refused to help, so Batman could only find a way on his own. He roughly dragged Silence away and marched him to the Batcave. When he appeared here, Barbara thought he had changed his mind and was a little happy. The thing is found, you use X-ray light to shine on this guy's chest. Barbara looked at Silence with a strange smile on his face and mustered up the courage to do it. Dane was right, the device that could stop the timing of the micro-bomb was installed in Silence's heart. This should be Joker's own idea, and I don't know how he did it. Is it possible that there are Joker followers at Gotham General Hospital? This is not impossible. Anyway, it is absolutely impossible for Thomas to design such a trap at the expense of himself. But this also shows that his ability to control his body is getting weaker and weaker now. However, when it came to life safety, Thomas was still briefly out of Joker's control. He continues to play Bruce's childhood friend, and Bruce reaches out to the people. Please, save me, Bruce. Looking at his friend's eyes, Batman felt pity. He was not ready to sacrifice him. But Dane didn't let them stay here. He glanced at the time. Kindly reminded, only 5 minutes left, Bruce. That's right, you don't have much time, little bat. Thomas's pleading face turned into Joker's sly grin. But Thomas is innocent. Ha! Dane thought it was ridiculous, so he exposed it without politeness. Do you think Joker has the ability to put something like that in DK's head? Don't you know very well who the real brain doctor is? Batman finally slumped his shoulders. Yes, if it weren't for Thomas. If he hadn't actively cooperated, how could Joker's plan have succeeded? With Batman's intelligence, he should have thought of it long ago. Only Thomas and Joker joining forces can push him to a desperate situation like now. Definitely Dane, it was a three-man set that completely caged him. Batman has no way out. Dane looked at the time and reminded, it's 3 minutes. Joker admired the expression on Batman's face and smiled happily. But in the blink of an eye his expression turned gloomy, and Thomas came online again. No. He sensed Joker's purpose. This madman didn't care about his own life. But Thomas doesn't want to die. I'll never die, Bruce. After that, Thomas kicked Batman. With his mind lost, Batman couldn't escape. It seems that a series of events in recent times have really hit him hard. As soon as the blow hit him, Thomas turned around and tried to run. But under Dane's nose, how could he escape? He picked him up like a dog and threw him in front of Batman. It seems like you want to see DK die. You disappoint me a little, Batman. I didn't expect you to be so pedantic. Stop it. Batman whispered. I don't have to say it, but DK can't wait any longer. There are only 2 minutes left. Barbara suddenly stood up at the moment. Let me kill him. Dane looked back and found the girl looking at him firmly, and finally he nodded. Use this, he said and handed out the kiss of death. This will kill him completely. If his guess was correct, Joker's soul was in Thomas at the moment, and it was just the opportunity to seal him completely. Since you can't die no matter what, then I will seal you. Put you in a dark room and see how long you can survive. Barbara nodded and took it, walked to Joker step by step, and raised the artifact in her hand. Although the result is not ideal, I am very happy that you have another murderer in your bat nest. Joker's personality once again gained the upper hand. He looked at Barbara with regret and lamented that he had not done all the work. But just when Barbara was about to stab her, Batman suddenly snatched the kiss of death. Asking for flowers. Barbara was stunned for a moment, and then a strong anger surged into her heart. But before she could question Batman, she heard that his voice seemed much older. It's not you, Barbara, it's not you. Joker's eyes widened suddenly, and his excitement was palpable. Then Batman did just what he thought, and stabbed the kiss of death into his heart. You win, Joker. I know you've been waiting for this for a long time. And, I'm sorry, Tommy. Ha 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 ha. Joker looked up to the sky and laughed. As the laughter fades, so does Joker's personality. And his soul, as expected, ended up in Dane's hands. Thomas's personality returned, and he looked at his chest in disbelief. Then he stared at Batman, looking directly through the mask and seeing his face. I'll be waiting for you in hell, Bruce. He covered his chest with one hand and grabbed Batman's cape with the other blood-stained hand. We'll see each other in hell soon, Bruce. Batman hugged him and slowly knelt on the ground. The anger on Barbara's face disappeared, as if she suddenly realized what she was doing. Batman's no-kill commandment has been broken. Dane's purpose was also accomplished. This kind of thing happens countless times once. In the future, when facing those monsters, he must recognize the reality as quickly as possible. You cannot kill indiscriminately, but you must not kill. This is the rule of Dane's Justice League. At the same time, good news also came from Jason's side, and the heavy rain was solved. Having had one experience, he was very good at doing this kind of thing. At this moment, Dane suddenly noticed that the backhand he arranged on Harleen Quinzel was reacting. He was stunned for a moment, then became furious. Who is it? Dare to rob someone from me? He immediately teleported and disappeared, leaving only a lost Batman and a guilty Barbara in the Batcave. There is also DK who is still unconscious. At Ace Chemical Plant, Dane's figure appeared in a flash. As soon as he arrived, he saw Catwoman standing on the edge of the Lazarus pool looking around. Don't tell me that little psycho fell in. Catwoman was startled by the sudden sound behind her, and when she looked back, she realized it was the terrible man that day. She hurriedly said, "A girl fell down and she didn't come up for a long time." Dane was speechless. The origin of Harley is inseparable from the Ace Chemical Factory, right? Without saying anything else, he plunged into the pool. A few seconds later, he flew into the sky with Harley in his arms. Catwoman's eyes widened until the two men flew towards the horizon and disappeared. Chapter 69. After Dane took her to heaven, it didn't take long for her to enter the Rock of Eternity. In one of the empty rooms, will it be Harleen or Harley? He was a little unclear, so he put her on the bed anyway. As soon as she put it down, she coughed violently and spit out a mouthful of green water. Fortunately, she did not fall into the Lazarus pool in death form. Otherwise, Xin may not be able to defeat the three demons. Fortunately, she was finally rescued. After coughing up the water in her lungs, she opened her eyes drowsily. When she saw Dane for the first time, she was stunned for a moment, then overjoyed. Dane's head was too close to hers, giving her an opportunity. I saw this crazy girl folding her arms and hugging Dane's neck. Dane wanted to break free, but she was too big and he couldn't. Then the crazy girl brought her face up and immediately sealed Dane's mouth. Now Dane was even more unable to resist. He is just a weak divine body 080. How can he resist a lunatic like Harley? He was sure that this woman must be Harley. Only she has such strong power. The Lazarus pool seemed to have strengthened her physical fitness, and Dane felt that all of her attributes were beyond ordinary people. The battle started quickly and directly. Although Harley was fighting for the first time, he had no stage fright and was the bravest among the three. But Dane is not a new recruit to the battlefield. He quickly picked up the skills from his previous life and quickly became proficient in fighting ability. Soon, Dane drew his sword and Harley took 5 steps. However, in 5 seconds, he was able to kill him off his horse. The gun was still on, but Harley was exhausted and almost unconscious. The final winner is in the 6th round, but at the moment it has become Dane's battlefield alone, and Harley has fallen into a semi-conscious state. But Dane knew she still had the fighting instinct, he could feel it. This time the qualification was extremely long. When Dane used up the last blue bar, he finally proved himself with actions. The divine body is still the divine body. Even after the end of the world, he still didn't feel tired, but Harley obviously had no strength to fight anymore. He waved his hand and cleared up the bloody battlefield. Accompany Harley into a deep sleep. Blackgate Prison. Damian arrives with the unconscious Thalia and Rikiagu. From a long distance away, the prison guards spotted them. At this time, Amanda was still working at Blackgate Prison. Although she got mixed up with a small high-level person, it was obvious that she was still just a social animal. At this time, the secretary suddenly came over and reported the situation at the door to her. Amanda was shocked when she heard this and asked quickly, "Are you sure you are the leader of the Assassin's League?" The secretary hurriedly nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. Several comparisons have been made and it has been confirmed that it is Lars Al Ghul, a Class A criminal. And, according to the guard, his daughter, a Class D criminal, also came with her. Amanda's eyes flashed, and she realized that this was a good opportunity. It is not only an opportunity for her to achieve upward achievements, but also an opportunity related to her plan. Who sent them here? I don't know. There is no information about him in the database. The secretary said with some embarrassment, and according to what the guard said, the person who sent them here was probably a child. Amanda had a look on her face like "You're FG kidding me." The secretary couldn't help but lower his head, but insisted, "They can tell from that man's voice that he is really young. Is he still there?" Amanda suddenly wanted to get to know that person. But the secretary shook his head, he left after delivering the person. The more Amanda listened, the more wrong she became, and finally interrupted the secretary directly. "Wait, you mean those 2 criminals are completely free now?" The secretary nodded, and Amanda almost pouted in anger. She roared at her secretary, "Then why don't you quickly arrange a fully armed commando team to escort them? What are you still doing? Go quickly!" The secretary fled in panic. Outside the Blackgate prison, Guogu looked at a group of Special Forces soldiers who cautiously surrounded him. Shaking his head with some disdain, "A bunch of kids, I can kill you all in 10 minutes with my bare hands." This is not bragging, considering Lei Xiaogu's current physical fitness and close combat skills. Even if Captain America comes, you can only rely on your 50/50th buff physique to deal with him. Although he spoke very arrogantly, what puzzled everyone was that Lei Xiaogu still put on the handcuffs obediently. In the interrogation room, Amanda stood behind the one-way see-through glass and stared at the man with the nickname Devil's Head. There was no one in the interrogation room, only surveillance cameras in four corners and a microphone on the table. On both sides of the mirror, there are two speakers. Lei Xiaogu put his hands on the table, pulled away hard, and the stainless steel handcuffs broke with a sound. Behind the glass, the commandos around Amanda nervously aimed their automatic rifles at Lei Xiaogu. Lei Xiaogu changed his sitting position and was still sitting on the interrogation chair. He doesn't look like a criminal at all, but like a king. Although his expression was calm, Amanda could clearly see that he didn't care about this place and contempt. This is a man who despises authority, Amanda made an instant judgment. But she was not a vegetarian either. She calmly walked to the operating table and said into the microphone. "Why did you come here, Lei Xiaogu?" Lei Xiaogu heard the sound coming from the stereo and sneered. "You hidden guy, don't you even have the courage to face me?" But Amanda remained unmoved, and her thickness of face began to show signs. "Answer me, tongue." She didn't believe that such a man would throw himself into a trap. "I surrendered." Lei Xiaogu sat elegantly on the interrogation chair and spoke lazily. "With your daughter?" Amanda asked next. "Madam, instead of wasting your time on me, you should look further ahead. You will know then that my question is not worth mentioning at all." "What do you mean?" "A god descends from heaven, but what he brings may not necessarily be grace and salvation. Or maybe judgment and fire." Lei Xiaogu looked at himself in the mirror, but Amanda behind the mirror felt that she had been seen through. An extremely uncomfortable feeling spread over her. "What do you mean?" But Lei Xiaogu had lost interest in talking. He closed his eyes and fell asleep, no longer paying attention to Amanda's questioning. Waller's expression became ugly. To be honest, she had nothing to do with him. She looked around and immediately ordered, "Put Lei Xiaogu in the innermost layer of the prison." "What about the other one?" "Arrange according to threat level." "Understood." The Rock of Eternity. When Harley woke up again, she felt like she was still in a dream. She blinked and confirmed once again that she was not dreaming. She just flew so high. Wow 1.5. When he turned his head, what he saw was Dane's plump and shapely chest muscles and neatly arranged abdominal muscles. Especially the slender waist and the mermaid line that she never got tired of made her salivate. Harley, who has a little lunatic personality, will not hide her desire. As soon as she lifts the quilt, she pounces on him. Dane was awakened, and he was a little annoyed. A bit of cold light came first, and then the gun shot out like a dragon. When we meet on a narrow road, the brave wins. Dane never lacks the spirit to shine when faced with challenges. This time, Harley didn't even make it to the third round before being knocked off the horse, and was finally reduced to the end of Dane. But Dane looked like he was enjoying it. The fighting stopped, and Harley fell limply into his arms. "It's enough to rest for a while. I'll take you to find Poison Ivy first." "Ivy? She's with you?" Harley asked in surprise. "Why haven't I heard her talk about it?" "Hey! Fortunately, my best friend is here." Her eyes rolled, and then she leaned close to Dane's ear. "Do you want to let her come too?" Chapter 70. Dane temporarily rejected Harley's kindness. Although this suggestion is very exciting, he is also a shameless person, so this kind of thing is okay as an adjustment to daily life. But don't get addicted to it. Driving piles for a long time will be very boring, so you have to work hard for a long time just for that shiver. But he could tell that Harley didn't seem ready to give up. She wants Ivy to know that good best friends have to share everything. "During the time when we were together, Dane also checked on Harley's condition. It seems that Harleen has not been able to change her destiny. No, that may not be accurate. Harleen should have chosen this voluntarily, and it was not someone who took control of her body. But they all decided to become one with each other, and in terms of personality performance, Harley, who is obviously more outgoing, won. Dane even suspected that the Lazarus pool was involved in shaping her personality during this process. After all, people who have soaked in this pool of water will have some changes in their minds to a greater or lesser extent. Harley is just crazy, so it's not obvious. But her physical fitness has been significantly improved, although the magic power of the pool water has not been able to take away her soul. But it did enhance her physical ability, making her skin fairer, healthier, and more delicate, and her hair texture. Well, in fact, the strength is greater, the physical strength is higher, and the recovery speed is 24 faster. The body's flexibility has become particularly outstanding. Dane personally tested it and found it to be as versatile as a gymnast. Otherwise, fighting a god would have ended in one turn. But Harley was able to fight him for 6 rounds in the first battle, and she even dared to provoke a second war, which showed that she had something on her mind. Noticing that his thoughts were drifting further and further away, Dane quickly calmed down. I started to think about magic, technology and other knowledge to memorize. What a risk! I almost let the female demon disturb my Taoist mind. At this time, Harley finished taking a shower and changed clothes and walked out of the room. Her new clothes were specially bought for her by Dane based on how they looked in his memory. Thanks to the in-depth communication, Dane knew her body size well. As soon as he came out, Harley couldn't wait to stamp his face, then took his hand and walked into the portal. The witch is left to clean up the housework without complaint. In the Hall of Justice, Poison Ivy is repeatedly using ability to try to control Superman's mind. But at the moment Clark became very resistant to her ability, although he still couldn't break free instantly. But there is no need to worry that he will be directly controlled to follow orders like last time. One thing to say, Clark's performance is actually pretty good, if he really wants to kill people. With the speed of Batman and Catwoman, they would be torn into pieces if they couldn't react at all. It can be seen that under the influence of the kindness in his heart, he will not forget to show mercy even if he is controlled. Ivy. As soon as Harley saw her best friend, she ran over happily. Harleen. Poison Ivy was surprised. She didn't expect Dane to rescue the person so quickly. She relaxed a little, and Clark immediately opened the control. He shook his head and looked at N. He looked at Harley again, and then his eyes wandered between the two of them suspiciously. She is. Dane slapped him on the shoulder and pulled him away. Yes, it's what you think. As he spoke, Clark showed an expression that every man would understand. No, I don't understand. Clark thought with some envy. Ordinarily, with Clark's figure, appearance, and material conditions, there are plenty of girls for him to choose from. But he is too innocent and emotionally conservative, unlike an old American. You can actually find a girl you like. There's no need to act like an ascetic, right? Then his eyes flickered back and forth on Clark strangely. You don't know how to use your own hands at home. No. Absolutely not. Clark quickly interrupted him. Then he shrank his head and said harshly, I just lack some opportunities. Then I have held so many parties, why have you never come? Clark frowned when he mentioned this. As Superman, his senses are extremely sensitive. The party scene was like a garbage dump of huge amounts to him, and the weird smells made him want to vomit. By the way, in the original book, if he didn't really love Louise deeply, I'm afraid Superman wouldn't be able to stay by her side for long. Except for the originally clean demigod bodies like Dane and Diana, almost all creatures on this planet are dirty and smelly. So Superman is really kind to endure such an environment and live with everyone. In daily life, if you have friends who don't mind your body odor, they want to play with you. You also think he is a good person, right? Dane gave him advice. You should take the initiative to turn off this ability, at least not turn it on in daily life, otherwise life will have no flavor at all. I know, but it's hard, it's like fighting my instincts. Maybe you can seek help from magic. Dane said with a smile. I recently researched a magic, or it should be more appropriate to say a curse, which can blind the 5 senses of some supersensible people. Let a superman with keen senses like you be able to lower the sensory level to the standards of ordinary people. I combined it with something and turned it into a magic weapon that ordinary people can use. The more Clark listened, the more something was wrong. He couldn't help but ask. What are you studying this for? Dane said of course, it's definitely to imprison those super criminals with keen senses. Clark's face fell, and he asked, in other words, those are handcuffs. Don't say that. Dane comforted him, the shape doesn't matter. It's a nanomaterial. You can also combine it into a watch, a necklace, or something else. This way it will be inconspicuous. The most important thing is that you can observe the world from an ordinary person's perspective again. I haven't felt this way for a long time, right? In fact, this matter also depends on Dane to a certain extent. If it were not for his urging, Clark would not go to low Earth orbit to bask in the sun so early. He becomes stronger much faster than in the movie, and his own adaptability can no longer keep up. He couldn't help but notice the mites and microorganisms on ordinary people's faces, as well as the ubiquitous body odor of the people around him. Westerners have apocrine sweat glands and their body odor is inherently heavy, but their 100-carat sense of smell and vision are better than those of wild animals that specialize in this. You can imagine how painful he was. Sometimes it is really unbearable, otherwise how could such a great guy not have a single relationship in so many years? Lana Land doesn't count, that can only be regarded as a secret love that ended before it even started. So after hearing what Dane said, Clark had to admit that he was moved. Then, shall I take a look at it? Dane gave a sneaky smile. As a representative of the power of light, Shazam is actually not good at using spells with obvious black magic attributes such as curses. But who let him have a little maid of the evil god who specializes in curses? All the curse-related magic tools in his hands are basically designed by himself and then made by witches. Including the kiss of death that seals the throat at the sight of blood, the effect of wearing such a cursed object on a person is outstanding. But Dane still wanted to see the Kryptonian's resistance to the curse, and this time he could test it on Clark. By the way, the kiss of death is not actually Shazam's best weapon. In fact, the most suitable weapon for Shazam should be a guy like Thor's Mjolnir or Stormbreaker who can open and close. Wait, that doesn't seem right? Dane scratched his head. Is there a possibility that he is actually a magician? He thought of his knowledge of the holy light technique and his powerful physique. The figure of the famous mad warrior magician Gandalf suddenly illuminated the fog in his heart like a ray of light. Yes, he is indeed a magician. The necromancer orthodoxy is in my Shazam. Chapter 71. Beach City. Hal Jordan is a test pilot for Ferris Aircraft Manufacturing Company, and today is a big day for product demonstrations of the company's drones. In order to obtain a purchase order from the military, Ferris specially arranged a drone flight for the first time. The third generation of the Ferris Sabre represents the unmanned fighter jet with the highest level of artificial intelligence. It fully possesses the capabilities and combat skills of a human pilot, but it does not make the mistakes that humans would make. President Ferris and Congressman Hammond stood together and strongly advocated the advantages of their own fighters. In order to show the best side of the drone during the actual combat demonstration, he also specially assigned 3 outstanding pilots to conduct test flights, including Hal Jordan. But maybe Hal was too good, or maybe he didn't understand the president's meaning at all. During the actual combat demonstration, he competed with 2 drones. In the end, he violated the regulations and blew up 2 drones by himself. This definitely demonstrated his superb flight skills and bold personality, but it also ruined Ferris Company's sky-high purchase order. Moreover, Hal also lost one of the company's brand new F-35 fighter jets. From top to bottom in the company, except for his ex-girlfriend Carol Ferris, who was still in love with him, everyone wanted to strangle him to death on the spot. After walking out of the company, there was no pedestrian except Hal on the small road not far from home. He felt a little regretful at this time. He didn't know what happened during flight. He was enveloped in an inexplicable emotion at that time, which made him unwilling to admit defeat easily. But just when he walked alone on the deserted road, a green light suddenly enveloped him. What? Hal? The green light enveloped him and flew directly into the sky. Hal didn't dare to move at this time. He was afraid that if he moved any more, he would fall to death. Although he didn't know his speed at the moment, he was sure that at least the F-35 was much faster. Not long after, Hal was carried by a green light and landed on the beach on the edge of the city. As soon as he landed, he saw a spaceship that looked like an alien creation crashing down not far from the seaside. Out of curiosity and suspicion, he approached cautiously. Then, he saw the dying red alien sitting in the cockpit. He has a humanoid shape, facial features similar to humans, and the muscle texture on his body is very prominent and obvious. At the moment, there was an obvious gap in his chest, which was a serious penetrating injury. Hal didn't show any hesitation. He stepped forward and tried to pick up the alien. I don't know if the hospital can save you, friend, but we have to try. Do not move. But what Hal didn't expect was that the alien actually spoke fluent American English. This made him suspect that this person was not actually an alien. It doesn't matter. The red-skinned alien said. My death has come. You speak English? That's great. You told me how to save you. You asked me to save you, right? No, I don't speak your language. Although he said this, Hal felt that he was speaking English. The alien was seen tremblingly raising his hand, showing a green ring. It's this ring. Hal was listening when he suddenly saw the ring flying from his finger. This startled him. My name is Sir, and you? Yes, that's you. Sir struggled to speak. It has chosen you, wear it. The green ring seemed to contain a kind of magic power, and Hal was completely attracted to it. Hearing Sir's guidance, he couldn't help but reach out his hand. The ring vibrated slightly in mid-air, then automatically flew over and put it on his hand. The size actually matched exactly. In an instant, a strong energy hit Hal's mind like a flood. He opened his eyes wide, and green light emerged from his eyes, gradually expanding to cover his entire field of vision. Green energy instantly spread throughout his body. When the green light dissipated, the green tights covered his body. Hal took a look at his cheek and found that there was an extra mask on his eyes. Seeing that he accepted the green light energy smoothly, Sir nodded with satisfaction. You are now a Green Lantern, one of the protectors of the universe. The Guardians will send someone to find you. Use this ring flexibly. After saying his last words, Sir's eyes lost their luster and he died. Hal stood there, a little at a loss. He received too much information and his mind was a little confused. But a few seconds later, he heard the sound of beeping coming from the spacecraft. A ridiculous thought flashed through Hal's mind, isn't this a time bomb? Just after thinking this, the spacecraft exploded with a boom, and Hal subconsciously raised his arms to protect his head. The flames instantly engulfed the alien and his body. A moment later, when Hal opened his eyes again, he found that he was flying in the sky. The huge crater formed by the explosion was right under his feet, but he was unscathed. He immediately realized that he could not stay here any longer. Someone would soon come to check. So he had the idea to give it a try and hoped to fly home. Then he really flew towards home. At the same time, Umbrella's 3 artificial satellites also captured an abnormal energy signal from a foreign land. Yes, Umbrella launched 2 more satellites during this time. Moreover, the focus is different from the satellites of the Wayne Group or other countries. These 2 later developed satellites are mainly used to detect external forces. In the Justice Building, Cortana suddenly called the police to all Alliance members. Emergency Regulation Number 4, an unknown man-made object has invaded the atmosphere. Dane, who was watering flowers in the orchard with poison ivy, heard the alarm and immediately went to the Hall of Justice. When he arrived, other LA members were teleporting into the hall through teleportation bracelets. Naturally, everyone has one bracelet like Damian's that can teleport, but Damian definitely doesn't have one. He was now being watched by Alfred and was living a normal life as a normal student. What happened? Dane looked around and the members who could come were. Superman Clark Kent is the most leisurely person in the world. He finally put on the cursed watch under Dane's temptation, and the effect was outstanding. But Dane still has some conscience. The curse of this watch is controllable and can be turned off when not needed. Wonder Woman Diana, she doesn't work at night. She has been training in the Justice Building at night recently, never stopping. Batman, night is when he is on duty. He looks a little older and has some white on his sides. Jason can't come, but when Batman comes, Red Hood has to do his job. Constantine fell drunk on the belly of another nightingale, but she also didn't come. It doesn't matter if he doesn't come. There is no demon, so there is no need to sacrifice him. Zatanna wanted to come, but was persuaded by Dane. He probably knew what was going on, and Zatanna probably couldn't be of much help, so it was okay not to come. Harley stayed with Poison Ivy, and he didn't dare let Diana know of her existence. Afraid that she would chop down that crazy beauty with a sword. The witch is still staying at the Rock of Eternity to look after the house. She is just about to take the last step to become a greenhouse maid. Cortana observes a visit from an alien being. Is there any video or image record? Dane asks Cortana to open the confidential file. On the big screen, a diamond-shaped spacecraft appeared near low Earth orbit. Cortana continued to zoom in on the image, and there was green light flashing inside the diamond-shaped spacecraft. It's indeed him. Dane sighed and was noticed by Batman. You know him? Batman obviously still remembers the setting that Dane said he would predict. Yes, if nothing changes in the future. Then this spaceship should be the vehicle of Aubin Sur, a member of the Green Lantern Corps. Okay. The first global crisis is about to begin. Dane asked, Cortana, when was this image? Cortana, this was an hour ago. It takes time for the satellite to receive the signal, process it, analyze it, and then send it to the ground base, which is already considered fast. 1 hour. In this case, a new Green Lantern has been born. He immediately turned his head and looked at everyone. Which of you would like to go with me to see this new Green Lantern member? Count me in. Clark was the first to respond like a primary school student on a spring outing. I'll go too. Batman said this and said no more. Diana hesitated for a moment and then said, I'll go take a look too. I heard that a Green Lantern visited Earth a long time ago. I want to take a look. It is said that during the fight against Darkseid, Green Lantern Yarango carried forward the spirit of Cosmoism and sacrificed his life on the front line of the battle. The whereabouts of his lamp ring are unknown. The Green Lantern Corps is generally good. Although they are nosy, most of them do not rule the major sectors and only maintain basic order. Maybe Umbrella can also take this opportunity to establish contact with some cosmic forces? So Dane nodded. Then, let's set off. Chapter 72. Hal Jordan flew several times in the sky, and finally decided to land after satisfying the novelty of flying. But when it was still 2 or 3 meters away from the ground, the energy of the green light suddenly disappeared. He obviously did not expect such a situation, and he fell to the ground freely and hit the ground hard. Hal Jordan didn't come back to his senses for a long time. When he climbed up holding his waist and looked at the green light ring on his hand again, he found that it had lost its luster. Why? Hal was puzzled. It seems Sir did not teach you the most important thing. Hal became nervous instantly after hearing this. Who? Who is talking? Look up. Hal subconsciously raised his head and saw 4 figures descending from the sky. Shazam, whose whole body was almost wrapped in a white robe, had white lightning power flashing in his eyes, and the lightning on his chest seemed to come to life. With a blue battlesuit and a red cape, Superman has a sunny smile and a big S on his chest that attracts attention. Wearing ancient armor, Diana looks as majestic as a goddess. Also, her legs are really long. Batman, covered in pitch black, is as deep and silent as the night, and his eyes seem to see through everything. Hal Jordan was shocked by the grace and posture of the 4 people, and was speechless for a moment. Hal Jordan, congratulations on becoming the first ever human Green Lantern. You, who are you? We are the Justice League. Perhaps because the first impression was too shocking, Hal agreed to talk to Dane and others. I've said it before, this appearance is definitely bluffing, right? Batman tilted his head. Next time, I won't do this kind of thing with you again. He likes to educate the Bat family, and the most common thing he says is, we don't pose. But Dane knows that in the early days, Batman was still very mediocre, often standing on top of the gargoyle and posing. Say some nonsense like I am the knight, I am the messenger of revenge. Hal has just gained super ability and is hoping to find someone to talk to. Unexpectedly, he just had such an idea. God sent down some super ability people, and he couldn't wait to ask. Who are you? Dane first introduced himself. I am Shazam, the contemporary magical Asgardian. He pointed at Clark, who was full of expectations. Superman, a Kryptonian, comes from an extraterrestrial civilization like Sur. Hal looked at him in surprise, but Clark explained, but, actually, I grew up in Kansas. Ahem. Batman coughed and then said, Superman, you talk too much. Oh. Dane pointed to Batman, he is Batman. You may have heard of him. He is still very famous in Gotham. Are you Batman? Hal looked weird. Batman is just like urban ghost stories among the people, with all kinds of messy story versions. Sebk, some people say he is a vampire, some say he is a ghost, and some say he is just a psychopath wearing a black costume. But Bruce's expression remained unchanged, as if he didn't care about other people's comments at all. Finally Dane introduced Diana, Wonder Woman, Amazon. Yes, you heard me right. It's the Amazon in Greek mythology, a nation where all the people are female warriors. And Wonder Woman is the best among them, the daughter of Zeus and Queen Hippolyta, a demigod. Diana raised her head proudly after hearing his introduction. Proud of her identity as an Amazon warrior. Hal's mind is a little confused. This is a god, an alien, an urban legends. The world is changing so fast, I just came out to relax. Why is it that in a blink of an eye, it's like living in a different universe? What's the matter with you looking for me? You just got this ring, so you probably don't know what it is yet, right? Dane looked around him carefully and did not find the small lantern in the movie. It seems that there may be some differences between this version and the movie. In fact, you can tell just by looking at Hal that he looks nothing like Ryan Reynolds, and his facial lines are tougher. Hal nodded subconsciously when he heard Dane's words. Then he reacted immediately and looked at him in surprise. He asked tentatively, do you know? To be precise, only I know better. After Dane said this, he created magic sparks with his hands and the sparks evolved into a 3D stereoscopic image. Suddenly, orange-yellow sparks gathered to form tiny big-headed men. Then Dane started telling the history of the Green Lantern Corps. Millions of years ago, an immortal race, the Martis, discovered a powerful force in the universe, the emotional spectrum. The emotional spectrum is an energy field inspired by the emotions of all living things in the universe, so you can imagine how huge an energy it is. As he spoke, the orange sparks turned into green. The Martis draw the power of green from the emotional spectrum, a color that symbolizes the sheer force of will. A planet was reorganized by green sparks. The perspective gradually narrowed, and subhuman races of different shapes appeared on the planet. They used this energy to build on the planet OA and formed a green army, called the Green Lantern Corps, green.lantern.corps. This legion is said to be established to maintain peace, order, and justice in the universe. The green sparks gradually shrank and finally turned into a ring. The standard equipment of the Green Lantern Corps is the Green Lantern Ring, which gives all Green Lanterns the power they possess. And it is also a super technology with various functions, including supertime and space communication, wormhole traversal, interstellar positioning, and mind reading. Some of them can even read the brain waves of dead people and achieve the effect of temporarily bringing the dead back to life. The ring has some intelligence, so it will find a successor on its own. Generally speaking, when a force majeure accident occurs to the previous holder of the lantern ring, the lantern ring will break away from the current Green Lantern and look for the next successor. The successor must meet the conditions of strong and pure willpower. Obviously, Hal Jordan. You are the chosen one, the chosen. Point 1. Hal was so excited by what he said that he wanted to join the cause of justice immediately. But Dane cooled him off. But, Hal Jordan, are you really ready? It is already difficult to maintain justice in a city, let alone maintain justice in the universe. The fact that you were selected by the Green Light Ring proves that you have such qualifications, but I still hope that you will consider it carefully. Because you are the first human Green Lantern, but I think you may not be the only one. The green sparks in the center of the field disappeared as the words fell, leaving only Hal Jordan's calm mind thinking carefully about Dane's words. The rest of the Justice League didn't speak either, giving him plenty of space. Hal looked at the dull ring in his hand. I need to think about it seriously. Definitely, you have the power. Dane stood up and handed him a watch. This is our internal private communicator. If you are determined, I may be able to help you reactivate the power of the light ring. Thank you. Dane smiled. You're welcome, we might still be teammates in the future. Hal just smiled, then turned and walked home. What do you think he will choose? Be an ordinary person, or be a space policeman who may not be able to go home for a long time? And it is also accompanied by countless fatal dangers. Ordinary people would not choose to become a hero. That's too much sacrifice, too much. If he was still the same person in my memory, he would definitely choose to wear the ring. Dane smiled at Diana and said, after all, he is the greatest Green Lantern in the history of the Green Lantern Corps. Hal Jordan returned to his cabin and threw himself on the bed. He raised his hand, looked at the small lantern symbol on the light ring, and thought about what Shazam just said. Suddenly, family, friends, Carol. The faces of the people he cared about appeared before his eyes. Wearing this ring means that he will spend very little time with them. Is it worth it? He couldn't help but look at the photo of his father on the table. Dad, do you think it's worth it? What would you do if it were you? Chapter 73. Dane and the others did not leave Beach City after meeting Hal. They followed the trajectory given by Cortana and found the location where Aubensir's spacecraft crashed. But now, there is only a wreckage of the spacecraft that was blown up everywhere in a big black pit. Nothing of value was found, and the alien life's biomass was completely destroyed by the fire. Superman just took one look and saw clearly what was going on inside. He had turned off the curse function of his watch, and his ears heard an alarm sound not far away. Someone noticed what was going on here and they came over. Since there is nothing here, let's go. Dane shook his head and left with everyone. A few minutes later, a police car stopped here, and a group of SWAT police with loaded weapons got out of the car. In the last police car, another person who had nothing to do with the police got out. His skin was as bad as if he had stayed up late, his hairline was very high, and his eyes were hazy. But his expression was full of excitement. "Where is it? Where is it?" This person's name is Hector Hammond, a scholar who specializes in studying alien creatures. Having said that, there has never been an alien creature to give him practice before. I don't know what he was studying at that time, but today he seems to have had a good time. The people present were actually manpower arranged by the Sky Eye Society, but they were just disguised as police officers. Hector Hammond has been on their radar for a long time, and today's obvious extraterrestrial event is just the time to test his quality. "Dr. Hammond, this way please." The scene was quickly blocked by them, and Hector couldn't wait to walk in. But when he saw the scene, he was stunned. It was as if the corpse had been destroyed and no traces were left. What could he study? This place was already destroyed when we arrived. After inspection by professionals, the explosion was caused from inside the spacecraft. In other words, the owner of this ship is ready to destroy all evidence. Hector felt a little frustrated, then, in this case. "Dr. Hector, although the body of the alien life has been burned, some residues are still there. You see." Hector heard this and could only cheer up and look for anything valuable in the pile of junk. No one noticed that at this moment, a yellow substance the size of a pinky file quietly crawled onto Hector's body as if it were alive. After a long time, Hector had to give up this useless effort. He said dejectedly, "No, it was blown up too clean and nothing useful was found." "But the wreckage of this spaceship is still useful, isn't it?" A staff member asked tentatively. "Its material science should be different from that of our Earth." Hector looked over displeased. "I'm a biologist, not physics or materials science. You've got the wrong person to ask this." "That's right." The man nodded, then left Hector behind and left. There is no hesitation at all. The old and American attitude of using people to look forward and not using people to look behind is clearly demonstrated. Hector was very angry, but he could only be angry for a while, and when it was over, he could only walk home by himself. But after returning home, he felt something was wrong with him. But he couldn't tell exactly what was wrong. He could only think that he had stayed up too late recently and was too tired, so he fell asleep. But this night's sleep was not peaceful, and Hector had nightmares all night long. And all night long, he tossed and turned and was sweating profusely. When we got together the next morning, Hector was washing himself in the mirror, and was suddenly startled by what he saw in the mirror. He stretched out his hand and pulled his lower eyelids, revealing the whites of his eyes, which were yellow. "This is..." After a while, the yellow in his eyes disappeared, but Hector could feel it. There was something inside him, but strangely, he wasn't afraid of the change. "It seems there's nothing wrong," he comforted himself. Immediately afterwards, he went to teach the students on time. He enjoyed his class very much, but when he was talking about something emotional, a student made a rude comment that angered him. "Coward! What did you just say?" Hector looked at the student with sinister and terrifying eyes. At the moment, a yellow light flashed in his eyes. Under his will, the student who spoke suddenly flew up and then hit the ground heavily. All the students were shocked when they witnessed this incredible scene. Hector was stunned for a moment when he saw this, and then hurriedly escaped from the classroom. He later discovered that the student did not actually speak. No matter how much he despises the professor in his heart, no student with a normal IQ will speak disrespectfully to the professor in class. What he heard was the student's voice. Hector was in a panic. He didn't know who to talk to about this kind of thing. Immediately afterwards, his father, Senator Hammond, found him. He hopes that Hector can help him take control of the alien debris collected by the Sky Eye Department. Only then did he know that the Sky Eye Society had come to him not because of his talent, but because of his relationship with the congressman's father. This made him very frustrated, and at this moment, he overheard his father's voice. He will never succeed, he is a failure. It turns out that Congressman Hammond has never looked down on himself. He thinks that he is a loser who cannot succeed without relying on his father. This put Hector's mood into an unstable state again. When he was alone in his room, Hector could only comfort himself. It's okay, Hector. You just lack 10 opportunities. That evening, Ferris Aircraft Manufacturing Company held a celebration banquet to celebrate the successful signing of the purchase order between Ferris and the Air Force Department. Please give me flowers. And Hal Jordan also received an invitation. He looked puzzled. He remembered that he had messed up the matter, so how come the contract was still signed? Hal actually didn't like such upper-class parties, but for Carol, he was willing to go. That night, he put on his only formal suit and headed to the banquet venue. And Hector Hammond also received the invitation letter through his father's relationship. He and Hal are actually old friends for many years, but Hector has always been secretly in love with Carol, and Carol is in love with Hal. So they haven't interacted much recently. Hector, he said in surprise. Hector glanced at him. It's not easy tonight. He already knew that Hal and Carol had broken up, so he was more calm when facing him. That's right. Hal shrugged. How are things? Still the same. Me too. After a brief chat, Hal was called to the podium by Mr. Ferris. 0.0. I heard that this was Carol's arrangement, which gave Hal a headache, but he still went up. Hector took this opportunity to strike up a conversation with Carol, and he obviously hadn't given up on her yet. But at this time, Representative Hammond came over again. He fully demonstrated the two faces of politicians, although he praised Hector. But Hector could hear him. His father was complaining about his dressing sense, topics, achievements, etc., and he was almost criticizing him for being useless. He couldn't bear it anymore and finally left in a hurry. But this also brought his negative emotions to a limit, and he urgently needed to vent his anger. Just at this time, Congressman Hammond took a helicopter and was about to fly away from the party. Hector's mind suddenly moved, and the water pipe next to the swimming pool suddenly burst. The faucet flew up with the huge impact of the water flow and hit the tail wing of the helicopter. The helicopter pilot worked hard to control the helicopter. Although the helicopter was still shaky, it finally stabilized. But when Hector saw this, he was unwilling to give up and continued to attack the helicopter with psychokinesis, which he was not very skilled at yet. Under the helicopter, there were guests fleeing in panic. Seeing this, Hal pressed the signal transmitter Dane sent him without hesitation. What's up? I need the power of the ring. Decided. Decided. Okay, put the ring on and read after me. Hal did as he was told and put the light ring on his finger. He followed Dane's words and chanted. The day is bright and the night is vast. The demons and demons have no place to hide. The evil people are from different parties and fear my divine light. The green light always shines and shines for eternity. The Green Lantern oath was read out, and the lantern ring responded instantly. The light of will shined. Hal put on the battle suit again, and rushed into the sky under a green light. Chapter 74. Hal, the power of the green light ring comes from your will and your imagination. The stronger your willpower, the higher the intensity of the green light energy. The more specific and rich your imagination is, the clearer your creations will be. Now, think about what you're going to do. What am I going to do? Hal looked at the helicopter that was completely out of control and had only one thought. Stop! The light ring lit up with a bright green light, and a giant green hand appeared instantly and grabbed the helicopter. Standing in the crowd, Hector felt a pain in his head and immediately exited the state of psychokinesis. He touched the bottom of his nose tremblingly, and a trace of blood glowed slightly with a little yellow energy. Hector was shocked when he saw this. He quickly took out his handkerchief, wiped the blood stains clean, and put it into his pocket. He looked up at the green figure, and he felt a little familiar. But he was unwilling to do so because Congressman Hammond was not dead. He activated psychokinesis for the last time, and the helicopter's tail suddenly broke abnormally and spun towards the crowd. And the direction in which it flew 950 was exactly where Carol Ferris was. Hector was shocked, and he quickly wanted to stop it, but the severe pain coming from his brain again hindered him. Hal immediately discovered Carol's crisis. He stretched out his other hand and looked at Carol, who was in crisis. No. A strong will burst out, with Carol's body as the center of the ball, opening a huge amount of hemispherical green energy shield. The helicopter's high-speed tail hit it and quickly disintegrated, but Carol in the energy cover was unharmed. Hal breathed a sigh of relief, and he controlled the giant hand to put the helicopter down. Seeing more and more people taking out their mobile phones to take pictures, Hal raised his head and flew towards the sky. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a green rainbow light and flew away. Carol stood there, looking straight in the direction he was leaving. She was so familiar with Hal that she knew every inch of his body. How could you not even recognize his voice? Hal, you know that Carol is worried. This is something Dane has always wanted to complain about, let alone Batman with his chin exposed. Eye masks like Green Lantern cover your loneliness? And Superman, are you serious about wearing glasses? Wonder Woman, you didn't hide it at all. Hal Jordan hovered in the sky for a long time, and finally found the location of Dane and others. As soon as he saw Dane, he couldn't help but ask. What will happen to me in the future? Hal felt a little uneasy. Although he had gained strength again, this time he no longer had the excitement he had at the beginning. This ring is both a gift and a heavy responsibility. Calm down, Hal, you've made your choice, haven't you? As long as Hal isn't the Deadpool guy, Dane is still happy to help him. You have now officially been recognized by the Lantern Ring, but this does not mean that your identity has been recognized by the Green Lantern Corps. They pay close attention to every light ring, so someone will probably come looking for you soon. It's definitely possible that the ring brought you to OA. Dane motioned for Hal to raise his hand. Can I? He still wanted to try to understand this ring and this strange energy. As the energy generated by will, magic knowledge may be able to draw parallels. Hal seemed to trust him very much and showed him the ring generously. Dane summoned the power of Shazam, Solomon's wisdom was aroused, and the power of magic turned into filaments and penetrated deep into the lamp ring. At the same time, Dane's thoughts also entered the lamp ring with the power of magic. Within the ring, there is a vast world hidden. It was a huge emerald-colored space, and green was the only color in the space. In the center of the green space, there is a floating city surrounded by many small green rocks. Just like the suspended path leading to the floating city. Dane chanted a spell, and the magic flash spread out. This was the life detection spell, and the magic result told him that there was no life here except green creations. He is the only living thing here. At the moment he recalled that in Green Lantern's publications, the world in the ring had indeed appeared. The world inside the Green Lantern ring is completely independent. Green Lantern once shrunk his enemies and imprisoned them here. Moreover, he himself was once trapped here. Even Green Lantern himself seemed unable to completely control their inner world. Compared with other functions of the ring, the feeling of the world in this ring has the largest strategic function. It can store things and trap people, and it can also temporarily hide in when encountering enemies that are really unbeatable. Waiting until the crisis is over before coming out, it is simply a divine weapon of Go Deo. On the contrary, the nature of green light energy is rather obscure. With Dane's eyesight, he can only see that it has a certain connection with the power of creation. What is certain is that Green Lantern energy is related to the creation-level supreme power. This is very important, because Dane is actually majoring in divine power. Magical power is only a lower manifestation of divine power. It is better in variety, but it is not a major. The quality of green light energy is very high, but its form is relatively simple. The extent to which it can be used depends entirely on the user's imagination. Dane guessed that the so-called 7-color spectrum was originally one but was separated by some unknown force. This division reduces the quality of the color light energy, but the advantage is that it is easier to popularize. The so-called firm will, within the scope of the universe, there are not many people who meet the conditions. Moreover, the green light only symbolizes the purest and firmest will, and does not care much about good or evil. Therefore, although Sinestro, the leader of the Yellow Lantern Corps, is a villain who spreads fear, it does not prevent him from becoming the greatest Green Lantern. Through preliminary exploration of the Green Lantern Ring, Dane gained a deeper understanding of the use of the energy star. Moreover, if this idea of hiding a world in the weapon is used well, it feels like it will be a good trump card. Pokémon, have I conquered it? Dane pulled back his hand, a thoughtful expression on his face. He has been thinking about his main battle artifact. The scepter is too fragile and it is not a big problem to use it to cast spells. But it cannot be used for hand-to-hand combat, it is really just a wooden pole, broken. For a tough guy like him, the best thing to use is definitely a heavy weapon. But how do you cram a world into it? How to find a world that can fit into a weapon? Dane doesn't have a clue yet. How's it going? Did you find any problem? Seeing his thoughtful look, Hal thought something had gone wrong. Dane came to his senses. No, your ring is fine. But I must remind you that when you recited the oath, the light ring has already sent a signal to OUA. It is estimated that other members of the Green Lantern Corps will come to greet you soon. You should be aware that they are not necessarily well-intentioned. You need to screen carefully. Hal looked at the light ring in his hand, nodded and said, I understand. At the same time, on OUA. When the new Green Lantern was born, the system on OA also sensed the news. A great light disappeared from the universe. Aubin sir, how could it happen? Who can kill a man like him? The signal came from Sector 2814. Not only Aubin sir, we also lost 3 Lantern brothers. Why? They were ordered to investigate the truth behind the death of 2 planets. Is there any result? The Asgardian Thomas Ray of Sector 2813 looks like a fish creature on Earth, but has a humanoid body. He asked doubtfully, trying to assess the enemy's history. 4.0 Sinestro turned his head, a green light flashed in his eyes, and he said. Based on the content of my last correspondence with Aubin Sur. It should have been done by a guy named Parallax Monster. Hearing this, Tomare entered his consciousness into the ring, and then exited after a moment. Parallax Monster is really strange, there is no information about it in the database of the ring. Regarding this question, I think it would be better to ask the Asgardians in the universe. After Sinestro finished speaking, he went straight to the central conference hall to look for Asgardian. What a troubled time! Thomas Ray couldn't help but sigh. Next to him, stood Kilowog, a macho man with huge amounts of Green Lantern and a pig face. We haven't figured out what Kangaluo used the stolen yellow elements for, and we have to face a new enemy. Sometimes I really feel that the quantity of Green Lantern is not enough. I heard that Aubin Sir's ring has found a successor. Yes, according to the system's identification, the new member. From the Earth. Chapter 075. Sinestro walked out of the central conference hall, in a deserted corner. He couldn't help but smile sarcastically. Pedantic and old-fashioned guys, do you think I won't know who the Parallax Monster is if you don't tell me? Yes, although Sinestro lied that he didn't know anything, he actually knew very well what the Parallax Monster was. He also understood very well why Aubin Sur went to the Lost Sector to look for clues. He leads everything secretly. The reason why Kangaluo was able to steal the yellow element was precisely because he was secretly coordinating it. Otherwise, how could he possibly find the sealing location of the Asgardians on his own? But this guy is really a fool. Even if he stole the yellow element, he actually released the parallax monster. Parallax monster, in fact, to be more precise, it should be called parallax demon. The parallax monster is a simple lamp beast, a fantasy beast with a yellow spectrum. The parallax demon is a fusion monster of the little blue man and the parallax monster. Its reason has been lost and it has become a monster that constantly feeds on fear. Theoretically speaking, the energy of parallax demon is stronger than that of parallax demon in total, but it is not pure enough. Regardless of any kind of emotional spectrum, purity is a very important quality, which determines the intensity of energy. The emotions of parallax demon are too complicated. 24. The little blue man who merged with parallax monster initially just wanted to prove that he could control this power and use it for a just cause. He is not the most suitable host, he is just infected by the yellow light energy, and his true nature is not bad. As for the parallax monster, spreading fear is its instinct and has nothing to do with evil. Evil is a label placed on it by intelligent life. It absorbs fear only as a way of survival. Just like a lion preying on an antelope, you can't say that lions are evil, right? The pure parallax monster and the little blue man are both very strong because they are pure enough, but it is not necessarily the case when combined together. Because both sides may be holding back each other out of sight, the threat of the parallax demon is actually relatively weak. But even so, it is enough to destroy the Green Lantern Corps. Because the Green Lantern Corps has a yellow defect, the power of green light is difficult to work on yellow objects. And Sinestro discovered this a long time ago. He has long been impatient with the Asgardians' outdated rules and regulations of the universe, and he hopes to reorganize the order of the universe according to his own will. To accomplish this, he needs far greater and stronger power than the Asgardians. Yellow energy is a very good choice. He can incarnate fear and rule over everyone, forcing them to obey order. He colluded with Kang El-Oh in order to let him find the weapon master located in the antimatter universe. Ask him to help build a yellow light ring and a yellow light energy battery to control the yellow energy zone. Since Kang El-Oh, an idiot, accidentally released the parallax demon, he might as well take advantage of it. There are only a few people within the Green Lantern Corps who are his confidants, and most Green Lanterns still obey the Asgardians. Sinestro took this opportunity to select a group of elite warriors and led them to defeat the parallax demon. Use the hands of parallax demon to weaken the Green Lantern Corps. And his suggestion to form a crusade team has been adopted by the Asgardians. Everything is going according to plan. Hey! Sinestro suddenly received the news. Is Obenser's heir an Earthling? Sinestro seems to have some impression that Earth is a closed and backward planet. Thinking that the successor of the great Green Lantern Obensto was there, he shook his head and ignored it. He sent a message to Kilowog, "I'll leave that rookie to you. I have more important things to do." He was going to give a speech to encourage more Green Lanterns to follow him in the crusade against the parallax demon, so he had no time to care about the Earthlings. Beach City. After getting along for a period of time, Hal Jordan now trusts Dane. In order to shoulder his future responsibilities, he decided to learn how to use energy from Dane before the Green Lantern Corps came to him. Although green light energy is different from magic power, the way it is used is similar. In the process of magic, the spell is the initiator, and the most important thing is the magic formula. The spell can be a specific formation written down, or it can be a fantasy spell meditated in the mind. Regardless, imagination and willpower are important parts of the magic process. This is very similar to the use of green light energy. Therefore, in terms of imagination and willpower training, Dane can help Hal quickly get through the novice stage. Hal's subsequent growth definitely does not require him to continue teaching. His willpower is enough for him to win the title of the greatest Green Lantern. This shows how strong his willpower will be once he gets serious. Probably comparable to Batman. Dane taught him about the use of imagination and willpower, and Batman got involved. He is responsible for teaching Green Lantern fighting skills. This is Dane's request. Hal must learn how to still have a certain degree of combat ability despite losing the Green Lantern ring, and more importantly, develop a sense of combat. The light ring cannot become a dependence. Green Lantern is not great because of the light ring, but because of its own strong will. Dane hoped Hal would understand this. Batman didn't give up at all when teaching. He was proficient in 127 fighting techniques, all cold weapons in the world, and also had a very good tactical mind. Hal studied hard with him for a long time and couldn't even touch a hair on his head. He also learned fighting skills in the army, but he couldn't even touch the hem of Batman's clothes. After learning how to fight, Hal had to put on a ring car and conduct actual combat training with Diana. This Amazon warrior's fighting skills are even more powerful. Hal is beaten to exhaustion every time, but he is also beaten in the process. He gradually understood how to apply the fighting skills he learned from Batman into actual combat skills. In the end, he had to face Superman's Iron Fist. This big boy with a sunny face only punched him. One punch made Hal instantly lose his fighting ability. Such a simple and unavoidable punch consumed all the will energy that Hal had accumulated. Do you know why you failed? While Hal was lying down after being punched by Superman, Dane looked at him condescendingly. He's too strong, Hal said dryly. That's right, Superman is too strong, especially under the sun, and his fists are truly indestructible. But Dane wouldn't say that. No, that's not right, Hal. He shook his head. The problem isn't Superman, it's you. Why was your energy shield broken? Is Superman's fist overriding your energy? 140. No, Hal, it's because your willpower is too weak. Can't even a mere fist stop your will? Dane spoke softly, but the expression on his face remained unchanged. The necromancer who gave me power gave me his last words. The power of magic comes from within. Now I want to say this to you too, Hal. The power of the green light also comes from your heart. Is that the only extent of your heart? No. Hal replied subconsciously. I didn't hear you, please speak louder. I said, no. Hal shouted loudly and raised the ring above his head. In an instant, green energy surged like a sea, covering his whole body like a wave. Superman, punch him. Dane said to Clark. Clark had some hesitation, are you sure? This was the perfect time to build Hal's confidence, Dane was definitely sure. Stop talking nonsense, hurry up and get straight. Clark took a breath, took a stance, and punched Zhongzhang calmly. Huge amounts of shockwave pushed away the air, and his fist hit Hal's green protective shield like a meteorite. Ah! Hal gritted his teeth and persisted, never taking a step back. The energy shield cracked, and the cracks expanded little by little, but the power of Clark's fist was almost exhausted. Finally, when Superman removed his fist, the cracked energy shield was still there. Dane smiled and applauded him. Now, you should be able to understand what the power of will can do. Hal lowered his head and clenched his fists. Yes, I understand.